दलोज कैसे हो दलोज? व्हाट इज अप व्हाट इज अप व्हाट इज अप? कैसे हो सब लोग? हाउस यू? रुक जाओ, कुछ दल्ले लोग डिस्कॉर्ड पे है। हेलो, क्या हाल है? हम तो सिर्फ वैलो का कर रहे हैं, तुम तो बहुत का कर रहे हो भाई। चीचिया क्या सी? शेर की गांड लगी है शेर। अरे भेचू, एने सुबह 9:30 खत्म हुआ।
ओके शेर, कोई सीन नहीं। पैसिफिक चालू होगा शेर। भाई मैं फिनाटिक का मैच देखा रहे हो, लूजर आउट वाला। भाई क्या खेले भाई।
गलत काम
डिले हटाओ, कोई डिले नहीं है चैट में, कोई डिले डाल के स्ट्रीम नहीं करता।
और टिपुन भाई प्रेडिक्शन बताओ, मेरा माइक तेरे मुंह में।
हाँ मेरे भाई,
प्रेडिक्शन प्रेडिक्शन
प्रेडिक्शन भाई मेरे को सच्ची में ये प्रेडिक्शन मत पूछ यार, इट्स टफ भाई। ये लास्ट हफ्ता वो इवेंट में थी यार। अभी भाई क्या हर हफ्ता ऐसे घूमना है क्या?
वीएलटी वर्सेस टैलन होता तो कौन जीता टिपुन भाई?
वीएलटी।
तो ये अपर ब्रैकेट है ना बिंक्स अभी?
बाबा अपर ब्रैकेट या
हाँ हाँ
अपर लो।
और हारे तो भी गम नहीं है ना?
अरे काहे गम नहीं है? गम है, काहे नहीं है?
अरे मतलब चांस है ना, और एक ऐसा बोल। तेरी क्या प्रेडिक्शन
भाई 2-0 भाई, मेरे हिसाब से 1-0 के बाद ही वो लोग फॉरफिट करेंगे।
प्रीमी है ब्रो, सोच के बताओ ना स्कोर। प्रीमी है।
कौन प्रीमी भाई?
सोच के बताओ।
प्रीमी का आईडी
भाई
मेरा
मैं कुछ
कुछ तो मैं
प्रेडिक्शन
कर
नहीं
रहा
दूंगा
था।
क्योंकि मैं कंफ्यूज हो रहा हूँ यार। I mean, both teams are really great with respect to the stress and stuff.
अरे कॉल सेंटर वाला बंदा कहाँ से है?
स्नैक्स मिया कैसे हो यार?
बढ़िया है टीबोन भाई, कैसे हो आप?
शादी वगैरह कैसी थी? फुल मौज किया तुम लोगों ने?
जबरदस्ती
हाँ
फुल
भाई।
मौज किया, बहुत मजे किए, बहुत
सब लोग
खाया,
स्नैक्स में
बहुत
मैं
नाचा।
झूठ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, सबकी व्लॉग में सिर्फ आपकी व्लॉग देखा, मैं सच्ची बता रहा हूँ।
दिल पे हाथ रख के बताओ बिंक्स भाई, टीबोन भाई।
मत
दिल पे
भरोसा
दिल पे
रख।
हाथ रख के बता रहा हूँ भाई,
दिल पे हाथ
पूरी
लगा,
व्लॉग
कसम खा के
27
बोलो।
मिनट्स की व्लॉग। हाँ कि नहीं बताओ?
कोई और आएगा
हाँ,
डिस्कॉर्ड
27
पे,
मिनट
उसका
का।
नाम लेगा, इसका मत
लो।
भरोसा रख।
अच्छा ठीक है, मेरे व्लॉग में तुम्हारे को सबसे फेवरेट आउटफिट कौन सा लगा?
फास्ट फॉरवर्ड करके देखा ना ये, वरना बताता था।
बताओ बताओ, क्या हो
भाई
गया? क्या
अगर तुम्हें नहीं पता, मैं एक बीमारी में हूँ जिसमें
कौन सी
वो
बीमारी
गजनी
है?
बाई का भी बीमारी सेम है, समझ रहे
अच्छा,
हो?
तू
भूलने
याद
की।
कुछ नहीं रहता है।
सोया नहीं आप? सोया था 2 घंटा।
लेकिन सच्ची में देखा मेरी जगह से फास्ट फॉरवर्ड करके।
तो व्लॉग में मैं किसके साथ डांस कर रहा था?
व्लॉग में आपने जोकर के साथ डांस किया, हाँ कि ना?
नहीं।
डब्ल्यू डब्ल्यू
Welcome to VCT Pacific.
भाई
अच्छा,
मैं
जो
देखता हूँ भाई।
व्लॉग में वरमाला की जो एंट्री ली थी मैंने, किसके साथ?
Everything matters for Talon.
वो
Thailand
The
team
Thailand
मम्मी
team
ने
wants
आने
to
के लिए।
represent at Masters
शाम को
Bangkok.
देखूंगा।
We saw a new beginning for Talon's roster as they qualify for champions, and with
ये
all this
देखो।
off-season time, had they finally fine-tuned
Entry हो गई
the
भाई।
squad
एंट्री
for
नहीं है,
success.
पहला
We've
टीम
seen
जो
now,
बाहर जाएगा वो
the
लोग आए हैं
victors
अंदर।
from
हाँ,
the
ये
charades
Indian
game
Indian
well,
चश्मा
and this is
ये
the
लोग ऐसे
prize.
चश्मे
They
पहन के आए,
get
मेरे को नहीं
some,
लगता ये लोग खेल पाएंगे भाई।
cool sunglasses.
I want some of those.
You know, maybe
Indian
we'll do
वाले,
that.
hey,
We'll get prizes out
GI.
next time. But facing them is
भाई,
global
प्रीमी भाई थोड़ा
esports,
संभाल के
and
मारे
there was
बस।
a time not too
ये प्रीमी
long
बहुत danger है
ago
क्या?
where if you
प्रीमी
said global
गवर्नर दोनों।
esports could be the ones
क्या?
to stop this team from getting to Bangkok, you probably maybe
Bro, ये
scratch
प्रीमी
your
का
head.
जो
No offense,
aim है ना।
big time, but
अरे, Twitch पे
instead
से ad
this
नहीं
fresh
आता
new
क्या?
roster has some of the best
टर्बो
players
लो
that
भाई,
the
टर्बो लो।
teams in the tier 2
Brave
Aposta
लोग
region,
थोड़ा
and they
पैसा
have
डालो।
been showing up. In fact, Kelly S said in his interview he's not really worried about
आगे
Talon
भाई।
because he scrimmed them a lot back when he was on
अपनी
Oasis.
जर्सी,
So
अपनी
this
जर्सी,
is
अपनी
a
जर्सी।
matchup now. This is really a big question mark. A lot of us were 50-50 on
भाई
who would
जर्सी
win
पता
this.
है
I
आयरन
feel
में
like
ज्यादा
we're
अच्छा
down
दिखता
to, you know, one-head Twitch chat analysis at this point. Who's topping the ranked leaderboards? Who's winning the scrims? Send them to Bangkok.
That's a very good point. Having scrimmed against the team is nice. You get to see the kind of ideas that they want to play, but the results are not always necessarily accurate. So playing them on a stage is a very, very different feeling. But I think I'm very excited for this matchup. There's so much potential for both of these teams.
Yeah, some worrying results in the off-season for Talon, but
क्या लगता है guys?
that
Bye
could just
12?
be them experimenting. However, they will need to perform on this stage.
Bye
And
12?
given that they're already seated ahead in the upper bracket based on their performance last year, seeing GE as their opponent
Main
in
player
this round
Patrick
is
हुए,
going to
अरे
be one of
Patrick
the
हो नहीं है,
easier
Patrick
draws to
where
actually
है?
get deeper into the bracket here.
Yeah, I think this is sort of a bracket draw where both teams are
Abyss
kind of
Lund map.
this is a game that feels very winnable for both sides.
Split
People
अच्छा,
supporting
split हम
Global will
लोग
say, of course they
बचपन
can
से
beat
खेलते आ
Talon.
रहे हैं.
And of course, the
Man,
people supporting
split.
Talon will say, of course they can beat Global. You know, it's kind of
Split अच्छा हम
it
लोग.
goes
Split
both
कैसे
ways,
चल
I
रही है?
think. So both teams going to be
मैं तो
happy, very
एक
excited
हफ्ते
for
से
this
नहीं खेला
game.
वालों.
I think this is the real test for both of these rosters now.
No, I
पता है
almost
Binks में
forgot.
actual
Talon
rank
has
कुछ
a
कब होता
new
है? Late
assistant
rank.
coach. He was the FlyQuest
अभी कल से
Red
करूँगा ना.
Game Changers
Even
coach.
मैं
and
आपका
you can
rank
see
जानना
right there,
चाहता
he's
हूँ
joined
ना.
us here.
Bro, ये गलत
And
बात है,
how
आप गलत
important
time पे
are
पूछ रहे हो.
assistant coaches?
Oh,
So
the
ये
most
अभी current rank
important-
क्या है?
they've definitely
far away.
played
I'm a
the
black
number
toe
one
player.
most important role on every team. No, I do think if you've had
Guys,
FPS
for a long time,
FPS
it's
gamer है ये.
it's someone to split that work
Huh?
a little bit,
Yeah,
especially
what
with
is
the
this?
preparation.
Ooh.
Okay, there
Okay,
you go.
Talon
What
pulling out
black
all
tool,
the
right?
gear.
Yep, Yoru double duelist with
variety
the
streamer
Teo. You got the
इतना ही
breach. It's a
rank
very
वो
आएगा.
राइट
explosive
वाले
comp.
फॉर्म
That's
बढ़ते
what I
रहेंगे तो भी
expected
शर्म
with
आती
them
रहेगी
picking attack
किससे
on
भेजे
split
टीमों
over
को
on the
करके.
side of GE. They're going to back themselves with the slower comp. They're
just
playing
the right
again
वाले नहीं
the
ले
double
रहे, CS
senti.
वाले
I
ले
like the fade as the single init just to have that flexibility with the prowlers and the refresh on the horn and the Astra. So this is right off the gate going to be explosiveness versus a very slow.
भाई जब मैं
Lord,
एक
भाई
टीम
वही
को
तो.
Mateo.
I know. I
Devon,
wonder
जब मैं एक
Grimmy
टीम
is
को इतना
now
support करता
becoming
हूँ,
a flex player. He is now playing an
तो लोग मेरे
initiator.
साथ
He's
ऐसा
on
क्यों
the
करते हैं?
tail.
मतलब
He's not
world's
on a duelist,
longest
not on a
agent
sentinel,
deadlock लिया.
and on the Yoru, paired up with Cruz as the
Grimmy
breach. I
लिया
thought
बे.
Cruz was going to play Teo, to be honest.
Yeah.
So this
भाई
is,
वहाँ पे
they've definitely
combo है
cooked
बे.
something up. Are you guys thinking
वहाँ
this
पे
is
मेरा वाला
crazy, or
combo है,
does it make
सामने.
sense?
They've definitely seen the split comp before.
ये
सामने
नया
मेरा
बंदा
वाला
आ गया
combo.
अरे वो गेम में.
You have a lot of stuff to
नहीं,
play
गेम
with,
खोल
so
के
it
आपका
seems like
के
a
लिए.
deliberate plan to
नहीं
come
इन
into
लोगों के लिए
split.
आया ना बस.
Well, I am very excited for this matchup again. We have
Felix
not
Mandal
seen
आया.
Talon yet, and we saw Global Esports.
Hello,
have a
Victoria ji. It's
really
been a
great
long time.
showing,
How's
really
you,
strong start,
yaar?
even with a, I don't even know if I should call him a sub with Darion there, but they've been playing really well. And we are ready to get into map 1. We're going to toss it over to casters. We got Quack and we got Chobra to take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, Quack and Chobra here for
Chobra
the
bhai,
first
Chobra
match
bhai.
of the night. Talon versus GE, the desk broke down, all the history, the players and whatnot. But right now we got to
History
focus
पे मत
on this
जाना.
team composition.
Personal जा
The
रही है.
Teo coming out, not too shocking. But who's playing it is maybe the surprising
Victoria
part.
ji hater है.
You actually had a
He
really
wins
interesting point about
versus
that, but
TS
one thing I am
upset
noticing though
bully.
is that they're not playing with a
भाई
sentinel.
TS
So that means
है
they're
बे,
looking
पुराना
for more
team
of these
है.
rounds on the attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, personally, I think especially with
भाई
Teo
last time मैं
coming out,
LAN पे तो
maybe
मैं सबको
Vice and
convince
Deadlock,
किया था.
obviously that
पता?
combination is
जी
currently on a
जीतेगा.
huge win streak around the world, so I could see those Sentinels, but the traditional Sentinels, they do look like they're losing a bit of
क्या
their
भाई
power,
बारह?
and especially with Talon now having Raze, Breach, and then you have the Tail, and then you have the
भाई
Yoru as well
सामने
with the
पांचों
decos
player
against the
मारने
Cypher.
वाले बे.
I'm just not quite sure how much
Frank,
value
Cruz,
Darian will be able
Jude
to find
Boys,
here on
Creamy,
this defense. We're
Governor.
going to see just a very, very
Pistol
standard
अपना है,
default
pistol
setup, just a trip to try to
100%
lay
अपना
them
है.
into A main,
सामने
and then you got
पांचों
the two
मारने
stars
वाले
over by
snipes.
B from the Astra.
तो क्या हो गया? हमारे में भी
Once
मारने
again
वाले ही
being
हैं.
tasked with
बात कर.
anchoring down a site on his own.
मैं प्रीमियम
Possibly
डुएलिस्ट
Bear
नहीं खेल
manages to
रहा है.
block off mid as well, but Talon does start things
उसकी
off a
मर्जी.
little bit slow.
Just trying to see if there's any type of push out. Obviously,
wall
with
में थोड़ा
the
सा
double
gaps दिख रहा है
Sentinel
मेरे को.
and the Astra, there's got to be a lot of
नया
delay.
मेटा है भाई,
So
डेडलॉक
Talon
अच्छी है.
just gauging
Land
is this a
agent.
stack? Are you trying to lay only on one side? What's going on here?
Player
Very
अच्छा है.
going to be taken down. Obviously, takes a while
डर
on
का
that miss
माहौल.
around, but they still prefer to keep that open. And Poppy gets taken down immediately. And then there's a follow-up in mid as well.
Just on both sides all of a sudden, and that's just Talon being able to kind of sneak through.
And I love that it's going to be Primmy on that tail. The more
They
I
didn't
think
get
about
on
it, as we see, it's just a slow creep out, but it's a double, kind of distracting Darian, and that's
You
all the
big
Cypher drift's
guess,
gone
man.
as
Cypher
well,
होने
just
के
pass it
बावजूद.
onto A site. And just two people, never mind, it's just the round done right there and there. Talon going to be leading 1-0.
Almost a flawless pistol. I mean, Baron Cruz, who just fell, but at the same time, that's just so impressive. You start things off a little bit slow and steady.
Pistol
but
round
the
दान
creeps
दिया अभी
through,
हम लोग
being
ने,
able to
दान.
find players from GE,
इसे कहते हैं
you know,
बड़ा
Bro,
दिन.
I don't think that was
pistol
fully
used to be like
expected,
crazy
right?
for
Maybe
us,
they
man.
baited out
क्यों बोल रहे हो
just
भाई?
through
क्या है भाई? वो लोग का
baited out
aim
some
देख
peeks
बे.
from GE by, trying to spam
क्या है
out
में
their
बे
image and
वो?
things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you look
क्या
at the
मारा वो
crosshair
दोनों ने
placement
बे?
on the
Commentary
replay,
off
it
कर
was
सकते हैं क्या?
very
ये कौन सा
clearly
option है?
Primmy just waiting
ना
for
ना
the peek
बिना
out
commentary
because
का
it
तो
was
funny
going
नहीं
to
है.
take so long.
public
So I
क्या बोल
love
पता
that
नहीं.
extra investment
Hide
talent,
दे.
and now look look at the buy. 5-man buy, 4 rifles. They want to snowball this lead as much as possible. Trip's just going to be destroyed. All the pockets being destroyed as well with the salvos. And then it's just the judge in close range.
Shot में Darian भाई
survive for much longer.
And now
Darian
it's
भाई
on
यहाँ
Bridge
पे
as
आओ
well.
पानी
They
पूरी खिलाऊंगा
already have the site swarm, so it's not too bad. Just the judge lost. It's all up to G with some upgraded pistols to try to find their way through.
Yeah, the most important thing, obviously,
Short,
even as a
short.
judge, that's not going to be able to be picked up here by Global Esports. So it is going to be a tough retake. I mean, GE, yeah, it's 4v5. Yes, it's close quarters, it's split, so you could try, but at the same time, you just don't really have much to work with. I wouldn't mind if they just went to the spike, but they're just going to give away so many ult points. And Talon, once again, surviving with 4 people.
Yeah, trying to flood through elbow, but just everyone from Talon able to read the situation. Of course, you know, with
ये
the
main
firepower,
round है.
why not go for the
ये
left
अगर
side
हम लोग
and
जीत गए
just spam away
तो
into
गेम जीत
screens.
गए
It all works
सीधा
out.
Yeah, I think also perhaps not
सीधा
really
बाकी rounds
realizing that
खेलने
it's
का भी
4
जरूरत नहीं
rifles on top of that judge, right? So their Talon's obviously just able to
भाई
keep
क्या
their
मारा
distance. Nice and calm from Darian. You know, Darian obviously had a bit of a slow start last week in their opening match, but he went right back into form later on in the series. See if he's able to keep things up a bit higher from the get-go. Now the matchup
अरे
is
भाई
gonna
सुने
fill
दिया मेरे
that
को
buy of the judge with the Bucky. And it looks like once
लोग
again,
अरे
just
भाई
they
सुने
want to
दिया
get rid of that wall as soon as possible. I love the salvos right into vents as well. This just destroys any control over mid.
And straight into vents as well, but unfortunately it's going to be Kelly right around the
भाई
corner.
ऐसा लगा
So once
डेडलॉक
again,
अटैकर है
Global kind of aware of what's going on around mid.
क्योंकि ऐसा
Good
मारते
block
मारते
there,
अटैकर
not being
घुसता
thrown
है
off by the Yoru. Now they haven't really explored the entire setup on B. Obviously you see the stars, but that sonic sensor, you hear it now. Jitboy's going to wait for his team before they break it and go.
It's gonna
Are they
be quite
blind
tricky,
बोला था?
especially if you are fully committing
बोला
into
है?
this. All these stars are going to slow everything down, and it starts off with the gravity
Combo,
well.
combo,
Global trying
combo.
to fire on through into it. Crystal will be
Hey,
able to
hey,
pick up
dodge
the
भी हो रहा है
double
अपने
now,
से।
and on to the last one, trying to fill in the gaps. It's just not quite going to work.
आ रहेगा क्या वो लोग को surrender का option?
Everything.
Yeah,
Huh?
this does feel like after losing the Yoru mid,
But don't
Talon
do
just
this, भाई,
focusing on
कसम
saying,
से
okay,
बोलो
we found the
जीत
sonic
कसम
sensors,
से
even with the 3
Galaxy
stars
भाई
here, we
तेरी
can try to
कसम
get across. I think the ideal scenario would have been Governor really making it past that gravity well safely so that he can create a crossfire, but he's just going to get taken out as soon as he
भाई
comes right
है
back in. He kind of lands on that edge, gets drawn into the center, same with Premi, and that slows
भाई
down the
aim
entire
है।
game. At that point, you don't have much of an option, so they'll have to
Aim
consider
है
how
बे।
to draw out that star usage from Poppy just a bit more in future rounds.
However, at the same time, you know, G trying to keep things interesting. So this time the stars are a little bit more spread out. Ooh, ban though.
I mean, taking that ramp
साले लोग
control,
बहुत जल्दी
obviously with
space
the
लेते
flash in
हैं
his own setup combo as well. So they're not quite sure. Was there any other follow-up right now? Prowler is going to tag ban, push him back. So you can kind of make an assumption given his position on ramps and where the Prowler activated. But no clarity just yet.
It does kind of buy the attention away back into the A side, but this deep barrier mash down mid does kind of lure Kelly out, and Cruz will be able to take him down. So possible A split now at play. Of course, still trying to break through the barrier mash.
They got to take out ban. Yeah,
Short
without ban
में
being
भाई
taken out,
क्रिस्टल
Talon
है
has
बे
so much control of
क्रिस्पी
the map. But with ramps being now pushed back out, you can kind of keep Talon trapped over in
वो लोग
mid.
ने ए पे 21 को देखा
Now,
है
obviously, numbers not in favor of Global Esports. So do they choose to spread out? I would love to see them
भाई
group
उड़ता
up together. Yudotan just taking things upon himself. He wants to get by. He finds one. Can he follow up with two?
Oh,
He gets two
oh,
as well. Is he ready for
oh.
the third? He sees him. The raise
Satchel
one
डाल के
Governor peeks
Oh.
down and ropes.
And that's a spike dropped as well.
W
Oh, that's rough.
Keep
I
on
mean, the first
by.
two, sure, Yudo was ahead of it. But
Winning
Governor,
all.
he decides he doesn't have an option. He needs to peek out, continue with the spike.
Fuck,
And
man,
Yudo's
उड़
ready
रहा है
for
भाई।
3.
भाई
So
क्लोज गेम लग
impressive.
रही है
I
पता
mean,
नहीं
just
मेरे को भी क्लोज गेम जा रही है क्लोज गेम
भाई मेरे को इजी लग रहा है
Feel आ रही है
this
heavy
round
one.
on the side of
Heavy,
Global
heavy,
Esports,
heavy.
right? I mean,
भाई
noticing that Ben had the
है
gate crash back into its ramps, they actually
Huh?
went back in to clear that out. So taking him down just gave them so many more options. But at the same time, like you
ये
mentioned,
जो मारा ना ये
Yudotan
इम्पोर्टेंट
going
था
so aggressive just to take things into his own hands, right?
ये
Knowing that
बोनस
they
था
were
लेकिन
up
वो
around mid.
क्रेजी मारा
So being able to shut all that down, Global Esports picks up the round and we're tied up 2-2.
Yeah, very heads up for Uniton, but no
अरे
let's talk about
यार
that pass round as we see
चलेगा
another fast
चलेगा
hit coming in
चलेगा
from Talon.
What a backup.
Trying to push forward.
भाई ये
there
combo
with
लेकिन
a
बहुत दर्द है
half
बे
buy, just 2 stickers,
बहुत
one of
दर्द
them already
combo है
dropped. And that's a quick shutdown. And some of these fast rushes, it's going to be tough against the Deadlock and the Cypher and the Astra as well.
आराम से
So
पापी
much
भाई
delay
आराम से
on the defensive side of Global Esports.
And information being picked up right now. Taking a look at the map, it's Crystal pushing out. So he doesn't spot anyone on the other sides, but Ban is kind of circling back. Goes for a wide step, but Crystal still able to burst him down.
Yudotan didn't quite catch sight of Cruz just yet.
Cruz
Cruz is
ने
going to
देखा
close the
लेकिन
gap quite a bit. Oh, a twist of fate, Yudo. He's going to back off. This is where he used to shine last week, making
2v2
the smart choices.
chalega.
He still gets taken down, but numbers still advantage for Global Esports. 2 people already on site.
Knowing where they are as well, up around the pillars. Darren is able to
Chalega.
get down the first, but Primi still quite
Jaldi a
quickly
fit,
with the
fit,
sheriff.
jaldi a
Poppy picks
fit.
up the judge.
Fit, jaldi a.
Blue util as well, but Poppy is very prepared
भाई
for
इस
it.
बार जीत गए बे.
If he had got, if he had made it a 1v1,
भाई
Armageddon
इस
online
बार
as
जीत
well,
गए.
so much delay just on his own. That could have been just a prime example of how Teo shines in that post-fight situation, which we haven't really quite seen yet, right? Not too many plants coming through successfully, obviously just aside from the first 2 rounds. And so Talon, they'll have to figure out how they're actually going to break through. Using these salvos,
एक थोड़ा
you wanna
casual है,
get
खुद
mid
जाके
control.
खेलना तो फिर.
How else are you going to make sure that you're pushing in
आज
from
कुछ
one
तो
of the
सुनूंगा मैं.
sides? Whether it's B main or A main, you got to be able to take a bit more control than just sending him
Watchparty
ban alone.
भी
It
अपना
looks like this
upgrade हो
time they
गया.
are going to
क्या
go for
वो?
a stack.
View party.
Armageddon online as well. We'll see if it gets used right away.
Yeah, first full buy round, true full buy round for Talon, and it starts things off already. Salvos towards the back and in with a dimensional drift just to gather so much information. They're looking for some spams against
मेरे को
GE
ऐसा
players,
लगा
but nothing
कि
quite found
ये
just yet.
दोनों
The
ही stun
smokes
हुए
are
हैं.
blocking so much of it
Deadlock
off.
case में
Ben
ऐसा
is able to
लगा.
at least take one down, but here comes the net, and it actually catches on to a couple of players. They're gonna have to try to tuck in between the smokes to stay alive. Nightfall gets sent out as well.
And you know there was only one heaven, so you know that the main force still should have been main, and you're able to reclaim
भाई,
B heaven
Cypher-
as well.
Cypher को करना
Great
पड़ेगा
goal
ये
from
round.
Global Esports. That barrier mesh really just slowing down the entire team. Banslide to come out from his ult.
Cypher को
Quick
करना
mid-round
पड़ेगा.
decision from Talon though, quickly trying to kind of transition over onto the A site, and GE does make a good read for it as well, splitting their defenses 2 and 2.
Yeah, 2-2 is the way you have
भाई,
to
A
go right now.
जाएंगे,
It's a
read आ रहा है?
4v4, just trying to get some more information. You still have some semblance of delay, especially with the
G
C
का
still
read गलत
available
है.
from Crystal. But just because of the focus they had, all right, Haunt goes out. You should be able to regroup over by the A side, but they just don't have information. They decide, okay, we're just going to leave Darren on his own. He's just going to have to anchor. Crystal, does he wait or does he go for a timing spam here through the smoke?
30
Just
seconds.
gonna
He's
hold.
gonna wait, yeah, for now. Meanwhile,
camera
Darren's
OP है.
desperately on his camera, trying to spot them out. Definitely finding them towards the back of screens up. It's a little bit too late. It's all up to Crystal, who has
Crystal.
to push up a little bit
Like
further.
Crystal
Now manages to take down
है
Chick Boys, and now trying to stay alive for the rest of the team to get back into the site.
planted.
Look at Primi as well, though. You mentioned that utility, and he still has a very good
Prince
opportunity to
जाके
use it.
खत्म करना
Just
पड़ेगा.
waiting in case they do peek into him, but nothing
Raid
found
भी
so
heavy.
far. And this confirms they are all inside of heaven. Primi creeps on through.
Love you
but
यार,
crowd down.
Poppy,
It's
love
Poppy
you.
who sprays all
नहीं
of them
हो
down.
रहेगा प्रीमी
Very good
भाई.
awareness from Poppy, because from the movement, it really felt like at the end of the day, this
भाई
had to
है,
be a governor
है.
round. Primi, you still suspect that just a bit because
है
they never
बे, इस बार
re-cleared
clean
screens
लग रहा है
entirely. But once you take down Primi, do you expect the last member to have already left the site as well? But they're both low
पापी को
health. Poppy
पापी
just
नहीं
keeps his
चुम्मी
crosshairs
नाम
straight and he's
रखना
ready
पड़ेगा
for the
मेरे
last
हिसाब
kill. And GE now continuing forward with 4. And this is, I mean, Ban had to come out. He had to try to buy time from back of sight. He had to open things up
भाई
even
मेरे को
further after
ऐसा
the
लगा कि
information.
डेडलॉक के
But
स्टन
that
से
barrier
अपने
mesh,
बंदे ही 2
it's an
स्टन हो गए
absolute
करके ऐसा
pain for
लगा.
Talon.
remaining.
Just kind of fully collapsing into them and slowing them down. Still, though, being able to kind of
उतंगी नमो
transition over. At
यही
least they got
कॉम
the spike
चाहिए
down,
थी.
but that
यही कॉम चाहिए.
retake just kind of being broken apart still.
डर गए डर गए डर गए डर गए डर गए डर गए
नहीं हो रहा
डर गए टाइम आउट ले लिया डर
I
गए.
mean, they showed how they were
लगता है
able to
प्रीमियर भाई
kind
को
of,
इन
I
लोग
don't
कुछ
know, I
बातें
don't
करेंगे
want to say
प्रीमियर भाई
dominate,
से
but they did pretty darn well on this map
गया,
last
अभी
week.
Yeah, I mean, Yudotan, of course, having so many impact multi-kills on that
सेम
map
अपने
of
जैसे
Split,
खेल रहे हैं ना जी
in
वाले.
their very first game against Team Secret.
एकदम सेक्सी रे
But
कॉम्बो
today,
वॉम्बो
it's just
बढ़िया
been
कर रहे
across
हो
the board. It's
एक्स्ट्रा
just been
और
really
डेडलॉक
good
कॉम्बो
holds,
अच्छा
and I
भी
think
मिलता था
Poppy with the
मस्त होगा.
timings alongside Kilias on that deadlock. The deadlock has been finding a lot of value, and we'll see how Talon really plans to combat that. Early on, they were
भाई
pretty
इस
good
बार
about throwing
लेकिन
out that barrier
टीम
mesh early, but
promising
then
लग रहा
they
है
didn't
बे.
really have the clean mid routing.
अच्छा.
Now they try to go for a rush. The barrier mesh,
लग
once
रहा है
it
कि नहीं
blocks
लग
them
रहा?
off, and they're not able to support their teammate Ban in the site. So where
Stream
do they
like
find
करो
that
guys.
balance? I mean, I
Stream
would still
like
love
करो.
to see just drawing that barrier mesh out. It's
जी
just such a
एकदम
beat. It's the same thing with
winning
Vice, right? You
उसमें
gotta do
क्या
something about
बोलते
the
हैं
sheer wall. You
streak.
can't just assume
1-0
that you'll
लेकिन
be able to
feeling
work
समझो.
around it, because that's a prime point of information and delay from the opponents on the defensive side.
Absolutely, I imagine what this timeout is for. So needing to
अच्छा
kind
team है ना?
of draw out a lot more utilities, but at the same time, the pressure, the stakes are rising. You got so many ultimates at play in this round.
भाई दो बड़ा अल्टी है टैलेंट
That
के पास.
Armageddon still in the hands of
अपने पास
Primi.
भी दो
Hasn't
बड़ा.
really found a good chance to use it on the attack just yet. Obviously, most ideally just to buy time in the post plant. Yoru still just gonna find space and time here in ramps. He's trying to push up. getting aggressive, but there's just too many members. He doesn't expect the swing out off of the Prowler, and Unoton's ready for it. And now you know, all right, it had to just be one. There's no trade-off. You're ready in vents, and then there's the grab. There's just so much delay.
Oh my god, Annihilation as well, alongside the paint shells. The spam comes through. Unoton in with a showstopper, but it doesn't quite connect. They're trying to push off of the space that they've gotten, and Unoton unfortunately falls to Governor. Governor now pulls out his showstopper, but he's working against numbers.
Oh, it's all alone. I was gonna say, I mean, at the very least, they drew out a lot of the ults from the global side just to try to buy time if they can reset. But Governor was stuck, so the rest of the team of Talon tries to just buy time for him. And now he's the only one left. He's already used his showstopper down to 86 health.
6-2
to creep into the B site. If he gets a timing against Poppy, sure. But if not, this looks impossible. And Poppy's just ready for it. He doesn't even watch anyone else because the rest of the team is watching.
Like instantly you would have spotted out the barrel, you know, Governor wins up to check heaven. It's just the instant shot. I mean, definitely not kind of the impact one to have from that coach timeout.
Huh? Yeah, I can't imagine what the coach cam looks like after that round. It's just an absolute mess, but really what it comes down to is the fact that GE has the read. If they find the Yoru ahead, if they go out for the peek out, and there's no trade against Unoton, okay, we're going to make the read that's only one person, that there's going to be pressure elsewhere, and they're immediately ready to just crunch onto mid with an absolute massive util dump.
That's just kind of what the comp truly affords, but now, okay, starting things off, Cosmic Divide.
You've been caught. Unoton, yeah, he's ready for the swing out. I mean, he used the Cosmic Divide, but it doesn't matter. Still, his teammate's going to be able to hear the sound from that grab net. Chit boys takes a lot of damage.
Trying to caterpillar through the smoke.
भाई heavy stack है भाई heavy stack है चटको
towards the back watching the exits of that smoke crystal up around the corners with the outlaw. You don't
दोनों चटको
down though, so a slight opportunity for Talon, but unfortunately still kind of pinched into the site at the end of it.
Crystal's Prowlers have been very, very good. I feel like there's always at least one that leads to a kill almost every single round. Even just now, it's being sent into the smoke and someone's already trained right at the end of the smoke so that when the Prowler lands, they can switch right away to where that Prowler would be going. They're also just so aware of how this Yoru is going to play, trying to create space and trying to displace crosshairs from the back of the site. And the real big problem is that once again, sure, you take down the barrier mesh, but you get to really claim control, solid control of one part of the map while destroying all the delay utility.
Tried to push faster, but clearly that doesn't quite work out. Outlaw still lands Crystal.
Deadlock land agent है.
Spots out the shoulder and instantly covers down.
Just looking how confident they are as well, right? Holding this wider off angle there with the outlaw.
उसका net ही बहुत भारी है.
You know that they either have to invest a lot of their smokes ahead of time to try to gain space, or they're going to have to go for these dry peaks. It's a very confident move from Global Esports.
मेरा भी net भारी है 500 Mbps.
No answers found so far. Back into mid. Next the barrier mash as well. I mean, this space just in time.
₹2 joke मारे.
Straight into Kelly. I spotted something out.
नहीं हो रहा. Language. That's a different ball. शादी करेगी. Love you, Aparba.
Eventually, it's the paint shells. They just have so many variations between Unoton and Kelly, yes, and Talon just has not figured out an answer. I want to say that it might almost be worth it for the coaching staff of Talon to call yet another timeout. I know it's already very late, but if you go into the second half with only 2 rounds, sure, it's split. You know, say what you want. But I just don't think they have good answers in terms of how their util counters the defensive util and the delay util from Global Esports.
Heavy kill rate, clean kill rate,
your options. If you go into the defensive half this way, you're really trying to work
with
a composition like this. So, you know, you need to find some kind of an answer. I mean, previous rounds, sure, it's a little bit of an eco, but you still don't want it to look like this. And you mentioned the whole thing with Kelly S alongside Unoton. Right now, it is just so impeccable.
Oh, this is an absolute massive first half already from GE. Obviously, they would like a couple more rounds themselves to really feel comfortable. Then you can really just focus on that pistol. Now it's going to be a 5-man stack. You've got Rolling Thunder, you've got Armageddon. You got enough everything you can just to even get into the site. They haven't planted a spike in a long time, and Unoton gets covered with the paint shells again.
घुस ही नहीं पा
भाई
रहे हैं।
लोडिंग स्क्रीन हो रहा है
Unfortunately, with their
Some loading
teammates
हुआ क्या?
down, you
हाँ,
can't
मेरा
quite
भी हुआ,
do
मेरा
too
भी
much with the utility. They're
भाई
still trying to
कॉम्बो
clear out
है
ramps,
बे
and a bit of
Knees और
spam
mid का
from
combo
Darren
मस्त
just
है।
to block things off out towards the exits.
And look at the fill onto the site from Global
अब ये
Esports.
net
Because he
डालेगा
had
जैसे
this trip
टूटेगा।
over in heaven, they could buy time until someone arrived. And there's Kelly. Yes, he gets one. He plays it safe. Once again, extra delay until he gets more support over from the rafters. Now it's a
Late
double
Talon,
angle over
भाई
on heaven. Talon is trapped right now by ramps.
भाई है
All
बे
locked off. Might even be an effective crossfire, but a little bit of an angle, and Cruz is able to take one down, but straight back into the site, and that's Jit Boys down. All left on
साथ में
Cruz.
साथ में ये जो मेरे को
Don't quite
3
know how he's gonna
1v1
work
फाइट
around
दिख रहा है
this.
ना
The
ये
sun
मेरे को नहीं
sensor is
चाहिए
still there.
साथ में
Jit Boys
एकदम
right around the corner too. I mean Poppy, excuse me.
Yeah, Poppy's just going to wait, but once he hears any sort of sound, any util, anything of the spike,
Thank you, Babu.
it's got to be a creep out. He's going to play it safe. They're not quite sure. He doesn't want to take this 1v1, and this is so heads up from Poppy. Because Cruz has to check. It's a 1v3. He needs an extra kill. Look at this angle. It's so hard. He's
Ah!
the gun barrel, and Poppy absolutely
Poppy के पास
outplaying
ऐसा
the
एक
actual
बड़ा
hack
Talon.
नहीं है लेकिन
So smart.
भाई
I
वही
mean,
आ
so
रहा
many
है।
different ways that he could have played it, but knowing that his team had the numbers advantage, right? Just to play in such a defensive spot, knowing that Cruz would have to clear or get the spike planted, right? Dropping down from heaven, for example. But then that would have been a 1v3. So
पपी है
just
पपी है
so incredible movements from a lot of the GE players all together overall.
अच्छा फॉल बैक करके
Cruz, I
सीटी
like
वाला
that he just
पोजीशन लिया
creeps
पे
into heaven. That was really the only option they had. But at the end of the day, you already lost too many of your teammates. And Poppy, once again, just holding strong
भाई मैं
over by the
बोला
B
था पता है
side.
उड़ोतान
And Talon
हेवी
only
मार
2 more
मारता
chances to
है
get some rounds in this first
कहाँ
half.
का duelist है Binks में?
इंडिया में
Possibly thinking about the next map, but we'll see. For
अबे वो
now,
attack
just
में
still
आपने लिया
the
बे?
gun's not quite truly on their side. A lot of them light
पैसा
shields, so
नहीं
ये
है
this
घुस नहीं पा
outlaw
रहे ना वो लोग
still wreaking havoc. Interestingly enough, though, the setup has changed.
Yeah, just a stack onto the B side. GE trying to get ahead of the read just a bit. You have that showstopper, and Poppy is going to get that first kill. Grab net used. Oh, but
Oh,
Crystal
no.
takes down Ban.
Baapre.
Still no control over ramps. Yes, you took bin, but GE
Jaan
gifted it
पूछकर
to you. They
outlaw
left it
लिया
open. Barrier mesh still holding on B heaven. So much time bought.
Just so good on the variety of plays, the defensive setups. Still, though,
कोई
Operator
problem
will
नहीं
be able to fire back, so maybe
कोई
a
problem
slight
नहीं
opportunity now. Stealth drone just to check, but Poppy's able to react so quick. Smokes up, and
कोई
Governor's
problem
now
नहीं ये
blocked
क्या ऑफ
off.
से
Has
तोड़ेगा
to try
ये
to maybe use the satchels to get over ahead of things. Showstopper coming through as well. But
कैसे बे
Udokan still able to stop and slow everything down, dodging
अल्ट
the
में मरा
bullets up
किसी
for
ने
Crystal to
भाई
flame it all
उड़ोतान
down.
है बे
9-2 going into the last round of the first half. Talon,
Attack
they
में क्या
looked
करेंगे
confident
बे?
picking up this composition. I mean, I don't mind
भाई
it in
attack
theory,
तक
right? I
जाएगा
love
ही
the
नहीं
Euro when it's paired together with something like the Teo, really supplying those flashes
इधर
and acting
10
as
में
a
गेम
half
खत्म है
initiator.
समझ
I
रहा है
love the breach along with the Teo and the race. It all makes sense up to that
भाई
point.
कैसे
But you
बे
do have to go a bit all in, and they just couldn't figure out the answer against all this utility. And this time, Udotan hiding away in that corner.
Obviously,
Never
एकदम
was
बाजू
quite
फुटा रहा है,
spotted by the
फिर भी नहीं
stealth
मारा।
drone, and they just don't
हाँ
expect
बे
that showstopper
कैसे
coming
बे
out.
They have tried to go all in on some of these rounds, but Kelly S alongside Udotan have been stopping them time and time
ये
again. Look
देख
at this,
बे
the barrier mesh.
Oh no.
They managed to shoot it down though, so still able to slip on.
He hasn't checked backside. He hasn't checked backside.
No!
He hasn't checked for Poppy. Poppy's still holding in the back of sight. The panic coming through for Talon Pinchos, but he's going to skirt around it. He's still
Bhai.
surviving. Crystal comes in for support, and now Talon's scattering
Game
across the
next.
entire map.
बच गया।
Oh, and there's a little gap for Poppy to stay alive in, but still
भाई
flushed
लेकिन
out of
क्या
position.
पुश
Jit Boys
रोक
able to cut
करे
it
बे
down.
इनिशियल
Towards the
पुश
back now.
हाँ।
It's all up for Global Esports to try to come in with
एक
yet
side,
another
एक heaven.
retake. 2-on-2. Cruz up from heaven.
Last heaven.
Unfortunately, Jit Boys falls. He swings, and that's
Nah,
Darian
man,
to pick up the
they
double kill
GH.
at the end of it. We end the first half 10-2.
Holy moly. I mean,
है
and on one part of it, when I
Tempo
saw
हो
the
गया,
map
अभी
draft,
Sentinel
I
नहीं है
thought,
कोई।
okay, but you did just show your
जरूरत ही नहीं है।
split. So you're going into a
Sentinel,
map
वो भी एक combo
against
अच्छा
a
मारेंगे
team
लोग,
that
but
always likes
Sentinel
to
नहीं है
cook
पे।
up some crazy things, a little bit of anti here and there, really try to throw you off. And you're saying, no,
अबे
we're still
main
confident
मालूम
that
है
we know
ये
how to play this map.
जो
That
टैलेंट
we
का
know
कॉम्प
that
है
we
ना
have
वो
several
लोग का
players,
अर्ली पुश रोक
especially
दिया
on
तो
that
फिर
defense, as
खत्म
we
है
just
बे
saw.
क्यों सारा
hold you
सारा
up.
रोक रहे वो
Global
फेड का
Esports
फूल
हाँ।
का फूल रेस का
I mean, let's
इसका
be
net
honest, we can
weight
talk all
सब
about the theory, but
बहुत
the
अच्छा
viewers
है।
aren't really quite seeing what this composition was cooked up for.
Yeah, it just hasn't really been able to show and stretch its legs right now. I mean, so many times they tried to make something happen. At times, maybe
भाई
you know,
सुनो
Governor or Ban B.
भाई एक चीज समझा रहा हूँ जी जीत रहा है एकदम ओपी हम लोग सब चाहते जी जीते सामने वाले को डिसरिस्पेक्ट मत करो समझ रहे हो ट्रोल वोल मत करो इट्स अ हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट, हर मैच में ऐसा होता है, पहले भी होता था, ये मत करना, ठीक है? ठीक है।
A couple more rounds here. Yeah, yes, it's double duelist, and so ideally, a lot of people like to think they
इस
should have
सामने
had
भी
more
सारे
than
गोट
5, right?
प्लेयर्स
6
हैं।
or more on that attacking app. Quite frankly, I can still see a world where they would have been okay with maybe 4 rounds. But right now with 2, I mean, you lose a pistol again, you're just not given a chance to showcase what you wanted to do on the defensive half. So it starts with the pistol, and then once they go from there,
अभी दुनिया
again,
देख रहा है
whether it's things
और
like the
अपन
trap
जीत
plays
रहे।
with the fault line, and then
तो
the
एटलीस्ट वो
salvos,
लोगों को
you're
लगना
gonna
चाहिए
have
भाई
a
क्या
little bit more control on
प्यारा
when
है।
to use that utility rather than having to
ऑडियंस
go
बहुत प्यारा है
blind into
करके
an all-in
इंडिया
with
का,
no
समझ रहे
info,
हो?
right? That information lacking on this side was a big part of the downfall of Talon's attack.
Because
But
by
on the
10
defense,
rounds
you can
in
always
a
have
row जीते हम लोग।
multi-layer
Any
trap
comments?
plays
Bro,
and
we
just
just
react
need to
step
win
by step.
3 rounds. That should be
Definitely,
enough.
they're gonna want to do. Just being able to have those
Evening
double
Binks में अगर
initiators
जिंक्स
just
किया तो
affords them
अंडीमेंट
so
डिले
much,
ही
but
नहीं।
right now, at the same time,
भाई इस बार जी का
Global
टीम
Esports with
स्ट्रांग है।
a slightly more like balanced
इस
team,
बार
perhaps,
vibe
get
वाला
to kind
team।
of take their time with things and starting things off. It's going to be the Boombot down mid.
Oh, that's already a fault line out, though, so still 40 seconds now for Global Esports to make a move. And then you saw the blind side come out, too. So flash gone, that's a big part of one of those trap plays. Now that's knocked out for the pistol. Oh, shit, boys! Okay, gets 2 out of 3, but it's a big slowdown against GE's attack.
लकी
Still though, crazy
मारा
individual performance.
Oh, and I like the group up here from
Wahap
Talon.
mara
I'm gonna send
bahut
everybody
sweet.
just because they want to know, are they heaven? Even if they plant A, are they all on site? So that getting that information
क्या
is
हो
good.
गया
But you have the
उसको?
numbers
पुराना
advantage.
मैच को
So
याद आया?
staying grouped up to try to make sure that they can combat wherever the push is.
And also using the drone just for.
भाई दरियन को
Oh,
देख,
no,
दरियन को
Valkyria. They
देख।
haven't actually gotten into heaven just yet. Ban is able to save himself though.
Just quick as well. Bearmaster trying to
Hey,
fend off
तगड़ा है
stairs, but the salvos are going to stall and slow them down. Everyone from Talon already grouping up into the site. Sight lines being held as well. Yudotan gonna try to play around the timing of it just to watch if anyone does peek out. But man, still being such a menace towards the back of sight. It's all down to
Yeah,
Kelly. Yes, now the
really,
paint shell's
man.
in his face. Stunned up, able to take down Primi at the very least, but then again comes Ban.
मत देख बस सॉरी
Got a little bit dicey here and there, but they will just play to their advantage for Talon. And at the end of the day, you just needed that pistol round. You needed that to get some breathing room. Now you've got
क्या करूँ?
potentially, in theory, another round to go as well. So we'll see how they try to snowball that by. Good flick over from Ban. If they lost Ban there, I think the round starts to fall apart. But they're able to keep that numbers advantage.
Starting things off with Jit Boys
भाई
especially.
बहुत rounds,
towards the
बहुत
back of
rounds.
the side as well, but now onto the next
मेरे
round.
को ही गाली दे रहे हो ना?
We
सामने
have
वाले को
seen
मत
how
बोलो,
Talon
मेरे को ही
started
दे रहा
things
था
off
तुम लोग।
not too shabbily, you know, in the previous
याद
half, but
रखूंगा दोस्त।
how are GE able to answer back?
क्या
Still,
जी बोला तो
this
एक ने
round
बोला
all
था 20
classics.
गिफ्टेड देगा, मैंने बोला था 50
One look
गिफ्टेड
at the
देगा।
A
मैच
setup
हाँ?
as well. Gate crash
मैप
into
में।
elbow so that if Ban gets first contact, he's still going to fill the site. That's something to keep note of in the future rounds as well. Giving up vents though, that's why they're continuing to push out from A main. Talon, they just want to make sure that they have a multi-angle here on the retake. He's going to go ahead and take the gate crash actually. Kind of leaves Cruz all
भाई है
alone.
गन मिला,
Ban does get one to even the numbers.
गन मिला।
there it is, back in the elbow with the Marshall as well. So huge sight line, and he definitely spots things out. Goes for the
अरे
replay.
बाप
That's a
रे।
third kill. Swaps over onto the Ghost just for Adam Master, and this could be the ace. It is. He lands and slams everything
Mil
down.
gaya
It was
laptop.
all set up for him. Ben, the unstoppable menace.
Well, I mean, you know, you get an ace. I would say that if you're Cruz, you're okay with that sacrifice on ramps just to delay them just a bit.
सीधा
Trying to
टाइम आउट
funnel
लेना
them
चाहिए हम लोग को।
into heaven, of course, peeking out of that window.
वो लोग का
and calm. We gotta
adrenaline
remember,
high है
Ban
अभी।
obviously used to play a lot of that jet as well. Used to play a lot of that op himself. He's used to playing these long-range angles, and that's something this team needed to try to get back into the game.
Yeah, you gotta imagine it's such a huge morale boost. Not to mention economy as well. He's onto the op this time.
So
भाई
that
बहुत
op
जल्दी
gonna
ले लिया
bounce
op पे।
back and forth. Look at the gate crash
crash.
already set up over on the A side, and it's a huge push-out trap play. They want to utilize the fact that they might have slightly weaker weaponry, but we're
ऐसे
going to shove
दूसरी
you
टीम के साथ
into the
हुआ था।
operator's
लेकिन
crosshair.
उसमें स्काई था करके
So
हिल हुआ।
much space.
क्रिस्टल
and
भाई को
straight
कौन
into
हिल देगा?
garage. But GE thinks
Poppy!
that just to kind of hold it massively around sewer, around mid. Oh, but Poppy actually peeks into the op.
A good hold from Poppy, holding
Poppy
that off
peeks है,
angle
Poppy उधर ही
close
था।
to the wall, because you imagine, okay, if they're pushing that hard out of A, but they're not chasing, where else is the information coming from? This is your bonus. This is where you take risks. So I love the patience from
बस
Poppy
भाई
to wait
से
for that
स्लो
operator.
खेलना भाई,
Now that's a
जीत
big
गए
investment
भाई,
gone.
जीत गए, हाँ?
Hello. Okay, GE trying to
11-4
regroup back towards
कुछ नहीं कर
A, but
सकते।
look at what's happening on the minimap, Jit boys.
ये
Quite a bit of
बहुत
information
बीटी
towards
ड्रोन
the
है भाई,
inside.
इसका दिखता भी नहीं है
And
कभी
Chip Boys
कभी।
pinching in
हाँ,
as
इतना
well.
info के लिए
Wondering
इतना
when
अच्छा
they
नहीं।
start to call Governor back over to A, because right now you saw information over by ramps. You're still seeing just the fade
Tibbon
util
bhai,
though, so no
जीत
clear
गए Tibbon
information.
भाई।
But Talon, the comms not quite there. Just said it's just
भाई,
Chip Boys
awareness
trying to
देख,
pinch through. So now
awareness
you just have to
देख।
hold and see if you can delay off the
scene
side
होने
and
वाला
go
है,
for a
scene होने वाला है। ओ,
multi-pronged
ओ।
retake.
सीन है,
नहीं
सीन
नहीं
है,
है नहीं है नहीं है नहीं है नहीं है
सीन है,
नहीं है
सीन
नहीं है नहीं
Boys, he gets
सीन
the
है।
kill.
बोला
Oh, but
चलेगा,
down to the
चलेगा,
site, Brimmy
चलेगा।
falls.
गन्ने ले
Global
सकता
able to flood down the site now. A little bit of screens
ले
pressure
सकता है।
as well. Crystal up around the sides. Jit Boys with the Vandal now picked up, trying to create a little bit more havoc, trying to get a little bit more space for his team in with the stars. Bricks a little bit of down. Governor onto the Spectre, does a little bit more damage too, and Jit Boys swinging off the attention away.
कैलियस बड़े भाई HP नहीं दिख रहा है
Screens, and unfortunately Cruz down to low HP will fall, and that is GE
भाई
up to
फेड कौन था
11.
नंबर निकालो
Neat little thing that Yudo does
Crystal
there,
भाई,
right?
क्या
He
scene?
catches sight and then he hide behind the screen, just goes for spam. Whether he hits him or not, it's going to force Governor to move. Governor actually gets
भाई,
tagged quite a bit there as well, so he's already weak. But a
सच्ची
nice
body
little
रहता, मैं
move
नंगा
maneuver there
नाचता
from
भी
Yudotan. Jit Boys, if they won this round, he would have been the MVP of the round. Gets
That's
so
it.
much space, gets so much information, picks
रोक
up the
मेरे को
Vandal
बस।
as well.
हाथ
But
पकड़
unfortunately,
पिटके,
they're
मैं
not
नाच
able to win
लूंगा।
that 2v2 at the end. Great teamwork
पकड़
from
ले।
Elias and Yudotan, and that's going to be the second time
हाँ?
out from Talon.
Yeah, that's one of those rounds where, you know, from the
तुम में
macro
नाच बोलते, क्या
perspective,
language?
things looked so good for Talon. They could have actually converted that
कभी
bonus,
कभी
but
भूल
now with
जाती
that
है
lost,
स्ट्रीम चालू
definitely needing to try to pick up the pieces with this timeout.
Now,
Actually,
something
में
we
उसने पेट
also need to
दिखेगा
note
बोला
is Frost
जैसे
and Juvenile, right, the current head coach of Global Esports, they did face off at Champions when Juvenile was still with Leviathan.
लाइक करने
And
बोलेगा
that was a
दे
match
दे
where
भाई
Talon
आज
looked
मेरे
like they
हिसाब से
had a
1
very good
million
chance of
tweets
taking
आएगी
it, but Leviathan,
Let's
they
go
wake up,
G
they're still
G
able to hold
fighting
on to
नहीं
that
Like
lead.
जीत
करो।
नहीं
अपर ब्रैकेट है क्या? पूरी अपर ब्रैकेट
पूरी
है क्या?
ऊपर,
All the
पूरी
way
पूरी
into the
पूरी
bracket. So I know
Crazy
that's
भाई।
something that
मैच
the
एक ही
coaching
हुआ है
staff of Talon Esports wasn't quite happy about. They thought they might have had a golden chance to
Like
try to
करो
break
ना।
it into the playoffs
लाइक
of
करो
champions.
चैट लाइक
Wasn't quite able to get there, but then they
करो
shake it off. They say, okay, we're rebuilding, you know, around Primi anyway, right? We're trying to work a
भाई ये गेम के बाद अगर हम लोग एक और गेम जीतेंगे हम लोग को वर्ल्ड
जेंजी
का
मिलेगा।
सबसे पहले चैंपियनशिप पॉइंट मिलेगा
जेंजी मिलेगा सामने नेक्स्ट
जेंजी
नेक्स्ट
छोड़।
वाला जेंजी जीतेगा
पहली बार आपको
PRX
चैंपियनशिप पॉइंट
में है ना?
मिलेगा पेज हाँ
It really is just
आज
Primi
10
not
के likes
quite
हो जाए
having the
chat कर लो।
opportunity so far.
10 के likes बनता है,
Hopefully on
10
the
के likes
defensive
बनता
side
है।
a little bit more, and we start things off with
हेलो
mid
दीपक
again. Governor coming back into peak.
Yeah, very
Risky.
risky position, but still gets a lot of info, right? No double peaks there. Catches sight
नहीं
of one
थोड़ा?
member over by Ramen. And Governor's just going to be able to try to hold on his own, just trying to delay with the boombot as well. So it allows Talon to still go for a fairly default position. Now you have that trap play ready in mid. You're going to see that fault line potentially come in. Because they've given a timing for GE to try to reclaim control. You know that there's going to be a push and pull. When do they
जाएंगे।
peek out though? So many smokes coming out.
हो जाए नेट हो जाए
Still no contact.
Just holding. Stealth drone from Primi. Doesn't spot any.
पहले लोग siege डाल के देखेंगे शायद
and
बैंड
avoid it.
Oh, the ult just to check. That's 3 members. But they're not quite in range right now for a kill off of the fault line. Good patience coming out from Cruz,
चारों
but
दिख गए,
how
वो लोगों को
long
पता है
do
B
you
होने वाला है।
wait?
Evening love you
Trying to push them into heaven, right? You're saying, okay, the Yora's behind you, where
भाई
do
वो
you
लोगों को
go?
पता है
But
B
now
होने
over in
वाला
heaven, Governor's able to get
है
that one kill as well. Gate crash, it's gonna be expired. And there's the fault line just delayed. Now you know with
ये
only
round
20
जीता
seconds
tough है
left
बे
that GE had to make a choice. They're caught up. There's the gravity well as well. They're gonna try to fill the site.
Yeah, hurt the time of it.
ये round थोड़ा
Now you
tough
gotta
है
worry about the back as well. GE pressure's definitely on them. Trying to flood into the site, but
वो करना
look at the
पड़ेगा।
flash, it is ready.
Heaven's
Primi
Plant,
holding down
बाकी
the
लोग
sight lines as
support।
well. Elbow blocked off, down to the site. That's Cruz in with
Bye।
second kill. Primi onto the other as
ये
well.
वाला नहीं जीत
And
सकते
Talon
ये वाला
manages
actual
to
में नहीं जीत
strike back.
So
वो
Talon
लोग का
this
rotation
time, the
screen था।
patience of holding on to
Rangit
things
bye,
like the
thanks
fault
for the
line
20
really
जान के
scares GE
टोटी।
into, okay, where do
अच्छा
we
खेला वो
push
लोग, अच्छा
forward
खेला।
to get some more information? We didn't really get clarity
Yorin
in
ने
mid.
थोड़ा
We
BT
didn't
दे
see
दिया
any
पे।
reactions. They were trying to bait out some sort of movement. Then you see the Yoral come out, but you're not quite able to chase it all the way through because you've left B main garage empty the entire time. So you don't know, did we see Jit Boys push out? Is he going to go for a trade? We're not quite sure, so let's stick with mid. But then you lose your
भाई
raise as well. So
पेड
now you
अल्ट आने
just
वाला है
caught mid, and
साइफर
then
अल्ट
it's a
आने
tiny
वाला है
play from
एस्ट्रा अल्ट
Talon,
आने वाला
and
है
they're starting to find
रेस
some
अल्ट आने
footing.
वाला है जीत गए
Just a little bit.
इबन भाई जीत गए यार
Guns as well.
प्रेडिक्शन
hopefully
मेरा
able to-
13-8
Bit of a streak going.
Once a
GE with
legend
the passive
said.
though. The alt orb goes in for the swing, but look at that outlaw towards
चुप
the
क्यों हो
back.
गया लेजेंड?
Oh, lots of members spotted by Governor as well. I love the close range paint shells in case they decided to pile on, and Unitas still gets the long range fight. He is onto the site.
A quick reaction. Shinboy is able to kind of come back and refill
Long
that space
range
with the judge.
shotgun.
And now towards the back now. Cruz, unfortunately, gunned down.
बाप रे.
Wow, I think that's the first time I've really seen the grav net right into the repeat. Being able to land that shot so easily 1v1 works out for Kelly, yes. Usually we see it obviously some
Okay,
more for
man.
set plays and trap plays. He will be able to recover the spike as well. Obviously weaponry not on their side.
Who was that?
However, Annihilation available. If GE wanted to try to make a
उतना
play
पड़ता है ना,
for map
क्योंकि ये
point, which I
Valor
would
को
not
Valor
mind,
के
you're
नजरिए
6
से
rounds
नहीं
ahead. I would
Ravens
like to
के
see a little
नजरिए
bit of
से.
risk taking, because if you use
मैं
the
इसलिए
Annihilation,
जानना चाहता था
limit
कि
them
ऐसा
down to a
क्या
2v2, now suddenly it looks doable.
Still though, not too much information on where their opponents might
सारी
be.
हंसी बंद होगी.
Right now, having to check and clear a lot of the corners. So a bit of a double peek in towards Vale, but it's the setup high-low from Talon to kind of counter them.
चलेगा,
Boy's able
चलेगा.
to shoot them down.
अपने पास 15 अल्ट है.
Starting to catch up. GE has to remember that they're not quite
भाई
at
सिर्फ
12
X
just
को
yet.
याद
However,
करना है भाई.
once again,
सिर्फ
lots
X
of
को.
votes online.
ये साथ
Is it
fight
going
है,
to be
bro,
an
आएगा,
ult up
जीत
on
गए
this
अभी.
round? It looks
ये
like
रहो,
it. They're
जीत
set
गए.
up all 5 onto the A site. You're seeing the pings
जो
of
भी
where they
साइड
want
में
to
ये
clear.
उठाएगा डेडलॉक.
Perhaps
भाई
over for
opponents
that
कम
deep
में
range
अल्ट
just
ज्यादा
to
है
clear
बे.
things off, or they just want to check that cubby. We'll see what the
एक
play
डेडलॉक
is.
उठाएगा, एक रेस उठाएगा.
The real question is going to be Talon's response. You're looking at the
Talon
scoreboard,
and
you see all
come
these
back,
ultimates
Premier
online.
को do
They're
list
gonna
दे दो यार.
leave A
नहीं है
relatively empty, so it's going to be a retake. You have
इस
that
बार
rolling
नहीं,
thunder,
इस बार हम
you have
लोग
the
जीत
cosmic
गए.
divide as
भाई
well.
कंट्रोल
And
ले
with
रहे
the
हैं
अपना भी
fast
team
push
है.
out of mid, you really just want to force them into one of the sites.
Yeah, G makes a think for it. So straight into the A side. And it's the
उठाने वाला गया
that
अभी
leaves it
इसमें.
open. So a bit of a retake setup. The option
उड़ाने
does
वाला
take
भी
one of
गया.
the players down as well. So that's instant value too.
You have to hold on to screens because you don't have that barrier mesh anymore.
Trying to keep that there. Rolling Thunder, though, will connect into the site, but Jit Boys kind of avoids it. I mean, Poppy avoids it for now, so maybe a little bit of an opportunity.
उड़ो तान,
Push out.
तान.
It's all down to just Ben.
उड़ो,
And he's
उड़ो
got the
तान,
open
उड़ो
peek
तान,
out.
उड़ो
Takes him down once
तान.
again. It is GE up to Matt Point.
Poppy with the perfect
तो जीत गया
timing
भाई.
on the Cosmic Divine. Completely ruins
भाई
the rolling
actual में वो
thunder. Talon wanted to
MVP
try
है
to
बे
wrap
वो
into
ball.
the site ASAP. You look at
वो
the angle.
ball
It wasn't just for
MVP
ramps.
था.
It was actually saying, we don't care if there's someone on the lurk. We're going to push into the site. But then they all get stopped. They're not quite sure how to peek out of this. And the way the Cosmic Divide, look at this. You peek out of it, you still
भाई
have to
correct,
keep the
1v1.
50-50. Afterwards, there's a
उड़तान
little bit
के
of that
साथ.
distance right next to the wall.
कोई
It
दिख
makes
रहा है,
it
कोई दिख रहा
such
है?
a nightmare to peek
हाँ.
out. And now GE at 12.
So unfortunate with that Rolling Thunder not
भाई
connecting.
किसने वो
So
डाले?
now,
चिकुन भाई.
huge opportunity, especially with some
डबल
of the
दिखाओ
ultimates right
करके.
now. Talon,
डबल
though,
डबल
still
दिखाओ.
trying to fight back. They take space outside of Garage.
कोई लिखा है वहाँ पे
See how
जाके?
long they wait, though. It's a double team, so they want to try to set up a trap play, but this is what
Some
Poppy's
लोग
been
जीत
doing the
रहे
entire
chat.
map. He just waits. The rest of his team gets
15
information,
years
and
के
then he
बाद.
sees what is the reaction. Is it a push out or is it not? Just sight. I think Crystal did too, given his jiggle.
Cookie
They'll
power.
bounce back and forth, but now Primi calls for backup. They want to push this out. They have to, because given their composition, they need to fight to take space and get information.
Trying to go in for it. I mean, all three of them
अरे
trying to go in for maybe the trade setup as well, right? Peeking off of each other. But the Boombot now comes out, just defend even more of them back. Peeking out of the cage, unfortunately, the timing of it all. It's just a
चलो
setup
भाई,
for
जीत
GE to
गए.
get back into the utility that they set
जीत
through.
गए.
Primi tries to stay
Nice
alive in
ignore
the
भैया.
corner. A bit of a one and done. He's able to get away with
भाई
two, but it's still
जीत
not
गए
enough.
टीबोन.
Jit Boys still only a sheriff as well. See if he can get a range
T-Bone,
picking
हम
up,
लोग
but
ने
Poppy looks like he's ready to
Primi
shut
governor.
that down.
जिट बॉयज को आ
Now
रहा
look
है
at the
बे.
positions. I mean, GE already just pick off these 1v1s.
जा.
Over by
इसने भी
Poppy.
किया ना.
He's not looking.
अरे,
Jit Boys,
Jit
does he find the
Boy!
timing? He does. Now a 2v1. 1v1 down to Crystal versus Jit
जिट
Boys.
बॉयज वर्सेस क्रिस्टल. 1-1 situation easy for Crystal. बड़े.
He peeks out, and that's
Easy.
going to be the headshot just in an instant. 13-6.
भाई
Global
है
Esports
है है
ends
है
the first map.
है.
Really, really well played from
Hey,
GE.
bhai.
I think we saw a
Hey.
little bit of the undercooked
Hey.
moments
भाई
from
सच्ची
Talon
भाई
even in that
कान
last
मारा था क्या
round.
मैं
They're
पूरा
trying to
एंड
peek
तक
out
नहीं
of
रुक
that Rams
सकता.
control. They still had so much util. You have
मैं
to
एंड
just
तक नहीं रुक
invest
सकता. मेरी
with the explosions to
अंदर
take
की
over areas
खुशी.
and then hold on to it. But they hesitate.
Single
They
leg,
send
I
Governor
mean,
out
मेरे
alone with
अंदर
just the
की
drone. It doesn't quite
खुशी
check the
मुझे
right corner.
वो कर रही
And
है.
Crystal's able to gun down the raise and then take space onto the site. And so
कभी
we're
सोचा
going to
नहीं था
have to see
पता
a little bit of retooling from Talon, but
मतलब
for now,
सोचता
both teams will have to
था
focus on to the next map, which is going
कभी
to be
लगा नहीं था
Abyss,
बोल
where
सकता
Global Esports did look shaky last week.
Yeah. It's that 13-3 loss up against Team
Enjoy करो chat.
Maybe a slight chance for Talon.
Enjoy करो.
Back, but again, who knows?
Tweet करो.
Global Esports has really cooked something back up.
GOP
I'm not sure if they're Udotan's family or they're
उड़ान
just
का वो
father
करो
and son.
चुप्पी दो
Here to cheer on
Love you
Udotan,
उड़ो अजय
the
love you
Cookie
उड़ो
family. Well, I'll have to double check with the production, but either way, Udotan gaining a lot of fans both in Korea and globally, and I would just say Global Esports gaining a lot of momentum in the fandom. Meanwhile, we talked about, the devs talked about how important it was for Talon to try to get ahead, to try to move forward, to try to get to Masters Bangkok onto that home field, and right now they're already on their back foot.
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel too great. It is double elimination, but you still want to get as much as you can possibly get. Still though, on towards split right now. It just is Global Esports being able to stop and slow a lot of them down, especially in that first half.
Yeah, Split's starting to look scarier and scarier for GE.
Didn't
Now
that
2
spelling
wins
बराबर है
already
कि
here in
थोड़ा
kickoff,
casual
and
है?
it just looks like they have really good protocols, really good timing reads, really good movement across the map, right? Information from A, and then Poppy makes a move B. Poppy gets information, you make a move A. There's just a lot of cross-map macro coming out from the team, and I gotta imagine a big part of that is not just the prep, but Kelly S is IGLing as well. So, want to give a shout out to this entire roster, but that's going to be
tweet को like करो chat.
leading 1-0 against the 4th place team of Pacific
The
last year, a
blue
team
bay.
that made it to champions. We'll see if Global Esports can continue, but before we move on, we'll have the analyst test break down the action from Split.
That's right. Global Esports does cinch the win of
Bye.
their map pick of Split. And you know, this is in a best of 3, but you know
Like,
what?
भाई,
Compared
के
to
likes
yesterday,
भी नहीं
which
हुआ है, तो
they
भाई
already
फर्स्ट
looked
ब्लड भी
fairly
ज्यादा है
good. I
पोस्ट
think
प्लांट
they
भी
cleaned
ज्यादा है
up
क्लच
even
भी
more.
ज्यादा
So
है
I
भाई
know that
हो
first
गया
day
भाई
jitters
Like
last
like
week
chat
is,
like
I
करो
would
like
say,
करो like करो
mostly shaken off now, and they looked excellent.
भाई
They had full
हो
control
गया
of this
भाई
Yeah, dominant. That's how I describe that map very much.
हो गया
The Talon's performance reminds me of G's performance in map 1
Huh?
this week.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It didn't seem at all composed or all there. Like,
Zelsis
I
करी
really see what
सब
Talon were
support कर रहे हैं
trying
भाई
to
इस
do.
साल
and
है
to
हम
me, it
लोग
feels
का
like this composition
players
was cooked
है,
up to deliberately
players
counter
है,
what GE had here.
और
But we did
strong
not see
players
it deliver at all. I didn't see a single tail break of the Sentinel utility.
No, I didn't see the
Miss
paint shells
Delson,
breaking
thanks for
any of the
membership.
Senti
Abdul
util. I thought
Bhai,
they were going to
love
play
you,
quite a
Milijan
bursty
Kirte.
style. They played very slow, defaulty, 1-3-1s. Look, to be
Huh?
fair, they did try to throw some executes in there,
Abdul
but
Abu-
not only the
Abu
positioning
Bakar
and the
bhai, Abu
anchor
Bakar
work
bhai.
from players like Papi, as well as some of
गया
the
World Cup में हाँ क्या?
reactive utility really nicely
इतना बड़ा
plays
दिक्कत कैसे
grab
में?
nets, deadlock walls,
Yeah.
things like that. Even the grav well coming in from the Astra. You had great prowlers as well on the slower rounds from Crystal,
ये भी
and
PP के hater है
Udotan
बे।
is a bona fide star player. Like, if I'm Patrick who's
भाई,
sitting
भाई,
at home,
एक
I'm sweating
पीछे
for my
वो होना
position in the
चाहिए
duelist
गाना।
role. This
I
is
am
a guy
motherfucking
who
millionaire
he was
वाला
playing
हाँ
Senti
कोई
in
हिंदी
the
गाना चाहिए
off-season
अभी
for
क्या
Global
बोलता है?
Esports, but Duelist is his most played role across his career, and he's already shown that he can take over games, and now
जी
he's
ने
doing it
गाना
on the
बनाया
tier
था
1
ना ये?
level in multiple different games.
हाँ।
It's just fantastic.
बनाया
to see
था
this
बे?
man step up into tier 1.
Fun fact about Udotan, he
हाँ।
actually used to be on Talon
Entry में use किया
way
था ना
back
last
before
year.
franchise
किधर
was
है वो?
around. Udotan was
इसका मैप
originally
पिक है और
on
अगला
Talon
कौन से
Esports,
भाई
playing
सब
in the
कुछ
Challengers
अपना ही है
Philippines. But
बोलो
you know what,
भाई
here, I
इधर
think what
थे
sucks for
इतना
you
साल
guys
से
is that neither of you put him on your team.
डेढ़ साल
and,
बाद
he
रिटर्न
would have been a
मैप
great
पिक
addition
भी
to
अपना
it.
था
And here, Poppy, his
गेम भी
control
अपना है
of B
सर्वर
was
भी अपना
excellent.
है
They just
सब
could
कुछ
not,
अपना है
Talon could not get in at
clean
all.
2-0
And they
clean
just-
clean
The pacing of this wasn't right, and when you have an agent like Teo on your comp
भाई
there, you
अच्छा
should
क्या
be
मालूम
pushing
है
a lot faster.
Yeah,
Rotations
I definitely
clean
feel
था
like
और
with this double duelist, I
जो-
wanted to see them go heavy
जो
first,
जगह वो लोग नहीं
especially
देख रहे थे
more
ना
towards the sides.
तो वो
I
लोग
felt like
कुछ
they
टाइम
were
बाद चेक
working
कर
mid a
रहे
lot, and
थे
it just looked like they
वो
got
gaps
backed off
नहीं था
in their
समझ रहे हो
default so consistently,
देख
which
के
is the
अच्छा
one
लगा
thing you can't do against this the comp of GE, because
वरना हर साल ना एक बंदा लर्न करता था ना मेरी आत्मा जाती
when you lose your burst power, it's nigh on impossible.
I mean, even in this last
इस
round,
बार वो लोग ने
Yuriga's
गलती किया है
isolated
लेकिन
despite
बहुत।
investing the ult. Look at all of this reactive utility, the Nightfall coming out, you had the Gravwell as well as the Deadlock Wall going down, slowing down Talon before they can scale into the site and
Nah,
burst and
clean
actually
Valo
get
खेला इस
themselves
बार।
into a comfortable post plant, and that's where, as the GE comp, you're going to struggle a little bit more. It's all about using that Senti util to be able to hold things down, to be able to stop them getting out of the chokes, and it never felt like Talon could get into a comfortable position
like
into the
something
game
new,
state
what
that they
just
actually
say?
want. And I have to
भाई क्या
say,
करो
look,
गाइस
the
20 remaining
defense
है,
from
20.
Talon was a lot more convincing. They had a lot better ideas. Look at this A main control. They had a lot of set plays that they were using. You had Ban on the other side of the map that didn't get onto this deep offline. Yes, he did get picked by Puppy. Look, we don't need to show this, but this is kind of not really the point. But at the end of the day, Talon had some great ideas on defense. They just dug themselves way too deep of a hole, but you can't really blame anyone but yourselves when you choose to play attack first on split and you comp change into what you've already seen from Global, and the read doesn't work at all.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Talon, they just love to cook on split, and the comp looked right. Honestly, the comp looked right.
I thought it was good. From the agent select, I thought they had answers to what GE had, but this map seemed like a lot of execution mistakes to me, which is a real big issue. This is what I spoke about, where if you start down that bracket, you can come in slow. So now it's on them to recover.
Oh, absolutely. And they're going to have their chance on Abyss here. As Chobra pointed out, Global didn't have the best showing last week on Abyss. It was the first map, and some of us might say it's first jitters, first map jitters. But then, you know, there are a little bit of holes in their game plan strategically. So it's really hard to say. This data, of course, is from the off-season, I believe, so obviously this is why we're not seeing global stuff up here. But what are you making of this second map now? Do you think Talon's going to be stepping back up, or is Global going to continue on this momentum here?
I hope so. I'm expecting a better map
surprise
too. I think GE didn't show what their Abyss could have been. So I think they'll have gone away and refined some things, so I expect them to come in a little bit sharper, and I expect Talon to hard reset after this game. It's dominating. You wouldn't work pistols when you got dominated, so it's that same idea of you just want to throw that out of your brain and go, let's come into map 2, let's play our actual game.
Another
50. Sorry, the issue for me with Talon's Abyss though is like they have looked shaky. You know, they barely beat Secret. They had some rough games against some of the Korean teams in the off season as well. So similarly to what you saw, I think was it DRX picking Pearl or one of the teams picking Pearl in the opening games where they didn't have great results in the off season. You know, you do have to take those with a grain of salt at the end of the day. But them picking a map that they didn't perform well in the off season actually ended up backfiring, and they lost it, and you had both teams trading their map picks. So look, Talon's going to have a lot better of a read, a lot better of an approach. I feel like both of these teams are quite inconsistent in general though, so I really wouldn't be surprised to see the maps go one apiece and then we head on to the third map, to be honest, especially given GE's showing, because like, you know, Secret made them look like they were completely lost, like they were just getting executed, they couldn't hold the execute. They're playing a very active comp where they actually need to interact with the game, go and take some map control, go and take some ownership on the defense, and it felt like they just were always behind the 8 ball. They weren't taking map control too much, they weren't making pushes, and I think they're going to have at least gone back and reviewed that and maybe worked on it a little bit since then though.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. Kelly S had pointed out with the addition of Darion, it does enable them to switch their gameplay style. So without Patrick Hu here, I think now they're doing a little bit of pushing. They normally would play this really aggressively, but now
if G won everything, we know what was the problem.
A second time, especially for map 2, knowing that they looked really weak on it. They surely went back, did their homework, cleaned it up. Talon, on the other hand, you're right. They looked so inconsistent off the off-season. When Primi made his debut here, they looked fantastic. They beat on this map. Primi wasn't, I don't even think he was playing a duelist, but they've obviously swapped things up. Primi's back on like a hard jet on Abyss. I don't. It's hard to say. Are they gonna figure out what works for Abyss? Are we gonna get that same Abyss during Primi's debut?
I mean, I really hope so. I would like this to go all the way to map 3, to be honest, but I think it's really hard to predict because Frost and the coaching staff there at Talon are not afraid to mix things up. You know, we've just seen it in map 1. They are not afraid to take risks. So, again, I wouldn't be expecting something different from them.
They've changed their comp every time in the off-season. I think 3 Abyss games they've played, they've adjusted their comp every time. So there's, especially looking at a lot of the other teams, like Gen G, for example, they're playing the same comp almost every game, whereas Talon, they're changing their comp almost every game. And like that's the thing. That's why I feel like this team is so inconsistent. If you just don't have the same stable comps, the same stable roles, it's just naturally going to be a little bit all over the place. When it clicks, it's amazing. But then you have that split attack side, and you're like, oh, I don't know about that.
You're absolutely right. I think based on what we've seen for Frost and his interviews, his podcast, he's trying to stay one step ahead. Keep them guessing a little bit. Have special comps to face specific teams. But you're right. It's really hard to master it at that point. Gen G was so good did last year, and they never changed a thing. They kept it
लेकिन हम
the
लोग को
same.
वो नहीं
They
मिला था यार,
fine-tuned, they
breathing
fine-tuned,
space
they
नहीं
got better,
मिला
better,
था.
and better, and better. So
हर एक
An
fight वो
approach,
लोग ही
you
जीत
know,
रहे थे.
just keep consistently ironing it out. They've always relied on the tactics and what's stable, what's
इस बार
consistent.
थोड़ा momentum
Look,
है.
I mean, we already said it was a great idea, but if your
Confidence है.
players can't execute it in the server, then
Positivity
that
है.
idea means nothing.
समझ रहे हो?
well, you know what does mean something though?
हाँ?
Okay.
I wanted to talk about the poll results, but we got our
Viper.
agent picks here.
So again, this is another change from Talon. This is their 4th game in a
देखते
row, I
क्या
think,
क्या
of changing
tweets
up their
आ रहे हैं.
comp. We're going the double controller with the Viper mixed in, and Primi is on the deadlock this time. For GE, they're also changing. Darion's going onto a chamber. You already saw him
Huh?
hopping on Pearl, so they're really backing the Darion up here.
I think it's a very natural fit for Darion. You know, he's played a lot of
Primi,
Jet, he's done a lot of offense, and I
English
do
में
think
clone
Chamber
में
can
ज़्यादा
provide
अच्छा
a lot of valuable, I don't want to say utility, but a lot of valuable impact.
You're seeing other agent changes as well. Pistol is onto the server. You got the
Orange
breach
क्या?
for Kelly, so they're really swapping a couple of
Bye.
different things around for this Abyss game.
Yeah, I am liking this. I love when teams go back and rework all their
It's
weaknesses, and it looks like they've both cooked something up, and I have no idea
दुनिया की
who's going to be
सारी
the better
लड़कियां
chef. We're going to
तेरे
go
ही
over to
स्कूल
our
में थी
caster
ना?
to take away
गर्ल्स
map
स्कूल
2
में था
Talon
तू?
versus
It was a
Global Esports.
University School of
Thank you very much. Yeah, big
Navi
changes
Mumbai.
in the compositions on both sides. Now, I know,
अच्छा,
you know
इस बार
everyone in
कोई
chat, Reddit,
round
everyone's
off
already
नहीं
still looking
करेगा.
at Talon and
हर
saying,
round ये
Primi's
गया
still
है.
not on Duelist. Like, what's going on
Flavor-
here? But, well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see
कौन सा है
because
आपका?
the
Eddie
current
भाई.
Neons we've seen
ये
is
daddy
much
jokes
more
का
about
मारो.
baiting out those crosshairs, and then the rest of the team is there to trade. So we'll see if Primi's set up for some of that fragging power.
Okay, so food critic Chobra is kind of liking what Talon is cooking up here. We
Well,
shall see.
I didn't say like. I just said that we gotta wait and see.
Gotta wait and see. Right. We shall kind of give them a chance. We'll give them a chance at how everything goes. But I mean, it's that double.
भाई
control as
है
well, but right
बे.
now, that impact from
है.
the chamber already coming through.
Yeah, and we're just gonna get a safe peek out there from Yudotan. He takes a little bit of scratch from that early scuffle.
Feel आ रहा है?
but
2-0
Crystal's
feel आ रहा है?
still here as well. And then there's the support from Kelly S. Once
चालू
again,
हुआ क्या?
keep your eyes on the movement of Kelly S because he has been very busy on that first map and now already in the first round of Abyss as well.
क्या
Let's take a
होगा
little bit of time
चैट
to talk
इसका?
about that chamber though. The Desk touched upon it, but that chamber can gain you so much aggressive space for that extra information.
Let's go,
So I'm curious what kind of
45.
positions Darion takes.
Especially with how he holds sidelines as well. I mean, speaking of his past experiences as a Jet, it's just right there. And he's able to hold it down again from the back of heaven.
भाई
Governor
ठीक
down,
है
Poppy comes back
भाई.
in for the trade. That's Primi
What
gone.
we do?
Chamber में
York
है
है
is
भाई,
gonna present
भाई,
this
टप्पे
point.
लग रहे हैं बे,
Yudotan
टप्पे.
gets yet another ban. What are you gonna do? Tries to slip through with a ghost,
Nice
but
round, yeah.
Poppy swings out
भाई,
after the fault line.
टप्पे
That's
बे.
instantly the round handed over
भाई
to
इन लोगों ने
Global
TRX
Esports.
को हराया
और
था
जब
ना?
लेता है
Start you
बीच में
wanted
बीच
after that
में
first
है.
map, but you'll just
और
have to
बच्चा
pick
नहीं
it
है.
up
दो
once you get a
initiative
chance
लिए
to get some
Breach और
buys in.
Sova
Meanwhile, Global Esports,
और Jet solo
Darion
duelist,
not missing
Astra
those
और
shots,
Chamber
gets
as
the
a
very
team.
first kill with the
Action में
headshot,
अच्छा नहीं.
and then he's able to finish off the
बढ़िया,
Neon
लेकिन
as
aim
well. We
अच्छा है.
should note, I mean, it's been a little
Papi
bit,
भाई
but
winner,
Darion, he played a lot of Chamber. They
दोनों
touched
में
upon
से
he
एक
used to
चीज
be a Jet
होना
player, he used to be an
Nice
Opera,
round यार,
but
Papi.
you look at his overall career, it's
बढ़िया
still
यार,
his
बढ़िया,
second
बढ़िया.
most played agent. So,
हाँ?
I mean, this
और
is going to be like the
सामने
back of his hand for Darion on
डेडलॉक
Chamber.
लिया है
Just one heck of a sniper.
और
Especially on
डबल
the B
स्मोक
side of
खेल
things,
रहे
it
हैं.
definitely works
वाइपर
out
को भी लिया है,
incredibly well
एस्ट्रा
right
को भी
now.
लिया है
Horse spy coming out from
और
Talon. All
सोवा
half
को भी
armor,
लिया
all
है
stingers. It's just going to be a
और
full
सिंगल
push
डीलिस
in.
खेल रहे हैं.
Okay,
बराबर
going
है,
for the
बराबर
barrier
है.
mesh as well. They want to go for a full wraparound on the
बराबर
side. I
है.
don't mind it, and they
नहीं.
will able to punish Yudotan. They punish Kelly S as well, and now Crystal all
और
alone.
बोलो
Just a sheer
सामने
gets
क्या
stunned
क्या लिया है.
against the stingers.
भाई
It's
क्या है,
one.
बताओ.
Not able to connect onto the
Horse भाई
second.
क्या है उन्होंने.
That's a flood
अच्छा start
instantly
था,
into
Land
the sight.
under
Kelly has
watch
heard footsteps, but with the guardian
अरे हम लोग को
quite
वो वाला
fend off.
शॉट नहीं लगा रहा है
All
अंजुम
the
वाला.
incoming footsteps.
हाँ.
Down the
अंजुम
last
वाला
player
लगता
now, it's
तो
just Poppy and
क्या
Ben
round होता
picking
था.
up that guardian, able to
ये
make
aiming
his way.
control अपने
Poppy
पास
down
रहता
with the
है.
headshot.
दो पिकते
So
उधर, दो
Talon
पिकते.
strikes back off the quick
अगर उसका शॉट लग
force
जाता
spy
ना,
on the
outlaw
second
वाला.
round.
And
So
that
दोनों
is a
pick
bit
हो
of a
जाएगा.
one and done force spy, but
ये
it's a
जो shot
very
किसको आना?
aggressive one as well. I mean, the
इसमें
speed
क्या
of it
डैडी जो
potentially not just
हुक्का
go
का
through
मारता
vents,
ही है
but
क्या
they
होता
wrap
है.
around all the way the
वैसे
bend
भी ये
of
round
mid
खेलेंगे
so that
अपना
anyone
भाई
in
है.
vents doesn't really have an exit,
They
right? You
just-
go
they
through
miss
main, you're getting
Polvi
pinched, you
opening.
come out
भाई
to
हम
vents,
लोग
you
भी
try to
miss
fight
तो
there, you're
करते
getting
हैं.
pinched. You try to go back to spawn, you're getting pinched.
भाई
And
वो
that's only
memory
doable
बना
because
के तो
it's the
गया है,
deadlock
कुछ भी
and the
बोलो.
Neon able to block off any sort
इतनी
of
सारी
fast rotate
memories
from the
दी है उसने
defenders.
हमें.
I think it's also a little bit of that Viper wall from Ben as well, though, right?
मेरे को तो
I mean,
लगता
it's
है
kind
अभी
of
भी वो
impressive. They
एक
keep doing
Xbox
the
show
same
match
thing. I
हो
mean, you gotta
जाए.
keep an eye on that for the future rounds. But right now, back into B. Darren's already swapped sides over onto the A site.
Now Poppy just gonna get pushed away. Doesn't really take damage there. He's able to get out.
still space afforded, and now Talon pretty much kind of gets the free sight, right? It's just classics. Kelly's jumps over. Actually managed to land yet another shot. But thankfully, Talon managed to bring things back to their control. So now it's pretty soon. Spike planted. How does GE try to deal with
भाई
this?
जिंदा कैसे है वो?
Already you've taken too much damage that you shouldn't have, but obviously you look at the creds. Overall, in the grand scheme of things, Talon okay.
भाई लेकिन उसमें potential बहुत था बे.
And just keep that
उसके
advantage.
shots
Meanwhile, for GE, I mean, barrier mesh. Maybe
insane
you try to
थे.
push for some
उसके
kills for
shots
Darren to
insane
try to
थे.
get his
क्या
tour de
potential?
force online ASAP, but outside of that, it looks
उसके
like it's
थोड़ा सा
going to be
team
just
वाला
going
scene
down
हो
to the
गया मेरे
spike is
साथ.
the answer.
Trying to play around it. Still, yeah, maybe trying to get that Tour de Force online. He
चीचा
had
मेरे को बस
sidelines, but
एक
couldn't
चीज
quite
पसंद
react
नहीं
in
आ रहा
kind
चीचा.
as soon as a little utility was placed. So
चेंबर कौन
reactions
लेता है ये
from Talon
मैप
again.
में?
And now just high-low setup. Crystal unfortunately walks into it.
Yeah, just trying to make it sound like he picks up the gun and leaves and then decides, okay, well, if I have a Phantom, if I can get 2 kills, maybe some extra points over towards my ultimate. Not going to happen, though. Everyone's still a little
Cypher
ways away
इतना
on the
अच्छा
side of
agent
GE
है.
towards those ults. And
No way, we won
Kelly's
that.
wreaking havoc on the site.
Darion जैसा
But
player
right now,
भाई.
Talon, they
तेरा
look a
जैसा
lot
सेटअप
more
कर
locked in
सकता
than
था
they did
साइफर
over on
से
Split.
डेरियन.
Definitely working a lot
तेरे
better,
जैसा कैम
especially
लगा
with how
सकता
they're
था
taking
वो.
things in their hands
Bro, मैं
right
use
now,
नहीं
being
करता भाई अभी
proactive.
साइफर इसमें.
So keeping an eye again on
I'm
that Viper wall.
duelist now.
Still blocking off quite a
Since
bit of
by
mid.
plat
You
का
can see that
बहुत
it definitely forces
क्या
GE to
language?
invest some players into
Not
at least
this.
playing around mid a bit more.
Deep recon for a very
आराम
aggressive
से
position.
pick
These are
मिलेगा,
things you can afford to do
Sikun
with
भाई
that
कब
chamber.
तक
We saw
तेरी
some of that chamber
audience
coming out from the
embarrassment
Americas as
झेलती
well, where
रहेगी.
you're able
कब
to take
करोगे
so
rank
many
push?
different off angles with that rendezvous.
क्या बोला तूने वापस
A
बोल.
little bit of a
कब तक अपने ऑडियंस embarrassment झेलती रहेगी?
मेरी audience सिर्फ Valo नहीं
response to
देखता,
Neon,
सारे
but
games
couldn't
देखता
quite
है.
देखने
deal
के
with
लिए
the
होता क्या है
slide, so
लेकिन?
at least he gets away in time.
दूसरे games में खेलते हैं.
That
सिर्फ
was kind
Valo
of
Valo
dicey. I'm
नहीं.
surprised he even
समझ रहे हो?
stayed for that first
Valo
shot,
क्या की
just knowing
जिंदगी
that it's
आपकी?
Neon.
जा
And you were
horror में
squarely
आंटियाँ ढूंढो
spotted by
बस.
the drone, but perhaps hoping that they didn't quite
No.
recognize it.
That's one of the things that Darren has a lot of experience with as well, like
आदमी
dealing
से
with
बोलने
Neons.
से
He
10
did
बार
that
सोच ली.
in VCL just last year.
See if he's able to maybe land some of those crazy shots. Now, we mentioned that toxic screen earlier. Obviously, just as any double controller, it's putting in a lot of that pressure, cutting off some of that rotate, and then Ban putting pressure onto Vents right now as well, trying to go for a deep
जीत गए,
wraparound.
जीत गए,
Annihilation
जीत गए,
is
जीत
going to be able to
गए.
catch Yudotan. That
जीत
should soften
गए.
the defenses.
Poppy?
He's hiding away. They're not quite sure. Has he dropped or has he
जीत
not? They
गए
can't quite
बे.
make up their mind. He tries. He's not going to get that kill.
Remy holding the
भाई,
angle,
जो
able
pull
to react
करता है
in
ना,
kind.
सबसे
Still
बड़ा
going.
Viper
Taking a
BT
look at
देगा.
how Ban is effectively lurking up in the back.
Viper BT देगा
GE,
bro.
they try to push on through. They're still up into towards
Bro,
heaven,
Viper
trying to make
BT
use of some of these
देगा.
sight lines.
ओ
And
सोलो को दे.
Crystal, he actually hears Ben. I mean, kind of thinking about it, kind of able to swing back to take him
प्यार
down.
आ
There,
रही
the
है,
final
प्यार आ
shot
रही
for
है.
क्या
Darren to slap
read
down
किया
GE,
बे?
able to equalize scoreboard.
क्या read
I
किया?
don't know. I don't think there was any sound there.
Huh?
I think that's just really, really big heads up play in the fact that they have
क्या
yet to see the
read किया
Viper.
बे?
Whoever made that
मजा
call
आ
and
गया.
said, watch your backs. We haven't seen Viper. That is the calm of the round right there. That's the call you need. Because if it wasn't for that, Ban was able to get a free double kill. But he's just watching out for it because you already have that op. You already have Darren watching the site.
ये
You
opening
trust in
देख
him
के
to get
जमाना
that
हो गया है
information.
यार.
What a good hold from GE.
Just being that spotter for Darren. I mean, Crystal, you gotta love the cohesion on the side of G. And right now, back into it, it's Darren taking that aggressive space once more.
Pushing out this time, and Premi waits for it.
इतना भी
Good
अच्छा opening
punish.
नहीं करता.
Knows the mind of someone who wants to op. Does he suspect the second? He's waiting for it.
Crystal anticipating a possible push out as well. I mean, he's gonna have to back off now.
Nice.
भाई उड़ो है,
Yudotan with
उड़ो
a
है,
good hold,
उड़ो
though.
है.
I mean, anytime you're playing against these double controllers, it's either you try to push out yourselves or you kind of just have to wait. You have to leave that mid open and try to push out of a side so that you can go for faster rotates and get that information better. And GE, this is something they've cleaned up a lot compared to last week.
Yeah, able to work with it this time, especially with Poppy into the stars on the site, so he's able to kind of relay through. But unfortunately, Talon this time
What is
managed to
the
come in with the
pushing, man?
flood. 2,
Hey,
3
bro, look
players
how
all
Yuki's
through the
what
smokes,
it
and
is.
Poppy wasn't able to hold it back. So a bit of a retake scenario now without the
मारने
numbers.
का थोड़ा सा
GE
चांस था
gonna have
लेकिन
to try
बहुत
to at
मुश्किल था.
least maybe get some picks. They do have the op, so it might be a save as well.
Yeah, something to
Wall हो रहा है,
consider because your
stun हो रहा
econ's
है,
all
net
over the
हो रहा
place
है.
right now. The credits not quite evened out for GE. So if you believe that the operator is really, really important for those defensive rounds, which I would imagine you do, given the chamber, I think you got to keep that. So it looks like Crystal's just in position to save. And Kelly S just trying to see if he can get a couple cheeky kills. But look at the wraparound from Governor. He wants to punish the op. Finds one. Oh, okay. We'll
Clean.
finish off the kill. Knows he doesn't quite have the opening
Clean
anymore to
one tap.
chase for the second.
A little bit dicey. That is
Maybe
the
there's
gun
a
picked up
one-tap.
nonetheless. Oh, he's wrapping around.
Didn't spot him just yet. He was around the corner. And given the health, it looks like Governor also just saying, all right, I'll cool off. All right, I didn't spot you enough.
चलेगा.
Just wait and not really take that risk.
Just be able to keep things in control.
भाई अटैकिंग मैप पे अपने को 5 राउंड चाहिए ये कॉम के
being this
साथ
aggressive
5
and being this active and being able to take those guns away, being able to take the site and flood it through the smokes that way, clearly shows their mentality and wanting to take yet another strong lead onto their first half.
And I really liked, I think that round from Talon just now, round 5, is going to be very representative of just how every round should be playing out for them. Get some information. If you push out, they punish GE, and then they divide them in mid, and then it's a flood with the Neon. So now the answer is, let's take them out in mid!
LOL dude हो गया
Down to the tour de force, the first shot down into Governor, and all of a sudden, Talon has to back off.
LOL dude हो गया बे उसके साथ
A main already given up, trying to hide away from that drone. Looks like Yudotan might have been hidden.
I think
Cosmic
ये
Divide,
सारा
you do have
प्रॉब्लम
your
वाइपर
own
के
to try
वॉल
to
की
counter
वजह
on
से
a
ही हुआ
retake. Oh man, another repeat with the op this time. A little bait and switch. Big risk, but Crystal's still holding strong on the vent, so they feel comfy on the site. And Talon, they are frantically realizing there's too many members here on the site.
So, bit of a mid-round decision, or at least thinking about it, but they're doubling back.
अरे वो लोग पीछे जा रहे थे
Use that little
उसके वो
pocket
लोग
that
भी
might have been
जाएंगे क्योंकि
available on
वॉल
the
था
Cosmic
ना
Divide to fake them out, but I
लेकिन
don't
हुआ
think,
नहीं
I don't know if G even heard them, because I don't think we saw Kelly
लेकिन
pass
अभी हो
that
रहे हैं
wall.
I mean, I don't...
Yeah, now they're second guessing themselves, so surely I don't think they heard it at all.
Oh, no. But still, I mean, just close
tough
enough
round
to the
जीतने
side
का।
and having the numbers to possibly make something happen. Surely now they hear that
ये
Spike
राउंड
tap.
टफ है
Yeah, but the wraparound
जिडबॉय का
from
पोजी
Crystal,
देखो
that's
बे
going to be big. And Jit Boys, he might
भाई
just
कोई
not
रीड नहीं कर
fully slip
सकते
through and take out one of his
कोई
teammates.
मतलब एकदम
So,
स्लिपली
position a
स्लोप
little bit
वाला
far
वो
too
पोजी
deep,
लेके बैठा है वो
while the rest of his team just kind of holds out around the spike. Cruz farther back, so that marks Crystal. He gets off. Just to throw out the recon. Crystal kind of slipping through. Sova versus Sova. It's just down to the gunplay and the angles. Crystal, unfortunately, shoulder spotted out. And that's then the Cosmic Divide. But do they know that Heaven's being held?
They should now. Because you saw that reaction coming out from the spike tap, and you saw the sonic sensor as well. Just not enough time, and GE will have to back off. That should be another round for Talon. They're on the hunt. They got to get out of the spike radius anyway, and Kelly will survive just barely with that Vandal. So once again, I mean, sure, you get shut down in mid, but it's the same idea, right? You're still able to push the chamber out. You threaten him to force a rendezvous out. Then you still require GE to try to reinvest a lot of util in mid. That's when you take the chance to flood into A. Obviously, it doesn't work out, the fake, and then doubling back onto A site. Good call from Cruz.
ए एस्ट्रा अगर टेढ़ा वॉल बनाया
Being able to hold it from Heaven as well.
तो
Additionally,
हेवन और मिन दोनों काट सकते हैं ना शायद
Ultimates being cycled online
Estein,
now
thank
as
you
well.
for the cast,
Oh
those
my
man.
Timeout, presumably from
अभी
the
स्वी
side
कहाँ है
of
थोड़ा
GE,
सा अपना
trying to fix things up. Now,
थोड़ा सा
last
है
week, it's something that we pointed out. They
Membership
really
pro
lacked the proactivity to try to go out on A
delete
main
हो
and get that
जाता था
information.
plus
This
one.
time, they're doing it, but
Amount
Premi
भी
and
अच्छा
then
है
some other members are
W
always waiting by, just punishing them, saying, no, 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 you don't get free information.
That
and you will just accept the fact
10,000
that your
लोग
rotates will
देख
be
रहे
late.
हैं
So what is the
6k
adjustment
likes
now?
होने
You
पर
invest
एक
even
साथ
more
लाइक का
util
बटन
to
दबाओ
try to go
जिसने
out. I mean,
सब्सक्राइब
you
नहीं किया
could, but if you
सब्सक्राइब
do it
का
that
बटन
point, you
दबाओ
actually just have to
गप
commit to a
फाड़
fast
दो
flank. And what if Talon just responds? And then what if they just put a barrier mesh and say, nope, you're still trapped in A main, no information, we're just going to hold you there and trade
मेरे
util for
हिसाब से अभी
util.
मिड पुश
So
आने
I
वाला
think you have
है
to start to think 2 steps ahead. I like the idea of the
I
chamber in
think
mid, trying to get
3-1-1
that first pick. That's fine.
मिड पुश
Maybe
आने
you
वाला
repeat
है
that, but the reaction afterwards, rather
भाई
than just
भड़का हुआ है बे
re-clearing
कुछ
mid, maybe a sudden push
भड़का हुआ
out
है
somewhere else to constantly keep
एस्टिन
Talon
भाई
guessing.
क्या हो गया
That's kind of some of their options available to them right now. I mean, being able
सेंटी
to
हो
fight
रहे
for
हो
that
सेंटी
neutral
हो रहे
ground, but
हो
at the same time, it's just wondering about how Talon's
This
able to
is
work
the
around it. Right?
membership
They're
platform
holding on the
for
other
them.
sides, and
हाँ
especially
टैग
again,
करके थैंक्स बोल
working with
देना
that double
जिसको
controller setup
मेंबरशिप
that they
मिला
have
ठीक है
it is always kind of in contention. Yudotan being stuck inside of B-Link.
Okay, just a little bit of a fake bait there for the ult orb, and eventually they'll be able to secure that for themselves.
डेरियन का रीड
And they make
रहेगा
it
मेरे
sound
को
like
नहीं
they left.
लगता
So it's an absolute trap play, and Darian can't quite land that shot. What a jump peek out from Premi with the Outlaw.
It's a shutdown, but now this is the reaction from GE to try to come back in, thinking about a possible A site being leaked open. It is A bit of an eco round for GE, but still tough luck. I mean, starting things off that way.
Yeah, I don't mind the piling on to B, right? If you get a kill onto Kelly's, maybe even the Rolling Thunder if the time allows for it to try to just win the round out of attrition. But it's going to be a hard fake. Talon not taking any chances. If they get a reaction out of here, they'll immediately go into A site. Still creeping forward, but they start to see some of that util come out on B. So the main force will be going into A.
Yeah,
Oh! The Hunter's Fury baited out! Onto that plant, and now it's just going to be planted on A site. Governor, he's done his job!
So unfortunate with the ults being drawn out. Rotations back into the A side. Okay, Viper's pit up as well, just for added measure, but now in towards Vents, and Jit Boys holding it. Bit of an angle, spots them out. It's a double kill.
जो भी लगता है
there's not much you can do. Poppy not going to be able to find that kill instantly. Udotan did pick up the Phantom, but the retake itself looks kind of impossible. Okay, Jit Boys might actually get a couple extra kills himself. He's aware of it. No, Udotan's going to get him from behind. Now Poppy obviously wanting to go down to the spike. Looks like he's not going to be given the option to do so. Just trying to bounce back and forth. He has a rifle himself, so he could just save that over. And that's going to be the choice from GE. 5-2 lead for Talon. What a choice there. I mean, you talk about fakes like these, especially when you're ahead of the econ, is it really necessary? But just given the fact that, okay, we don't know where else they've pushed out from, we don't know what the rotations looked like, but they should be going for a stack, I don't mind it, especially because it's the Neon, right? You can try to get out usually a little bit slippery, you're able to buy a lot of time, and Governor, I mean, he baits out the Hunter's Fury, that's more than you could have asked for.
So much value. At the same time, I made a bit of an eco round for GE, so getting a read for things now, but this is the adjustment. It's going to be Udotan pushing down mid to take down Ban.
And during that, they still have that forward position on A main as well, so yeah, now doubling down on where you push out from, so that way you can get the one and done kill in mid and back off. You don't have to be afraid about holding on to that position. It's still a double stack, so this requires Talon to now use util, but the question is if you have to use the rendezvous, which you will, where else do you push out from again? Does Udotan push out from mid once more, because there's still a full minute left on the clock? Just holding for now. GE pushed back into a somewhat backwards, a default position.
Done a lot on the stack, and at the same time trust in Poppy to just hold down B. He's continuing to jiggle, so doesn't see anything. It's all down to the stack and how they're able to react to what could possibly come out of the A site.
Yeah, we have to remember the slide is gone from Neon, so not going to be able to really displace that crosshair as much, but Darion, he gets tagged.
Fast lane up as well. So trying to slip on through with that, the relay vault now out. Kelly's not quite able to react with it. Second rendezvous now used, but unfortunately, Standimation not quite up in time. Darren gets gunned off, and that's going to be now up to Crystal. Out from heaven, trying to work alongside it. Kind of avoiding the annihilation, which didn't quite connect into him, so not too bad for now, but towards the back of spawn as well. It's been blocked off. Udotan, though, still able to land a bit of shot.
Yeah, and sees Jit Boys as well. Jit Boys are taking so much damage. He's now going to have to hide away. You know he's trapped. And it's a two-man push out from spawn. They got to take out Jit Boys first. That's an easy kill. And the second one, good crosshair displacement for Poppy, and then a repeat for all three members. GE with a nice retake against Talon Esports here in round 8.
Losing players initially thanks to the Neon, but then at the same time being able to hold their ground. Crystal up from heaven, the first shot through, and then buying time, waiting for his teammates to come on through. The crosshair displacement at the end there, just perfect.
We are not friends anymore, buddy.
Yeah, I honestly, the site itself was very good.
You are fucking hater of
pushed out too far forward. He had the Rolling Thunder. You could have used that to buy time as well. Maybe give time for Udotan to re-peek into mid. But he gets caught over there with the stun, so he's not able to get out in time. At the end of the day, it's good patience from his remaining teammates for that retake. And now they switch it up. Push out from B side with the breach, with the recon. Oh, that's a deep recon as well. You have to give him so much space here. Oh, Dario with a nice shot as well, holding that close off angle. Man, that's a Poppy still anchoring on the site. And this seemed to always be what he wanted even last week, was just let Poppy do his thing on the A site and try to take space elsewhere. This time they get what they want.
Anchor works out. Drawing out the barrier mesh as well, so maybe regrouping, breaking that down, and Using the drone to re-clear that space up into heaven.
सीधा मैं देखो तो 5 मेरी जान के रोटे
It's a nice pick out from
Nice
Cruz,
by
but they have to
Shanti,
continue
किधर
to
गया?
play aggressive. Premier with a nice hit, but Poppy gonna
मजा आ रहा
utilize
है,
that
देख रहा
rolling
हूँ,
thunder to
बना रहा
his advantage. They still have ults as well for Talon. They want to make sure they can secure this round.
And possibly anticipating if they are
Wait,
playing
tap
that
करना
post-play
पड़ेगा
position with the
नहीं
ults
किया
as
बे
well.
फुल
So
भी है कह
maybe
रहा हूँ
needing to kind of push out against it. But Cruz
निकाल
hanging
दिया
further
भाई।
back. Now's the
एक
time
को
to
हाफ
set up
करना
the
पड़ेगा
Hunter's
दूसरे
Fury.
को फुल
Sends off those beams. Shitboy's able to hold out the front side of things as well. But
Oh, but-
Poppy's still able to
बोला ना,
fight back,
कह रहा हूँ,
holding the
Talon से।
angle. Spike getting stuck. Kellyus gets it just in time for G to pick up the round.
I think Cruz assumed that maybe there wouldn't be enough time, but either way, he didn't get the tag to Kellyus either, so that's why GE knew they could just stick it. And good timing calculation there from GE, just knowing we have to hold it. You look at the positions they had, Kellyus was never ever going to let go of that defuse because he had a spotter watching out a little bit close, and then he starts to peek out just to make sure he doesn't get swung on. So full faith on the timer from Kellyus. And that's going to be the defuse. That one stings quite a bit, especially with the Hunter's Fury used as well.
At the same time, just so much impact from one player, Poppy, in these rounds on the map for GE. Next round coming through, and they're continuing to switch up their setups. It's
रिवील
they're
सेक्सी
in
है
alongside
भाई ये लोग
Unotan
मिड फाइट
onto
क्यों
its
नहीं ले
B
रहे
now,
लेकिन
trying to hold for that information.
लाइक एकदम
Yeah, and that's going to be,
Genuine
that was
question.
meant to be a trap play there for Unotan, just
Talon
hunting him away
midfield
with
क्यों
that
नहीं ले रहा वो
trademark,
लोग
but
पास
now they realize it's not going to happen, so you
Double
just leave the
controller
operator
है
alone, trying to go for a fast rotate, but you're already a
क्या
step late.
अच्छा
The Neon
lurking
starts
burking कर
charging in,
सकते हैं
grab net launch. Can you hold on to sight? Crystal,
कितना
it's a double team
risky
between
है
Crystal and Kelly. It's a double swing. Crystal still alive with 2 kills on the board. He's dancing around, he gets a third and
Oh
shuts
my
down the entire
God.
entry. Spike dropped on sight.
छीन लिया भाई
Drone out to check as well. He dodges the shock dart, and that it is for Unotan to come in with the blades. GE equalized the score thanks to Crystal's efforts.
भाई
What a
हम
good
लोग
hold,
इतना
the
प्रोग्रेस
duo
कर लिए
between Crystal and Kelly S. 2 IGOs bonded together. They're on the
ऐसे सब
site.
rounds मैंने
Good
10
trades.
साल में
Crystal
नहीं
set
देखा
up
है
for the kills. And a good read as well from Kelly S.
भाई इस बार टीम
GE
अच्छा है
coming
बे
alive now, bringing things up to a tied score of 5-5. And suddenly, Talon, they looked so rejuvenated in the beginning, but it's starting to slowly slip away.
Just trying to figure out, you know,
भाई
what
इस
Talon's
बार
movements are, slowing down Ben, or at least stopping him in his tracks.
भाई कहाँ से ढूंढा रहेगा
Really
मेरे जैसे
stifles
पास
their
प्लेयर्स
momentum.
में
And once again, we're back to the same setup.
That's a good
And
question
this time, it's a bit of a setup for Poppy, right? You're holding out far back on that angle. Poppy not showing up on top of the box on danger.
ये
He's
राउंड
just holding
जी
close
क्या
next to
करता
his
है मेरे को
smokes.
देखना पड़ेगा
They
क्योंकि
will
अभी
force Talon to move away.
mid
Talon has to
एकदम
start working the
weak
map.
है।
They've kind of just been spearheading through the moment they get a chance. The moment they get contact, they choose it. Is it A or B? The Neon starts to barrel through. Now it's not
और वो लोग
working.
बस कुछ
They have a
info नहीं है वो लोग
lot
तो
of
सिर्फ
room to
दरवाजा भी
re-clear
तोड़
mid
दिया तो
and
भी
A main.
बहुत और
Especially
एंगल
mid,
से
though, possibly through vents, but right now, just dealing with Darren to force that rendezvous away. They
Oh.
managed to do it. Hunter's Fury out, though, and in kind from Crystal.
smoke नहीं
There
है,
it is, back in
buddy.
through, and Unotan just on the timing of it
भाई
spots
मेरे को
out Ben
अभी
as he
भी
tries
क्वेश्चन
to
है
make
कि ये
the
लोग
movements
मिड क्यों
happen.
नहीं ले
I
रहे
love this from Unotan as well. He does get taken down, but it's such a forward position to try to get a read. Did they leave A main or not? Oh, but that kill opens things up. Governor could continue to be bait.
Free
He's
kill
not
Crystal
quite
को।
checking for Heaven. Too many angles for him to check alone. He's stranded. Talon, they couldn't make
अबे
up
Astra
their
को भी
mind.
मिलेगा
Once
free
Governor
kill।
got the kill, are we grouping up or not? They're kind of wishy-washy, and now they're late on the rotate. Poppy should be ready for this to just buy time before the
Recon
spike
भी
gets
नहीं है।
planted.
That's why that smoke is up. Another star up by Danger as well. He hears the hop and sets up yet another smoke, but now footsteps into him. He's able to swing
W.
out, gets the kill, and then the spike dropped. 15 seconds left, and Poppy still able to double
W,
back
bro.
to hold down that site.
W.
6 rounds for
somebody
GE.
just gave the duelist
You
back.
don't ever assume
ये
you
लोग
can
mid
break
क्यों नहीं ले
into
रहे is the
Poppy's
question।
sight. This is why GE can play so fluidly around the map elsewhere, because Poppy is just built to anchor
भाई,
down. That's
मतलब
what he's done his
समझ रहा है
entire
कि
career. I mean, Talon,
Mid
it looked like they
लेके
were
अगर mid में
starting to
wall
push
कर
and
दिया
pull
भाई, वो
and
लोग का
try to
rotation
find
कितना
these
slow
gaps,
होएगा।
creating these gaps, but they weren't able
बेस
to
से आना पड़ेगा वो लोग
actually
को
thread it through that gap. The indecisiveness really biting Talon there in that round.
Ooh, man. Really definitely starts to hurt, especially in the last round, the first half right now.
एक
Then trying to
राउंड
come
मिड
with the
लेके
stack
स्प्लिट
into
किया था
the
वो
B
लोग
site
जीते
now,
थे
just trying to flood on through with that fast lane. Governor straight into the relay bolts, trying to hide around the site itself. Annihilation does connect into Kelly, yes, but Unotan with the off angles, a second kill, looks for the third. and trying to hold down the angles, goes in for the
अच्छा
spray,
खेला
commits,
बिल्कुल।
but unfortunately doesn't quite connect. It's the annihilation that connects into Poppy as well. So back to even numbers now. Darren on and off.
Now, last round, so you just go for it.
ये
Trying to
किसको
draw
मारा?
their attention, trying to get them to peek. And if not, he does have his teammate Crystal. He's already now arrived at the site, but they're ready for it. They realize something's off. It's just the op shots. That's a distraction. We gotta keep our eyes peeled. Darion gets one. It's a good distraction. The
W.
timing's perfect for Crystal. Now
W.
trying to scout out where the last member is. Time not on the side of GE.
Time is
They still
ticking.
need to get the kill and go for the defuse. Tries to jump. Ban gets one kill. Crystal just keeps him at bay. He's trying to stick to half, but Ban is not giving him that chance. And Talon barely caught things up in the first half.
सीधा अटैक खेलते हैं मिड एक्चुअली में बहुत हेवी
Crazy pacing, trying to swap things around and back into it, being able to find those two players. Unitron tries so hard to actually hold down the ground, but still, Talon.
अर्चल थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे गाइस वी आर वेरी क्लोज टू 7 के लाइक्स और 11,000 लोग देख रहे हैं जितने भी प्यारे भाई बंधु और वो लोग के बंदियां तो है नहीं आज लोग सिंगल है जितने भी लोग हैं लाइक करो
Now I was imagining if we see that timeout come out.
भाई 6 राउंड आई थिंक इज मोर देन इनफ
having
अपने
faith
कॉम
in their
के
players to
साथ
try to reclaim some of those rounds. And now they will be
देख
going
जिपे
on the defensive side
2-0
themselves.
फील आ रही है पता नहीं क्यों हल्की सी फील
सेठ भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 100 बंक्स भाई आपके लिए एक सॉन्ग बनाया भाई
ये जीत गए तो क्या
ठीक
क्या
है मैं
पॉइंट
रिएक्ट
मिलेगा
ऑन स्ट्रीम नहीं करूंगा ऑफ स्ट्रीम
I know she's got traps and walls and whatnot, but a
अच्छा
little
लगा
bit
तो
of a
on
different category
हाँ
compared
क्या
to the Cypher and the
क्या point
Killjoy,
मिलेगा हमें,
traditionally
जीत गया तो?
speaking. So
ये
what do we do here? Because it's going to be
इसके
tough
बाद
to
जीत गया तो
just
point
trust
मिलेगा,
Deadlock
champs point.
alone to
30
buy all
points.
that time.
Genji है,
However,
देख
it
ली।
is primmy, right? So put up the barrier
What?
mesh, maybe you get a kill or two, peek back and forth, jiggle. He could be a great anchor.
Genji आएगा ना
नहीं
बताओ
है
Genji
भाई, वो
जीतेगा
कौन है
नहीं
भाई?
है।
That's going to be the crucial category right now and how you deny information but also delay. When is that single snake bite going to be used by Ban to make sure they get valuable information off of it?
इवन एंड एक्स बोलते हैं भाई तेरे को कुछ
Absolutely.
नॉलेज
So much
है क्या
delay
रेटी
in
बोल
hand.
नहीं है भाई
You got to think, starting things off 6 to
Knowledge
6.
नहीं है इसलिए
This
पूछ रहा हूँ
definitely
ना
is, there definitely is
India's
quite a bit
greatest
of work
वॉच
for
पार्टी
GE
स्ट्रीमर
to
से
do. Starting things off,
व्यू
though.
यार कभी आ रहा है वो
Stacking
घर
towards
पे
the
छुपा
B
लेने
Hey, so mid to A toxic screen right now. That way you can always try to vie for mid control, but also push out of A. When they re-clear, they still have to spend a lot of utility. And look at that A setup. If they get contact, the Neon is meant to try to draw them into a chase, and then there's the sonic sensor to really delay. Meanwhile on the B side, just classic Jit Boys anchoring alongside Ban.
बिंग्स में वापस से टिबो नहीं बचा पंगा लेने को कर लो लव यू यार
Not quite able to find too much bit of
यार
damage into which
Mangalore
boys.
we can always
Unitron, he's
sort
taking
it
so much
Kannada
space. They
language
suspect it. They'll push
we
him
can
back
sort
out.
score
He's
some
gonna be able to
hero
use that
stand
space now.
नीर दो सबड़ी
Way back
also I
in.
know
Grab that out as well, just in
Those
case he was right
steady
around the
That's
corner.
the
But able to
secret
hold out back far enough. Governor, though.
भाई इसकी सेंसिटिविटी
Yeah,
ए
big pickup
माउस
from
मॉनिटर
Governor
सब
there.
चाहिए मुझे
Just making sure that he's ahead, making sure that
Udotan
they
भाई
disrupt
यार
some
वही है
positions with
Udotan है
Kellyus.
भाई
Do they check for him? It's a good setup with Udotan. It's a good crossfire. Udotan
भाई
gets the trade, keeps
कितना
Kellyus alive for
प्यारा है
another
बे
kill. Onto the side
कितना
of GE.
मतलब
Now suddenly a
calm and
4v2. Talon no
collected.
longer having any form of an advantage. There's a fault line just to keep the Neon at bay. And Kellyus is just dancing in between these
भाई
members. Once again with
एक और
Udotan.
मारा
Two
बे
kills
उड़ा
each
ने
name,
वो
3 on the board for
एक
Udo
और
for the
मारा
entire round.
W pick by
So effective
Attacking
at
or
working
defending map,
alongside each
attacking
other.
buddy.
Being able to hold out from danger,
मेरे को
allowing
बुरा लग रहा
Kellyus to stay
है,
alive,
Governor भाई
continuing to
से
wreak
कैसे हो
havoc
रहा है?
towards the back of the
कैसे?
site. Just deadly.
Governor भैया
And these early kills
पता
really
नहीं,
means a
कुछ
lot. I
off
thought
लग रहा है,
Governor
वो
did a
लोग ने
good job of making sure he
भाई वो
pushes
लोग का
Udotan out.
एक्चुअल
Then
में
he gets
मिड के
control of the
हिसाब से
boxes
कितना
so
अच्छा
that
था
they
बे
can start the
वो लोग
retake,
ने
so that
एक
it's
वॉल
not
नहीं
very
बनाया बे
aggressive
रोटेशन काटने के
post
लिए
plan coming out from GE. But then they just get picked off. Kellyus is protected on the site. And now we go on to the anti-eco from GE.
Once again, that wall.
Oh, that's a good hit. Darion just holding at long range as well. They expect some of these aggressive push outs, but holding just on the railing. Jit Boys is, I mean, he's basically committing, right? He's saying, I'm just going to hold you
इधर
until I
वहाँ पे
get a kill.
ट्रिप पे डाल देना चाहिए
Will they get the spot? Is it going to be a double swing? No. They want to even plant Jit Boys. They're really committing out to this fake.
बाहर
I
कौन
mean,
सा
if
टीम
he can
स्ट्रांग है
get a
अभी
kill,
इमी और एनए में
it would be
Binks
great,
है?
but do they ever quite peek out?
G2 एक बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रांग है
I was wondering if
Heavy,
Darion
yeah?
maybe even
Heavy,
tries to get
heavy,
ahead of it to peek below from
और
above,
उधर?
but obviously with the toxic screen there, you're opening
उधर
yourself
का
up
मैंने
when
थोड़ा
that
मैचेस
screen goes
देखा
down.
नहीं
So far, not really. Jit Boys will continue to
FNC क्या
push on
चल
through.
रही है FNC का?
If he does spot out anything
bracket,
out
man.
towards Ben, then he's going to see that there's
TH अच्छा
nobody
खेल रहा है।
there. That should be quite a bit of information as
TH तो
well
पहले
for
से ही था
Talon.
यार।
Oh, and this commitment to B, they know they can buy time with the
Baramish.
Baramish on A. However, they now realize Jit Boys being sent all the way
Bhai,
deep for
अच्छा
the plant.
read तो है
Nobody
बे
there.
अपना।
Baramish will be broken, and the rotate is going to be late before the spike gets planted.
EDG ने
30
Yeah,
हाँ
it
बे
takes a bit of
left
time.
strong है
And in that time, Yudotan sets himself up on top of the boxes. And a little bit of crosshair displacement
लेकिन
as well,
अपन ने
but
लेव का
back
गेम
into
देखा
it.
नहीं है ना
Spikes has been planted for main, so that's where they're going to hold.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to just go down to the spike. Sure, you have position. Yes, it's a 5v5, but you only have
Vitality
classics. You didn't
उतना
invest
नहीं।
anything extra into
अच्छा
this.
खेला बहुत
No
लेकिन
reason to overextend. The only thing will be
ऐसा
Jit Boys.
एकदम
He's already on the
chance
flank. See if he can
जीतेगा
get an
type।
exit. If not, he needs to make sure that he goes down to one of the opponents, or maybe even just jump off the stage here, because there is no further chance for Talon to try to
सारे
get any sort
फटेंगे
of advantage
बड़ी
in this round.
Don't want to give them any alt orbs.
And Darian wants some outdoors,
Still
though.
holding
Yeah.
Okay,
क्रिस्टल
Crystal.
लड़
Uh,
तो रहा है क्रिस्टल
Okay, he's going to go forward, try to just get whatever he can. And just with the Sheriff, yeah, he'll just go forward with it, but eventually just goes
थोड़ा
into spike.
casually लड़ा
Nothing
लेकिन
really lost
Crystal
there
ने।
of value, right? Just the Sheriff. You're not losing any investment. You're also not giving away an ult orb to the opponents.
भाई अपने को भी
Apart from
चाहिए
the
लेकिन
round
अल्ट
loss
और
to Talon, so apart from that, so
अपन
far so
अटैक
good.
करे
And with the weapons in their hands, you know, G have a chance at maybe trying to
क्रिस्टल
convert
भाई
the
थोड़ा
bonus
कैजुअली
now.
लड़े वहाँ पे कैजुअली
See what they're able to do. I like that they just choose to say, okay, you know, we're just going to give that up.
1972 से रुके थे ये देखने को
And now GE up ahead. We are going to see that extra investment come out from Crystal as well. He gave up that Sheriff trying to get those extra kills on that last round, but now on their bonus, he's able to match that firepower. So that's an extra Vandal now in their
चैट लेकिन
hands.
सच बताओ इस बार सबको वाइब आया ना कि इस
Pushing
बार
बंदा नहीं है कोई
ये अच्छा
Toxic
करेगा
screen already. And the drone might have spotted out a little bit more as
यही
well.
चीज
It's a fast hit. Toxic
Team
screen
को करना
completely
चाहिए था,
ignored,
इनके
and
attack
you
में।
expect to push out, but Darian not able to really clear the inside of that smoke. Good trade from Kelly S, but that's the spike down. Now Ban, he
चलेगा
needs to be
अकेला
careful
होल्ड
where
नहीं
he
कर
chooses
पाएगा
to position himself, because he's going to be open from a lot of different angles. He's just going to have to fight his way out.
Holds it from the closest off angle, but ooh, it's Yudotan that he's playing
Hey,
against. So
भाई
instantly
ये बंदा
Spike
क्या
picked
खेल
up,
रहा है भाई
pretty soon planted onto the side, a full
पीछे का
3-on-3
ब्रांड देखो
retake.
सही खेलना पड़ेगा ना
थोड़ा तो ढींग दे रहे भाई
Now Poppy reclaiming that
भाई
area as well. He's
डब्लू
creating
पापी पे
another
उसने गन
cross
स्विच नहीं
angle.
किया बे
Talon, do they suspect
डब्लू
it?
पापी
Because it's a 3v3. Do you imagine? Oh, they spot each other. And
इतना भी
Premi's very
डब्लू
quick
नहीं
with
है
it.
So now it's out to Yudotan.
डब्लू उड़ोता
Gets
नहीं
ahead of
भाई
it, at least a
Huh?
little. Takes down Primi, goes in for yet another swing, has the dash anyway,
WG,
but Crystal comes in to support as well. He spots out the barrel.
भी W नहीं है
Yudotan
उड़ोता।
wants to go out for the kill, but it's Cruz able to strike back against GE. A
मैच में
round
थोड़ा
picked up by
चुपने बैठ
Talon.
सकते थे
Cruz always so trustworthy when Talon most needs him, because I was thinking against Yudotan and
WG.
Crystal, it looked like they were pretty
थोड़ा
well
शांत
trained
में
and
बैठ
kind of
सकते
going
थे
back and forth with the
तुमने भी
bait
तो
and
बोला
switches, but they never
W
quite
Yudotan
were
गया
able
ना
to
दोनों।
peek out at the same time. And
ये
Cruz
तो
just
वो
reads
वाले
it
round है
perfectly, says this is the only chance I get. I just got to win these fights one at a time, and you'll be able to bring one round back for Talon Esports.
स्नैक्स भाई धीरे धीरे बिंग्स बन रहे हैं
Oh, very quick on that pickup against Yudo, and then he's just ready for it. Obviously, both Silvas knowing the location of each other.
में स्पॉट
However,
होके मारा
that
बे
was their
उसने
buy round, so that's where it's going to still sting a little bit for Talon. So you'll
भाई
collect some of the
पैसे नहीं है
half
Talon
armors,
के
but
पास
you're just going to
पैसे
hold
नहीं है जीत
on to
गए
the creds. It's only one round apart. You got to think for the long game.
Just trying to keep that in mind, but at the same time, defensive setups now. A little bit slightly different, just to
चुप बैठो
pad up the A side a little bit more.
15 के
Yeah, I
लाइक्स
like
पे
the
चुप
sonic
बैठो
sensors here, so
15
that
के
if
लाइक्स
you choose to try to wrap around on bridge,
तो
try
मैं
to
तो बिठा के
really
दिखाऊं
flank onto that back site, there's double sonic sensors, and Bam would have been ready for a quick peek out. Then he tried to hold from heaven, but not seeing anything.
दिया
Talon
दिया
trying to
डैमेज
get
दिया
ahead of the movement. Drone going to get spotted on A main at the same time, and so both the Silva and the Chamber know of each other's location. Okay, a little ballsy from Cruz, but Governor with a nice pickup with the hero
वो लोग ने
rifle.
भी दिया
Just being able to duke out against Min. I mean, hearing that drone from Crystal earlier
भाई
before,
सोवा
just the
कुछ
impressive
amazing सा कर
toxic screen
सकता है
again from
ये गेम
Ban, forces them to use util to re-clear mid.
मेरे को लग रहा है अपना
now
सो
on
कुछ
that
अमेजिंग
timing
सा कर
past the
सकता है
minute mark onto A main as well as Talon. All eyes trained onto
उल्टा
mid.
दैन
It has to be a flank no matter what. Otherwise, it's a wild rush in the last 20 seconds.
दो
Looks like it's going to be that B-side and Governor. They line up for him. That's a double headshot. Able to control that spray. And now Spike down as well. It should be the round for Talon. And GE, they're already positioning themselves away to safety, going for a save.
No other option. That's the best they can do right now. And now for Talon, the setup really works out incredibly well.
And they're able to upgrade their weapons. That's a big part of this as well, right? We realize that off of that buy round in the previous round, they're not able to continue to buy up. So they say, okay, we take the loss, and now they get a thrifty for it. That's going to pay off dividends for Talon as they tie things up 8-8. This map has been neck and neck. And, you know, we got big time over on the desk, always wanting all three maps. He wants maximum Pacific Valorant. And we might be on track to try to make his dreams come true once again here in week 2.
Very, very possible, especially with how everything has been playing out so far. Talon is definitely showing that even though the split, you know, wasn't quite the best, still putting Permi on some of these other agents and being able to work alongside, you know, a lot of the utility this way definitely gives them more value.
And now it's just like the reverse of the first map. It's going to be GE using up both of their timeouts before Talon even needs to call a single.
क्वेश्चन आया है स्नैक्स भाई
बोलो
जी भी जीत रहा है आरसीबी का क्या सीन करके
इस साल जीत रहा है आरसीबी
ये गलत कर रहा है बे एड्रेस निकालो इसकी
इस साल आरसीबी जीत रहा है ब्रो
इस बार जीत रहा है भाई
बैलेंस टीम है वो जीत रहे हैं हम
भाई कृपया मुंबई वाले एक दबाए बॉटम टेबल से
ये बंदा एड्रेस निकाला हो फिलहाल मैंगलोर में
These problems that they've never quite faced before, especially against a team like Talon, pulling out the double controller setup.
So I was about to say that it would be beneficial for them to try to go a bit more headstrong into one of the sites, right? You're just not going to be able to really win a mid-fight unless you land all your shots, sure. But outside of that, in terms of utility, that Viper and the double controller on the side of Talon is too oppressive for a mid-battle. So going in fast onto that B site, I wasn't quite sure if it would be a 5-man hit, but that looks like to be the plan off of the timeout for GE.
RCB forever wala. Mumbai Indians ditch कर दिया है मैंने
Strong hit into the side. Yudotan with the blades finds that whole side's been
clean गुस्से.
But this is what I wanted to know is earlier, if you go for a 4-man hit and try to hold them off in mid, because there's a very big likelihood that there's going to be a flank. Now they are ready for it. Quickly rolling all the way back. You still got that trademark as well, and the rendezvous from Darion. It's a bit of a risky situation onto Danger, but he will have one more chance.
Yeah, watching for it. Bit of a rolling thunder as well, just to buy further time too. It does connect into so many other players. And here comes Yudotan. Darion, all that's left now. Jit Boys playing up around stairs has the kind of back off, thinking about going for the save. Yudotan still making
yeah, just trying to see if he can get a chase in, but otherwise he'll just pick up that free rifle as he came into the round with the Blade Storm. And this is the GE we saw last week. The moment you get a chance, the moment you get contact, we push in, we go for the fight, we take you guys out. You could argue that sometimes it looks like it's a very high-risk play, but GE made it work in week 1, and they're trying to bring that flavor back here in this round.
ये शॉट भी crazy था.
Works out so incredibly well.
लेकिन Alt W था.
Yeah, I like that they don't just say Rolling Thunder by time, right? It's Rolling Thunder. We surely had to have hit everybody because of the angles we're watching, and we go in for the fight. If no one's there, that's fine. Then we back off again. We've still got extra backup, and now once again, a little bit of a harder fight now on the A side. But Darion ready to try to pick off anybody who tries to gain control of mid.
So continuing to try to hold for it, but it is that double sonic sensor setup on the A side again.
Viper wall थोड़ा सा casual सा.
Watching for a Crew's just going to be the eyes to make sure that they don't come towards Premi. If they do, he'll notify him. Premi's ready for that shot. He's always so clean with the rifle. They know they're coming.
Trying to break it. Premi thinking about pulling out the utility.
Yeah, but he holds. Barrier mesh off the drone to make sure there's no quick follow-up.
So now that's a bit of util and a bit of a rotation being pulled over to the A site now.
Yeah, the operator being repositioned, not
Bhai,
quite
recon
spotted
hai
in mid
nahi.
just yet. Darian never peeked out, so this is the whole idea after that timeout, right? Is put
Wall
pressure
bhi toot
on
gaya
one
hai.
side. Do they push out of mid? Then Darian
A
picks up the
reheat
kill.
kar
But you're
to
never
sakte
really
hai
going to
bhai.
try to aggressively fight in
एक
mid because
साथ
you just
5
don't
man
have
stick
the
करके A
advantage.
reheat करना
Now with
चाहिए.
a
क्या
lack
बोलते
of
हो?
information, GE, they want to go for a fake, but already Crystal taken down. Yudotan, not quite spotted. Oh, maybe it looks like he has been. Util trained. Uh-oh. He's just gonna hold on. They're not quite sure if he's still there or not, but Yudotan's just going to wait.
Then you gotta look for Ban's position closer towards the B site. It was such a good spot. He wasn't spotted or anything, but now GE thinking back to
ये लोग क्या कर
rotate.
रहे हैं
They
बस
heard
20
him.
सेकंड
Ban
में?
heard them start running. You look at the positions. Talon, they're still holding strong. And Jitboy's just making sure it's not a wraparound through mid. This is going to be an absolute crash, and they just have to sprint in for the spike. It's only 10 seconds left. The op trying to get a shot. And there's the overdrive. It takes down everybody as Primi and Governor hold on to the site.
That was something else.
Good positioning from Ban. So there's all this pushing and pulling on the A side and mid, but quite frankly, at the end of the day, the biggest piece of information that Talon had was Ban as that drone, as the eyes and ears, all the way forward past danger over by the B side.
Cheering for all of it. Once you're down onto the side at 10 seconds left, I mean, your only option is to truly go for the kills. Can't quite get the spike down safely anyways. So flawless round for Talon now, tying up the score 9-9.
And now this time it's a forward position with the operator on the A side. So similar concept, but it's a much faster rotation because you trust in Darion to be able to get that pick. You're trying to make Talon to get curious. Use a drone,
ये अच्छा है
peek
कि
back
neon
out. You
mid
know
up
you
कर
want
रहा है.
information because otherwise you haven't really been able to go for those fast rotates.
Deploying drone.
भाई तुम लोग को लेकिन लीक्स दिख रहा है क्या?
Yeah,
अगर
still,
मिड वॉक इन होएगा ना,
Thrown out towards B
मिड
side.
वॉक इन होता था या फिर नियॉन फास्ट
Alright,
मिड
the real
जाता
question
था.
will be, are they aware of
इधर ही हार
Ban's
गया था
position
round
while
जी.
they hunt for Jit Boys? Because it's going to be a double setup.
ये
Ban
chamber
already
है.
gets one. Now it's a double on the site, Yudotan. But Jit Boy's still alive,
भाई
and he's in
उड़ोतान ही
position to
बचाएगा
start
भाई
to
अपने
back
को.
out safely to regroup. Backup has arrived. Jit Boys actually doesn't quite need
इतना
it.
भी नहीं
He's going to
बचा
take down
सकता ना.
Yudotan as well.
Somehow inside of the smoke, and now all that's left, I mean, Crystal alongside Darian. At least Crystal on the site, so maybe looking for some kind of an opportunity. Have the spike.
And just trying to see if they can maybe get out some extra util, get a free kill with the operator, Crystal. He's going to get one himself. And Darion still watching over by Heaven, but they don't know if there's been a cross. There's the annihilation, and that's going to catch him. There's the spike all the way getting drawn out. Darion, you got to make a choice, but I don't think there really is one. The spike right in the middle of enemy territory.
No, keeping themselves inside of cover as well. There's
Fuck!
no chance whatsoever for Darian, even getting clipped in the back as he tried to cross on over into safety.
Guys 15 के लाइक करो वरना चुप रहेगा भाई.
Truly,
बात
truly
कर
trying
तेरे
to
मुंह
find
में
and
घी
extend
शिक्का
their
और
lead
मेरा
right
माइक.
now.
Yeah, first time they've
15
reclaimed
के
the
लाइक
lead
पे
since
मेरा
round
भाई का
10
वो रहेगा.
when GE
Finger
tied
on
up
the lips.
5-5. Catching a bit of a break, but it's not much. You know, 10-9, it's anybody's game. This time it's a good hold from Talon. Great
तो मैं
double team
spawn
between
क्या बे?
Jit
We
Boys
should write a
and Ban.
petition
All
to
those
build
smokes
buildup
really
name to
working out
jinx
to their
something.
advantage.
मत करो यार.
Especially for Ben as well. I mean,
Done
thanks to those
by.
smokes, able to
आज तक
peek
jinx नहीं हुआ.
wide outside of Rafters.
Comeback है
Next
G
round
का
coming
कि
through
नहीं.
now, and the
Considering
adjustment's
it's an
gonna be a
attacking
3-stack
map
on the B
and
side
they
for
have a
Talon.
deadlock land
With
agent.
the operator as well. Oh, and he catches Yudo before he takes
बोलते
flight.
ही जग गए बे गवर्नर.
Shutting him down.
To it as well.
क्या
Thanks
लगता
to
है
the
मेरे को
smokes
अभी
being
भी
able to
लग रहा है.
still hold the
अभी
ground,
भी लग रहा है.
especially with
मैं
that op again.
जेन्युइन बोलूंगा इतना डिफिकल्ट क्यों लग रहा
It's
है?
just going to be a reset from GE.
Yeah.
They don't really have information anywhere
Chamber
else, right?
critic.
This was an all-in, especially given
मेरे
that
को भी
it's
chamber
not
पसंद
really
नहीं
a
आया.
strong buy. You just had that stinger in hand, and then the
Genuine
sheriffs.
बता.
So they just
Genuine.
hope that the silence is going to bait out Talon to reset, which it does, but
एक
Talon's not
टाइम
missing
पे
out on
G
much
में
either.
चिड़वा
They
रहता
still
तो मैं
have an
समझ
operator,
गया.
they still have the numbers advantage, and they will
चिड़वा
just
क्या
be able
कर
to
रहा है आजकल?
regroup, still
Party.
leaning heavier towards this B
Party.
site.
Right here.
You got the numbers, why not? And Primi is safe enough on the A
अभी जो
side,
मामा क्या कर
so
रहा है आजकल?
straight into it.
Mumbai guy.
Global. Trying to sneak on through with the smokes. They've managed to keep themselves towards backside. The wall bang, not quite connecting. So at least the spike goes down. Crystal from long range with the Sheriff as well, still able to connect it.
Oh, you don't want to give these 1v1s if you're Talon, using that Cosmic Divide just to try to get through. There comes the 100 Fury coming out from Crystal. Is it going to be able to? No, it's just going to buy time. Not really doing too much damage. Ban now already onto the side. That's a good catch with the grab net as well. And Crystal all alone just has to go for the shock darts. It'll get some chip damage in, but someone already pushed up. Yes, he gets a kill for his troubles, but the round will still be going over to Talon. Man, I mean, you know, giving those 1v1s Talon, I love the fact that they were much more careful, though. Yeah, they give one over to Crystal from long range, but even before, if we look, Cruz was already pinging. We left that side open. They might be in the corner. He sends a recon as well to make sure they can group up. They have the confidence that if they're able to set up, they should be winning these fights. And then you commit the Cosmic Divide as well. Isolate that long range from Crystal, clearly keeping that number advantage.
Friday night must be
सिडबाई को जी पसंद लग रहा है जी पहले जी से गोवा में गए पार्टी करने फिर जी से गुवाहाटी गए पार्टी करने
अब bro once a legend said the team stuck in 11 is gonna lose.
It's a rough site to get into, so the only thing you should worry about is going to be that flank, and Premi's ahead of it. They know they gave up some mid control. He's up on heaven, waiting for that vent door to break. Sonic sensor as well, and then a nice catch from Jit Boys. GE starting to fall apart. They're all over the place in mid, just giving up these free peeks. And there's another one for Governor. He knows the chase has to come through, because otherwise GE, they would have to wrap all the way back around spawn. And that's the only place you can really come in from again. Just full faith in Ban's Viper's Pit.
Yeah, at this point, there's not too many options for GE, right? The Viper's Pit in his phase, and if they do double back in towards mid, you're thinking about the op. Just what are you going to do? 50 seconds left on the clock. The only option to try to kind of save.
They'll just wait. I mean, they were trying to go for that ult orb sound and then the run away with the fake, but there's no reason for Talon to peek out. Now, I don't blame GE, just because the Talon team in this roster, they have done unnecessary moves before. Like all last year, there have been some overextending, there has been some overeating, so I like the attempted a bait, but that's the most they could have done, like you said, especially now with this barrier mesh. You really just have to wait for the time and go for that save. Your credits are looking good, and now it's going to be map point for Talon, one step away from taking us to the third map of Lotus.
All right, 2025 Talon. Still though, kind of affording at least a kill in towards GE. You never quite know what that might turn out to be. A couple of players close to their ultimates now.
Oh, I love
the round close to an end.
I love the patience from Talon, because if you went for extra kills here just to ruin the economy, you might have actually accidentally given over two big power ultimates to Poppy and Kelly S. So even keeping that in mind to make sure you're not giving any extra chances over to GE.
Just being able to keep that still.
Got you.
भाई मेरा दिल अभी भी मानता विनेबल है।
Point 9-3.
चेंबर की जगह क्या लेता था? कुछ भी नहीं भाई, 4v5 खेलो, चेंबर मत लो बस।
This map, given the fact that your economy is not too
4v5
great,
खेलो
those guardians and light shields. Darren in with the tour de force.
Yeah, it has to be Darren, quite frankly, right? A lot of the macro hasn't been working out for your favor, so they're gonna try to hold them off on A. See if you can bait out some of that extra utility, maybe force him to think that it's a chamber on this side, but that toxic screen again makes peeking out of that A main so easy for Talon. You just take it step by step. And Darian's just gonna look for these rotations, but Talon, do they even commit to it? I don't think they need to. You've already pushed out far into A main. Now a slow creep towards B as you hear the drone coming in, but you never were meant to fill this site. Look at Jitboy's position, he just wants to hold on to back site.
This is all GE has. It has to be the B site. Spike planted now at the very least, and they're gonna have to try to hold it so far back in towards Nest, back in towards main. You're watching for the potential flanks and in for the flanks through stairs as well. At least the stars are up, and Poppy's trying to work alongside them, but the fast lane's in his face. Darren just to watch his back. Darren unfortunately gets gunned down by Chit Boys now though from stairs, and Poppy doing his best to try to anchor around the site. And off the timing of things, that's when Cruz comes out from the back. Poppy gunned down. Crystal the only one left, and he's way too far from the site. Sends out the recon, but Chit Boys is sticking the defuse, and there it is. Talon closes out the second map, 13-9. We are going to a map
भाई
3.
अभी हम लोग को work
Pieces
करना
from
पड़ेगा
Talon there
बेबी.
to wait for Cruz to fully get the
पहले
flank.
chamber
Governor,
हटाओ.
he jumps down and he just says, well, it's either you coming into the smoke for me when I'm owning the shorty,
Smoke
or
के
we're
अंदर
just dancing around until I
ये
get more
plant
backup.
वाला
They
smoke
slowly
था,
just
heaven
encroach
upside.
onto that site, and then the
Face और plant
moment
वाला.
Cruz gets that kill
लेकिन
onto
जो
Kelly, suddenly
city वाला जो
everybody
area है
floods
ना, वो
right onto the
blind
spike.
stun
It's a
वो सब
great retake
करना
from
पड़ेगा
Talon
और एक
Esports,
साथ pick
looking
हो
a
तो
lot
ऐसा
better on this map too, and maybe the desk was
ऐसा
right.
jet
Maybe
जो
it was
pick
just
में
that,
वो
you know,
नहीं
first game back on the big stage jitters, and Talon has shaken them off.
So much of it. Just seeing how effective this composition can be
और
as well,
जो land
especially
agent
on
वाला
the defensive
super chat
half,
को
you're
hide दो.
seeing all of that utility come into fruition. The double sonic sensor setup on towards the A site, and Pan just being such a menace, especially throughout on his Viper's toxic screen all throughout the map.
Yeah, it's just been a great map from Talon. Everyone really doing their part. Governor also playing the bait when he needs to, but really able to go for those op shots when he needed as well. And Jit Boys really coming back alive as an anchor, saying, hey, when I'm given the chance, I can do the same thing too. You know, Poppy's a pretty good player, but Jit Boys was one of the OG rookie controllers here at BCT Pacific, and he's shining once again. Talon playing their composition to perfection as well. You mentioned it, things like the touch screen, the sonic sensors, it was all set up very, very well in favor of them, especially on that defensive side.
That's a few successful rounds for G nonetheless. Kelly S alongside Yudotan have been doing quite a bit of damage, you know, carrying that performance over from the first map. So hopefully being able to see a bit of that in the third map as well. But for now, I mean, this has been such a good second map for Talon. How does this really all shake up? We have to toss it back over to our analyst as to tell us everything.
थोड़ा सा जल्दी ट्वीट किया लग रहा है.
Everything. There's so much though. There's so much to talk about. Talon finding the wind in their sails for map 2, bringing us to a proper full
उससे के
series
लोग
here.
गाली
This
दे
is
रहे
what we want
मुझे.
to see. We want to see a good game, and this was very interesting. Talon seemed to have figured out a lot of things. This is a lot better than we
भाई
expected.
मैं
Global
तुम्हारी
though
तरफ हूँ
coming
ना,
back a
हरामी
little
हो.
bit there, but
मुझे
I
काहे
don't know.
गाली
I
दे रहे
think
हो?
we need a little bit more time to rework their abyss.
Yeah, I like the changes that they tried to make. Obviously, they tried to shake things up, bring in the chamber, but I didn't really feel it have a ton of impact. I didn't see Darion really manage to pick apart Talon in a way a chamber would.
To be fair, it wasn't really his fault. Like, Talon was doing a fantastic job of neutralizing him. You'll see some highlights of that later on that we've taken from the game, but you know, the utility and the way that they push him off those angles, the amount of times that he just got droned off the line by Cruz, he really had his impact minimized.
मैं कॉम देख
Yudotan
के
is
बोलूँगा
really the
कौन
one that
जीतेगा.
actually
कॉम
kept
देख.
them in this game. I mean, it's the stars for GE that make them a consistent
Yeah.
roster time and time again. That first half
Come
was
Dick, come
very
Dick.
back and forth. I actually thought Talon probably could have got more out of their attacking side as far as I'm concerned, but fumbled some of the rounds in the mid round and the XVX. I think at the end of the
चाय
day,
पीने भूल
it's
गया मैं,
GE's
गरम
attack
करके
side
आया.
that really let them down. Like, he had one or two
Yeah,
really
stream
good
को like
calls
कर दो
off of
मेरे.
the
We are very
attack
close
calls,
to
which I'm
10K
assuming is
likes
coming from
after a
the coaching
long,
staff,
long
like the Rolling
time.
Thunder ult round
But
on
उसके
B
बाद
in the
Genji
after
versus
plant, but
Star QB
after
है.
that, they really didn't seem like they could figure out how to attack into the comp that Talon brought here onto Abyss.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me was Talon's retake on B. They felt very, very comfortable giving space when they needed to and taking it back. I would like what they were doing with their toxic screen on Viper as well to kind of lock out that mid and A control. It gives you a lot of sequential control. I just felt like they really understood how to play defense on this map.
They also kept changing up their approach. Like, some of the rounds, the site was left completely wide open. There wasn't a single player playing on it. It was just a Toxic Orb. Some of the rounds you had someone in a Toxic Orb and just buying time, and then they had a cute little setup that they were playing.
Yeah, I think they had a lot prepared for this. And this is what Talon has been saying that they have. They said, we're really good at macro. We've got so many different things up our sleeves. And this is, and we saw a lot of it displayed here.
I mean, this is a great start to the first gun round. You see, this is the first round that Darion gets an op out. It's exactly why they wanted to mix up the chamber to try to get him more involved in the game, as opposed to the Cypher. Drone comes out, instant stun, forces him to TP off the line. He can't even be allowed to take a shot. Then we go into this B after plant where you have the Annihilation that hits the rotating player. And although Talon didn't win this round, this is a great example of how they're able to play the macro well and push and pull the rotations and neutralize the effectiveness of the round.
Yeah, I definitely liked what they were trying to do in terms of macro this game. This was a great round where they understand that the strength of their comp is in the post plan. So they're able to kind of set up this kind of fake towards B, end it back on A and find a completely free and open site, and then you're post-planting with your Viper ult, you have deadlock traps, you have Astra utility. Trying to retake into this is hard.
I mean, this kind of reminds me of Nongshim does, to be honest. He's sending the Neon in, that's pulling 3 or 4 rotations to the other side of the map, you get the kill on the player that's deep A main that's holding an info line, and exactly like you said, deadlock wall on spawn, Viper ult across the site. That's an impossible retake when you're already 15 seconds on the other side of the map in terms of rotations and the spikes ticking.
Yeah, exactly. There was an excellent use of Neon, especially when you're doing a lot of swinging defensive side. And this is, again, the specialty of Talon, and when it works, it looks so good, and we could see it happening there, especially with their macro plays. I'm curious now how Global is going to be tackling this. Going to Lotus is going to be our next map, and it's a big map. Talon, historically, we saw this happen in stage 2. They got 0-13 by Paper X. They didn't do so well near the end against Jet G. It wasn't great. They liked Lotus though. They either picked it or they let it through every single time.
Yeah, you know what this reminds me of? The real GE fans out there will remember it. Last year in 2024, obviously I was there. We played against Talon. Map 1, we stopped them. Map 2, we lost a very close map, and then we ended up losing map 3. So I feel bad for the guys in GE. I feel bad for the people at the watch party there. You don't want to relive this nightmare. So I hope GE can bounce back stronger into this map 3.
This is a map where you have no idea what's going to go on. Like, Talon, I think, lost like 13-2 in the offseason to Gen G on this map. GE, I don't think we've even seen them play Lotus yet, so this is just a bloody coin flip as far as I'm concerned. You have no idea what you're going to get from either of these teams, but even if you did have some tape, you had some data of what you thought was going to happen, you've already seen both of these teams continue to change their comps map to map to map and try to get better reads on each other, try to go for a little bit of an anti-strat based on what they saw compositionally, or maybe what didn't work for them in the case of GE's Abyss.
Yeah, I think I'm expecting a chaotic map 3. I'm expecting
this will be messy.
I'm expecting some crazy picks as well. Both these teams don't mind a little bit of cooking. They don't mind, trying different things. So I think I'm excited to see what they go for.
I just want to pitch this one. I know this is insane, but what if you put Primi on a duelist? Like, wouldn't that be crazy?
What? We can't have that. Talon would never do that. They would never do that. Primi on a duelist. Why would we give him so many kills and let him entry? But I think it's interesting though, because the way we saw Primi actually play when he first came in, I think there was a little bit of refinement that was needed, a little bit of discipline that he needed. When you're coming into the tier 1 pro play, it's so different than pulling up rank. So I can almost understand why they haven't really put him on duelist yet, except in the off season. So maybe they're still working on a couple things. But this could be the map. This could be it, Pilski.
I hope so.
I think the biggest difference when you're coming in from ranked is not necessarily the gameplay, like your own ability to perform in the server. A lot of it comes down to like how you are as a teammate, your communication.
Energy low lag rahi hai abhi.
Necessarily see from up here. So that could definitely be the reason they moved him away from duelist if his communication style didn't naturally fit. If he was a more quiet player, for example.
Classic G क्या उनका मैप है भाई, वो लोग भी जीतेंगे कि नहीं जीतेंगे, कि 5 प्लेयर ऐसे बिठा के रखा है वो लोग.
Sacrificial duelist, space creation. You're seeing Governor running on the Neon. They were playing Yoru Raze on the previous map. They really want the duelist to not necessarily be fragging out, but instead to be playing within the system. And then Primi's being put in roles where, as the deadlock, or in the case of the Teo on the first map, he can come in after throwing the util or playing a certain position where maybe he can utilize his mechanics and then get more involved in the mid to late round. You want that player with the really good fragging power involved in closing out the round in the important stages of it.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point and one I hadn't necessarily considered. It definitely seems like they really want to open up the game for Primi, keep him alive until the most important bits of the round where he can really use his talents to close things out instead of,
क्या चाहिए तेरे को? जी का एजेंट कॉम क्या होना चाहिए? Let's stop.
Not your star player. It's usually your weaker player.
Even by theory crafting करो. क्या होना चाहिए जी का winning comp?
Bro, map बताओ एक बार, मैं देखा नहीं.
Yeah, especially if you're playing a dive duelist role. I think
Lotus.
change a little bit here, and it's true.
Lotus में Darion by Chamber लेंगे 100%.
Different things are crazy.
Comp पूरा 5 agents बता.
एक रेज होगा उडोटान बाई की, और एक फेड होगा. Bro, Primi ये भी आ सकता है, क्या बोलते हैं?
अरे जी का कॉम्प बता बहुत सही के जी का.
देखो एक रेस, एक रेस, एक ब्रो ब्रीच नहीं होगा मेरे हिसाब से. होगा ब्रीच होगा
मेरे हिसाब से. चेंबर या फिर साइफर कंफर्म है डेरियन भाई, ठीक है. मेरे हिसाब से अभी कोच बोलेगा चेंबर मत ले, तू ये ले, साइफर ले, मेरे को बोलेगा.
मेरे हिसाब से ब्रीच, रेस, टेहो, डेडलॉक, ओमेन.
टेहो बोलने वाला था. ब्रो चेंबर लिया रे इसने.
इसने लिया रे भाई, इसलिए.
ब्रो क्या सीन है?
एक सेकंड,
क्या सीन है?
टीम सेंटिनल
डिफेंडिंग
Sentinel एक
भाई
smoke
पे
वो
दोबारा स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं लोग
This is
वो duelist भाई
So we
Binks
have
में क्या scene है?
deadlock versus deadlock on Lotus, which is something we don't see a lot. The chamber, I'm like that they've gone back to it. I think chamber can bring a lot on Lotus. I think it lets you lock these angles, and I also think it gives you this kind of contacty more style on attack where you're able to kind of explore space.
What are GE gonna do on attack? They've got a stealth drone and that's it. Triple Sentinel. What are they gonna do to take space, Vic?
I'm so excited.
Okay. All right, casters, we're gonna send this to you, and I'm gonna watch your brains just kind of explode with this one.
निकलना ही पड़ेगा भाई
But maybe have we considered the fact that GE, they're so big brain that they realize.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, जी क्या कॉम्बो करेगा? वहां नेट फेंकेगा और फिर वाइस स्लो फेंकेगा वहां पे कि उधर ही बैठ जिंदगी भर करके क्या कॉम्बो करेंगे? ना रबल फाइट ले सकते ये लोग, ना ब्लाइंड है अपने पास। करे जेंजी वाला मैच चालू।
So going back to a bit of a classic comfort pick, comfort composition for themselves.
I just love that they still have that 13
Listening,
spray
हम
on
भी
them on the
watching.
Talon side.
Bro मेरे
They'll
साथ
never
से
let it
10
down
to हुआ तो
themselves. They'll never let anybody forget.
भाई ट्रिपल सेंटिनल है लेकिन
Yeah,
डिफेंस
that's what you always
ना
gotta
भी
feel
वो
like when
नहीं
you're
है
होनी
मैच
चाहिए
है।
भाई।
safe, but right now, you know, just a little bit of space in towards B already. Prowler to clear outside of Mount.
एक साइड के लिए एक सेंटिनल
नहीं
लिया
बे
क्या
इतना अच्छा नहीं है बे।
First, and then trying to make them guess, is it B
क्या
or
बोल
C?
रहे हैं भाई एक साइड के
Governor
लिए एक
seeing if he
सेंटिनल
can
है
get a
नहीं, फिर
cheeky
भी।
little hit as they peek around the barrier mesh.
अबे
but
कुछ ट्रैप
Police
प्लेस
was not
नहीं है
taking
बे,
any chances.
कुछ
They already have
कॉम्बोज
full
नहीं
rebel
है,
control,
कुछ
and
ट्रैप
then on
प्लेस
C
नहीं
site, that
है।
sheer wall is still there.
भाई
And this is
जितना लेना
why
है
this
लो
device is becoming so
attacking
popular across all the
लगने
regions,
वाले
across all the
गलत
different
वाले।
maps, because if you don't ever activate that, it's so much information. But if you do activate it, I mean, there's so many different trap plays as well.
So at least just being able to lure and draw all of that out. I mean, it's already 2 walls from the side of GE that are drawn out. Now the salvos as well. And it affords a lot more options for Talon as they do commit back in towards the C site. So no Shiro available, it's just the guns for KLES right now. Still able to track Governor down. Poppy into the back site, but Jit Boys able to fight back. Now into the site, and that's where the Barrier Mesh comes up from Ben to block off Waterfall. The spike will go down in favor of Talon.
Yeah, Crystal's just going to be stuck there on his own, but he will be able to survive as Talon not taking any chances. They're going to back away from the barrier mesh. They don't want to take any
side smoke
unnecessary
भी
fights.
आएगा।
Man looking for the flank.
आ गया।
They realize it's not going to be there. All 3 coming in from Waterfall. Is Talon ready? We've got the salvos online once again.
Ooh. Jit Boys inside of the smoke though. They don't expect that whatsoever. Darren able to trade back, but now 1-on-2. He's got the headhunter, but can he really connect all of them?
Bro,
Swings out, but it's gonna be the classic that undoes him.
rounds,
Talon
man.
picks up the
भाई
pistol.
नहीं भाई,
Full faith in Bad there with the
Deadlock
absolute
ठीक है
bait switch
लेकिन
from Primmy. Just
ट्रिपल
jumps
सेंटिनल
around and
में
then says, it
सारा
wasn't me.
उनका
And Bad's
सेटअप
there to
टूटेगा
pick up
ही
the kill.
टूटेगा बे क्योंकि
It's a good pistol round. What I really want to give
ये लोग का
credit to
रेस
Talon
वेस
is
कौन
you mentioned it.
प्रॉपर है
They drew
बे।
out the walls. They drew out the salvo. They drew out the razor vine. All this stuff that is going to take so much time to get through, but also things like the salvo that's on a 40-second cooldown.
Man.
And then they find that opening.
This is where you really start to think, you know, we saw a triple duelist way before back in the day. Now we're seeing the triple sentinel. Is this overcooking? Maybe not
भाई
yet,
ट्रिपल
because
duelist
Darren
में
is here
बाप है।
and ready to play.
ट्रिपल
It's
duelist
a
में
shot at the
चलेगा।
ban, but has to back off. Rendezvous already used.
Yeah, takes a bit of a hit, but not really getting too much value outside of that.
trust
Yeah, you
कद्दू
take
का
away
मेरा
the deadlock,
trust
that's going to weaken the
कद्दू
post
का।
plan just a bit, but not able to recover any weapons, not able to upgrade anything, not able to keep control of C-Mount either. So Talon, they'll leave Governor alone. Now he does have the Phantom, that always worries me a bit when you leave the rifle alone. You never know when a nice headshot's going to take you out, but he'll just hold these off angles, see if they get curious to push out for extra space.
Being able to keep it around at least, but right now, Talon still with the guns, able to push out a little bit more effectively. They are doing their due diligence of clearing out
ट्रिपल
a lot of the
कंट्रोलर रहेगा तो
potential
भी
angles
चलेगा
at the very
बैच
least.
एक दूसरे के
Yeah,
स्मोक
now
में
there's
जाके
so
बैठ
little
जाओ।
information that they might just consider going into B to go for a pinch alongside Governor. It could have spelled trouble, but GE got antsy. They started moving, which gives a little bit of space, but can he get out? It's just outside of range. And Jet Boys gets a double Governor there for the cover as well. Everybody getting taken down by Jet Boys.
Look at how he actually bypasses a lot of it with the Shrouded Step 2 and down in towards Darren, the last one left. He's the one who only got the kill against Van. Gets a second, not too bad. but has to continue pushing up. And this is where I think, like, are the retakes really possible in GE's favor? They continue to peek out, but Primi in with the Outlaw just really makes it not a possibility whatsoever. 2-0 to start.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage with that Headhunter. Now Darian 3 away from the Tour de Force as well. That's going to be very important. You mentioned how good are the retakes going to be when you're having this tough of a time. But outside of that, I mean, it's going to... Oh, he gets right behind him.
एक idea है
Governor trades for him. That's a good little maneuver there. But outside of that, once you get that Tour de Force, once you get the operator, hopefully you're not really pigeonholing yourselves into these 5v5 retakes.
They might have something.
You really do have to come up with some possible trap plays or at least the guided salvos to block a lot of it all early off towards Rumpel, but still the spams work out not too bad. Governor gets away with at least one. Now tries to hang back. Prowler comes in for support.
Yeah, we have to note that Primi still hanging out by C as well. He's watching down with that Outlaw. Doesn't spot anybody pushing up. The one-way now gone. And he'll be able to start to re-clear some space. So Talon should still make some noise on A for the time being until the barrier drops, but they'll slowly pull away and try to inch towards C site.
Fan here still not spotting out too much. He's trying to sell that fake by rotating the doors over. No footsteps whatsoever. The rest of his team slowly into the B side. That Prowler, though, does give a bit of a tell away, and Kelly S instantly calls for a bit of reaction. Crystal starting to think back in towards a possible B pinch, but Ban continuing to push up, gets away with another kill.
And there's the barrier mesh as well, so no one's going to be able to funnel in through. But Yudotan, I love this position. He has to get ahead of it. He has to get two, but he misses on that wide swing. Not quite expecting them to just not fight him at all. Governor with a free kill himself. There are the salvos, but they should be able to get out. Lots of damage taken, so Ban now takes it upon himself to make sure that they can secure this round.
Very likely bonus now, but Kelly S hearing the hops. I believe Ban has spotted him out as well, so at this point, just kind of jiggling along even further.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much secured the bonus round already, but if you're able to carry forward 4 rifles with the credits they already have, Talon is looking solid. And I mean, the Des talked about it, we mentioned it, but GE, this composition definitely seems like one that's going to need some rounds on the defensive side.
Some. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, the Vicelock duo has been so dominant, right? I think it's like on a 7-win streak on Bind alone, and it's been quite dominant and impressive across the map as well. Very popular. And one of the reasons is, especially on the defensive side, that you can constantly bait out this information. If they trip the shear, now you put the barrier mesh on the other side, things like that. The reason it works on Bind is because there's no actual mid, so it's somewhat more one-dimensional in terms of the push and pull across the map.
But on
and
Lotus,
yeah, a lot of it is choke points. But on Lotus, I gotta see a bit more. Now, the Des mentioned it, Chamber, pretty good on this map. It's one of the ways to counter the old meta comp, so maybe that's the way you plug those gaps, but we're not seeing it just yet.
Not quite. Apart from the second round where Derek got a couple kills.
बात करके फातिमा जी से best of 5 कर सकते
looking at another potential Grafnet salvo setup just to control A once more. Oh, Salvo's a little bit further in now.
Hey, can we have a best
ready
of
to
5?
just fight on Rubble itself as a 3-man and then push forward. They're not going to find it, so it's just a barrier mesh instantly for the rotate. Now, this can be fairly written. I mean, Primi already sees it as well. This is something that Talon's been so good at. They're just waiting to see, all right, is the barrier mesh used? Where's the shear wall? They want to draw out all that delay util, and they're getting it generally before the 40-second mark, which is amazing for Talon.
Stuck and held. Stealth drone together. Information as well, but here comes Yudotan. A second kill and a third from Crystal now. All shares, but it's still able to ring out thanks to the information that they're getting. Primi, though, in with the Outlaw, knowing that they're don't quite have the shields. He goes in aggressively for it. A bit of a wallbang into Yudotan, but the instant trade from Crystal rings back.
That is disastrous there. What a triple setup here from GE. So GE, if this is a call not just on the eco, but something they've picked up on from Talon, it's a great adjustment because they realize, okay, they're just constantly baiting out our delay util. They're constantly trying to make us use everything before the 40-second mark before they actually make their execute. So now we go out and fight. We go and fight. We have things like the salvo. We still have things like the Gravnet. We're able to take control of at least one fight, you know, 2 or 3 times around, depending on the cooldowns. They have upgraded rifles, and this is a bit of a stack here. Governor, I mean, the creds are fine. If he can make the showstopper, that'd be a win for him as well.
10 seconds
Might
left.
peek for it, but yeah, it's just quicker reactions on the other side. Just when you thought Talon might have been able to find a huge lead, breaking the bonus. GE comes back and answers this way by fighting.
इधर भी fight कैसे करेंगे पता नहीं भाई.
It's just a huge double kill from Talon there. Keeps him at bay with the annihilation, and Primi, a little bit of his solo queue antics coming out there. It was a good anti-flash, but not able to land before he's able to get that outlaw out and ready. And so now the operator in the hands of Darian, and then he'll have the tour de force as well. So he gets 2 chances to show us why they picked the chamber.
Does have a good sight line at the very least. Oh, and the governor! He just sprays into Yudotan!
It's a nice forward position. Obviously, we've seen that evolve over the course of 2024. Jit Boy's already through. Poppy's ready for it.
God,
That smoke.
Poppy.
Can't just go out of it like that, but Primi instantly striking on the other side. Good adjustments on the macro rounds between the 2 teams. This time, Talon really brings up the speed. Oh, and Primi's just digging deep into enemy territory. This is already a save.
Had the numbers to go for it, so nonetheless, just makes it work. And with the op in hand, just
By a
not
clear
much else
cut
that can
comp
be done.
difference.
3-1.
That works.
Talon's gonna hold.
क्या बोलते हैं टिबोन?
It's just going to be that save here from
क्या scene
Darian.
है?
Just
ऐसे-
keeps his back
ऐसे
covered.
ही है
That
क्या?
trademark.
तीन सेंटर तो खेलते ना, मजा
Just
आएगा,
wait
जय
to see if you
बाबा
can
की.
get an extra kill. Now, on the side of Talon, I mean, for sure, you see if you can go out hunting. Well, maybe not hunting with the knife
दो
out, but
sentinel
man, just seeing
चलेगा.
if he can close the gap there. Now they have the
लेकिन
information, and
दो
Cruz is the one
sentinel
that you want to try to get this kill. Get that
के
nightfall
साथ
ready.
एक
Get that
omen भी
snowball
मांगता.
rolling on the attacking
Blind
side.
smoke के लिए.
But he can't leave the spike just yet. You
एक
just never know.
breach भी
So he's
मांगता
got to stick
fast
around.
control के लिए और एक race भी मांगता लड़ने के लिए.
That's just going to be the hold. It looks like all the way to the end. Once the timer
कुछ
gets
चीजें
close, Cruz
मांगता.
will peek out.
कुछ
He's
combo
not
तो
going to take
चाहिए
extra
भी.
chances. They're
थोड़ा बहुत combo तो चाहिए.
going into round 6.
मतलब वो लोग का देख ना contact
So
में
far.
omen blind देगा वो लोग push कर
Right
सकते
now,
हैं.
I mean, also
Contact
just
में
seeing some of the
siege net होएगा वो लोग
adjustments
push
into
कर
how
सकते हैं.
the Talon might
कुछ ना
want to
कुछ
deal
trap
with
place
early A rubber
कर
control.
सकते हैं कभी ना कभी.
Yeah,
अब
the
यहाँ पे
Rays
क्या
can still
trap
get
place है?
ahead of the grab net. That's something that maybe just not quite calculated. Maybe GE expecting Talon to respect that combo, because the salvos take some time too to really land behind, and they're trying to get kills with the salvo rather than trying to block them from getting behind rubble.
मैं क्या बोलता हूँ,
So it
लैंड का
hasn't
कुछ पावर
quite
कट
worked
वगैरह करा
out.
देना भाई.
Holding on to the util for now. Kelly S, he knows something's wrong. He knows that the From the Shadows is here. He has to find a way out. They'll escape just in time.
Yeah, backs off into its waterfall. From the shadows as well, I mean, it's just extra annoyance for the side of GDE. But this is, you know, the full side granted over for Talon.
इसके बाद alt है लेकिन
Again,
angles
to kind
clear
of
कैसे
hold even
करेंगे वो
more
देखते
space
हैं.
as well. I mean, look at how they're able to push further in towards spawn alongside that one way.
भाई दिखता
Stealth
ही
drone
नहीं है.
does alert to Jit Boys at least that there could be a push coming out. But look at how his team comes back in just to stall it with paint shells. Armageddon sent through
टेलीपोर्ट
too.
ऊपर.
Yeah, Chip Boys doesn't
Right
really have an
side,
exit
right
there,
here,
but Primi refills the area. The decay allows him to get a triple
But
kill
क्या
off
save
of
है,
the
Binks
nightfall.
करो ना.
Primi holding
क्या
strong
करेगा,
back
क्या
inside
करेगा,
GE,
क्या करेगा.
falling into pieces as Kelly S, the last one
कुछ भी नहीं कर
alive.
सकते.
He goes back out for a fight, but Primi, another 4K on Lotus for the Thai rookie.
It doesn't matter what agent he's on or what role he's playing, he's still able to frag out. Just reading the game and putting himself in the right situations to make it happen.
10-1 and 4 for Primi. He's just been allowed to
क्या
explore
combo
the
करेंगे?
map, go out for frags, and run free. Make sure that they're able to take flight all the way towards Masters Bangkok as they play their opening match in the second round of the upper bracket here in VCT Pacific Kickoff. Still has the not dead yet as well, so you know he can take some more risks. That's been sitting in his pocket for quite some time.
This could work out effectively, knowing that possible chamber or advise on the other side. So straight into the smokes, swapping over to the right clicks as well for Governor. Onto the classic, Baramash instantly up, and once again, another C site quickly taken by Talon.
Yeah, I love the switch to the classic there just to make sure that you're using it as that shotgun. And you hear the knives coming out from Crystal trying to break that barrier. So you know there's forces in Waterfall. This post plant, it looks solid from Talon. They're just ready to fight on the site itself, not allowing GE to try to gain space. Only thing you're concerned about is that flank, but man, he has his eyes set.
Not much debate on it. No,
आ रहा था सीधा करना है, lower bracket
to
है.
stay tucked inside.
क्या कर
cover.
सकते हैं? चलो,
Then
let's
will at
look
least
at
draw a bit of
the
information out.
positive.
Actually takes
ठीक है?
the duel against Yudotan and wins it.
Technology of
ये round
defense we could have
गांड
done
मारा
so
था
many
क्या?
rounds. How we lose?
कैसे ऐसा है ही नहीं भाई कि तुम लोग ने सेंटिनल ले लिया तो तुम लोग राउंड जीतोगे. है ही नहीं ऐसा.
हाँ क्या
कुछ
सिर्फ स्प्लिट में है क्या?
कॉम्बो ही नहीं है
यार,
भाई,
वो
कुछ भी
combo
कॉम्बो
है।
नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है। स्प्लिट में
वो
चल
देख
साइफर दो ट्रैप
एक बार तो
डालेगा, केस डालेगा।
डेडलॉक का कॉम्बो समझ में आता है रे विंग्स।
नहीं स्प्लिट में अगर समझ दो सेंटिनल भी रहेगा ना, तो भी एक
हाँ।
एक साइड होल्ड कर सकते हो, क्योंकि ट्रिप विप तोड़ के सीधा घुसना भी इतना इजी नहीं है। उसका कैमरा भी ऐसा है कि आगे जाके रैंप में जाके तोड़ना पड़ता है, या बीमेन में आगे जाके तोड़ना पड़ता है, तो डिले विले होता है। इधर कैसे डिले करेंगे बे वो लोग? और डेडलॉक का वॉल तोड़ रहे तो उसके बाद फाइट, एक बंदा वॉल तोड़ रहा है, वो लोग पिक करके क्या करेगा? बाकी लोग तो मारेंगे। कुछ तो चाहिए बे, कुछ तो। जो हमने वो देखा तो देख, ट्री में अगर आधा लाइन पुश किया, पीछे बूमबॉट नेड आएगा, उधर से ओमेन ब्लाइंड आएगा, यहाँ से वॉल वॉल तोड़ के घुस के मारते, वो तो कभी होने से रहा। सी पे आएगा कांटेक्ट पे, नेट नेड ये वो, तंबूरा ले डैश वैश ब्लाइंड वहां से, वो भी होने से रहा। क्या सीन रे? हाँ, और करो ट्वीट कैसे भी।
Stifle some of these setups that G might have, and how Frost is
यूरो चाहिए था,
being
सिंगल
proactive on
डोनिस्ट
his
यूरो
own
भी
timelines
अच्छा
as
है,
well.
वो भी स्पेस कर
Alright,
सकते।
so it's still going to be that operator for the chamber. It's going to be an aggressive push out mid, but GE or Talon,
उसका वॉल वॉल
they have
भी
the read
बेट
on
कर
this.
सकते,
Prowler spots it. You hear a phantom,
ब्लाइंड भी
a
मिल
little
जाएगा।
bit iffy. Because the only place you should really be going out is with that operator. So barrier mesh used to even bait it out, but they still sent a second Prowler. I mean, Talon had the read on this for sure.
Yeah, has been, you know, daring on this chamber so far. So of course trying to make another op work once again, but
अभी यहाँ पे पिंक कह देगा, यहाँ पे वॉल है,
however, it is the
वो लोगों को
vibes
पता है
this
एक
time
या
with a shield
मैक्सिमम दो
wall
बंदे
towards
एक
the A
खेल।
site. We'll see if Kalias can do anything with the setup.
Yeah, it's not really well positioned for him to try to get a kill off of it immediately. They will now set up the smoke as they see that util come out. So that smoke should let you know that someone is watching out here to try to get the kills, and they hear it. So Shearwall already taken down before the 40-second mark as well.
Hey,
Now the only thing you
Motherfucker.
really need to worry about is where is the deadlock, where are those sonic sensors, but Jit Boys hears it. It's a setup on the C side.
That's more information being picked up by Talon. Kind of fully aware of what G's setups are right now. So being able to flood into the
Hey,
C side,
combo.
Primi from the back lines takes a shot in towards Poppy, and that's
मजा ही आ गया।
broken up.
I mean, this is just textbook. You save the paint shields for the sonic sensors, Shipboy calls it. It's thrown from long range right as it pops. You send Governor in, he's passed, he displaces the crosshairs, then you're ready for the trades. I mean, Vice, Deadlock, Chamber, none of them are getting value out of their utility right now.
Yeah, despite every single roadblock being set up against them, Talon are able to bypass it. And now with the spike planted, everyone holding out from Mound, just a bit of a huge firefight. They have the ultimates to work against potential incoming retake as well, but thanks to the economy, G's gonna have to opt for a save.
And, I mean, Talon right now, yeah, they have a Deadlock, but again, they don't have a hard Sentinel, but with GE's comp and the way they've been
Deadlock
wanting
with
to play
Vice
around their
is
own
nice.
defensive util, they're not able to abuse that
I
either,
agree.
right? There's
Deadlock
no
with
fast
Vice
push
is
to try to
nice.
crunch on them. So
But
Talon,
bind
they've
them.
been free to literally sprint from site to site to site and chain util
इसमें
or
भी
chain
करेगा,
destroying
लेकिन
all the
उसके साथ
util,
चाहिए भी
baiting out the
breach,
chamber
raise,
rendezvous,
omen, ये
things
सब
like
चाहिए
that.
भी।
The fade, you only need to worry about Prowler for the chamber.
कुछ
The
कुछ
raise,
चाहिए, या
only
फिर
the
raise
angels
एकदम
for the
ही
sonic
compulsory
sensors.
है,
And then the sheer wall, whoever's
या
there,
फिर
you
breach
just jump
एकदम ही
peek it
compulsory
way
है,
before the 40-second mark, and you're
या
good to
फिर
go.
ओमेन एकदम ही कंपलसरी।
That's been the whole game plan. I mean, everything's being bypassed.
कि कुछ
We'll
करेगा,
see if, you know, maybe G
ब्लाइंड आएगा।
continuing to switch
कुछ
up their
तीनों में से
position
एक
does give
एजेंट तो
them
कंपलसरी
a bit more
है
variety,
बे।
a bit more of an advantage, but so far
अगर
has
सोलो
been
ड्यूस में ले
Talon's
रहे हैं
game
तो
all
यूरो।
throughout. Now back
कुछ
in towards
तो,
C-mount.
कुछ तो,
Primi just
कुछ
accepting
तो,
that. Okay, you know
I
what?
don't have to move.
Yeah, unless you
कुछ
spam,
तो।
I'm just gonna stay here, not give that information.
कैसे स्पेस
Nice
बनाएंगे ये
check
लोग?
for
भाई
the
सिर्फ
chamber.
वो नेड मारेगा बस उतना ही।
so because of
Net
that
मारेगा,
aggressive
A पे
razor
net
line,
मारेगा,
they were
net
suspecting
मारेगा,
that the
इतना
chamber
ही।
might be pushing out. Once again, that it might be a setup.
उसके बाद भी क्रॉस
Not
कर
finding
सकता है
that,
रेस, उसके
trying
बाद
to
भी
just
वुमेन
fish
क्रॉस
out
कर सकता है
for
हेल्प
that
करने।
location.
Geng trying to get ahead of things as well and just continuing to press onto that rotating door. Doesn't spot anything on the other side. Kelly's spots a bit of a barrel and Wolf sprayed down, but Jit Boys pushes back in just to find that trade. Darren receives a bit of contact in towards the A side as well, so fires off a shot, but unfortunately that Prowler forces him to rendezvous even further back again.
But it's still a wraparound. Crystal, he's ready for it. Cruz, he's not quite aware of that off angle. Crystal, can he get
Nice.
two? That's the spike stranded. Two members of
A
Talon
में भी, A में,
separated
A
from each other.
Spike down.
Trying to isolate these 1v1s. Expects one more, but there's the paranoia he needs to survive the stun. Just trying to buy time, but it's too close range, and Primi will close the gap.
In with the shorty. So that's the spike retrieve now. 20 seconds left. The Barrier Mash comes up just in time. So it should be a really clear C hit. And the only one here to fend it off is Poppy.
But you have not dead yet. Primi has to be the bait. Primi has to go in, try to draw that fire. It's a high-low, and it's a drop down from Jit Boys. Enough time for the spike to get planted. What happened to the annihilation? Tani still gets the kill, but the spike has been planted.
Not dead yet, used. Supreme, now he's on the timer. At least just buying a bit more time off of the spike for Jit Boys to hold his position. Primi now pushes up for the move in towards Waterfall, but doesn't spot quite anything. Jit Boys has to try to step in, maybe a smoke to come up, but it's planted for stairs, so it's a little bit tricky for him to play against. Working alongside Primi smokes now, but hearing the footsteps, it's Darian in close range with a hit hunter that shuts him down. GE manages to find one round after a long while.
Yeah, it wasn't clean. It wasn't the way you wanted it, but right now you'll pick whatever scraps you can get. If you're GE, you just got to try to get to 5 no matter what it takes.
Deadlock का UC देखा?
This was a big kill.
Deadlock का UC देखा तूने?
That sheer wall, finally getting use out of that smoke on top of the Vice utility.
उसका ulti base
Really
में गया यार.
Crystal digging deep, recognizing that Talon's just been pushing and pulling across the entire map.
Now watch that impact found, truly. Crystal being able to find those 2 kills and putting up that salvo to buy a little bit more time.
मेरे हिसाब से combination करेंगे.
मेरे हिसाब से better chicken मंगाए.
Now not quite there. Darren now being able to buy out the op. Bit of a
Buddy,
higher
मुझे
setup
लग रहा
to
है
throw things off in terms of positions, but
ये
still being able to thwart it
combination
by Talon with their utility.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt. You wanted to pick out that raise before Governor was able to land and get space, but he's not going to land the shot perfectly. They got a little bit of chip damage while he landed, but that's going to be it. A good scan, but that really only acts to keep them tied up in A main. You've already given up that space, and now you have to reset if you want to react, again, with your sonic sensors, with your shear wall over on B and C.
That's really what they've got with this composition right now, so holding a lot of this the passive ground outside of pillars.
Primi ने जान पे उसको sound
quite
दिया
have the
ना?
utility to come back in and re-clear. The drone's already been used, so Crystal just staying stuck inside. Maybe work alongside some of Poppy's smokes, but then you're back in towards again that defensive utility from sheer wall sonic sensors.
I wonder if they just go for an all-in flood over the wall. You do have the pain shells, you do have the annihilation as well. They're clearing close. There's the annihilation, and they actually catch the Vice. He's just gonna get drawn out. Poppy, can you break it? It's too many targets. They use that against him. Poppy outs himself from behind the pillar. Yudotan now on the site. The sheer wall comes up and lines him up for Yudo. He's good for 3, defending the site on his own. Working around the barrier mesh, finds the 4th. He's not able to land the shot, but so much time bought for Global Esports.
Really अच्छा player.
Crystal, he wants this fight so bad, and he gets it. 2v1. Both coming from opposite angles around the site. Governor skirts around the salvo. There's only so many positions he can be, and he gets spotted. Shot with the headhunter.
Such a huge round, thanks to Yudotan's efforts, but down to the end as well, just being able to come in with that pitch, and even with the salvo, the flush amount of precision, tiny sliver, Darian connects the shot.
Oh, what a hold from GE. It looks dicey. I mean, the annihilation was so good.
ये कॉम देख के सच्ची सोलो वाइपर याद आया.
On the steps, maybe it's a chance. But Yudotan, they buy just enough time for Yudotan to arrive.
I went into my memory lane.
Vice hadn't died just yet, and Talon gets caught, lined up for the shots from Yudotan.
ये देखो भाई, क्यूटी तो है.
Off to the next round.
Team में player
We're
है
starting
सब
to
है.
see where
ये comp
maybe
क्यों
some of the scans can really push and pull Talon across the map for G to set things up. It's a bit of individual performances from players like Yurotan, but hopefully being able to keep that forward. Darian now onto the door with the off. Doesn't spot too much out. It's covered over with a showstopper to create a little bit more space for Talon.
And just trying to make sure that they don't get caught in a trap play. Doesn't hold too much value. You're gonna hold close.
नहीं walk करते मेरे को मालूम ही नहीं था पता है. ये drone walk
This
भी
time
करता
constantly
है.
creating space towards A, so anytime that
Maybe
A to B
ABCD
rotation
No, I
happens,
feel like
they're
they will
looking at
walk
G's
करते हैं.
position. They've changed things up. They're trying to group up a
Do you
bit
think
more
they will
to
cook?
try to fight back. This is the new GE way, and Crystal will instantly get the reclear.
नहीं मेरे को नहीं
Hold
लगता.
down the baby door. Still though, Talon looks for an opportunity, some kind of an
Alok
option into
bhai.
the A site, but
Bang
Yudotan
bang.
snipes down the first, Darian
Alok
for the
अच्छा था.
next. And as they
map
continue to
to.
try to find a bit more, everything's being blocked off now. Crystal still holding the same position.
Primi trying to find these 1v1s, but they're not going to give it to him. 5 members left alive for Global Esports. Finally, some breathing room where they can just hold angles. GE waking up and remembering, hey, in 2025, didn't we tell ourselves we're just going to take the fights, we're just going to go for the reclears? Still ready for it, spots one. He's ready for the second. That's a 3K for Crystal as he brings the 4th round win for GE.
ये जनजी के मैच
Talk
के बाद
about
सोना
the
पड़ेगा.
spray down, down
लेकिन
to the last round of the
101%
first half,
रात को
and it
numbers
still
देंगे.
is GE finding the adjustments all throughout. You had that drone, you had the guns, and they're able to make all of it work.
Yeah, I think this adjustment, it might be a bit too late. We'll have to wait and see. But to say that, hey, one side we just kind of leave empty, right? We get the information. If they get in, they get in. Let's not worry about it too much.
बच के भाई.
I mean, I can only imagine being one of these team owners,
Rahul
team
bhai,
managers,
love
watching
you,
your
yaar.
team play. When you know it might be doable, they're trying to bring it back. Okay, the attacking operator this time from Ban.
ओई पापी ने दिखा दिया.
Because now they recognize there's that counter aggression, and he sees it, but Darion's good with the crouch peek. Shuts him down. Once again, some breathing room gained for GE.
Finding a bit of that duel. No rendezvous available now, so he's just holding it. Be looking for the baby door to escape, and that just could give Talon a bit more space to creep further up. No one's holding out from stairs either.
Sonic sensor broken on C. Draws out another smoke coming out from Poppy himself. But off of that, GE, the idea has now been the same as that previous round. Just ditch one of the sites. If they're on C, if they don't go for the fast hit, let's just ditch it. Maybe reset. Darian gets another pick. This should let you know that there was still a lot of presence towards that A site. So no further movement needed. You still have a Sonic sensor delay on B site as well.
And Crystal continuing to jiggle too. He's got all the utility and the Armageddon, so just kind of setting up for it as soon as he hears a bit of a tell, and there it is. Armageddon sent out. It's all lined up for him. Still though, Governor tries to get underneath him and will be able to strike against Crystal. Gets the second shot. No! Kelias denies that opportunity. Primi now going on the offensive in with the shorties despite his gun being taken away. Tries to pull it up just ahead of time to hold. But 15 seconds left is all that he's got. Takes down Yudotan, but Poppy up to the other sideline. GE will be able to strike back to end the first half with a 7-5 scoreline.
But now
Honestly,
the main
given
question.
how things started, I didn't imagine we'd be able to get to a
I want to
5-7
see
score.
what they'll
I would
cook.
argue with the composition.
How?
Sure, Talon's still looking
Let the
solid,
cooker
but
on.
GE looks
How?
rejuvenated. They've rediscovered what their flavor was, what their characteristics were coming into this year. We praise them so much for that hyper-aggression the moment you get contact.
मेरे हिसाब
The
से
instant reclears,
attack
the
में round
instant pushes
जीतने के
in.
लिए
And they were able to remember that
ये
just
लोग
in
को
time
क्या
to
करना पड़ेगा
stabilize
पता है
and stem
Snacks?
the bleeding in the
अरे
first
स्प्लिट
half.
जैसा है, स्प्लिट में कैसा खेलेंगे लोग? स्लो एकदम.
स्प्लिट ने एक ऐसा स्टार्ट है जो जी को अटैक में राउंड जिता सकता
कैसा?
बताओ.
5-man crouch walk भी जो अपन एसिटल 5-5 में करते
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
बेसिक क्राउच ऐसे ही कुछ मतलब कुछ तूफानी सा राउंड.
भाई अगर इन लोगों ने किया तो मेटा हो जाएगा बे आज.
हाँ
समझ रहे हो?
ये मेटा देखे कितना
The
लोगों का
new
दिमाग का
meta.
मेटा फ्यूज हो गया पता है तेरे को. कास्टर से लेके होस्ट से लेके सारे लोगों का रिएक्शन सेम था. ऐसा लग रहा था क्लच मार दिया किसने. एस पे भी ऐसे रिएक्शन नहीं आता.
A lot of pressure on the Singaporean shoulders.
हैवी कुकिंग हो रही है, हैवी कुकिंग हो रही है.
See if he can live up to it. Started gaining his footing a little bit with that operator towards the end of that first half. But can he keep up the heat all the way to the end? What a momentous win it would be for Global Esports if they were able to make this upset happen against Talon.
aim game में करना पड़ेगा.
Buys up on the headhunter as well, so maybe looking for some of those opportunities now. It's definitely not going to be easy though. I mean,
एक लौता इनिशिएटर का एक लौता एबिलिटी यहाँ पे खत्म होते हुए.
A bit of attention brought over to the B side.
Yeah, it's just a full B execute ready.
भाई ये हो सकता है.
The C's need right up the pistol round. Okay, I like it, Talon. We'll see if it pays off. Getting a hard read, saying where else are you going to go? The Rubble fight's not good for them. We don't see them in C mound. Now the Prowler just to check it. We'll get cleared away by Crystal from far distance.
अच्छा वो जीने गया. Read W.
There, G playing safe enough.
Literally mera call है.
Just to try to do what they did on split from before, right? A couple of taps in, maybe
अकेला
someone
बंदा
peeks out,
तोड़ते
thinking
तोड़ते
to
10 साल लगेगा भाई.
Fair match that way, but
दूसरे लोग ignore ही
Talon
कर दिया
switched it
वो.
off, play safe.
Darion is like me. Wall तोड़ो
Bring out
है.
Tree with the drone as well. No tags just yet. There's the sonic sensor. There's the grab net ban. He wants to go in for the kill. He gets one. He's trying to play it safe, but he knows he's surrounded. He needs to try to get two. Oh, just barely not able to land the headshots.
Still, yeah, just a bit of damage done nonetheless. Trying to hold it. That will be the spike for GE now, trying to play out from stairs with the Boombot. Governor will be able to get ahead. That's Darian down. The rest of them all playing on the back of Tree. Surely with the Prowler and everything else being set through, Talon sees that there's no one on site.
It's a good flash to try to reposition here for GE. Oh, they're trying to hold on to Tree. Poppy gets taken down, but now both of them in the smoke. They have to separate on the site. Premi goes in. Brave spearheading the site. He catches the site of the last member, and Crystal will get taken down. It's a full wraparound retake here from Talon as they pick up yet another pistol round here on Lotus.
Has the assist for the pick-me-up for the speed boost as well, so just goes in for the swings through the smoke nonetheless, and the whole team able to collect in through onto it. You know, gotta credit with Poppy just trying to get ahead of that paranoia a little bit as well, but unfortunately
as
it's not
per
quite enough to
the
fend
master
off
chef
so
of
many players
cooking,
from Talon being able to read the whole situation in kind.
Yeah, and I think
कितना
the
round
big one was
जीतेंगे लोग
that
attack
Boombot
में?
play from Governor, right? Swings out as soon as he gets the tag, and he's able to take out the chamber, which would have been
मेरे को लग रहा है एक
for that retake.
मेरे को लग रहा है एक क्योंकि उड़तन
for
मारेगा.
his team. Talon double outlaw. Wow. I don't mind it though.
You know they don't have mobility, right?
Yeah, they don't have mobility. They're not able to really force you off of those positions either, other than the magnetic salvos. So now they're just going to try to snowball this 2 rounds in a row.
Contact में क्या होएगा?
Oh,
Blind net
There's some angels as well. And the push out, and Talon says, no way you're not getting into any of these sites. Spike dropped. Only Darian and his headhunter.
Cruz with the crouch spray as well. I mean, what is Darian gonna do now? He's maybe thinking about Cruz pushing out from the back lines, but that is gonna be it. That is all that they can write. Governor,
हमको भी करना, हमको भी चाहिए भाई ये combo.
that way. What else can
हमको भी
he
चाहिए
do?
बा.
17, 6, and 5 for Premi. Again, it's just really gives us a little bit of a throwback to his debut match. Able to just run free with the frag and be that menace on the map as that glow really seems to suit him like a glove here. And Talon now trying to get ahead once again, 9 to 5, 4 rounds ahead, getting both pistols on this map just as they did on Split, the map they took in the very first map.
See how it can work out. Starting things off with a bit of a wallbang opportunity.
Hey, the Haunt recognizes that somebody's here. Governor takes a bit of a risky fight. I think just because of that first whiff, he got the tag onto Jaren. He wanted to stick to it, but not able to fully get it, but they are able to push him away from Rubble. And so now, GE, they have to work a lot harder to regain control of that. They have to use util combos to really reclaim side of A. And so look at the rotations. Talon now sending Jip Boys all the way back over to B and C.
And Global is just tapping on those doors, you know, trying to bring some of the attention back over onto the other sides as well. Just Cruz to hold outside of Rubble for now. Oh, great angle though. Does tag Crystal down to low HP.
कोई फास्ट जाके पकड़ भी नहीं सकता इसके लिए.
Trying to work away from that stealth drone. Peeks right after it. He gets 2 with the ghost as well.
Huge value found.
Just insane value. Off the outlaw into the ghost. Now barrier mesh Trying to block off
Poppy
any further
around, eh?
rotation. The spike should get planted, but Poppy, oh, we needed to stay alive for extra value. Now it's a 3v2 in favor of Talon.
Buddy, not even a one
Right.
round.
Catching
buddy.
off in the rotations,
Siff
but without the
udattan
numbers,
dikhaw
it just
bhai.
doesn't
Very
quite work out
Baki sab
very
chhod do.
well.
With this comp.
Position not quite favoring him either, so down to it. Primi with the angle takes down Crystal. It's all up to Yudotan. He might be able to at least get one, but still into the sights. Can this Phantom really do all the work that is necessary? Continues to hold out from stairs, but now he's smoked off. If he goes back to heaven, that's a little bit too clear. So dodges the flash and tries to re-clear through the smoke, but does he know that Jitboy's on the other side?
Bhai.
He anticipates it, but the
Bhai,
smoke is
bhai,
being
Udotan
stuck.
hai
Man,
pe.
he gets the round for Talon. Oh, the
Udotan
plant
hai pe.
positioning just
अच्छी है
inside
बे.
the box, and he's
बात
not
समझ नहीं
quite
आता,
able to
ये
get the
बंदा
spray. He doesn't have
lead में
enough
भी यही
bullets
किया
to
ना?
do so. That hurts. Honestly, I like the way
Chamber ही
Yudotan
खेला
thinks
भाई,
so. He takes the high-risk, high-reward play to just peek out of the smoke instead of dropping down all the way around heaven. That seems too
Chamber
obvious.
भी ठीक
I
है
just
रे,
have to win the
मतलब
1v2.
नहीं
He
रे।
goes for it.
ऑफ
At the
लेके
end of the
मार
day,
के पीछे
they're in a great
last
position.
सोलो
Chamber
सेंटिनल
ठीक
ठीक है
है,
चलो मान
It would have
सकते
been
हैं
on
सोलो
the
Chamber
सेंटिनल
heroics,
last
right?
map.
At the end, it's still
नहीं
Talon.
समझ
Really.
अगर तू सोलो सेंटिनल चेंबर खेल रहा है ना तो उसके कांटेक्ट पे भी बाकी लोग कॉम्बो कर सकते हैं अगर बाकी एजेंट्स बराबर है तो सोलो चेंबर भी चलेगा लेकिन किसके कांटेक्ट पे कुछ तो कॉम्बो होना चाहिए
Instead, but
ये देख
unfortunately, Talon's
उसी
all
नहीं पा
prepared
रहा
for
था।
it.
ऐसे
Boys
घुसेगा,
and
आ
Primi,
गया
they're
blind
able to
वहां
hold
से।
down the exits.
डीके आ गया
Yeah, I get that this was an eco, but I imagine it's a timeout in the next round, just because now that you've heard the Odin as well, what are your answers? I think you don't have many chances. It's going to be 11-5 after this round, and you're going to have to make sure that you do not let Talon get to that match point. You have to regroup and consider, okay, what did we prep
Only you
when
can
there's an Odin
save
coming out? What did we
G-Gens
prep in
by
the
naked
future when an operator comes out? You have to think ahead many rounds in a row now.
ट्राई करते हैं नेक्स्ट राउंड मेरे हिसाब से टैलेंट जीतेगा
You're down against this many rounds. It's just
तुम्हारे
tough
लिए
for-
ट्राई कर रहा लेकिन इसके सामने मेरे पावर्स भी फेल है
Without
यार
the numbers now, G slowly trying to creep forward through Darian, maybe trying to sneak into the A site.
Darian draws a little bit of fire, trying to create an opening on the B side, and it's going to work for the
अच्छा तो
time being.
मारा भी
Primi
दो
showing his back, but G just not aware of that timing just yet. But
30
with
seconds
this
left.
much time passed, I think Talon starts to just hold, right? There's no reason to start to go all the way towards A. Ban finds them as well. Oh, he takes the fight, actually
Double
drops
dagger.
down to Darian. That is going to be what creates that opening.
Still down to the one-on-ones. Primi will be able to strike back. And there's that pickup now, tries to go
Omen
a
को
little bit
देखो।
aggressive alongside Jit Boys. The flash will be
No
sent
blind
through.
ban.
Primi gets is good for
But
the
it's
hit
very
ahead.
difficult.
And down to
Very
Jit Boys taking that duel against Poppy as well, flushed out of position thanks to the flash.
इनमें
Talon
analysis तो है
still
मेरे यहाँ,
be
एक
able to
round
keep
में
it
नहीं
through
जीतेंगे, मैं बोला
11-5.
Premi and Jit Boys, the duo coming through strong, winning those 1v1s each on their own. And Premi taking out Darian was so big there, because otherwise you have the numbers disadvantage and the position's not great either.
डेरियन ने
And
अच्छा
now,
खेला है राउंड
GE, no duelists. How in the world do you break through things like the Odin?
I mean, you see some glimpses of what Darian can bring to the team, bring to the table, right? But still, in
बोला
terms
ना
of the
सोलो
macro, it's
चेंबर
not
चलेगा
quite there on these agents.
सोलो चेंबर
Looking for the
चलेगा
sidelines and everything, but the Odin just
लेकिन
being
उसके
oppressive with
contact
that suppressive fire.
चाहिए बाकी लोग
Tejo not quite showing us the value just
उसको
yet in
हेल्प
this
करने के लिए
combination.
चाहिए बाकी
And as a
लोग
result, the Vice Lock, I mean, they've never really been in a position. Obviously, on defense, it was getting ruined, but you know, the post plant's not quite coming through yet in the second half. And like you said, it has to come down to Darian. We mentioned that at the beginning of the map, but how do you set him up? Is Rubble really the best position to try to set him up early? I'm not so sure. Maybe fighting for that mound control and then going and re-clearing once you get another chance with things like the salvo. Maybe using the stealth drone to re-clear Rubble and then reposition Darian all the way back there. A little bit of push-pull, CHC rotates, a little bit more macro movement to
Split
try to
वाला combo
throw
तो
Talon
देखा
off,
था?
but Talon, the moment they find an opening, they've
split
been
वाला
tightening
combo
the gaps, right? We saw Cruz there holding right by Root with that Outlaw. I mean, we don't see the Fade holding that close every day, so we'll have to see if G's ready for that type of adaptation.
जी करना डिसीजन को
Talon,
देखो
though, off the timeouts
नहीं
as well.
जी अच्छा
also
खेला
getting
बे
proactive
टीएस के
on
सामने
it.
भी खेला जीता पहला मैप भी अच्छा खेला दूसरा मैप भी अच्छा खेला दूसरा मैप में थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स था उसका सॉल्यूशन भी था लेकिन थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स था लेकिन इसमें तो यार कॉम्प देख के आत्मा
Poppy
गई
wins one. He knows he's in trouble. He needs to get multiple. There's the shear to keep him alive. Oh, that buys him so much time and space. Cruz, he gets taken down as well. And GE trying to turn things around here in round 17.
Spike planted.
Being able to shoot them down, Poppy. Sheer wall as well. Now continuing to hold the back lines, knowing that that's where they are
मेरा
coming
पावर
from.
थोड़ा काम किया
And at the same time, you do have Darian
नेक्स्ट राउंड मेरे
on
हिसाब
that
से
tour de force marking down the lead.
ये राउंड अनलकी हो गया
Last one left, bad.
नेक्स्ट राउंड मेरे हिसाब से टैलेंट
Same at
जीतेगा
this point.
क्योंकि वो लोग बस हेवी
Just
अल्ट्स
going to
है
hang back.
Heavy.
All 5 members left alive. And now you have those ultimates online as well for Global Esports. One more chance to try to continue things. And we'll peek out. Okay, he wants to destroy the economy as much as he can. Doesn't matter if they finish off one extra ultimate.
Who
They've got
tries
the
आठ
combo
बिलियन
combos.
कॉम्प इन डिसाइडर ऐसा नहीं रहता
It's only
है
gonna be good for
डिसाइडर है
one.
तो फिर ये कॉम्प लेता है ऐसा नहीं
now
रहता
climbing up to 6.
और मैप
5
पे
more rounds to go if they want to
एक
tie
एक कॉम्प
things
जो
up.
काम करता है उस पे कॉन्फिडेंस से
List all
पिक
starts
करते हैं
off with a bit of a morale
हो
boost
सकता है कि
right now.
स्क्रीम्स अच्छा गया हो
With flood in
Very
through
much
the A
possible.
site, hearing those footsteps towards the back, and Poppy just having that huge potential to anchor.
One
And
but it
hold
can
down
go
his ground.
wrong like
Yeah, and this is
Against
another
so
part of the
many
Vice
comps.
Lock shining through, right? The shear wall will always activate. It cannot be destroyed. So it works as that sensor for your flanks. It actually keeps Poppy safe from the pinch. It's a good read from GE of the potential
वो तो
pushes out
अच्छे
from
पे
Talon.
सामने वो नहीं है बे नियॉन और यूरो और
Playing
ये
that
सब
same position.
ये सब
while the
रहते
rest
तो
of the
और
team tries to push on up. Darren this
और
time with a
चप्पलें
full
लग
Now
operator.
with this, if they can try to push and pull around A, and then if they want to go for a rotate, they could even still go for a B and C pinch as well if they take control of B main. But right now, Poppy already gives up that position. Looks like it's going to be an A hit. Uh-oh, Darian and Kelly's kind of stuck there. That's a good paint shows right in the corner. Darian, he needs to open things up, but they're just not giving him an opportunity. Nightfall at the ready if they hear the entry start to happen.
Still Garden was ripped through as well.
क्या किसने
Unfortunately,
combo
it just
देखा
keeps players from Talon on the A side closer to it anyway. Bit of a trip for info. Does spot out Jit Boys. So the annihilation.
Oh, it tags him as well all the way through the Shrouded Set, but it's behind the wall, so they are able to save him. Counter Annihilation just to push them back. It's a good hit. Ban gets one kill. Darian for the trade, but it's an absolute mess as we see Crystal being drawn all the way to his death.
Whoa!
Poppy,
Shot
left
बे
below. 1v2.
क्या मारा
He
था पॉपी
shines,
ने
the clutch master. He hasn't had many opportunities
सही लगा
today,
बे एक राउंड जीते बस
but this may be the most important one.
W
Spike
Analyst भाई
in range,
Blue
but
red.
only 20
Watchparty
seconds
का
to
वो है
get
ना?
Jit Boys' position.
Experience
है
Already
भाई,
trying to
सच्ची
throw
बता।
him off.
एक्सपीरियंस है किंग ने
पूरी
So much to
वर्ल्ड में
consider.
एक ही किंग है
Any
वॉच
time
पार्टी
to
का वो
make
है
it
तारिक
happen. 1-on-2 is the time. 15 seconds and he's going for the quick sprint into the C site. From the shadows from Jit Boys though in towards Mound.
AI edited है
Gotta go for that
Don't
safe
believe
plant. But Jit Boys should
मारो
give
ओमेन
the
भाई टिपी
information
ऊपर
of exactly
मारो
where this is.
पैड
Cruz is ready for the spray. Poppy gets it! Jit Boys
भाई
down to 36 HP. Poppy
Easy
finally
clutch
ahead in
for
this clutch.
Jit Boys.
1v1.
Easy
भाई पापी
clutch.
पापी
Going
पापी
round and round.
पापी,
Jit
पापी,
Boys
पापी,
tries to
पापी,
smoke it
पापी,
off,
पापी,
keep him
पापी,
guessing,
पापी,
keep him
पापी,
locked in
पापी,
Oh,
around
Poppy,
the
Poppy win,
spike.
Poppy win, Poppy win.
Jit Boys, he makes the wrong assumption that it's CT and Poppy. The clutch master
Next
once
round.
again.
मेरे हिसाब से टैलेंट नेक्स्ट नहीं ये राउंड मेरे हिसाब से
7
टैलेंट जीतेगा
rounds
ये
now.
राउंड
Only 4 apart.
ये
A
राउंड
complete
ये
momentum
राउंड
shift.
कंफर्म टैलेंट कंफर्म
Down to the 1-on-2 and he's still able to make it
इधर
happen.
6v5 करना
Peeks
पड़
out
रहा
as
है
soon as the spike was planted. That's
ए भाई डांस
That's
भी हो
when
जाता
you
तो
know you've
मजे
made
आ
the right
जाता
pickup in the
Five make
offseason.
the
And this
matchup.
guy has been bringing them so many impact rounds. Week 1, now week 2. This one round may have been everything.
रिजल्ट है प्रीमियर है
GE
टैलेंट
now
का
ready
राउंड
for
है
their own trap play here. It's going to be Yuta holding close, but there's the far range from Poppy once again. His shots have been good. I love that they trust in that. He's on fire right now here on this Lotus. Now trying to see if there's any sort of push out. Is there a prowler, maybe even a showstopper all in from Talon to try to get to match point? But okay, nobody bites the bait. Talon says, no, we just got to wait. Right, we're not taking any of those extra chances.
भाई कौन डिसाइड करेगा कि फ्लैंक के लिए कौन ट्रैप डालेगा करके
down when things are this tense.
Bring them down.
वो लोग में झगड़ा नहीं होता मैं वॉल डालता हूँ नहीं मैं ट्रिप डालता हूँ
Now, only one
नहीं,
gun
नहीं, मेरा
fired,
wall
but it's
ज़्यादा
still going to be enough for Cruz to just say, I got to bail out if we want any chance. It's going to be with the team. He's just going to hold on the smoke so you don't try to get extra reach off of this execute. Goes for a little bit of spam. But Poppy, he's already got the flank under control.
Being able to watch that at the very
क्वेश्चन नहीं
least.
करने का
Now with things being planted out closer towards main, they're able to hang back. Where Talon will be forced to make a move to break through.
Just
given the guns.
तीन
just
लोग
lining up
स्टोन
together,
पेपर
waiting for the
सीजर्स
spike to
करेंगे
go off. Ban will be trying to position himself for a bit of an exit frag, maybe a cheeky little kill. Does have that
Even
bucky
by
in hand.
3 rounds in a
Eventually
row
we'll have to
जीते
go through that
क्या
baby door
3
to go
rounds
down to the
snacks
spike.
host तू happy watch party में
What they have to do, so
I am technically present.
being able to hang back for now.
snacks किधर है
Now, Darian just choosing to go down to the spike. He just wants 1 or 2 extra kills to try to get that turret of force, but nobody will peek him in time. Just the outlaw loss. Still lots of credits on the side of Global Esports. I like that. Min-maxing as much as you can because that is exactly what you need in this situation. Cosmic Divide online for Poppy. That's another execute that he can do. Work around that ultimate. But slowly, Talon starting to bank up their ult points as well.
हाँ वैसा हुआ क्या सीन है क्या लग रहा है 11-9
Talon ये round ये round Talon
Team
जीतेगा
stuck in 11 is loose.
Match point now.
ये round Talon का है भाई Raze ulti है
Showstopper's
Primi
still
ulti
online.
है
That's got to be the
Odin
big one for
है
Talon if you want to try to secure
wrong हो गया 2
match
round
point. Combo used on A.
मैं
Rubble erased in favor of Talon.
अगर ये राउंड जीत गया तो भाई क्लोज जाएगा मैच वरना जी
She kind of swaps on over onto
बट
the
उन
other
पे यूटिल
side.
बहुत है अल्ट बहुत से
Scan, but not quite finding anything too much. Just Darren marking the angle in with the op while the rest of the team
दिखा
tries
क्या
to kind of poke and prod through to the C site.
Here comes the Prowler. Nice wide swing as well. Governor baits him in, knows it's going to be the re-challenge. That's a big kill. So much of the map now given over to Talon. They have so much control.
easy win
You still
for
have Jet Boys holding on to Rubble. B main completely under their control until the re-clear comes in from Poppy. It's all up to Poppy once again, but for now the main force looking at C site.
A little bit unfortunate, right? No rendezvous, so now backed into it through the smokes, and Primi's able to take the first shot.
Poppy's got to win this fight. He needs to open an extra option, but he can't. And look at Cruz. He knows he just doesn't have to give up that kill. But meanwhile, Crystal tries to get one, but Kelly not able to get the trade. There's a showstopper to push them away. Lands right at Crystal's feet. And Poppy, yeah, you had one clutch, but will they even give you the opportunity? 30 seconds left. He gets one. Spikes down. He has a chance. There's a not dead yet. They just want to draw time, and Jit Boys will not miss that chance. 12 points on the board, 1 round away from ending this best of 3.
Having those numbers, putting up that not dead yet as well, just so tough for Poppy to make it happen. Down to it at the end, I mean, look at this little combo to hold down outside a pillar, just to give them so much more space taking down Darian.
Yeah, and I love that talent, like Cruz just not giving that fight. Yeah, things like that, where you just understand, okay, the win condition, just don't fight Poppy. Don't give him a chance to open up the map even more. Don't allow GE to start to regain control around the map. Darian takes a lot of hits this time, trying to weave in between. All right, you heard the Vandal taken out, but you gotta imagine just the way that GE's been playing. There's that operator, Governor's ready for it. What a setup from Talon, and that may be the bells ringing against GE. The final draw, the op dropped, Rubble given over once again, trapped in B main. Here come the paint shells, here comes the paranoia. The absolute chariot of Talon pushes through.
As the dust settles as well, the last 2 players running out of options, but still trying to keep themselves in the game, knowing that there is that potential op that's kind of rotating over across the map. A bit of that deadlock utility on the C side as well.
I mean, yeah, what do you do to break this? Yes, you have the Cosmic Divide. It looks like they might want to use that, but There's no reason for Talon to budge. There it is. Premi gets ahead of it as well. There's the refresh on the smoke. Okay, not fast enough. Kellius gets it. The flash is ready. He antis it, but he turns just too fast. Gives him the full flash.
So now maybe a bit of an opportunity to get the spike down at the very least. Alongside the fight, but Governor gets ahead of it. Pushes alongside the wall and gets the quick flick shot into Poppy. All down to Kellius. Comes in with a shorty, but Governor, point blank range, still makes it happen. Talon closes out the map.
There were a lot of questions from a lot of fans in maps 1 and 2. Why is Premi not on Duelist? Why Governor looked so good on that Sova? What was going on there? But now in this map, they prove we know what we're doing. Governor closes things out. Premi leads the board. And Talon Esports will continue on forward in the upper bracket.
भाई एक genuine request है भाई. एक genuine request है बोल भाई.
बोलो भैया बोलो.
बताएं.
आप बस बोलो भैया आप बोलो.
Ban कर दो Lotus.
अरे नहीं रे थोड़ा कॉम का सीन वरना
तो बैन ही कर दो ना. बैन ही कर दो.
कॉम का सीन तो कुछ नहीं तो.
बैन एकदम ही बैन कर दो. ये मैप चाहिए ही नहीं. ये मैप अब तक
ये कॉम्पी कर रहे हैं क्या? कॉम्पी
अरे अभी जेंजी वर्सेस आरआर क्यों है?
जेंजी मेन मैच बड़ी
या मतलब टाइम रहेगा ना उसको.
10 मिनट.
10 मिनट रहेगा.
हां अच्छा रे भाई. अभी तो सबसे मेन मैच है. मेन
Closer towards
that we are
Masters
close
Band,
to 10k
trying to
likes.
play for
Only
the home crowd.
600
Quack, you and I were both there when Ascension
अगर कोई
happened.
देख रहा है
We
तो
saw what it
please
meant for the
team like
fans
कर
there,
दो.
and they would like nothing more than to represent their home region at a Masters tournament.
Oh yeah, especially when Scary was back on that stage. Now imagine if it was Talon. But that said, we do have the winner's interview, so let's throw it to the stage.
फर्स्ट मैच के बाद बोले कि बात तो है टीम में. फिर जो हुआ वो सबको पता. लैंग्वेज मैनेज भाई लेकिन पोटेंशियल दिखाई दिया बे इस बार टीम में भाई. ऑन द पॉजिटिव साइड पोटेंशियल दिखाई दिया. हाँ टिमन में ऑन द पॉजिटिव साइड पोटेंशियल दिखाई दिया बे.
ब्रो है ब्रो एम है बस मेरे को वो चाहिए.
वरुण भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 5 गिफ्टेड मेरी जान के टोटे.
Hello, Governor. 탈론 거원호 선수 인터뷰 만나겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Hello. If I could stand right there. Yes. 와, 오늘 어비스에서 다시 돌아오면서 탈론이 달라진 글로벌 e스포츠를 상대로 승리를 했습니다. 좀 예상했던 대로 경기가 풀려갔는지 좀 예상 못했던 부분 때문에 놀란 경기가 있었는지 좀 물어보고 싶어요. Wow. That was you guys faced the new global esports, and did you guys expect the day to go like this? Were there any surprising moments that you had today?
भाई टफ तो लगा
It
रहेगा.
was a new team, so obviously completely different roster from last year. So I mean, we came into it confident, obviously, but I think the important thing was we didn't underestimate them. So going in, like there was still a lot of prep because it's just a completely new team. But no, I mean, I think they played map 1 kind of caught us off guard a bit, but you know we focused up and just did how we did in scrims, and then it went well.
이제 전에 만났던 지인하지만 선수들이 다 바뀌었기 때문에 새로운 마음가짐을 가지고 오늘 경기를 풀어갔고요. 사실 첫 번째 맵 스플릿에서는 예상했던 것보다 너무 이제 상대가 잘해줘가지고 당황하긴 했지만 연습했던 대로 탈론의 방식대로 경기를 풀어갔다고 이야기를 했습니다. 이제 저희가 또 어비스에서 프리미 선수 태호를 보고 많은 분들이 놀라셨는데 어쩌다가 프리미 선수가 태호를 맡게 됐는지 그 뒷 이야기를 좀 물어보고 싶어요. A lot of people were caught off guard with Premi on Taeho. So what kind of conversations led to that conclusion? Can you talk us about that?
I think one day he just said, "I want to play Taeho, bro."
It was him?
Yeah.
And
he
you guys
wanted to
were
play
like,
Taeho. Yeah.
and he was like, and you guys were like, okay.
अपने
go
भी
ahead.
ऐसी
Well,
हुआ.
I mean, it worked out role-wise.
लेकिन
because,
3 जन
I
ने
mean,
बोला मेरे
I know
हिसाब
we
से.
got
I want to
went down
play
split,
Sentinel
but,
करके मेरे हिसाब से.
Role-wise, it just made more sense for him to go on Taeho. so that me and Joseph could go, or me and Ben could go the double duelist. So it was a mixture of like it just worked, but you know he kind of wanted to do it as well.
일단 프리미 선수가
프리미 아게
나
앞에는.
테오 하고 싶어라고 팀에게 먼저 이야기를 했다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이게 아마도 프리미 선수가 포지션을 테오로 이렇게 변경하게 되면서 거버너 선수랑 벤 선수가 투타격으로 이렇게 조합을 잘
Lower bracket
이끌어
में
나갈 수
PRX
있는 그 조합도 괜찮을 것 같다고 생각을
Even
했다고
by lower
합니다.
bracket में
그리고
PRX
일단
टिपॉन
저희는 퍼시픽에서
아메이징.
탈론의 좀비 컴포지션만 놀라운 건 줄 알았는데 오늘 3 감시자를 보고 엄청 놀랐어요. 그 상대 3 감시자 조합을 봤을 때
PRX
좀
को counter
어떤
करना easy है.
반응이었는지
Alex
그리고
को
그
trace करो.
상대로 좀
Simple
경기
solution.
풀어나간 그 심경도 물어보고 싶습니다. I
Simple
thought
solution.
that
Alex
the
by
challenge
the
zombie
table थोड़ा
comp
हम
was
जीत
what
गए.
was
Simple
the
solution.
most surprising and Pacific. But you know,
शाबाश giving wide
their
thanks for the
competition, 3
$20
Sentinels,
में
triple
जान के
on
चोट
that. What was your
थे.
thought when you guys saw that, and how was it playing against that?
It was a lot of obviously stall. They had a lot of utility on defense, so I think we said right away just play slow and you know bait the util out. We don't know what to expect. It's a new comp as well, so just playing slow just went in favor for like, you know, both of those things. A lot of stall, and it's just we didn't know what the hell was going on, but you know it worked in our favor.
Yeah, you definitely that was very clear. 이제 아무래도 또 이제 상대가 센티넬 감시자의 그런 스킬들을 많이 소진시키기 위해서 탈론 쪽에서는 좀 천천히 경기를 풀어나가는 방식을 이렇게 선택했고, 그렇게 해보니까 경기가 우리의 우위에 좀 이렇게 잘 풀어나가진 것 같게 된 거라고 이야기를 했습니다. 다음은 또 퍼시픽의 슈퍼팀이라고 불리는 T1을 만나게 되는데 좀 각오를 먼저 들어보고 싶어요. Next up is T1, the Pacific powerhouse. What are your expectations on the next match?
इवन मैं सच्ची बोलो ये लोग क्यों आ रहे जी?
I mean,
Bro,
we're a good team,
bro, it
but
was only the comp.
कॉम्प नहीं, कॉम्प बराबर था. मेरे हिसाब से ना तेओ को जगह पे एक साइफर भी लेना था.
This is your first match at kickoff, right? So
me?
yeah.
No, I
Well,
played.
this year, Talon. This
Oh,
is the
this
first
year,
guy.
yeah.
Alright.
사이퍼 के पास है.
T1 뭐 당연히
KJB
긴장되긴
나올 때
하는데 또
perfect
막상
team이다.
해봐야 알지 않겠냐라고 이야기를 했습니다. 텔론의 거버너 선수 인터뷰
Esports
만나봤습니다. That was
based
Talon's
때문에.
governor for the interview, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Bye.
भाई सच्ची ये कॉम्प रहता वो लोग कितना कंफ्यूज होता ना. ट्रिप सी पे लेकिन साइफर ए पे पैच. डेडलॉक का सेंसर बी पे लेकिन डेडलॉक है सी पे. कंफ्यूजन में हैवी. कौन किधर है मालूम नहीं पड़ता. सबका यूटिल्स इधर उधर. गलत स्ट्रेटजी. दिल्ली वालों के लिए बुरा लगा यार लेकिन बेचारे लोग को ये
Was Talon just getting things together anyway?
Well, yeah, GE, they just didn't get enough out of their
भाई
defense.
हम
To
लोग
be
को इतना
honest,
बुरा
Darion
फील
was
होता
doing
है.
his best.
ऋषि सर
In
को
fact,
कैसे
I
फील
feel like
होता रहेगा
the
यार.
coaching staff of GE needs to go to Darion and be like,
उनको
it's
पता
third
भी नहीं
map
रहेगा
every
कि ये
map,
कौन
because
हो रहा
on
है
the third map, every time this guy steps up, it was the same thing in the last series. He was doing his best on attack to create openers to look for picks outside of A because there was nothing else that their comp could really do on the attacking side, and Talon had such a hot start on their attack against this triple senti. Didn't really seem to bother them, and you could see from Governor in the interview, it felt like they were just feeling their way out, and it worked out very well in their favor.
Yeah, well, Talon were
Potential
attacking,
दिखा.
they had their answers, they
Potential.
baited out all these
Heavy
traps, the
potential.
global
Yeah.
were trying to spring on them, and it never really found much power. Then as soon as we swapped to that half, Talon have such a tough time on attack with no duelists to try and burst your way through the chokes. They had to rely really heavily on finding openings, and a lot of that comes down to Darion on the chamber. This is one of those things, like, look, I've burnt a few comps in the past. I have overcooked in the past. I'm sure that this will have been successful for them in scrims. I'm sure they'll have had more ideas, but it didn't really come into play for them today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, honestly, at the end of the first half of Lotus, you could see what they were trying to do, especially that combi with Teho and Vice for the post-plant situation. But
उड़ोतान सेक्सी गेला ना लेकिन.
I mean, it wasn't quite enough. And honestly,
DFM is
Talon
also
like
strong, by the way.
to
DFM
be a
is
little
strong.
tricky, you know? They like to
Saare
say
team
Primy's
strong,
going
yeah,
to be
this
on a
one is-
duelist, or where they just do crazy stuff in their scrims. They don't show stuff in their off season, and well,
What is
this
this?
is the result.
Yeah, I'm just glad to see Primy on a proactive A agent like the Clove. He was just taking aim duels. He was playing the way that you'd want him to on attack, even, you know, taking that first entry and just pushing into C-Link and cutting off the rotations. That's how you want to see Primi play, and I just want to see him continue to play Asians where he can be proactive and he can get involved in the early to mid round. I can understand from, especially like I said, a fundamentalist kind of look at how you like to play TAC FPS. My star player has to be alive in the mid to late round if I'm going to win the round. I just don't think it's the right formula for Talon as far as I'm concerned. And I know that they said in the interview that Governor said he wanted him and Bear to be on the double duelist, but I just feel like not putting Primi on a proactive agent, on an aggressive agent, it just doesn't make much sense to me. Look how much better he played in terms of fragging and impact on the third map compared to the other two.
Yeah, I think this Clove is the perfect fit for him, to be honest. He doesn't have to dive so hard for those entries, but he's still able to take risks because he can still smoke while he's dead. I think this is the perfect role for him, and I'm glad it really came into fruition for him today.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm glad we finally got to see it. I'm pretty sure the fans are really happy too. Now we have Udotan. We need to give a shout out to him today.
Yeah, Udotan was fantastic, and he's been a bona fide star since he came into this GE roster. I really think that, you know, there's a reason why so many people are backing GE, and it's because of their fantastic pickups. You know, the core three of this roster has been fantastic to watch between Crystal, as well as Udotan, as well as Puppy, although he did, you know, have some up and down maps in this series. Udotan in particular has been a rock-solid pillar of consistency, and just the fact that he was even meant to be playing Sentinel and they've thrown him on the duelist and he's delivering this much impact. I mean, either you're going to continue to build around this guy as GE for the next few seasons, or you're going to be able to flip him at such a margin after he's had this performance in Tier 1.
Yeah, he's definitely a real bright point of this roster. It's nice that you're able to frag so hard even when the game gets tough, like it does in Lotus here. I think he's one to watch for GE, especially as they head down to this lower bracket and they need some magic to get that run going.
Yeah, that's right. This is a double elimination, so this is not the last we're going to see of Global Esports. Thank goodness, because I am really liking this new Global Esports and what they can show us in Pacific. Now we have to talk about Primi again. Primi, again, kind of like a slow start for him in this match, but I'm glad, you know, he's just delivered for the fan base here, giving us what we want, just Primi doing Primi things.
The thing that really impressed me about Talon, I will say before we talk about Primi, is just it was impossible for Darion to get an off shot off this entire series. Their utility, even on this map with the double controller blocking his sight lines, and then you immediately get a follow-up in terms of a Prowler or something like that. Darion had a really rough time finding much impact on defense, but yes, absolutely, Primi was fantastic on the Clove. This is a duelist icon, by the way, guys. Did not play a duelist this entire series, and they listed him as a duelist, so even,
to be fair,
as you said, hiding from the Analyst desk and from the Talon who will be playing the duelist for Talon.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I still got him in my team, so I'm happy.
It worked out for you. I mean, to be fair, all of offseason he was on Jet, so this was a surprise for us.
They hit it very well.
And you got really lucky, but you know what? You deserve a win here.
But I do think, just really fast, I think, yeah, this triple Sentinel comp, it's so hard on attack. You saw that. How do you get out of those the B choke and the C choke? I'm curious to see if they swap this up for next time they play Lotus, or if they really roll with it.
Oh, that's a fantastic question. How are they going to switch it up? Including for Abyss as well. Like, how are they going to rework Abyss? Now, our match MVP, it was pretty unanimous here that it had to be Jit Boys. While Primi did show up in that last map, Jit Boys has been consistent throughout all three.
Yeah, I mean, he is a little bit underrated on a Talon roster where he does get outshone by Primi, who just shines brighter than pretty much anyone else in the league when he's absolutely playing his best. So I think Jit Boys has been great to watch for a long time. He's so good at finding those lurk timings. He's so stable at defense, playing positionally around different terrain, taking duels at the right times and being able to multi-frag and playing off his teammates' util. He's just great to watch on the Omen and some of these controller roles, and even in the past as well, throw him on a Sentinel, and his great positioning and just great aim and ability to win those duels is just so fantastic for Talon.
Yeah, he's so brilliantly sharp as well. It feels like he has this ability to always win his fights, always win his duels. He always gets two when they come to his site. I mean, you can't ask for anything more for a player like Jit Boys.
I also like how we are seeing their comms, their calls a little bit snappier too, well, after the first map. I know there's a language barrier with crews needing to actually translate English, Thai, English back and forth, and it seems they've found a system that's been working for them, so congratulations to Talon again. We'll see Global Esports again on Monday. You'll be facing off against DFM. Now we need to talk about your teams. We have the preferred coach by just like 2 or 3%. Not by a lot. Not by a lot. But let's see who ended up being the.
I think they threw it up before, and I think Big Time's leading, but he's had 3 players play, and I'm still waiting for 3 of my players.
Oh, are you leading?
Play.
Okay.
So
really
he's
sure.
winning
But
right
yeah, to
now,
be fair,
but I don't know who's going to win overall.
Yeah.
Oh,
To be fair, you've got like.
I'm waiting for
more
Texture,
than next
Yeoman, Monya. Yeah. There we go. It's back up.
Oh, here we go.
So what were your thoughts, Vic?
You said by a little. That's not a little.
He's got a 3rd player in there. I haven't even got my points for my 3rd player, Vic.
Okay.
Come on.
Right. Well, you guys can bring your favorite
Why are you
coaches.
bullying me?
Someone's got to do it.
It's not you.
Yeah, it's because you're the new guy here. We've been hanging for the last 2 years.
Right.
But we do have our next matchup where we will find out if your fantasy team is going to end up winning, because we do have Gen G versus RRQ. We're going to go on a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to see this old matchup again.
डीजे हार रहा है क्या बात कर रहे हो कहाँ से ऑर्डर करे क्या मैंने बनाया है ब्रो मैंने बनाया है अभी आधे घंटे में I made it कहाँ से ऑर्डर किया देख लो एड्रेस भेजो भेजो है भाई भी बोला है ओहो बाहर से क्रिस्पी अंदर से सॉफ्ट परफेक्ट
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect?
Binks?
It has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's by me. It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
कैमरा इतना गंदा क्यों हो गया 13+ का ऑल ऑफ अ सडन
Let's fly.
थोड़ा भेज देते मैं इसे शेयर नहीं करती मैं शेयर नहीं करती
It's day 4 of the VCT Pacific 2025 kickoff. Stay tuned for some epic games.
जूस नहीं है क्या?
जूस?
हाँ? मेरा चाय का कप किधर गया? क्या पूरे दिन चाय पीना पड़ेगा?
बना है मैंने कुकी कर लिए
VCT Pacific.
पानी पी पानी
The future of Valorant starts here.
कुकी को लास्ट बाइट ले है भाई कुछ भी बोलो तुम आके खाओगे ना बोलोगे है नेक्स्ट मीटअप पे सबके ओहो
अगर स्ट्रीमिंग करने का जेनजी वाले मैच के बाद करना मैं सोचा फिर रात को 12-1 बजे जब भी उठूंगा ना मैं रैंक
एक खत्म हो गया, मैंने खाया, इसने बोला था 3 इसका.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Kickoff. We just finished the first match of today, and we're going to go to the second one. Now, this is a matchup we're very familiar with, but we've seen an evolution of both these teams.
Hello, Harsh.
Incredible performance by Gen G.
Who win last match?
2024, winning Pacific's very first
Goat aa raha hai, goat. Hट जाओ side. सब side में.
Little things. I don't even know if it's the roster
Recipe
change
भेजा
they
ना
actually
please.
wanted,
थोड़ा
but
सा
things are the way they are.
complicated.
We got Foxy 9 now wearing
बटर
the
लेने का,
Gen
उसमें
G
शुगर डालने का,
jersey. How are you
मिक्स
guys
करने का,
feeling
सब
about
फ्लफी होना
this
चाहिए. उसके बाद उसके अंदर थोड़ा सा
I'm
vanilla
still very
essence.
optimistic. Like, I
फिर
feel like it's a
आटा,
little,
मैदा
some people are
मतलब.
blowing this a little
और
out of
फिर
proportion. Let's be
बेकिंग
real.
सोडा.
This is still
और
a
फिर उसको भी
4-3.
मिक्स करो.
Duelist
फिर
and
मिक्स होने के
IGL,
बाद
whole
उसमें
coaching
डालो
staff,
चॉकलेट
best
चिप
rookie
कुकीज और फिर
debut
मिक्स करो
year that you've
और
seen
फिर
out of
उसको
Caron
ये
last year.
रामेकिन
You
बोल्स
might
में
even say
डालो
Yeoman's
और
a bit
फिर
of an upgrade in
उसको
terms of firepower.
ऊपर
I know
टॉपिंग्स
the big
में
question is
वापस से
obviously
चॉकलेट
Foxy
चिप
9 coming
कुकीज
into
डालो
Meteor.
फिर एयर फ्रायर के
Meteor
अंदर
is
डालो
irreplaceable,
और
but he does
160
have some
डिग्रीज
role
में
flexibility
12
as
मिनट
well.
के
I mean,
लिए
for me,
रहने
Gen G are still outstanding favourites to win this whole thing.
I'd see
the core of the team's still there.
Yeah, I understand that, but I also feel like other people are catching up. I don't know if their changes are necessarily
Language
pushing forward
shot.
in the same way other teams' off-season moves are. I think we can't know until we see this team play. And I think it'll be very apparent if this is the Gen G of last year, where well, they'll fire on all cylinders, or if it might feel a little bit flatter.
Now, speaking of another team that we've seen improvements from every single year,
Yeah.
is RRQ. Now, yeah, they don't have a trophy in their hands, and they've been stopped all the time, every single year, every single season.
Note कर लिया,
And
ठीक है,
I
ठीक है.
like the improvements we have there. We love Coach Ewok, and they have the addition of Indonesian player Kushi on their team.
The time is now. I keep saying that whenever I talk about RRQ, but
यार हम
the way
मिले
they
थे
built
फिर.
their roster,
वो
the
दूसरा
very
गोट
peak of it, this is
जेम
the year
किंग.
where it really has to all come together, and there's no bigger hurdle for RRQ than Gen G.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a team that stomped them, that has stopped them rather, and at times stomped them at every hurdle. Although RRQ is not really the kind of team to get pushed around too much, especially in their opening game. They were fantastic. I really felt like they could have even 2-0'd there. That Abyss game, I felt like they kind of threw that one away, and they recomposed themselves and bounced back so beautifully on the next two maps. Jemkin is the highest rated player in the tournament with that performance of plus 30 across the series. We have to mention Warbirds coming in as well. That is a really good brains trust of coaches on this team. They've kept the majority of the core and a lot of solid players together. And Kushi has been handpicked by Ewok. He's scouted him. He's been the missing link that they needed in that initiator role. Although he still doesn't have a lot of experience, he's already played great series against PRX in the off-season. You know, it's not like this guy is really choking against some top-tier opposition. However, now is another test for him against the likes of Gen G, you know, some of the better Pacific players of last year.
Yeah, I think he's really slotting into their team really seamlessly here. And of course, we got Texture and Manyan, and as you guys both know, they used to be on Global Esports, which I'm going to touch upon in a little bit. But this is their 7th matchup. And every single time, on the really crucial moments, it's been Gen G that's been holding people like Monyet back, people on our team back. They're kind of like in real life.
No, I'm watching, लेकिन मेरे को
Like,
टट्टी
they
आई
can
है,
see
silent.
all the action beyond that, but they're
अरे मेरे को
just blocked
टट्टी आई
by
है.
Gen G every single time. And I know this friendship goes way back. And can you clarify? Everyone's always like, why did Global Esports let go of Texture and Monyet?
Yeah, I mean,
We got big time here.
It's you again.
Buddy, are you
I
like
would have loved to
that?
have kept them. I really would. You know, that was kind of our
They
initial
both used
plan,
to be.
but
हाँ,
it's
they
esports,
both
you
were
know,
in
it's a business at the end of the day.
Ex-G
You can
players.
never begrudge an org
T-shirt
when
is
they
very
need to
cute.
make,
पता नहीं Binks का
moves that
चुराया
are better
मैंने.
suited for them financially, or when they have different objectives in mind. But things
अच्छा
are
ये
not always
फायदा है
as simple
मालूम.
as
मैं उसके कपड़े
I
पहन
would
सकती
have loved to have
हूँ.
kept both of them. I think they're both amazing players.
I think I heard these exact words out of Big Time's mouth. He said something
No,
like,
dude.
I made Texture and Monyet the players that they are.
Even बुलाया Discord.
They couldn't stay on my team. He said those exact words.
Okay,
I think my words were, it was all me. 100% me.
If it's
When
all
they won
you,
the championship, Big Time was cheering. He was holding his own trophy, you know.
if I want to ask if it was all you, why did you put Texture
बोल कुछ
on
बोला तू?
Sentinel?
Oh, this is a big
Tell us.
कैसे हो
Yes,
पिंकी?
I am
I
good
get
यार.
all the
How's
time.
things?
How?
A big reason for it was
कैसा रहा आपका
not,
trip?
not as good back in 2023.
China,
I wasn't really
bro,
able to
तू
communicate
अगर
in
जाएगी जाएगी ना, you will be like, "डा तू भाई तू और रन की जाएगी तो हो गया भाई."
हो गया ना, मेरे को पता है, इसके लिए नहीं जाती।
मैंने स्पेशल मेंशन किया था तुम दोनों को ब्लॉग में।
मैं देखना, मैंने एक स्टार फर्स्ट वाला देखा, फिर दो नहीं देखा।
नहीं, सेकंड वाले में है वो स्पेशल मेंशन। एक मॉल में सिर्फ पॉप मार्ट होता है ना, पॉप क्या होता है,
पॉप मार्ट,
सिर्फ पिंक कलर, सिर्फ क्यूट स्टफ। भाई ब्यूटी प्रोडक्ट्स उधर भी महंगा है रे।
महंगा?
हाँ महंगा, उधर महंगा ही है।
तो भाभी के लिए क्या लेके आया?
लिया ना, देखते क्या जब भाभी के लिए लाते।
वापस बैग लिया क्या?
ना, ब्यूटी प्रोडक्ट्स दिस टाइम।
I think this is a very dynamic map. Always a lot of fun here. And Lotus, okay. This is the first time we're going to see, well, Genji play at all this tournament. So
मुझे भी एक रिटर्न आईफोन
टीबोन कल मेरे चैट में एक कुकी टीबोन आया था। हाँ, कुकी टीबोन with butterfly on the DP and you.
Lotus is an interesting one. I think RRQ played OT versus Talon, if I remember correctly, and then lost a game in the off-season. Whereas Genji stopped Talon like 13-2 in the off-season. So if you're going to use Talon as a measuring stick for performance on Lotus, then that might not be a close game. But I don't know if you draw those
वही same rank push.
Haven's an interesting one.
Rivals.
It's been a pretty safe one for RRQ.
नहीं Valo खेल रही है यार, मैं सिर्फ Valo.
Just the other day, whereas
नहीं ऑफ-स्ट्रीम राइवल्स ना।
I think they haven't had a game that's been less than 20.
Hey, where is Anki, man? Why is she not doing watch parties, dude?
She is still recovering from the weddings.
उसको कहीं बाहर जाए, एक हफ्ता वो बीमार होगी सबसे पहली चीज। एक हफ्ते में वो रीसेट होती है पूरी।
सारी एनर्जी थी ना इतनी सी छोटी सी जान में, सब यूज कर दिया उसने शादी में डांस करने के लिए। जीजू का मैच देख रही। हाँ, जीजू का भी मैच है, किधर है?
Some might argue I'm an RRQ
Bhabhi ji ke
yellow,
liye
but
gaming
maybe it's
setup
gold for Gen G.
This is crazy to me.
Knows.
This is crazy.
It's still 50-50. Today it's a 50-50 split.
4 people are going against the core 3.
Easy for them.
The coaching staff.
You just like step
Easy है 2-0 है।
crazy in your life,
That's
man.
crazy. Like,
Believe in something.
I know the RRQ management is watching me say this right now. And they're like,
कम हो गया बोलते।
अरे कुकीज था।
मेरा पेट अंदर गया।
कुकीज था बंकू।
Hey, Pinky, why don't we start playing horror games?
चाय पीने दो भाई।
हाँ, मैं सोच रही हूँ, inspired by you. Yes.
Bro,
भाई 10 किलो कम हो गया भाई, मजा आ गया।
अमेंती।
मजा आ गया भाई, 30 is the
तूने
best
कल
thing।
खेला वही ना?
ओके शेट, इतनी जो हाइप है ना उतना
क्या चीज?
Horror game.
हाँ, कल का गेम अच्छा था।
We are going to go to the stage and welcome our two teams, RRQ and Gen G.
बंकू केक खा?
खाऊंगा बाबा, आराम से खा लूंगा, रख खा लूंगा, चलेगा, खा लूंगा।
मैंने
ए 2 रख मेरे लिए, वो अंदर वाला खा। चलो ये 2 रखो इधर। रुक अभी, बाहर से मंगा के मैं सिर्फ मैं खाऊंगा। रुक
नहीं खाएगा नहीं, ऐसे पड़ा रहेगा तो मेरे को मन होगा ना।
नहीं अंदर वाला वो खा लेना। क्या के बाद 30 is compulsory। हाँ भाई, मैं इतना वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ, तुम लोग 30 ट्रैक भी कर सकते हो। पता है मेरा कितने घंटे बाद मुझे 30 आती करके। भाई ये मैच क्रेजी होएगा, फील आ रहा है
भाई। चालू हो तो बता दियो।
हो गया?
म्यूजिक बज रही है।
हो गया क्या?
वॉक इन है अभी, वॉक इन।
ओ है भाई, उधर ही हो रहा है क्या कोरिया में? कोरिया में ही
कोरिया में नहीं हो रहा है, ये पुणे में हो रहा है बात।
The pride of Indonesia, RRQ, is facing off against the Masters winning team, Gen G. Gen G is a team who have completely transformed since 2023 here in this very stadium. It's a very different team. They're returning back this year, 2 years later, with that Masters trophy. Now, RRQ,
it's been a long
on the other
time.
side, have shown improvements every single season, but qualifying still eludes them thanks to these opponents. Now, both teams adjusted their roster just a touch, but the core still remains. The question is the results going to be different this year?
That's the question. For me, this is the biggest test for RRQ that they're going to have to face. This has been the team that shut them down time and time again. If they manage to overcome Gen G, that's when we start to get on the hype train, right? That's when we really start to get that copium flowing. But, you know, if they get defeated today, do they end up just being that middle-of-the-pack team that we kept seeing them be? I think this is by far this is a massive game for them.
भाई ये दो क्यूटीज का एक टीम में रखने का भी
RRQ have been stagnant, they've been stuck in the middle of the pack. It's always been almost for RRQ. It's going to be so frustrating against Gen G time and time again. And Gen G are really the trendsetters here in Pacific. And we'll see with their new additions whether they can continue to pave the way for excellence out of Asia internationally.
भाई RRQ का कोच टॉप नॉच है. इतना प्यारा बंदा ना, इतना प्यारा बंदा.
It always looks super swag on RRQ. I think they're going to be dropping, showing new stuff very soon in the coming weeks for their merch. Map draft coming through here. These teams are very familiar with each other, and you guys know we're going to be starting off with.
क्या लोटस में ट्रिपल सेंटिनल भाई मैं अभी तक में
भाई देखते हैं अभी इनकी क्या है. फ्रैक्चर है बाबा.
Again, we've seen
that's why हो सकता है.
A similar kind of core agent comp of what it used to be with the Brim, with the Breach, with the Sentinel.
Cap भाई तूने बात की है no cap वाली.
Have things like Skybeam mixed in or even Fade at times. KO now it feels like Teo is really filling the void of that additional role, and a lot of teams are really liking him on Fracture. So we'll see what these teams do choose to go towards, because especially Kushi, he's someone that I'm looking at, and Yeoman as well. These initiators are the new additions. They're probably going to be the ones that will have to pick up something like a Teo. I feel like both of those players, I associate them more so with Sova and things like that.
Yeah, I'm definitely very curious. As you say, we've definitely seen this become a bit more of an
establishment. So I'm curious
if these two teams will lean into that, if they've kind of noticed that developing in scrims, or if they have their own flavor on this map.
Wow, these huddles are longer than usual.
Yeah, that's normally in the huddle, you're just trying to not mess anything up. You're just trying to keep everybody calm and just make it very relaxed. What you say in the huddle, 9 times out of 10, they don't say the team name. You say all kinds of random stuff.
Oh, you guys do that too? That's what, it's so funny. It looks like.
स्कॉट बाय कह रहे थे चैंपियन स्किन में कभी RNTX की भी स्किन मिलेगी. यानी बाबा प्लीज चैनल का नेम एक बार चेंज कर दे यार. हाँ, नॉट ज्ञानी बाबा कर दे, फिर मैं तेरे कमेंट को एक +1 जरूर कहूंगा. बट आई वुड लाइक टू रेकमेंड नॉट ज्ञानी बाबा नाम रखे. समझ रहे? अज्ञानी बाबा भी रख सकते, ये भी अच्छा.
तू कुकी नहीं खाएगा तो मुझे ले तू ये नहीं खाने वाला, ले
फैमिली बाबा ये भी चलेगा.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tall order, but this could be the year. This could be it. We're getting our agents in.
Sova on Yeoman and Sova
Breach
as well.
Neon, Breach Sova बहुत अच्छा है.
Not quite. Neon for Raze, and that's the only difference between these two teams. But the core for the agents, you know, the only difference being the fast lane is going to be a little bit more chaotic.
चलो कोई ना, good night. Puppy bye.
Favoring the Raze, so the paint shells really going to be helping a little bit to break some
क्या
of the
ऐसा कर रहे हो
KJ here and there and break some of those setups around stairs. But not really cypher trips or anything like that.
कितने का बताया ये नाम से?
Both Xfero and Foxy9 are very happy that the other team didn't pick Teo. They get a nice little ease into the game without getting their ultimate destroyed every single time.
I just think texture on
Soa के जगह पे
Teo
क्यों नहीं, लेकिन that is the
They give
question.
each other crap all the time, and I think it's hilarious to watch. Anyway, we're gonna go into this match because we're super excited for it. We're gonna go into casters. RRQ's unofficial biggest fanboy.
भाई ब्रीच के साथ मजा तो आता है बे.
Quack.
कहीं होगा वो खेलने को. Teo.
Thank you very much, Desk. I think we can all agree on one thing. When these two teams face off, it's an absolute banger. Like, we like to talk about only bangers on Split, only bangers on other maps, but it's only bangers when these two teams face off. I mean, you saw the record. Like Gen G 5-1.
भाई बाप है भाई, मेरा एक्सपीरियंस इतना ओवरवेलमिंग था ना भाई.
कोरिया में तो खाने का सीन नहीं है ना, इतना बीटे नहीं है. चिकन तो मिलेगा
भाई कोरिया में, लेकिन एक सीन है, तो अकेला नहीं जा सकता.
क्यों रे?
वो लोग को पोर्शन साइज का नॉलेज नहीं है जरा सा भी. मैं एक रेस्टोरेंट में जाके एक वो मंगाया था, फिश का डिश, ठीक है. अपने यहाँ पे कैसा फिश एंड चिप्स रहता है, वो मैंने मंगाया था. 5x साइज मिला मेरे को यहाँ से, 5x.
ओ भाई,
मतलब वो लोग ने एक फिश एंड चिप्स के प्लेट में 4 अक्खी मच्छियां दी है, वो भी कैंची के साथ। इतना बड़ा कैंची काट के खा करके पैंच। मैं उसको ऐसा देखा, बोला क्या भाई, मैंने 2 प्लेट मंगाया था। बोल मैं फिश एंड चिप्स में बोला कि आपका
मेन चीज क्या है? चिकन फिश है क्या मेन?
हाँ चिकन फिश, चिकन भाई अच्छा है वहाँ पे। मेन वहाँ पे
रामेन
सी फूड
जीरो चिकन भाई चाइना में।
सी फूड ही है वहाँ पे। प्रॉन्स, क्रैब भी बहुत
एक
मिलता
हफ्ता
है।
सिर्फ केएफसी खाया मैं।
हाँ क्या?
हाँ कुछ नहीं है, सिर्फ मेन वही है, पोर्क और बीफ ही है उधर।
पोर्क भी नहीं खाता क्या?
ना
मैंने बहुत पहले खाया था।
मैं मटन
शक्ल देख के गरीब लगा होगा तो ज्यादा दिया होगा।
ओ माय
ये कोंकण में सीन नहीं है क्या पोर्क का? खाते हैं क्या?
हाँ मैं तो
हाँ बिंक्स,
मैं तो खाया हूँ।
लड़का नया रील दिखा रहा है।
मम्मी नहीं ना?
क्या? नहीं मम्मी ने
100% नहीं, मम्मी ने। हाँ 100%। अरे कुछ तो है हमारे इसमें कि भाई कुछ तो जाएगा, ऐसा कुछ है।
उसका नया रील देखना, नीचे देखना नीचे।
बहुत सही के। हाँ एक प्लेट मोमोज ऑर्डर करेगा 10 देंगे वो लोग तेरे को। चटनी भी 20 टाइप की देंगे तेरे को, हर एक चीज डुबा के।
मजा नहीं।
मेरा मोमोज पकड़, वो भी बोलेगा मोमोज वाला
मजा नहीं है ना। और कुछ बताओ, रोस्ट का मजा नहीं।
पीछे का जूते का शक्ल अच्छा है।
नहीं ना,
ये अच्छा था, ये अच्छा।
नहीं
ये
मजा नहीं है। नहीं
मेरी बीवी तेरे को ज्यादा सपोर्ट कर रही है, बच गया। ये गेम चलोगे?
Hit onto Yeoman, trying to go for a chase, but instantly the pinch. RQ knows they have to push out. They need to isolate these fights, and Manyet's going to slide out. He doesn't see them, but he's able to do an absolute 180. That's 2 kills to 1 in favor of RQ.
Just a swing back. Does find that trade and also already into the site, so everything's already smoked off, and now you're getting the spike planted. In for a main, you're gonna have to hold further back, but your players are down a little bit low. Texture had to hit the good first shot. He does, but Manyet instantly trades. Now Munchkin, Karen needing to kind of fall back. I mean, where are you?
Valorant कभी
safe, and on the other side,
2 दिन एकदम नशे में था।
out from defender spawn as well. So hearing the footsteps inside of A main, Munchkin's trying to hold, trying to play around it. The smoke comes up in time, and that's when Xpero peeks out. Jemkin from the back. It's the incendiary as well. Onto the spike, working against them a little bit, but still nonetheless, RRQ picks up the kills. Yeah, I mean at that point, Karen just trying to buy time, trying to make sure the double coming in from A main, not even the site nor the spike. Alas, he gets picked off through the smoke as it comes down. Munchkin and Karen didn't really have many options, right? They didn't really have any other info about the other parts of the site or the defender spawn. So Munchkin holding that close angle, I don't think he can really fault him. It's the only thing he had going. He just wasn't able to get that one-shot kill with the right click. Texture with a clean shot, but I love that Kushi also goes out. He already only has 5 HP. He says, I'll be the scout. Then you get the trade.
भाई क्या वाइब वाले बंदे हैं ना ये लोग, लेकिन लोटस पे 3 सेंटिनल देख के बाद दिल नहीं कर रहा है खेलने का। मत करो यार, मैंने तो सोलो वाइपर भी देखा है, फिर भी खेल रहा हूँ।
Though at least, I mean, maybe a bit of damage. Genji has been known to make those things happen before, but right now,
भाई लेकिन प्लेयर्स इस बार अच्छा
across again, right? More respect towards that A main pressure, but this time. You're looking at RQ kind of having those defenses up, set up towards B.
Okay.
What's
Yeah,
the
so
problem?
this is a judge. I love that they're trying to get this information. They go for the ult orb as well. They recognize it's a judge.
भाई वो आवाज सुन के पहले आत्मा जाता है,
प्रॉब्लम
वो है
or you just don't go there at all. Just keep him tied up there. That's one person you don't have to worry about. And Gen G, they do want to group up. So what's the answer towards this killjoy? You can't nullify any of the util, but it looks like it's going to be a trap play to force him into uncomfortable positions. Lineups at the ready. You've got both the Silva and the Breach over by Arcade as well.
Trying to set it up at least, but RQ will respond in kind. Smokes just to delay a little bit further as well.
Jemkin has to play this so well. Xpero just going to be able to hold onto Heaven alone. He goes for the spray. He gets 2. He's ready for the 3rd. Trying to bounce back and forth. He gets taken out by Foxy9.
Just to kind of flood on through, right? Nanostorm's on the side as well, so just to make things a little bit more difficult. But onto the judge now, Xpero on side. able to fight back. Munchkin gunned down, and RQ relatively safe enough. Estrella does pick up the Spectre.
Yeah, so all weapons carried over for RRQ. Not too much damage done. Gen G, 3 members with half armor, so they will be starting a little bit weak on their buy round. I love that Jemkin tries to be heads up, but eventually still gets traded down. But it's a good wraparound from RRQ as well.
Yeah, still able to kind of swing back into the sight for that retake against Gen.G, who were able to deal with the judge a little bit. But that's it, down into the next round. That judge does carry on over. This time it's in the hands of Monyet.
Yeah, and I was wondering if maybe we see an outlaw, but that's not going to be the case here, as RRQ choosing to just go for these fights, given the nature of Fracture. So we see that Vandal being bought up to match the firepower. That's 3 rifles, a Vandal, and 2 Bulldogs against, of course, all 5 Vandals and Phantoms for Gen.G. Gen.G, I mean, they recognize it's a bonus round. We don't know what kind of crazy they'll do with the Neon. Let's just hold, and then we can go for our set play, because hopefully they should be split in their default setups.
With time passed, right, you're not seeing anything from the Neon on anyone else. So this is where you're starting to wonder, what are you going to do? Think about where this Neon possibly could be, or maybe even the judge again.
It's an interesting setup from RRQ, because you're actually just giving up all 4 lanes. You're literally only hoping to stop them on the site and get those kills. And if it doesn't work out, I mean, it could be disastrous. But if it does work out, chaos ensues, and you at least do a ton of damage, right? Maybe you're just dropping 3, 4 weapons. The spike maybe doesn't really get planted. They just have to finish off the fights, things like that. So we'll see how it pans out. Already only 30 seconds. That's the Molly. Lots of time bought. Still another
Molly ho gaya.
Through Molly, so still Texture being able to slip on through, but the fault line does connect. Estrella able to take down Texture. Then the judge gets spotted. Monyet goes in on the offensive. Able to trade that for a bit of a rifle as well, but onto the side, Jemkin will fall. Monyet runs out of ammo, sends the relay as he spots out another player. The spike gets planted down just in time, and Monyet picks up yet another Venom. Munchkin, RRQ, being able to chip down all the time, will be able to pick up the bonus round.
A really well intricately set up, basically site trap play. RRQ says you come to A, we got the nanoswarms to alarm bot, and we got 2 people high-low set up. You come to B, we've got a that's able to cover the diagonal across the site. We're holding close with a Spectre and a Molly, and then we have a judge up in heaven. So no matter where you come from, no matter what the set execute is, it's just going to be we pick up the first entry, and then we take you out one by upgrading our weapons. And Monyet, a great decision to slide out there, and it works out for the bonus.
Just so incredible. And now it's everything being upgraded up. Gen.G, a little bit desperate. It's down to the Sheriffs and the Guardian on the side of Texture. Still looking for some kind of an opening into the sites.
Now these are the rounds you have to watch out for Gen.G. Pilski mentioned on the desk, it's still the same core 3 members. They're all so good with those one-tap weapons. And you can see RQ giving that respect. The high-low doubled up, making sure you don't get both taken out instantly. We'll see if it pays off, as we do see Foxy9 creeping up over Dish, trying to gain some attention.
Still being able to hold effectively, right? But kind of walks into the setup, so nonetheless gets eliminated.
Oh, yeah, and that allows Monyet to go for the foul. Oh, nice pick, and this is what we were talking about. You gotta watch out, you gotta respect him.
Just because it's Texture. Such a quick reaction. But now RQ with the information, still able to kind of tie back and hold as well. Cushy kind of lines up the sidelines and gets at least one. Estrella coming back in as well. And that's Sky Smoke just to block off Gen.G. Sphera moves in place.
Opening the door, just forcing RQ to now have to look at into Sands, but already Crosshairs trained, and yo man, he gets spotted. Estrella is gonna jiggle back and forth. You still have the high-low. Yeah, Estrella doesn't have to greed for this. You can trust in Jemkin, and they spot him right away. Estrella actually both now only 1 away from his rolling
map RRQ
value found as well. So it all kind of pays out. And now economy's starting to hurt a little bit more for Gen.G, just buying up all of those light shields.
7-5 switch ho sakta.
I mean, just knowing that it's just a Killjoy peeking up first, it's an eco. The immediate rotation was good. Yeah, I mean, Texture, he's still got it. He's still the same Texture. You gotta give that respect. But it's a very, very quick fill into the site from the rest of RQ to be able to block that off. Munchkin does have his Rolling Thunder, though. He was only 2 away in that last round. Fills it up. And now we'll see if they use it right away for a set play. B main already cleared.
Yeah, pushed out alongside the relay bolt. So a little bit expensive, but still is a lot of information. Baiting out that rolling thunder now, but inside of the site, Estrella kind of goes for the track, not quite connecting onto it. Jemkin will fall alongside him.
Oh, not being able to snipe him out. Meanwhile, Munchkin, he's ahead of him. Monyet doesn't expect him to still be watching the plane from out far. Still 2 members alive, but it's looking like it's going to be a tough position as Gen G has 4. Texture only down to 18 HP, but he pushes out. He's a scout, but X-Pharaoh gets both Texture and Foxy9. Suddenly, a retake, seemingly possible. Yeoman takes damage from the shock dart. He peeks ahead. Ooh, he's trying to displace the crosshairs. Charon, good for that trade. X-Pharaoh needs to take the 1v1s. Where does he take him? He gets close, but it's just too frantic. And Charon, as patient as always, will be able to get their first win for Gen G.
100 like chase 10 likes के लिए.
Panicking and sprinting straight into
X-Zone,
the
thank you for the
side,
2
teammate falling
Canadian
off to the
Australian
sidelines.
dollars
At
मेरी
that
जान के
point, you know,
टोटे.
just kind of running against time, straight into it with Phantom.
X-Pharaoh does get some nice kills here, but as you mentioned, the time, the space, all the positioning starts to get dicey, and we see a little bit of that panic mode come in. Meanwhile, Charon, just as sturdy as he always has been ever since he debuted just last year. Now the Rolling Thunder available for Estrella, but we do have some power ultimates 1 point away from Gen G, so they should be working those orbs. It's going to be that arcade orb right away.
Being able to, ooh, a fast take. Set up for more value. Boombot will get spotted out, so X-Pharaoh kind of anticipating some kind of push out now coming through. Additional support from Cushy, but the flashes come out. It just throws it off just a bit, but still being able to drag that crosshair across. Yeoman will be able to strike back against Monyet though. Now trying to get a bit of timing into her spawn, but no, Estrella strikes back.
भाई गलत होल्ड कर रहे
हैं. He was just waiting for information. He was waiting
गलत
for the
लेवल होल्ड कर
lineups,
रहा है.
but none of it. The calls don't come through. It's just silence on the other side. And now all alone, 1v3.
इसको ये चैनल कैसे नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है?
This could be where he shines. He loves to do it. He's talked about it even in some of those Gen G vlogs that, you know, they come fight me. I love that.
आवाज आ रहा है, आवाज आ रहा है.
Able to clean things up now, 1 point away from his own.
भाई अभी मुंबई सर्वर का एकदम पीक नो लाइफर दिखा के हम चैट को.
Just trying to go for a
तू
quick.
खेल क्या है? हाँ, खेल क्या पीक नो लाइफर पीक.
क्या गया टॉक्सिक?
Just RQ being able
पहला
to
राउंड
quick enough.
मिड पे
flashes and everything. Cushy.
3 बंदे थे, मैं मर गया, ठीक है. उसके बाद वो एक राउंड की वजह से पूरा मैच दोनों ने ड्रॉ किया.
So impactful for this team ever since
Peak no life
even in those off-season tournaments right away.
no life माना क्या था
I
हमने?
didn't know about Cushy before. I believe in him.
लेकिन आजकल नोटिस करो भाई सिंगापुर में माइक
for this entire match.
चलेगा भाई, शांति वाला सर्वर अच्छा रहता है.
Reigning
I love
Masters
शांति.
winners as well from last year.
दूर की बात है.
But so far he's holding his own, and Gen G
बेचारा
will call that timeout.
They are close to their ultimates.
ये तो तेरे को बोला था मुंबई शोर खेलना बंद कर.
Need it, right? 5-1 already.
मेरा ना वो जियो नहीं चला रहे बिंग्स. तो मैं जो लाइन कनेक्टेड है ना मेरे गेमिंग की में वो जियो का है. तो उसमें सिंगापुर में बहुत हाई पिंग आ रहा है और स्टेबल नहीं है रहा. तो इसके लिए मैं मुंबई खेल रहा था एक मैच.
78 तक रहेगा चलेगा. पैकेट लॉस नहीं
अरे
आएगा.
जियो सर्वर मेंटेनेंस पे 2 दिन कल से सही होगा बोल रहे हैं.
The just mentioned, of course, the coaching staff, Solo and HSK, already so successful, and then as players as well. But then they had that addition as Perry. So Perry now joining his old teammate and his old captain in Solo, back when they were on Neutron, back when they performed at Masters Reykjavik, now coming in as a coach after his tenure at D+ Kia in the challenger scene. See if we can notice any of that impact. People were wondering, does Perry maybe do some one-on-one coaching with some of the rookies? You know, where does this come from? But so far, it's RRQ really forcing Gen G's hand.
Yeah, bringing their own assistant coach in the form of Warbirds as well, but right now, still just controlling that A main, right? Early information outside of it, and as soon as they get a little bit more in towards B, they're sending that utility through.
Okay, the multi-bash just to try to get some scratch damage onto Gen G.
Heavy stack
There's another Sheriff and Guardian round, another one you have to respect. Sphero just keeping his distance. He's positioned to be ready to bail out as well. Finds him, gets the shot onto Texture. That's a big one, just a little bit ahead. And there's the Rolling Thunder to pinch through. Cushy, he's good for 2 right away. The recon just to be safe, and there's the push out. Cushy for 3. Still maintaining that Hunter's Fury, no need for it just yet.
Normal chat
Just
में
have
पढ़ लो,
perfect
पढ़ता हूँ
setup
मैं.
once again. I mean, you start things off early on. Monyet pushes out into main, calls it clear, and
Why
everyone
not
is
Mumbai?
already anticipating
Geng
some of
experience
these
कर लो भाई.
potential ultimates or whatever that Gen.G might have. And you can see Xfero's holding it, instantly swaps on over to the shorty as soon as he gets contacted by the fault line. The rolling thunder to top everything off to allow Cushy to push up to collect on those kills.
So now back to the rifles, only half armors, but you have the lockdown, you have the orbital strike, you have the Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of counters on the other side, but Gen.G, they gotta push and pull a bit more because like you said, this main, it's been a thorn. It's just so much free information. Door opened. It is a crossfire set up from RRQ. And you have that fault line support ready by Estrella as well, up by the rafters.
Comes down to a little bit of contact. Sky Smoke comes out. Monyet spots all of them out. That's the fault line being sent through. Is he gonna push? No, actually falls back because the push comes out from top instead. Cushy up with the Hunter's Fury. Will connect into two players from Gen.G.
He catches both after the fault line. So in fact, it's Monyet being the bait, and then they're able to just back out into sand, still holding that line of scrimmage.
Just holding it even further off, even though the spikes planted. Pressure is on for Gen.G. Thanks to the new updates. Yeah, they're going to have to try to spray through the smokes, but even with the overdrive, Monyet just kind of keeping them at bay, adding the pressure even further on for Xfero to come up with the flank from behind, the double kill through. It's RRQ who are looking so unstoppable right now.
What a setup from RRQ. The whole time you've always just set Monyet alone. Maybe you set him up after the first 20 seconds, 30 seconds. This time, Jemkin watches with him. You've got so many ultimates, and after the fault line goes through, you tag one, and then you're able to chase through. You tag the second as well. He instantly recognizes it and finishes off the double kill. That was huge because it allows everyone to just say, all right, let's back out in sands. You know, Spike already planned, it doesn't matter, give him a main, because now we've got the flank coming in from Xfero as well. Very, very patient and calculated from RRQ.
Now they're still cycling on through with those ultimates. Orbital Strike and Lockdown on the next, but Gen.G has some ultimates of their own, just the gun's not quite there. Monyet in with the relay bolt, pushing out into it, taking the fight against Gen.G, and now it's just Foxy9 holding out. The pinch comes through with Cushy on the back.
I mean, the tempo changes as well. RRQ playing with full confidence. I'll be very honest, I don't think we've ever seen RRQ just adjust so well round to round ever in any of their matches. But right now, you can tell by their movement, by their reads round to round. It's against an eco, and you still say, let's go. We haven't pushed out that far yet. It's already round 9. We're up 7-1. Let's go for a fast push because they won't have strong weaponry. They get one kill, and then they back off. They have the pinch, and they say, Spike dropped. We don't need to overextend.
इसे खेलने का तो मन करता रहेगा ना यार ये सब देख के.
Looking for, hoping for, down through the dirt. He's being spotted as well.
Yeah, Estrella catches
some Immortal
sewers. You don't really have to worry about anything other than ropes at this point. Turret set up to watch the flank from Dish. 40 seconds. This could turn into an all-out brawl, though. I'm a little bit worried as RQ has put all their eggs in one basket, but Jemkin gets one. Estrella for the trade, and surely this should be the round over as Monyet wraps it up, building towards another overdrive.
I mean, this is a fully confident RRQ down to the last two players. You know, spotting them out by Talon. Once they get a bit of contact, they continue to swing. I mean, look at how Monyet is just selflessly kind of swinging out alongside with that play. So the whole team's just being able to flow in this form, and Gen.G, even off of the timeout, not quite able to find the answer.
Yeah, with the weaker weapons as well. I mean, you have the stuff, and then you have the neon. Those one shots maybe not going to be as effective. He's having a time of his life right now. But it's Cushy with 11 kills and only 2 deaths, leading the board.
Still sitting comfortably for now.
कभी-कभी कुछ भी दिखाते हैं बे. याद है last time?
Hidden movements into it.
कुछ नहीं क्या?
Look at the switch up, right? Killjoy no longer here in Gen.G. They're still scouting for any of that setup. Still sending some of the util. There's the paint shells. Monyet, he wants to get ahead of it, and he knows exactly what Arrays thinks. He'll take him out, but it is a trade. It opens up heaven, and then the site as well onto the B site.
Cushy, though, still around the corner, trying to stay alive, waiting for his team to kind of get back in. Uses that smoke. While they clear out that turret from the back. Foxy9 looking to hold. Able to get that first flick against Jemkin. Fault Light comes through, but he evades just in kind. Xfero will be able to fight back. 3-on-3 as Cushy now pushes out, takes out Karen. The relay just to spot things out, but Yeoman kind of avoids for now. Pushes straight himself into tunnel, and Cushy knows where to look. Munch get the last one left onto the site,
Crack
evades
चल रहा है ना,
Rolling
ये
Thunder
crack चल
through
रहा है।
the ground with a fault line being
भाई,
sent
क्या
out.
कर रहा था
Took down
उसको?
Cushy already, just needs to do a little bit more. And down to the last one
Easy
left,
play.
it's just
Nice.
Estrella who
बाप रे।
swings out, still takes the duel against Munchkin, has enough
हर
time for
साल नया
defuse.
दिखता है भाई
RRQ
Valo में।
are
Asian
still
strong है,
making it
dominate करने
happen.
में।
I mean, we were all
कभी
thinking the
कभी
same
वो-
thing. Munchkin doesn't lose these. He even got the double fault line there
ये
at the
Binks
end
में से
as
कुछ
well.
पूछ रहा
And it
था
looked
क्या
like it was all lining up once
Washroom गया
again
था मैं।
for one of the clutch masters
हाँ
on
ऐसा
Gen
ये सब
G.
देख के खेलने का तो
But
मन
no,
कर रहा
it's
रहेगा ना।
Estrella,
हाँ
the
इसके
other
लिए तो गया ना
IGL
खेलने
that
भाई,
fights back.
इसके लिए तो
Manyet,
खेलने गया था,
understand-
मुंबई सर्वर का दर्द
क्या
लेके
तो
आया।
हार क्या है यार, हार क्या है क्या?
और क्या हार क्या है
क्या
भाई?
स्कोर था?
क्या 13-11 13-9 10 ऐसा रहा। अरे 2 थ्रो कर रहे थे पूरा भाई। डेंजर है सोवा आरआरक्यू का।
सोवा डेंजर।
खुशी खुशी है भाई।
खुशी से पेल रहा है।
Now the setup's kind of swapped
क्या
up a little
language
bit
है
more.
ये बोल?
Less pressure out towards A.
हाँ?
Well, that sky smoke is
चाइना
out.
जाके
Let's
तमीज
B.
भूल गए तुम भोसड़ी वाले।
वो कैसा था तुम्हारा ट्रिप
Now,
वहाँ पे?
the Killjoy
बढ़िया यार,
setup
बढ़िया।
still
क्या-क्या किए?
not scouted.
खाना वाना मिलता है भाई?
वेजिटेरियन है क्या?
That now is on the
हाँ वही
drop.
तो वही पूछ रहा
Could
था मैं।
spell trouble. That's the core
जी,
of Gen
जी,
G.
जी, जी।
Once again, another pinch. You still have a
Noodles
strike.
क्या है वहाँ पे?
Still the
Noodles।
orbital strike as well. Where do they go? It's down into Sands. I love the pinch. They know Sand has been very important. Gen G
yeah,
does get
Gen
the
G
trade, but
cooked this
eventually,
round.
Gen G
Gen G cooked।
will
ये लोग
push
दो
through. They will
राउंड जीते
dominate
जेन
that
जी
area.
दोनों टेक्सचर के
The
एंड।
showstopper as well, but now looking
Oh,
through
oh,
it,
oh,
it's the element line.
भाई कैसे भाई?
Manyet will be able to take down Yeoman.
कैसे?
मैन हो गया उसका
Oh,
तो,
special
यो-यो हो गया।
delivery through the ropes right now, and Manyet, I mean,
कैसे
it's
नहीं
pretty
दिख रहा
much just
भाई?
up to him. They've got so many
Movements
ultimates
देख
as well.
भाई।
You gotta go fast.
ये क्यूटी लगता है वे, कैसा है ना?
अरे बहुत प्यारा बंदा, बहुत प्यारा।
Goes
क्यूटी
out
है
for
बंदा।
Kushi.
ना?
Already gets
Ah.
another kill. The lockdown just
दोनों को
by
मिला
time.
है।
You gotta try to eliminate Kara. Manyet's just gonna go
What the
in with
fuck?
the shorty before he expects
जाके मार
it.
के आ गया।
Kushi gonna drone to see if
पीछे आया
Foxy9 has widened the angle. Meanwhile,
Ah.
Manyet, he's already through.
खुशी है,
This is
खुशी
not
है,
looking
नहीं
great.
है।
Foxy9, he's not in a good
Monet
position
का round है,
to
Monet
stop
का
this
round
है।
team.
Monet,
He's half
Monet,
already
Monet,
done.
Monet।
And he's not gonna be
Oh.
able to get the
भाई
kill.
मौनी है
Manyet
ये प्लेयर है भाई, ये
running
प्लेयर बहुत
through
प्यारा है
the
भाई।
lockdown, eliminates
वाइब
the
वाला है
orbital
भाई।
strike
ये ना
possibility.
ऐसा बंदा है कि अगर नहीं मारेगा ना तो भी चलेगा। स्माइल कर बस।
Just how do you do something like that? No
नहीं मारा
slide
तो भी चलेगा।
available, but still thinks of sprinting through with the shorty out.
ये फॉक्सी भी बहुत अच्छा खेलता है भाई।
I mean, this is pure heroics. And then the drone as well to make sure Foxy9s are not already holding the angle.
सिग्मा बॉय, सिग्मा
Wow,
बॉय।
I mean, and he's just chilling. We gotta see more neon from RRQ after this. I mean, Manyet unleashed right now.
Has the overdrive online.
कैसे रे?
Thinking about a potential push
भाई
out into
ऐसे
a B
टीम में
as well
चाहिए
right
वे
now.
लाइफ में
Last
यार।
round of the first half and things are looking this comfortable, this confident for
मजा आएगा
RRQ.
रैंक पुश कर दे
Another pinch
बैंच।
onto B as well. It's a high-low setup on Arcade, and then the immediate push out with the neon from the other side on Dish.
They've got the KJ utility to mark the outside of B main as well, so just to go in for that high low, and it works out perfectly. Jemkin, what is that double kill? The utility to flush him out, but Xfero's there to trade back in kind. Dodges the Hunter's Fury, and the push out comes through to mark the spike. Lockdown being deployed.
And then holding close with the shorty, they have to push you. He knows, okay, Foxy9, he is gonna be able to break it. But lots of time bought, and as you mentioned,
Spike
Spike
नहीं
already stranded. And you know where these members are. Yo, man,
जमीन पे।
hasn't had much impact. We haven't had a reason to shout his name.
दो स्पॉट
Can he
पे
do
डिफेंस
it?
वाले उठा नहीं
Only
सकते
30
ना
seconds
स्पाइक।
left.
ये गया, फॉक्सी गया।
Just a bit of util.
Money
Is it gonna be
मारेगा।
enough? Foxy's so darn low. Look at Manyet marking his ankle.
बुरा
Ooh,
लगा।
a big swing. Foxy takes him down, but unfortunately that's not gonna be enough. Yeoman down outside the tunnel still, and Cushy will pick up the final kill. The last round of the first half going to RRQ.
है ही नहीं किस्मत।
Wow. I don't know if we've ever really
हाँ
seen
बे
this.
नोटिस किया क्या टिप?
I mean,
जब
even
से
though
हम लोग ने
RRQ
तेरे
did
को
win that
बोला
one
प्रो
best of
वैल्यू
game, I
प्लेयर
don't
है।
know if it's ever felt like RRQ was entirely on top. It always
तब
felt
से ही आया ना रैंक
grind
में
and a struggle.
डाउनफॉल।
Obviously, the map's not done yet, but the prep coming in from RRQ, the way they understand Fracture, the confidence that we are going to understand this map
मैच में
better.
अगर आप
The
15
G-
साल से
what a
अगर आप 15 साल से FPS गेम खेलोगे
हाँ।
तो वैल्यू में आपका क्या रैंक खुलना चाहिए?
इमॉर्टल में होना चाहिए 1 2 3 3 तक तो होना चाहिए 3 मिनिमम। हर एक्ट इमॉर्टल 3 एंड तो करना चाहिए भाई। 15 साल हो गए तो मतलब रेडिएंट तो ऐसा टाइम पास अभी तक
मतलब
15 साल की तब कोई कोच होना
पीसी
चाहिए था भाई।
गेमिंग बोला तो तेरा शक्ल का टैटू वैसा, मतलब तेरा शक्ल पीसी गेमर बोला तो पहला थॉट आएगा तेरे बारे में, मतलब गेमर के कैटेगरी में तू गेमर।
डेंजर भाई डेंजर। और टीबोन भाई 15 साल से खेल के भी प्लाट 2।
स्नैक्स भाई आप हो इसलिए मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, ये अकेला होता ना अभी इसकी व्याण की करता।
बोलो 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 बोलो। ये तो ड्रैक्स है ना, क्या नाम है ड्रैक्स?
और अपने बीच में बोलना भोसड़ी वाले, बाकी लोग को मत लेके आना, अपने बीच में बोलना, समझ रहा है ना?
आप हो स्नैक्स इसलिए आई एम रेस्पेक्टिंग यू।
नहीं बट मेरे को रेस्पेक्ट करते करते प्लाट 2 ही से भाई। मतलब 15 साल से प्लाट 2 टीबोन हाईएस्ट रैंक क्या है टीबोन?
मीटर था देखो।
इमॉर्टल 2 बेबी, द किंग राइजेस फ्रॉम एशेस।
Immortal 2 से
मतलब
प्लाट
वो
2
सीजन वो एक्ट कोई खेल नहीं रहा था ऐसा।
Just didn't see the fracture. Maybe they just weren't quite sure
और
what
करो
kind of power
respect।
Cushy brought to this team. 15 and 4 with 4 assists.
भाई इस एक्ट तो मैंने डिसाइड किया स्नैक्स में।
Could this be
कहाँ पे,
the
कौन सा
story
तक की
for the first
सफर?
time
बिंक्स
in a
भाई से पूछो,
while?
रैंक ग्राइंड भी चालू है।
Starting things out now, Gen G
रैंक ग्राइंड चालू है।
slowly pushing outside.
मेरे को तो 24 घंटे देगा ना, मैं फ्लैट से डायमंड 3 एस्कांडे 1 तो लेके जाऊंगा 24 घंटे के अंदर।
लेकिन मैं सिर्फ वैलो नहीं खेलता बिंक्स। आई एम
It's a
वैरायटी।
nice trade.
जितना भी
Magnet
वालों
still push through with the frenzy. He's trying to draw across
ऐसे
his
तो
way,
देखो
just
मैं भी
barely
वालों नहीं
skirts
खेलता,
out.
फिर भी
Xpero
हुआ
eventually
इसलिए।
falls, and
हाँ
that
भाई,
does open
मोबाइल
things
गेमर
up for a
भाई।
retake.
मोबाइल गेमर
Straight up for
एक्सपेरियंस
gaming,
यार।
but yes,
भाई मैं
bit of an opportunity.
मोबाइल
for
गेमर है,
Gen G.
मॉडल है, और क्या चाहिए?
Needing to
I am
work
sorry,
alongside
Snacks is
the
not a
spikes
mobile
and
gamer
with that
anymore.
wraparound through. Yeoman with the
जब भी
recon.
मैं लॉग इन करता हूँ ये खेलता
We'll
रहता
see
है।
if Magnet gets sight.
सुबह हो
Where
रात
does
हो
Astrea go? Does he push
शाम
through?
हो।
It's a relay boat to try to buy time. He's stuck now, but Cushy already
कैसा
good for
लगता
one
है
kill.
रे?
They're buying
कभी-कभी
time
off stream
for
खेलता है
Astrea.
ना तू,
It's all
Snacks?
for Astrea. They have
ऐसे
no
भी
idea.
लोग
Goes
आते
over
हैं,
behind. He
कैसा
misses so
लगाता
many
है?
shots,
अरे
and he absolutely blunders
लेकिन
that
एक
first
कैसे
round.
भाई?
Now it's down to Cushy. He's got the recon.
Arey.
Shotgun sent through already. And the spike continuing to tick away. Unfortunately, though, the recon doesn't find anything, so has to push through the smoke.
Once a
Garrett's just
legend
sticking it all the way through. Yeoman gets
अभी
the
पूछ,
shot at
अभी
the end
पूछ।
of it,
क्या
and
बता
Gen
रहा
G gets to stay alive.
Snacks
कैसा
लिया?
क्या?
The lack
हाँ,
of confidence when you have something.
तो
बोलो,
वो
बोलो।
राइट बटन लगाता है ना गन में,
हाँ लगाता हूँ।
तो वो देखने के बाद कोई गाली नहीं देता है क्या?
नहीं देते ना भाई, और
वो
देते।
देखने के बाद ही मिलता है, बता।
और देखने के बाद में तो और गाली मिलता है।
हम लोग का लगातार
मेरे को
राइट
तो लगता
बड़ी
है जब
मतलब
राइट बड़ी लगाए, हाँ रिस्पेक्ट
गोट।
मिलेगा। उधर गाली
लेकिन
मिलता है
सबसे
उल्टा।
ज्यादा माइक यूज तो सिर्फ इसमें होता है भाई, मुंबई सर्वर में ही होता है।
हाँ पॉइंट है यार।
भले बराबर यूज नहीं होता फिर भी कॉम्स के लिए सिंगापुर और हांगकांग जीरो
भाई, लेकिन मैंने वो कोड क्रैक
नहीं
कर
हाई
दिया।
लॉबी में कॉम्स यूज करते हैं, बिंक्स के साथ खेलता हूँ तो बहुत कॉम यूज करते हैं सिंगापुर लॉबी में।
फ्लैट
हाँ।
लॉबी में अलग
फ्लैट में कोई कॉम नहीं
Build
होता।
up for one big round, try to get to
इंसिडेंट
that
लॉबी
map
में
point.
सिंगापुर मस्त कॉम यूज करते हैं भाई।
There's a
और
stack
वो ग्रीन
now just
रैंक आते हैं,
wrapping
उसके
around
बाद
sewers on the B
रास्ता
side for
साफ।
Xpero, but look at this. It's not just a main, it's the
भाई
entire
डायमंड भी अलग
spawn
करते हैं
taken over
भाई।
by Gen
नहीं नहीं,
G.
सबसे लैंड स्कैंडे रैंक है, सबसे एकदम।
Turret setup is going to let you know that he's waiting for someone to push out of
भाई,
B main.
माइक
He has no
डायमंड
idea
डायमंड
how close
वाले लोग
people
अच्छे।
are. They're just going to have an angle.
So if Xpero receives contact, I mean, if you're RQ, you just surely send it into the sun. That's exactly what they're
ये
doing
तुम
right now.
हांगकांग में
But
खेलते हो
they're
ना?
not
नहीं
having
खेलते
enough
ना?
time,
नहीं।
though.
ज़्यादा
Foxy
आता है,
Knight
कितना
still
आता है
kind of lurking up
एक
around the
सौ
sides,
कुछ
up around
100,
Canteen.
हाँ।
And that said, as soon as they sneak on through, the pink shells, everything, Munchkin able to fire back down to Jemkin inside of the smoke, and
Valo में
Foxy
rage
Knight
quit किया था,
spots him
पता
out.
मैंने भी
RQ
किया।
would have loved to do some more
मैंने
damage,
यार,
and it looked
ये
like that's what they
comeback
wanted.
हुआ है
Just
यहाँ से,
hold
मतलब
by the
मेरे को
spawn,
लग रहा है
seeing
खत्म
where
हो
else
रहा है
other
नहीं,
members
नहीं,
are.
यहाँ
You
से
just
comeback
weren't
नहीं
quite
होता।
sure how many
खत्म है ना,
people
मेरे को भी
exactly
लग रहा था।
were wrapping around. So they had to
Bro,
just go whatever pace they can.
never
It's only
rush the
team
level
one,
score,
not the
bro.
damage they would have
भी हो
hoped for.
सकता है।
Meanwhile, Gen G starting to see that they still
कोई
have
राउंड
that
ऐसा अल्ट
window of
रोटेशन वाला राउंड
opportunity.
रहेगा ना,
This
खेलने के बाद
team,
अल्टे
this
होने के
core,
बाद
they
नहीं है।
never gave up last year.
अभी
And they
सीन।
could be a scary force if RQ is not able to close things out, you know, anytime
अभी
soon.
देखना, खुशी का ऑलरेडी अल्ट आ रहा है।
But here it is, a
भाई
chance for
खुश बोल
RQ
सकते हैं इसको,
to
खुश
slap it down to 12.
खुश बोलते
Full
हैं यार।
buy round.
खुशी बोलो ना।
Big drone
फर्स्ट मैच
spots out
जीता
the
हुआ
neon.
देख के गया था जी,
Gotta
लॉस्ट
assume there
कैसे?
might be some setup there. Even with the relay boat, the neon usually going to rely on some sort of setup to occupy that space, so it
comeback.
draws a
No
lot of
comeback.
attention
मैं
towards
इधर ही
A
हूँ।
main. Meanwhile,
तूने खेलने
Xpero's
गया?
still waiting with the
Mask
same
पहन के
setup,
खेल
trying
रहा
to
है
bait them into checking ropes over by Arcade. is going to be that B hit. Everybody committed to this. They
Binks भाई
expect
तुम्हारा
to be
favorite
bottom
Valo
of
player
time
और
on A
T1
main,
भाई
and they
तुम्हारा
would be
favorite
correct
Valo
for
player
now.
मेरा भाई
Very
एक है
Valo
फोर
player
सेकंड
When do they get a
King,
sniff of
baby,
this? Well,
King.
that's going to be the signal.
फोर सेकंड
As
फोर
soon as the
सेकंड
shock dart goes off, Monyet now trying to sneak on into sight, but
left
against Karen, Jemkin
अच्छा,
actually
left
takes
का
the
किया
duel. Now
और
off to
Binks भाई
Foxy
तुम्हारा
9, and he's
4 seconds, 4
maybe
seconds,
looking for
good,
the timing,
good.
but knows that the site is too
नहीं,
hot,
नहीं.
so holds for that
Snatch
save
भाई आपका?
instead and waits for his teammates to
मेरा
get out
यार
through
मेरे
respawn.
को
Xfero hears the footsteps
यार.
though, and now has an opportunity to hold the angle, takes out
मेरा पता है मेरा
Texture,
4 सेकंड क्यों
and that
पसंद
might
है
have just thwarted the entire retake. The fault
वो
line
एक
though
ही
from
बंदा जो
Munchkin
कोई भी एजेंट
will
खेल
work
सकता
out so
है
far.
अच्छे लेवल
Yeah,
पे
but there's another
to
one
be
holding
honest.
another angle. Monyet, okay, Yoman's going to
तो
wrap
कभी भी
around.
देख.
It's a good double peek.
वो कौन सी टीम से खेल रहा है बेटा
PRX
You need a couple more
Yeah,
kills. Ever
वो
since those
same वही एक
pingers.
लाइनअप है भाई स्टिक किया
And now time
सबने
already
change किया
ticking
भाई.
down. There's the Molly.
वो
It
something
looks
भी danger
impossible
लगता
for
है भाई.
Genji. Looks like
PRX
they'll
से
have to
something
give
भी
it
बहुत
up.
crazy
Fault
लगता
line
है.
at the
हाँ,
ready here.
उसका भी
उसका भी
Yeah,
aim
that's
to
going
be
to be
honest,
no
वही एक
time
team
for
में
Genji
stick किया ना,
on the
same player.
defuse. Yoman
नहीं,
drops
एक और
him
team है
in,
भाई.
but that's time gone, and Jemkin will
Yeah.
just go for the kill,
Whoa.
getting that extra orb.
Nice round.
याद नहीं आ रहा चैट को बता रहेगा एक और टीम है जिसमें
Nice
पूरा
little kills, everything lined up, but
Yeah,
yes,
जितना मेरे
it
को याद
still is that
Fnatic है
round
ना जो
TH,
stick है.
for
TH.
RQ, and Cushy
Oh,
with his
Heretics
performance
same
so
है क्या?
far now has the Hunter
Fnatic
Shuri
भी almost
next.
same ही है.
ऑलमोस्ट सेम क्या होता है फिर
नहीं.
सेम है फिर नहीं है
I
ऑलमोस्ट
mean,
सेम क्या
this
होता
time the
है
stuff
Almost
definitely
same
wasn't
नहीं बाबा.
cosmetic.
Same
Munchkin
है या
very
नहीं
calm
वाला?
on that one. I
Same
love
है,
the
EDG
assist from
EDG
Yoman as
same,
well.
EDG same क्या?
ये हेड्स और टेल्स के बीच
It's
में
just
काहे
too
लटक रहा है
much. I mean, this has
स्नैक्स
always been the case with Fracture,
Yeah,
right?
but
You have
heads
that
up
Brim on the
potential,
other
almost
side. The
same
Molly
thing.
comes through. It's so much time bought, even with the ping nurse through the smoke.
EDG तो
And now a
भाई
different look.
बेस्ट टीम है चाइना
Back to pitching onto A. Four-man
Once again, he's
stack
very
onto Dish.
versatile.
Fault
Do
line
that.
at the ready. Texture, he gets spotted, but instantly traded. No fault line needed.
So they get to save
डायरेक्ट चला गया
that.
वही हाँ डायरेक्ट को छोड़ के
Barrel
सारे
on
है ना भाई.
through to the site.
Oh,
बूस्टर है वो
Missed
भी
there.
है जॉन क्यूटी है.
but Cushy, his
John
job
Cutie
just to
बोलो
try
ना,
to
क्या
draw
होता
some of that aggro. Allow the main force to get in. It's a good
Mistake
wraparound. Monyet can't get that kill. Sand still in control for Genji. They push through. It's a double team onto A main. And now numbers advantage for Genji.
But ये तो one
किलजे मारा तो
sided
लग
हो
गए
गया है
किलजे मारा तो लग गए
वो. कुकर क्या है क्या पूरा
Claustrophobic for RQ as they're stuck into
Oh,
the
no.
pushes out of the
That's
smoke.
big, eh?
They found Foxy 9, and this is a quick transition over onto the B
अपना
side.
टीम के बाद PRX
They're
से
going to get
मैच
orbital
हो
strike
गया
as
मेरा
well. No Molly. But it's going to be a good post plant. And
रुको,
Estrella's still
अपन
waiting.
अपना आ रहा है
Does Munchkin get a read onto this? He has an inkling, so he's going to wrap around.
भाई ये कर
Meanwhile,
सकते हैं
Yoman
बेटी बुन भाई
already sprinted forward.
आज
He
3
gets the
सेंटिनल
kill.
DFM
No
के
orbital
सामने हम
strike
खेलेंगे
ready.
4 PRX के सामने खेलेंगे
Estrella,
5
no ult.
last time
Does have
off
that
the
fault
scene
line.
the
He does have the aftershock, but if he fault lines, this location will be given. He wants to swing out and isolate.
साला जब
Oh, he catches up.
last time
Munchkin must
दोनों
have
ने
heard him on
Watchparty
the
देखे
cross.
चुपचाप जीते जी.
There's the
चुपचाप.
aftershock to push him away. And
Yeah.
Yoman
मैं
wins
तो
it,
एक
keeping
मैप देखा तो वो आ रहा
Genji
था
in the game for our very first map.
हम आते ही स्टार
Reading the
सेलाइन होता
aftershock,
है.
still stuck inside
पता
of the
नहीं बे,
animation
कभी-कभी
swap
ऐसा
back
लगता है
for the
कि
weapon. That's
open
why
भी
Yoman
support करना
swings out for
गलत
the
है।
kill. I mean, good
सपोर्ट
effort
करो
from
सुमड़ी
Estrella,
में
but
करो वाला
still,
फील आता है मेरे को
Yoman
कभी-कभी
now really starting to show
जब
why he
open
was
भी
added
support
to
किया
this
है ना
Genji roster.
Slowly waking up, but how many more chances do
सबसे
they
पहले मेरा
have?
दिमाग गर्म हुआ था तभी पता है
So
बाइंड में
Texture
सोलो
trying to
वाइपर
get back in the zone. Things not quite
अभी
going
भी
his
यही
way
क्वेश्चन था कि अटैक में
on
क्या करेंगे
Genji.
से सबसे के बाद सड़ा
RQ
बहुत प्यारा बंदा
Still 8 more chances. They won't
Very
rush
humble.
for anything. They have a couple. I mean, they could build up all their ults, right? Obviously, Genji will get their ults as well, but go for something special prepared. For now, it's going to be a fast push out from Genji. On to B main. Constantly erasing one part of the map. Xfero just holding by. Might get a timing on the reclear.
लास्ट राउंड आ
At
रहा है तो एंड
least,
करना था टेक्निकली
while the rest of the team pulls the aggro back into them, out towards the top of halls.
The position's not great for Genji. You're allowing them to close the gap a bit, but Texture still holding just below the stairs to make sure he has that distance advantage. Monyet gets one, but he instantly gets picked off. That's the spike stranded. And Xfero just on the other side of the map. See if he can get a pick or two. Well, Foxy 9's ready for it. He hasn't really been able to group with his team much this map, but the kills have been racking up on the scoreboard for the new Sentinel of Genji.
भाई कुछ भी टॉप फ्रैगर है बे
Still is RQ slowly starting to cycle back up through Ultimates Online for the next round.
इन्हें लाते
The
कहाँ
real question is can they make sure that they get ahead of Gen G or past Gen G's ultimate turn? Because Gen G, I mean, they're no strangers to long games. They might just be able to constantly get the read. Munchkin's very good at that. And match ult for ult. Gonna be that cross recon. But this time on to Sands, immediately taking control. The smoke, Magnet, he gets through it, he spots one, the judge out. but it's just too much chaos. They're able to just branch out, but Foxy9 already gets rid of the Neon. Meanwhile, Jemkin through, but Karon never quite cleaned up. Now he's stuck, but Spike's stranded, and it's just absolute chaos as it continues. There's the showstopper. Cushy trades again, 2v3. They're circling around. Gen.G trapped on their own site, trying to protect the site. They have no idea. X-Pharaoh's lurk. It's coming from the other side, and he turns around, gets one kill. 1v2. X-Pharaoh, good for one. He's ready, but Karon swings out in time for the headshot.
Just having the numbers again. I mean, full-on chaos and pandemonium, but it still is Gen.G being able to react calmly, collectively enough to thwart the efforts of RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, this really could have gone either way, but I think the big thing was Karon just holding true, trusting for Foxy9 to get a bit more information, to get that first kill. And then he's able to swing out and slow things down, and that's the spike drop. And now they know, X-Pharaoh, 2 rounds in a row, 1 eco, 1 buy round, flanking from the other side of the map. That's something that Gen.G will be looking out for.
X-Pharaoh with his lurks.
क्या
Constant presence all throughout the map, but at the same time, at least in that round, RQ was able to flesh out or draw out a lot of those ultimates from the side of Gen.G as well. So now at a score of 6-12, the timeout being called. Trying to look for an opportunity to close.
RQ has tried all the different lanes of attack. The only main one that we haven't seen is perhaps, you know, a 4 or 5 man snack onto B main, but that's always tricky, especially with a lot of the default Killjoy setups. See if that is the last choice.
All Zeta or PRX.
I have to imagine that Gen.G will have a decent read on it.
Zeta or PRX.
With the lockdown available, that looks like it's what it's going to be. RQ just hasn't really taken that choice yet. It's a 5-man stack. Do they go for the lockdown first, or will it be used against the retake?
Is the question right now. Starting things off with a little bit of pacing. RQ already branching out.
Oh, the wraparound under sewers. Gen.G's ahead of it. Texture, he's ahead of it. He swings wide, but he gets taken out.
Uh-oh.
It's a 5v4. Barbot at the ready. RQ holding to see if there's any other information.
Not going for the lockdown just yet.
Now, Karon does have the orbital strike. That bought them time to get that ult orb. So this lockdown will be eliminated instantly, and RQ getting a sniff of that.
Well, Spirit continues to hold. If someone does peek out, he's 1 kill away from the Rolling Thunder. Gen.G still keeping themselves defensive, continuing to hold and positioning outside of Arcade as well.
If they're gonna go to A side, I wonder if RQ uses the orbital strike to clear the site, because you have 0 information. You're trying to draw a lot of attention onto B. Monyet just gonna be the bait. He gets 1 kill. He's still alive. Chaos ensues once more. He gets a double kill. All eyes on the B side. Foxy9 panicking on the A side. What does he do? What's the call? We still do not know where the spike is, but no more movement on B. Foxy9, he's ready for it. He needs to get multiple. He's stunned up. Can he do it? He tries it, but he only gets 1. Lockdown now opening up the site. Orbital strike will break it, but the spike still going to plant safely in the corner.
Hops on over onto Heaven to try.
How was the Dubai trip?
Slowly isolating the angles, but the rolling thunder
at
the right angle, and Monyet swings out just as it's about to collide. RRQ will close out the first map.
13-6, given an 11-1 I mean, Gen.G put up a hell of a fight, but it was just a little bit too late. As RRQ, they call the timeout.
क्या 7 लाख उड़ाया 10 दिन में, और मॉनिटर के लिए 1 लाख नहीं है इसके पास, बताओ।
10 दिन के लिए गया था वो। इधर 10 दिन उसको रैंक पुश करने नहीं होता है, भोसड़ी को रेडिएंट जाने कर रहा था। एनी कमेंट्स? माइकल भाई, मेरा ऑफर अभी भी है, 1 लाख रेडिएंट गया तो।
having impact kills and just a lot of kills
match
as well
and
throughout
crazy
this
murder
entire
देखना
map. Once again, I mean, I don't know how many times you have to say this, but proving exactly why he was picked up just time and time again. That was a neat little trick though from Manyet. A good clutch up against Foxy9. But the real question now is was it just a matter of Gen G warming up? Gen G trying to get that read against RRQ, because now we have to get prepared for Gen G's pick on Lotus, and we know how comfortable they were on Lotus all throughout 2024.
And this is where RRQ really needs to hunker down and show us what they are truly made of. I mean, that Lotus that Gen G has been so indomitable on.
Well, that's going to be it for map 1. It went a little bit longer than perhaps expected, but RQ able to celebrate a first map victory. We'll send it over to the analyst desk to break down the action before we return with the map 2, Lotus.
RRQ is definitely vibing right now. Gen G managed to get a couple more rounds in the bag, so they're not entering into map 2 with their tail between their legs. But RRQ looks like they have fixed a lot of things. They've got the core roster there, and they look solid. As Chobra and Quack were saying, the addition of Cushy, he's just slotted so seamlessly into this team right now. It's just that last missing piece to make them
that's what I wanted to see. This is what I've been waiting for.
Hey.
Look at this RRQ finally popping. Let's go. Okay.
भाई
I
मेरा
can't
पैर
get too
का
ahead
blood
of myself. I
circulation
don't want
left
anything
हो गया
yet,
back.
but that's a great opening map. I mean,
मांडी
you started a little slow, like we saw with Talon earlier, but I think you should bow your head in shame and apologize.
No, not yet, not yet. Honestly, like
ये तो
RRQ, we
third
give
map
credit where
जाएगा.
credit's due. Okay, they've had one rocky map that they should have won, but 3 maps in a, like 3 of the 4
ये
maps
third
they
map
played,
जाएगा
they've
लग रहा है, क्या
come
लगता है?
so hot out of the gates and absolutely been stopping their opponents, both TFM and even now Gen G. That's a really legit win. What I will say about Gen G though,
कर रहेगा रात
even
को
in
stream
the
वापस?
off season, occasionally they lose some pretty one-sided maps. I remember the Soup League.
इतना चाहिए उतना.
कर सकते हैं, अपने चैट के प्यार के लिए कर सकते हैं.
चैट के प्यार के लिए हम कुछ और भी कर सकते हैं.
हो जाए टिपुन भाई, आज सबका मुंह बंद कर दे, हो जाएगा रात को stream, हो जाए.
तू रात को करेगा?
नहीं.
कैसे हरामी है नहीं?
मैं करूंगा लेकिन 12-1 बजे ऐसा मेंबर जल्दी. भाई मैं सोया नहीं भाई, 2 घंटा सोया. मैं कैसे पागल हो जाऊंगा मैं. अभी ये स्ट्रीम एंड होती है, मेरे को शूट करने का.
क्या इंटेल वापस?
नहीं.
Are you gonna do shoot with your best friend?
व्यू वाला.
Vivo?
नहीं रे.
साला मोबाइल ब्रांड भी आ रहा है बे साले. ओ व्यू सोनिक
का
कौन सा बन रहा है?
कोई भी दे दो, मतलब अच्छे ही है सारे.
हाँ मान रहे. रेजर का क्या हुआ?
डिनर करने गए. हाँ, थोड़ा वीजा इश्यूज की वजह से कुछ महीने बाद देखते हैं.
Hey, you're not going to Korea क्या buddy this time?
ना.
What यार?
फिलहाल तो नहीं है प्लान्स. इस बार तो कोरिया में जाने का रहेगा तो वीजा सेंटर में भी जाने का जरूरत है. मैं डायरेक्ट यहाँ पे मैसेज डालूंगा व्हाट्सएप पे.
मास्टर्स बैंकॉक हो रहा है ना?
मिलेगा. हाँ, पहला मास्टर्स बैंकॉक हो रहा है, दूसरा कहाँ पे हो रहा है?
कुछ वीजा का भी सीन नहीं है, सीधा जाओ, मन आया तो चलो.
दूसरा किधर हो रहा है मास्टर्स?
दूसरा पता नहीं ब्रो. कोई कुछ तो ट्वीट किया था किसी ने. टोक्यो शायद.
चैम्प्स देखने में मजा आएगा यार.
पेरिस
बेंच
में ना.
पेरिस बे.
ब्रो मैं सच्ची बोलूं कि पेरिस में कुछ भी नहीं है बिंक्स भाई, सच्ची बता.
मैं एक्चुअल में मैंने पेरिस देखा है.
कुछ नहीं है पेरिस में. गया भाई, 1 हफ्ता था पेरिस में, सबसे बोरिंग लगा मुझे.
मैंने कब देखा पता है पेरिस?
देखने जाओ. हाँ,
घर पे प्लास्टर ऑफ पेरिस.
मैं सच्ची में गया पेरिस, कुछ भी नहीं है.
टोरंटो कनाडा में. टोरंटो में भाई मेरे कनाडा के बहुत फैंस है यार.
ब्रो कनाडा में है क्या ब्रो? बेच दो यार.
कनाडा में तो मेरे हिसाब से अपना ऑडियंस ही वहां पे जाएगा. मेन
है हेवी है.
हेवी मतलब हेवी है कनाडा.
कनाडा, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, यूएस.
कितने हेवी है जरा $100 वाले दो सारे कनाडा वाले देखते
चलो हो जाए टेस्ट हो जाए टेस्ट हो जाए
हम लोग देखते हैं कि कितने लोग जाएंगे वहां
हो जाए टेस्ट ए बीक मंगिया कनाडा यूएस ऑस्ट्रेलिया वाले अंदर से ए बीक मंगिया
अरे मैं भी तो कोल्ड प्ले जैसे गाता हूँ यार
ए कोल्ड प्ले क्या हुआ गए नहीं तुम लोग
नहीं
हॉस्टल के उस दिन लिया तो था टिकट
नहीं लिया ना शादी थी ना
Again. Yeah, as the caster said earlier as well, Lotus has been a very good map for Gen G historically. Yeah. There's a reason why they will have picked it coming into this. I think they should be able to reset. Like we said, we saw Talon start slow in map 1 earlier. I do think that there's that little element of coming in cold
as well versus Secret. Same story.
I think it's very much it is a very real phenomenon. So turning that round to
मैंने $2 दिया है
इतने
में तो टिकट भी नहीं आएगा वेन्यू का.
I think this is a real comfort pick for them. So I'm excited to see if they've changed their composition or not. I guess we have to go from there because they can't get upset like they did in that first half. RRQ just steamrolled them, and
and even as an RRQ supporter, you have to say at times they have a tough time closing out games, closing out series. That's a very nice start to the series, but the job's not done yet.
That's very true. And one thing Gen G is very good at is not losing their heads when they lose. Pick it back up, especially, and it's with vibes merchants like texture on your team, keeping things steady. They still have Karen. I believe in them to be able to recuperate themselves. Their mental is not so good. This is why they're so successful last year.
Yeah, and like we said, this map pick is huge for them. It's going to be their ultimate comfort zone that they can, feel their way out. We saw them be so comfortable with that meta comp that a lot of teams really copied and evolved into their own style. So I agree with you. I want to see if they bring that same meta comp and approach. As for the side of the boys on RRQ, this is a map that hasn't really gone the way they would have wanted in the off season. I think Talon is a team that if you use them as a measuring stick, like I said in the pre-show a little bit, and the fact that RRQ is playing Talon close on that map, then you can kind of question what their strength is going to be on the map. At the same time, though, it really feels like the coaching staff of RRQ and all of the players with all of the history in this matchup, they have very clearly got themselves pumped up. Like in the huddle, I could hear the yell from them down on the stage down there, and they were clearly very fired up to try to win this matchup. You can tell they really want this dub.
Yeah, I mean, you know what they say, it's not always about the expertise, it's really about who's hungrier for it. And RRQ wants it so bad. They wanted it so bad last year. They wanted it so bad the year before, as well during LCQ. But this is it. They're obviously, I wouldn't be surprised if Ewok spent all of off-season just making sure they could beat Gen G. Like, that was his whole plan the entire time.
On the flip side of things, like contrasting that, is last year going to be the year that Gen G looks back on as their best year ever? Or are they actually going to be able to step up to that standard again?
Yeah. I think staying consistent in Valorant is very difficult as well. As the patches change, as different agents come and go.
As they throw like tidal waves and missiles into the game and whatever else the next thing is, like...
It's incredibly
getting closer and closer to a MOBA at this point,
Yeah.
Oh, don't say that. That's awful. No, this is still a nice tech FPS that we deeply enjoy. Teho and his missiles are kind of fun. Interesting, we didn't see it on Fracture from either one of these teams, but I would have guessed RRQ would have pulled out the hit Teo, but like you guys said, they leaned to what they're good at, and those two particular players, solid as Sova.
I do want to see the Neon come out again. Monyet looked very, very natural on that Neon.
Yeah, he looked great.
I expect it, yeah.
Honestly, it's an agent that's so well suited to him. He loves just like running around. He just has so much fun when he plays. Like the double slot, like it's built for him.
Yeah,
it's
the
built
movement,
for him,
the movement agents, even the Omen and stuff like that, like the shrouded step TP plays and things that he does. Any agent with movement with Monyet is like beautiful to watch.
I remember being sat there. You'd watch him play. He would play ranked. We'd see him in scrims, and he'd get some cheesy kill with a shotgun or an Odin, and he has the funniest laugh you've ever heard. It's very, very hype. like
it's infectious.
Yeah, it'll live in my head forever. It was a beautiful moment watching him have fun and play the game.
Yeah, in fact, Neon Zeus Monyet means monkey, and it's just his playstyle is very playful, and he definitely likes to poke at the other team and give them as much trouble as possible. I would, like you guys said, love to see him back on the Neon. Oh, okay, RQ has swapped it up.
Yeah, so they were playing, I think, Breach Sova before on this map. Now onto the double controller with the Vice as the solo Sentinel. They've got Cushy on the Fade. I haven't really seen him play too much but Sova yet. And for Gen G, that's the stock standard. I mean, that's the comp you back yourself with to win this whole tournament, probably, whoever you're playing Lotus against.
Yeah, these comps are obviously very, very close. The biggest swap is that Vice for the Killjoy out of the default comp. I think Vice is in a very great spot, so I'm excited to see how RRQ use it.
These two teams just played against each other. We saw how that went, so we'll see.
I hope you're ready to kiss Jemkin again on today's broadcast, because he's on the raid. We're going to go to our casters from map 2, Lotus, Chobra, and Quack. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. Map 2, RQ leading 1-0, but this composition, this map, this is where Gen G was always turning things around in 2024. Pretty much the whole time in Pacific, but even quite a few times internationally as well.
So strong. I mean, same comp, right? But slightly different players.
Delay
We're all waiting for it. I mean, truly, Jemkin's back on that race against Texture.
RRQ on top.
RRQ on top.
Taking things a little bit
RRQ. ये जनजी का home ground है. Home ground.
Brimstone, now he has to be that spearhead for RRQ. Monyet back on to that Omen. He can still be a little bit of a trickster, but it's going to be a straight-on fight, and Johnny and Cushy both win the 2v2 over by AB.
Home map है ना.
That's going to be the race fight.
Home map है, तो अभी home ही जाएंगे game को
Hold the angle.
There it is.
Slows it down a little bit. Texture can't quite break through, so continues trying to close the board. A couple of pot shots, but nothing found truly. Well, the rest of the team, well, I'd say that the last two players trying to re-clear rubble again.
Home
I
map
love
बोला
that
नहीं
RQ
दो
is just
गिर
waiting
गए.
on B, because if they're going to rotate onto A, we just fall back, we go for the retake. But did they leave anyone else? Is there any movement on B? Now Texture just trying to buy time. He's tasked with the impossible of buying attention, but also ideally getting 1 or 2 frags. And eventually, they'll push them off of A side as well, now trying to regroup.
Oh. And Flash comes out as well. Boy, Texture trying to hide back behind pillars alongside Yeoman.
Yeah, they notice that it's more than Texture. They say, okay, well, they've regrouped. That's fine. We can regroup as well. Making sure to keep that numbers advantage. A very new and refreshing look from RRQ.
Refreshing. I mean, it's what they've got, so trying to work alongside that advantage, right? Jemkin not really extending too far out. Well, the rest of the team, the trio, truly staying up by Baby Door. Spike will go down on the site at the very least, though, but this is where you want to see that retake happen. Jemkin does have the paint shells, so he's kind of saving that for the right opportune moment.
Yeah, Estrella is quite far out, though, and now trying to bring up the rear, trying to clean up rubble, but the rest of the team already has it cleared up, so he should try to just sprint up and try to gain information that way. Meanwhile, the entire team of Gen G on the site. It's a double, and it's a nice jump peek. Cushy with the trade, but Karon still holding strong on the site. 2 members left of Gen G, 3 on the other side, but Jemkin and Xfero, they've already taken damage. Jemkin, can he win this duel? Karon's ready for it. Jemkin, there's the paint shells. It's going to force Karon to move, and Xfero will clean up the site.
That was lovely. The paint shells, the way that he threw it, but at the same time, truly, the way that RRQ came in with that first initial point of contact on that retake. Jumping over like that. Yo, Gen G were kind of stunned up by it.
Yeah, you know, some things just never leave you, right? You join Paper X once and then W Gaming. The jump peaks out. I mean, it just doesn't ever leave, but this was a huge 2v2. The fact that you take down the Killjoy, even in the pistol, it just forces Gen G to have to move as a group. And then RRQ being patient, not overextending. I mean, yeah, look at what you can get with that.
Sigma Mel जाना नहीं है.
So they get to buy up 2 Guardians and 1 Bulldog, 1 Spectre. Monyet on the Ghost. Still is Gen G on those shares, though, quite deadly.
Yeah, and the idea is still going to be the same. You swapped out the Vice for the Killjoy, but it's really the Sentinel plus Viper delaying so much on C-side, right? But now you have an extra Flash. That suits RQ a bit more, a team that likes to fight. Curious to see if Gen G, just like Talon, will be able to draw out that sheer wall nice and early to make sure they get those rotations. Uh-oh, spotted by both of those. Good hit onto Cushy. He actually gets the kill, but
Still, though, not too bad with that kill. At the very least, a bit more information for Jemkin, so trying to work around his teammate now, just up around Baby Door, thinking about a potential B push. I don't know if they're using the Yakrosh just yet, but no intel so far. More thinking about the A site. Jemkin comes back in to investigate. Ooh, spots him.
Yeah, you saw him calling right away on that cam briefly, just making the call that there are members on Rubble. So now the weight shifting over, holding that blue room. You're not going to overinvest. Jemkin's still going to be alone on the site. We'll see if he can hold on to that rifle, because a rifle given over could spell danger for RRQ. Xfero's going to be there for the trade. Jemkin gets one. Xfero immediately peeks out. It's a good double team, and bouncing back and forth, Jemkin gets a 3K.
So good, you know, just being able to work around the map that way, reading Gen.G's movements, and if it's back into 8, we do have the positions and the crossfire set up for it, so Jemkin being able to hold from the side, Xfero from the stairs, just being able to gun and spray all of them down.
अजय भाई नहीं कर सकते यार, बहुत लोग हिडन हैं, समझ रहे हो?
So meant to win it, not
2000 के
too
लोग
much.
हिडन हैं.
Cushy, the only one going down there, and Jemkin just holding strong on there, even despite being paranoid. But now we'll see Gen.G with the buy.
Still though, this is a chance, possibly for RQ to fight back and convert that bonus. And Gen.G will head back in towards Mound. This time the buy setup not quite there. Arc Rose might have been broken.
Yeah, looks like Xfero still holding on to
अब
it.
तो
Not
घुसेगा
used
Texas.
just yet, because no trap play used over by Mound. It's just the sheer wall. If they try to trip it, you try to get a cheeky kill. But for now, all right, popping the Razor Vines as a measure to make sure that you can catch whoever is actually over the wall. That is a lot of utility already spent just from the jump peak. But now they have the Arc Rose there on the C site. So really, it comes down to Manyen. How much time can he buy on Rubble? How much information can he get? And more importantly, can he get out alive?
Yeah, you gotta think about the possible TP, but there's only one of it now, so it's gonna go straight into baby door. There it is. Into the smokes, trying to stay alive with the off angle, but he's been spotted out by the Haunt. Paint shells will get sent through as well, but he manages to tuck himself neatly away. However, that does mean that the site is pretty much open. Cushy tries to go into the smoke, but unfortunately spotted out by Texture. Look at how proactive he is.
Huge kill, making sure that there isn't anyone still lurking around for a fast flood onto the A site. Meanwhile, over by the C side, they did hear Foxline rotating late, so RQ now knows that it should be everyone over by the A side. What's the retake going to be with only 4 members? No fade, no info. You just have to trust that the setup is good. There's the flash on to drop. Now going by on both sides, trying to catch out Texture, but he's tucking away. Yeoman has him covered. Everybody covering a different angle, covering all bases from RRQ. It's a double swing on a drop, and they both get sprayed down, lining up for Yeoman. Bit of an unfortunate timing there. The spacing not as good as it could have been. Manyen still going for a third, but there's gonna be no kills. Flawless for Gen.G.
So clean, so flawless, and just a beautiful way of how they're kind of working across the map. You know, baiting out that utility from RQ at the same time, right? Back into C, you deal with that wall, which is something that they are going to need to do a lot more often. But at the same time, you know, just kind of spotting out Manyen and going so quickly into the site. Texture getting that first kill against Cushy really quite a bit of hurt against RQ.
Now the Odin comes out for Xfero. So the Vice going to start to set up here by the A side. Toxic Screen still able to delay Razor Vines as well. Boombot spots him. You know the Odin's there, but are you aware that it's going to be a 2-man stack? There's the sheer wall trying to make sure that it's not a full flood. Estrella gets spotted! Not quite sure that his elbow was showing. There's the showstopper. They know the Odin's still in here. Gen.G well aware that there's at least one more member. Sure, he's weak. If he swings out, this could spell trouble. But the gun swap the timing! Gets some damage onto Xfero. Now he's trapped, trying out util. Avoiding the C's, there's smoke, but it's just too many members. Meanwhile, Jemkin does come in from behind. They're able to clean up at least one hit. But look at the position of Munchkin. Hiding in that smoke by stairs, just keeping everyone at bay. Kushi now trapped in drop. Jumpkin has to help him. Jumpkin has to go through. There's a good paranoia. Gets the kill out of the smoke. There's the paint shells. He's getting caught from both sides. The showstopper shut down by Karon. Kushi, how is he still alive? Manyen finally finds an opening, and he will save his team from another round loss. Now RQ 3-1.
And a lot of things happening, but at the same time, RRQ being able to actually work off of a lot of it. You know, it might
खुशी
be
भाई
the
की
kill
जिंदगी
that
में
comes
खुशी
through,
में
or just unfortunate for Xpero, who's like trying to swap
और
on over
सामने
to
वाले को बोल
weapons
रहा है
inside
कभी
of
खुशी
tree.
कभी गम
But as Jemkin pulls out the showstopper, right, it pulls so much of the attention away
मेरे
into
साथ रह के
him.
तुम लोग का
It's
जोक्स
just one
अपग्रेड हो गया
guy,
यार
and that allows for Monyet, allows
आप ही गंदे
Kushi
मारते हो
to kind of find those
हमारे
split
upgrade हो गया
angles to
भाई
work their way back into the site. So RQ,
हमारे
not
अच्छी
too
है
bad.
बात
You know, they get faced with adversity, but it's not too
क्या
bad for them.
क्यूटी है
They're still
Next
able
में
to
क्या
adjust.
सीन है जिम हो रही है आजकल
I mean, especially
अरे
considering that
तुमको
you
कोई आइडिया
spotted
नहीं
Kushi
कैसी
on the
भयंकर
drop, but
जिम
you
हो
just
रही है
didn't have
Regular?
pizza left to draw
अरे
him out.
पागलों की तरह
So you
पागलों
used
की
it all
तरह
trying to get
क्या
Xpero
शेड्यूल
over
है
by
आपका
trade.
रात भर तो रैंक पुश होती
Now
है
the
सुबह
Shearwall
कितने बजे
coming
होती
up
है
late, they realize pressure
मतलब
coming
वही
to the
दोपहर
seaside.
में 12-1 बजे
Use it,
आज
set
आज
it up
रात में जाऊंगा क्योंकि
to
वॉच
go
पार्टी
for
था ना
that delay.
आज रात को 10 बजे जाऊंगा ऐसा डेली 1-1:30
Texture
बजे 1 बजे
just trying to scout things out.
कंफर्म है
They're not
जेली कुछ नहीं हो
quite
जाए
in
ये
position
एग्जीक्यूट होने वाला
to
है
get that
ये
early
वॉल
kill.
ट्रिगर के बाद
Still active. Haven't quite cleaned it
अबे
up.
मेरे को
Smoke
समझा
right
RRQ जीत
outside
क्यों
of
रहा
it, so
है
they're not even able to just get a cheeky little
क्योंकि
jump.
RRQ है RRQ नहीं
Shearwall still
तीसरे इतना
online
पहले
as
100
well.
साल
So you go back onto the other side of the map. Here you got
पूरा
Monyet on
बीजीएमआई
the top.
पबजी के टाइम पे यही जोक सुना है पता है आरआरक्यू का जब
Kushi gonna
बीजीएमआई
clear
टीम
that.
था
It's an instant swing. I love the bait and
भाई हम
switch.
लोग खेलते थे
Kushi.
उनके अगेंस्ट भाई
I mean, when you have an
IND
initiator
versus
like
RRQ
that,
होता
you
फुल
can go for
बीजीएमआई
these risky plays.
तभी यार
So sharp with how he's able to swing out to
अभी
get
भी
that
एक है
shot.
बीजेएमआई की
and
टीम इनका नहीं
अभी नहीं है
This is
शायद
now
अभी
Gen
नहीं
G
है
without the numbers. You know, maybe Foxy 9
हमारे
sneaks
टाइम
through,
पे
but
थी G9
no,
में
Jemkin's on the
खेलना
other side
बहुत
and he's
अच्छा
ready to receive. As you head on over into C, the off angle's being held. You got Xpero in for additional support.
You gotta save.
Yeah, you gotta save. There's no option.
And one thing that Texture would have noted right there before the smoke bloomed is that the shear wall a bit away from that gate, so that when the smokes come up, you can't just safely jump peek it. You actually have to go in. So if they're holding from the box, they could still get that kill. If they're holding from the pillar, they could still get that kill.
भैया
It's
को
something that
मोटिवेशन दे
Gen
दो
G will now have to
मोटिवेशन
consider when they decide when do we
Binks
take that
X
shear wall
Gym
out
impossible
to
ला
make sure
देखो
that we're
टीमोन
able
भाई फ्लैट
to
हुए तो
get
मुझसे
through
अच्छा
that
रहेगा तुम्हारा क्या
seaside.
चाहिए और
भाई तोड़ दे यार ये
So slight adjustments, and that's kind of the impact of it all. You know, Gen G can't quite find their way against that sheer wall, right? And
स्नैक्स
at the
अगर
same
तू
time now,
प्लेट
you're
टूरेगा
thinking
अगर
back into it.
कितना टाइम
Gotta
लगेगा
come
वहां
back
से
into reclear
डायमंड
A
पहुंचने
when
में
you got this
एक
player here.
मतलब कितना सॉरी कितना आवर्स
He's
एक दिन
ridiculous.
के अंदर
quite
रे
frankly.
कुछ मैचेस बैक टू बैक
4-5
It's
घंटे ना
ridiculous.
वैसा ना
That's the
4
word to
घंटे
really
बहुत हो
describe
गए
it all.
I really think he's in the running for the most impactful
बहुत
pickup
हो
in
गए
the
4
offseason.
4
I mean,
घंटे
just
बहुत हो गए
because he
4
really
स्ट्रीम
transformed
में तो हो ही
what
जाना
RQ
चाहिए
is able to do because they're
4
able to
स्ट्रीम तो
work
बहुत बोल रहे हैं
around him.
यार
This is
चाहिए
scary,
तो
but here's a
तुम
fast hit
दोनों
onto
को
Rumble.
क्या
Texture not able
चाहिए
to get on top. He has to push back. Texture still spraying through. Picks up the
15
kill
साल
against
का
अगर
experience
40 स्ट्रीम में भी ना हो तो
They've already committed, but now they have to back away. Toxic Screen buys some
बट
time.
वो कैसे मजा आता है
Monyet
टीमोन
safely
भाई
tucking
फ्लैट
away
लॉबी में
in
ऐसा लाइव
tree.
स्ट्रीम करके
Not
मैं
damaging
बता दूं
the
कैसे
tower,
मजा आता है रुक जाओ म्यूट कर दे दो गेम गेम गया तेल लगाने इजी गेम में कैसे मजा आता है मालूम है ये सोलो जाएगा हाँ फ्लैट लॉबी में बेंच और एक्सेंट पेल के क्यूट बनेगा और 2-2 3-3 ऐसा लर करके मार के जाड़ जाड़ ये चिल्लाएगा क्योंकि डायमंड इमोर्टल लॉबी में तो इससे लोड़े से मोन्टाज तो बनने से रहे समझ रहे हो तो फ्लैट लॉबी में ये बनता है कूल डूड 69 समझ रहे हो ये इसका टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स वो वाला सीन
दोनों ने व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना के इसे डिसाइड किया है क्या ले लेके
Some point for it to work, but Yeoman getting spotted in rubble. That's unfortunate because you wanted to hide
फ्लैट
all
में
the
क्या प्लेयर्स
information
वैसे भी
before the
जमीन
shear
देखते
wall is
हैं
tripped. It's tripped now.
ए,
But there's
जमीन
no
से
movement
मारूंगा
from
ऐसा
RQ.
सब
They
आता है
already saw
डायलॉग
that the fade was here on the A side.
सब भाई
They're still
लेकिन
only by.
legend
Xpero
dialogue
still
तो
gets
एक ही
one
है,
kill.
कांदान
And there's the
करेगा।
process stretch. Doesn't get both. Thankfully for Gen G.
तुम भी
Spike is
देखा
still
क्या
alive.
Okay, so Karen's able to
नहीं
kind of
देखा
deliver
क्या
that
पूरा
ball
डायलॉग
onto
नहीं बोला
C,
तूने
while the rest of the team though working as a
काफी
duo
काफी है।
trying to
कांदान
get
करे
into
लगा
those
मैं दिल
rotations. You still have a
नहीं,
3-on-3,
वो
so
नहीं
this
बोले थे।
is
बोला
possible.
था रे
The Prowler
so
goes
the
in the clear.
snacks
Kushi
के साथ
is
वो
ready.
figure
Look
मतलब-
at him.
बोला
Able
था
to gun
Has
down
it done
Munchkin.
to you?
Foxy 9 has to
Valor,
back
this
off.
is
The
Valor
arc
for
grows
you
to
guys.
drop his crosshair placement as well.
भाई
Look at that
खुशी
peek. So
कौन है
quick,
बे?
so smooth, so clean.
shots.
It's down to Karen. He's 11 HP, but still maybe able to make it happen. Kushi with the spray
भाई
to
खुशी
end
कौन है
Karen's game.
खुशी
What
खुशी है
a great great performance
खुशी
from
में
both of
पेल
these
रहा है
players.
ये
Karon,
ये
the rookie of
हिल
the
रहा है
year
भाई,
last
ये
year, but
कोई और
Kushi
टीम है।
gunning for that spot already in
Is it like-
2025. What are these
GEELI.
shots coming
ये
out?
गया
New
था,
initiative
ये
for
गया।
RQ.
So incredible. Anticipation on top of it all, just to think that, hey, the spike got planned a little bit early. I gotta use my prowler to check and clear it. Spawn.
Yeah, and then
क्या
still
मार
going
रहा है देखना
immediately because you know you
Crack
tagged
चल रहा है,
one with the
crack.
prowler, so it's still a
वो देख क्या
1v1. Foxy 9 not able to have the confidence to just really swing out. You hear the confidence in his voice as well. And that's a timeout because it wasn't just the shots as well.
भाई कोई
It was the
सोचा
fact
नहीं
that
रहेगा ना
off
RR
of
के
that
2-0
haunt,
मारेगा
Yo Man gets spotted and RQ knows we don't have to worry about that sheer wall
लागे
being
मेटल
tripped
किधर है
just
पता
yet.
नहीं
Let's focus on the members we know about. Let's take them out. And if we don't see them in
Moto.
rubble,
Alter
then
ego
they're
में
going for a
ये
cross. Estrella
refer
tries
से
to
कर
get
दोस्ते
ahead of
हैं
it and is able to pick them off, buying a lot of time for the rotates.
Yeah, it's just so smart with how everything's playing out for RQ right now. But at the same time, just cushy. That's truly
ये भी बोल रहे हैं बे
such
नाम वही है तो वही बोलेगा
पेल
नाम
रहा है
for this current matchup.
नाम
This is
वही
one
है
of
भाई।
Karen's best
खुशी में
efforts,
पेल रहा है, ऐसे बोले।
smoking the last moment
सीढ़ी के
before
5 बार एक जोक मारा कांड
Only 10 seconds left now. 10 seconds left now for Gen G. Looks like Solo, a lot to share with them. And I gotta imagine a big part of that has to do with the Vice setup, right? I mean, we talked about it in that first match as well, but the sheer wall is unbreakable. That means you have to trip it at some point. Otherwise, it's free information. Otherwise, it's so easy to shift your weight. You could go for a, like a cheeky 5-man jump over, trigger it all at the same time. But we've seen that, be a little bit of a mistake sometimes. Okay, it's just a fast hit onto Rubble again. They still want to focus on that A side, but it's Jemkin staying still alive
heavy
right
reveal,
under that
heavy
one way. And
reveal.
then once again, the trade from Cushy. The timings, the comms, it's also good for
heavy reveal
RQ.
भाई
And now once
कौन है
again,
खुशी
all alone, wondering where his older
मालूम है
brothers have
खुशी
gone.
पहल रहा है मालूम है बेंच
Nowhere. They disappeared. It's a magic trick from RQ, and they got Avada Kedavra.
I mean, unfortunately,
The spikes down, and I mean he might be able to.
One baby,
kind of
one.
No. The angle's
आज का दिन में दोष है वरना हम लोग जीत
setup
जाते
as
हैं
well. So
आज का दिन का नाम
and that's
उल्टा दिन
just
है
the headshot. I mean, this is like a potential swing round pickup
Analysis
timeout
गलत,
from Gen G.
prediction
But RQ
गलत।
gets ahead of it. You saw that
भी
paranoia
गलत।
through, and Jemkin, instead of usually it would be like a strap step, but Jemkin blast packs in ahead of it, alongside the Haunt as well.
yeah, the timing and then just the trade ready too. So as long as Jemkin stayed alive, the fight was always going to be RRQ's. And unfortunately,
Oh no!
he's just
जा रहा है यार
not liking what he saw. Now, something that we noticed in that last round was also the Vice setup was different.
Foxy
on
9
C side.
मतलब
It was
9
a
death
lot
लेके
further
मारेगा
behind. And now this time, Vice coming back over to that A side with the Odin. Trying to keep them at bay. Texture gets hit by the Haunt again. No one's clearing that Haunt.
Foxy
Good
Nine.
big.
नहीं हो रहा है
This
क्या,
is what Foxy
खुशी
9
भाई?
likes. Come to me, fight
Every
me,
day is not
because I
my
can
day.
मेरा हो
1v3.
गया रे भी
Easy, अभी। जाओ,
Foxy
जाओ,
Three,
जाओ,
he
जाओ,
does.
जाओ, देखने का
Continuing
मेरा
to
हो
step up to the
गया
door as well, just being able to push on in towards the B site.
मिंग्स में
Sort
क्या
of trying
सुने
to
रात
keep
की प्लान
them
आपकी
on their
घर जा रहे हो?
toes, but
नहीं रात को मैं
without the
उठूंगा
numbers, it's
फिर मेंबर को
not
करूंगा रैंक
unlikely.
मतलब सोए
Yeah,
नहीं
given the
Nice.
creds, you imagine maybe some damage trying to be done, but with the Odin, perhaps it's Pharaoh just going to hide out, see if there's any overextensions. Meanwhile, on the side of Gen G, you can't really afford anything lost here. So they're all
चला
holding
एने का
close
मैच
angles
बहुत हेवी
on
हो रहा है
site,
लेकिन
ready
टाइमिंग
to
इतना
trade off
कैजुअल
each
है ना
other.
हाँ ना बैक टू बैक ना
So ready.
सुधर।
High-low
आज
boxes.
इंडिया का नहीं है क्या
Foxy
नहीं
9
अभी
right
2 दिन
below.
से पैसिफिक है
Even with the Odin,
आज
what
मिया का-
Oh, इन लोगों ने ऐसे
drag
timing
across
किया
all over.
क्या?
Not gonna happen. Foxy 9 looking for that ace. He's already gotten the 4th.
See if he can get it. He only has 450 credits, so he's getting
Hey,
antsy.
Snacks, have you watched Marcos,
Probably
buddy?
asking for permission. Munchkin,
Marcos
can I go?
no
Can I
bro
go get
everyone
this
is
ace?
recommending me to watch
Hurry
Marcos
for
bro
it.
He's been given the free
Yeah,
reign.
watch Marcos bro
Can he go?
थिएटर में है क्या अभी भी
Shut down.
थिएटर में 8 मिनट कट है घर में देखना बेटर
Unfortunate,
है
but Foxy 9 proving when
क्या है
he
वो
shines, where he
कहाँ पे
shines.
नेटफ्लिक्स मार्कोस मूवी
He's
है मूवी
talked about it
नहीं,
time
आया
and time
नहीं, आया
again.
नहीं।
If they would just
कौन है हीरो
fight,
कौन है
they
हीरो
would
कौन
love
है
to fight. But when he
मलयालम,
has to start creating space
Excellent.
So
and
bad
both the
to-
macro with the team, that's something he's still trying to pick up. But man,
Bro,
yeah,
लेकिन
when,
हीरो
when
तगड़ा
it's
है
just
bro,
like in ranked,
crazy
1v2,
हीरो।
1v3, he's ready as
यार
always.
रेसिस्ट बंदा है
Such
रे
a
तो
strong player
भी
in that regard. But somewhere on that stage,
how
you know,
did they
in
do
Dexter's
that? I'm
mind,
from
he's
South India.
chuckling away.
Oh yeah.
It happened to you too.
That would have been great if Texture actually just went out and stole it from him. He's like, not anymore. Well, 2 rounds now for Gen G. Still too early to celebrate on this attack on Lotus. Now, I will say, Gen G, they've always
मलयालम
been
मूवी
very good on
action
the
very
defense
violent
on Lotus, so I don't
तो
think
फिर
they'll be
एक्शन
too
हीरो नहीं हो
worried if
सकता
they can
उसका
even get
एक्शन
up to
से दूर
6,
दूर
maybe
तक
even
कनेक्शन
5. But we'll see if they can
का
even get
मलयालम
there
इतनी
first.
गंदी है ना मलयालम
Needing any advantage
बीजीएस
possible,
रिजेक्ट
truly.
किए रे बीजीएस नहीं कर रहा
Alright, not
अब
quite
तुम्हारा
able
भाई
to
कॉम्पी
hide
सीधा वैल्यू मोबाइल में खेलेगा
on that boot
बीजीएमआई
bot,
नहीं
but thin
बीजीएमआई
little
ओनली फॉर
column,
फन काय
still
लीक
back
दे रहा
into
मोबाइल
it.
का
Gen G now retrieves a little
आज
bit
रात
of
11 बजे
information,
लॉन्च हो
but
रहा है
not too much on the A side. It's still a lot of
डेली
space
बोलता
being
हूँ आज रात
afforded
11
to
बजे
Gen
लॉन्च
G.
हो रहा है
Yeah, you have that seal guard.
यही से 11 बजे मोबाइल लॉन्च कर रहा है 12 बजे बर्थडे मना रहा
बर्थडे हो रहा
है
है
एक बंदों का चैट में जो रोज प्ले स्टोर चेक करोगा आ जाएगा क्या
But it activates late towards
ऐसे
pillars,
मत
so they're
करो
just
मेरी जान।
assuming that it's alert.
तू मत बोल तेरे वजह से हाई चलता है बहुत सीढ़ी के
Their eyes trained on a bit of reach positioning from Gen G on the A side.
मैक्स तेरे को पता है ना इस दल्ले ने चालू किया है वो
It's that reach positioning,
वाला
though,
ना।
very
हाँ।
key, right? The Prowler just
Members के जो
coming in
gift
to
मिलता
clear
है,
हाँ,
out
हाँ।
heaven.
पता है, पता है,
And
पता है।
Gen G is
यही
kind of dwindling
दल्ला
down the
बे।
time, playing
हर
a lot
जगह चलता है
around
भाई,
these
हर जगह।
positions. The lockdown
भाई
gets
मैंने
deployed alongside the steel
प्रूफ
garden
के
as well.
साथ
This is
ऑडियंस
when
को
now
समझाया
contact
प्रूफ
starts to
के साथ
happen. A bit of kills, a
एक
bit of
बंदा
trades
मेरा
already
स्ट्रीम में
through.
देख रहा था
Gem
उसको
G
मिला
trying
बोलता
to
है
sneak
हाय
out into
मेरे
the
को
site,
नोटिफिकेशन
take
आया
that
करके
fight
आया
deep
इधर
towards the back of
फिर
tree,
भी
but it's
बैच
so
ना
far
माने
back safe enough that these two players from RQ will get
देखो जो
detained.
है वो
Cushy though
है।
comes in for that support, takes down Yeoman, but inside of
भाई
Baby
पूरा
Door,
लगा।
a bit of a spam, and Karen will find his contact on towards
Oh,
Manyan. Oh, and a quick swing on the conversion into the double kill,
Bro,
pushes
भाई
even further
है
on
बे।
into the last
भाई
one.
है
Viper's
बे।
pit, and Munchkin
भाई
will
ये
not
RR क्यों अलग है
survive.
Unfortunate, because what happens is
भाई सोच
Monyet
सोच
gets
एक
detained.
सेंटिनल
So
के
he
साथ ही
actually
7
can't
राउंड
trade
जीते
immediately.
3 रहता
I
तो
believe
मतलब
that
खत्म
fakes
था
out Gen G to thinking there was only one
बिंक्स भाई
at
नाम
Baby
मान रहे
Door.
आज
He sees the barrel and he goes for it, but behind that was Monyet detained, unable to do anything, and they just
What
don't
is that woman
expect the
doing,
second
like,
swing
waiting
out.
उधर दे रहे हैं, उधर वो मैच का
I mean, it all
बहुत
works, and he's
गम है
laughing because he
यार।
knows it shouldn't have worked that way.
जब
It does
जब फुल
sometimes, but
सपोर्ट
it's
करते हैं
funny.
ना
And it favors Monyet today.
Is fate
Monyet का
truly
हदें इतना
setting
मुंगा
this
है।
up for RQ right
मारेगा
now? We
ये
shall
जहाँ पर
see how
खत्म
the
नहीं
next
होगा।
round plays out. Paint Shell's already through Haunt as well. Jemkin
भाई लॉल हो गया
kind of
फिर
thwarted
जेमकिन के
by that
साथ
Haunt.
Oh
Now
my
in for it.
God.
It's Karen with the double kill. Estrella quickly strikes back outside a tree, but now
Karen
thinks
को
about Karen.
मारेगा।
Might just be
Oh
around the
my
site.
God.
Viper's pit
Nice
goes up.
trades यार, nice
Estrella
trades.
tries to stay hidden.
3v2
All right, he just wants to keep one side
Mad.
open. Oh, with
हो गया
Xero
उसको
getting
ignore
caught.
करो।
I love that Karen gets ahead of it too, right? They see the pit and you're like, okay, you're trying to
उसको
buy
ignore
time.
करो बस।
Doesn't look like it should
भाई
be two of you
इग्नोर
on the
इतना भी
site
ना
bet.
करो कि भाई
He's looking
मुझे लगा सी
for that
जाएंगे
second one. Estrella now all alone. Credits,
Land
of
कर दिया
course,
तू
flowing
चलो
for
9-3
RRQ.
कह दे
But yo, man, one away
8-4,
from the
8-4,
nightfall.
8.
He's gonna
नहीं,
want
8-4
this
मेरे
kill
भी
if he has a
8-4 लग रहा है
chance.
8-4 लग रहा है 8-4
कंफर्म
Viper's pit was
It's
pretty
for it.
good alt as well, but now
देखते हैं प्लेट का 14 बराबर है या 2
just
इमोर्टल
kind of
3 सेंटिनल होता तो 9-3 होता
walking
ये गया
through,
भी।
maybe
ये
trying
गया।
to find
तुम्हारा तो
something
पहला
or
दिन का
work
वॉच
around the
पार्टी है भाई
exits and save.
I mean, I think if you don't find anyone
पहला
soon,
दिन का
even though your
हम तो
creds
4
are
साल
fine,
से कर रहे
they
करके
can
बोल
still
सकते
buy
हैं
up as well. So I don't know if there's
ये
really
मैंने
any
पूरा
point in
VCT लॉकिंग
potentially
किया था भाई
giving away
जैसे
this nightfall.
बिना
Yo
किसको
man's
जीता था
closing in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Estrella starts to back away. The call has been made
सुबह 4
to
बजे
go
देख
for
रहा था
that
भाई वो
save.
11-3 वाला
Not
बंदा
give away another
खिला
power
दिया था
ultimate.
कौन सा
Because right
FNC
now
वाला?
RQ at 7,
हाँ,
given
FNC
how
वाला।
things
वो पूरा
started,
सीरीज
they
में
would
सीरीज
like
था
more.
वॉचर परसों वापस किया है कमबैक वरना घर पे जाने वाले थे हाँ घर पे जाने वाले थे वरना
वो वाला
दिखा,
तो
दिखा।
बेस्ट
Being
था
able to fight for that rebel control
वेबी
now.
वाला इनसे नहीं था
परसों वाला भी
11-6
अच्छा
था
था भाई।
भाई वो लोग बाहर जाते थे 11-6 से कमबैक
हाँ
मारा
11-6 था दिया
And I love what Karen does here. And the entirety of Gen G, they know that there's always trades ready for that Rumble fight. So they wait, for the initial trade, and he just said it right
गलत
there.
है
See,
ना
I
Karen
told you
का?
I'd get the timing, and he's able to jump behind and get the
चुंगन
further
चबा के
trade
दिया ना
on
भाई।
Cushy. Just proving that it was always going to be much more a fight of positions rather than simple
भाई ये
reactions.
गेम भी टॉप फ्रैगर भी खुशी
Hence why now they're looking to kind of
खुशी
repeat those
खुशी
same
में पेल रहा है
successes
Binks।
as RQ try something a little bit different.
भाई मेरे को ऐसा लगता है जितने मुंबई सर के
Still
प्लेयर्स
is
हैं ना हम
Jemkin
सबको ना
alongside
मैचेस बिठा के
Monyet.
दिखाना चाहिए भाई
Trying to work around the Viper walls.
कॉम
Delayed
सुनाना
paranoia
चाहिए
though against the showstopper, and
अच्छा
Monyet
अच्छा
shuts
सिग्मा मेल वाले
down
कॉम से उधर
texture.
Ah,
Jemkin's
Sigma,
showstopper
Sigma.
will get flooded through, but it doesn't quite connect enough. So
you see,
Munchkin
bro.
alongside Foxy9 will be able to swing out
prediction
off
किया
of the
मैंने, हाँ, 8-4।
explosion. And all that's left is Monyet.
मॉनी निकालेगा
alongside,
राउंड मॉनी का राउंड है
Xpharaoh.
मॉनी
Yeah, a
निकालेगा
bit of a mishap with that showstopper going too deep, but because of all that chaos, they just completely
मुझे
lost
तो
track of
7-5
Fox9 was
feel
able
आ
to
रहा है
creep
ऐसा
back behind
नहीं,
Rumble.
नहीं, 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 नहीं।
Now
8-4,
down to a
8-4.
3v4, still doable in terms of numbers, But Gen G, they'll wait, and then they have their pickings.
खुशी मर जा रही है इसके लिए हो रहा है
late push
खुशी
onto
को
that C
जिंदा रखो
site. They can still
और वो
group
खुशी अब
onto
गम ले
A.
रही है
They
भाई
wonder, whenever you give them a chance,
खुशी तो
RQ, they've
वो
always
थी।
overextended and overheated. They'll
क्या
wait for
बात
that
है।
chance, and they start to move at
बोलो
the
भाभी
42nd
को
mark.
चाइना में
नेक्स्ट
तुमको
साल
खुशी
है
मिलेगी
शादी
नहीं।
है स्नैक्स भाई
मेरा क्यों रहेगा भाई
I do have Estrella right around the door, though. So if he does, he
मेरे हिसाब से 24
it just right.
क्या
Might
20
be able to
24
put someone on the way
29 क्या?
back.
This should be a
वो
sheer
मेरा
wall
सेक्टर
of
था ना
right
बोलेगा
now,
बहुत
but it's
का हाँ
Estrella
वाशी का
making the
सेक्टर है
door
करके गांडू
for a spray down because at 20 seconds they all have to try to jump over. They're just going to use the razor line so they can actually speed through it. It's going to buy so much time.
Estrella.
Only one gets through.
And not the spike.
The spike's not through.
Throw it over. Throw it over. There it is.
Tossed over. Should get planted. Monyet trying to spray down. Doesn't find the hit. Estrella will draw out a lot
गलती
of
से नहीं मरते इसमें गोली से
He
मरते
gets taken down.
Okay, bro. Nice, funny joke, man. Forgot to laugh, though.
By Genji.
Oh, it came dicey, but Genji just brings it
exactly
across the finishing line just in time. Had to set up for the back of that play as well.
Yeah, great timing with the Razor Vine, but now Cred's starting to get a
These
bit
all got
iffy as
shit.
we get prepped for that last round. So Xfero, I mean, you can buy for each other, but the
क्या
chances
गेम
aren't
ने
there.
इतना
Yeoman
दर्द
still
दिया
doesn't
ये
have
गेम
that
में
nightfall,
एनालिसिस हुआ ही
so
नहीं
you
जस्ट
just say,
स्टार्टिंग
you
करो
know what,
3
we
जन
won't breed for
मिलकर
this. Xfero will back
इधर
up
क्या हो
all
रहा
the
है
way
किसको
to the other
पूछने
corner of the
वाले
map. Going up to 4 rounds for Gen G. If they can
Zoom
make it
Sentinel होते तो एनालिसिस
5-7,
करने मजा आता है भाई.
I think if you're a Gen G fan, you have full faith on their defensive setups on this map.
Pretty much. Oh, Yeoman.
Yeoman wants it. He wants that nightfall.
Okay, we're good.
Wanted that ult, but you won't get it. Obviously, you have your pick of ult orbs.
8-4 बड़ी
नहीं 8-4 buddy 8-4
Still as you go into the
Buddy,
last
18
round
years
first
दिखा
round
दो.
हिंदी
right
बात
now,
कर
just thinking about
years
that
दिखा दो.
same A setup,
'Flag
because
2 में दिख रहा है भाई,
Genji has
15
been
years.
able
गए
to
रे आज.
break that apart from RQ.
मैं भी खेलूंगा हर
Pushing
गेम
dives really
सेंटिनल.
early on because of that.
I was wondering if there would be a
मैं
hard
क्या
push
बोलता हूँ ये
out
मैच
C
अगर
from RQ,
जेनजी जीत
given
जाता
that
है
their
मतलब यार
training
की
and their
जीत जाता
positions
है
has been
हम
read
एक काम
so
करते हैं
hard
इसके बाद
on
अपन
bubble.
तीनों है ना
But this time
वैलो
they go
मैच
even
के
harder
तीनों
and it's a
सेंटिनल लेते
4-man
तीन
push
सेंटिनल
out.
नहीं कर सकते वो नीचे हुआ आएगा इंग्लिश में लिख के
C site where they have double razor
स्किल
lines
डिस्पैरिटी
and
प्लीज फ्लैट प्लेयर को निकालो करके
Should
कैसे
all
जाएगा
of it. It's all
अरे
tripped.
तुम्हें
Extra all
जब
alone,
मैं
he
अब
gets
मैं
shut down.
कुछ
That's a
नहीं
bit of
बोलूंगा
a
बे.
full send on the fake. And now everyone trapped.
Sin
Paranoia
on
comes out.
stream,
He's been
Radia.
caught.
Oh!
Bunch gets spiked behind rubble. Monyet holding strong.
8-4
Goes up
by
for
8-4
another
by
peek
8-4
though.
by 8-4
Oh, and he's working against two players on
He's
either
like
side, so
genuine
unfortunately he
नहीं
falls.
चाहिए
And that's the spike. Make sure you look at Karen.
नहीं चाहिए नहीं
Already
चाहिए
deep into A.
Please do
Does
not.
Estrella
नहीं चाहिए
expect it?
He has to just
Gold
hold
में
because
क्या
they
रहा
know
है?
that from the shadows was used.
गोल्ड
They
बाय
have to
गोल्ड
wait.
गोल्ड
There's the nightfall. Estrella will
नहीं अभी
just
गोल्ड
stand
है.
outside of
गोल्ड लिया
it.
तो क्या
Now the
खुलेगा?
one-way draw, but that
नहीं
buys
गोल्ड ही
time
खुला
for
शायद गोल्ड
Sparrow
का
to group up
कैसे?
safely. Now a 2-1
गोल्ड
split
का लास्ट
between
जब
the
मैं
RQ
देखा.
members. Meanwhile,
तो?
Genji, it's going to be a hold on drop and one
पूछ
safely
रहा है ऐसा
from tree.
valuation.
Alright, buy some of the attention away, allow
बार
for
वन हो
Estrella
गया.
to get a little bit closer in and find some
हाँ?
possible sight
क्या?
lines, but look at how Karen's
तेरे
just-
चैट पे पूछ ले
Hold
कौन
that
अच्छा
off.
खेलता है
Cameron
गोल्डी
second
भाई या तू
Prowler, from
Silver one
tree
बोला
as
भाई,
well.
भाई,
Now their own Prowler spots
Google
up
में
at least
बैठ
one
गया.
player. So trying to sneak on through to
कोई
get that
सवाल है
pitch.
क्या भाई?
Unfortunately, Estrella's already gone down. Foxy9 ready to
Legend है
receive
भाई.
the Fox in the
क्या हो
head.
गया
भाई,
Strikes
Lotus,
again.
क्या हुआ?
ये टॉक्सी क्रैक हो
These
गया
are the
भाई
fights that
क्रैक हो
Foxy
भाई,
9
बोला ना
loves.
मैं.
Full
Analyst
faith
okay,
in his
गया भाई
teammates.
टॉक्सी क्रैक हो गया
And I'm looking over. We have
Visual Gaming,
Sueno,
thank you
who is
for
a
the
streamer on
membership.
GG Banner, and of course,
Yeah.
recently just
Third map.
playing on Team IM as well before
Attacker
they
map
disband,
है.
but he's cheering right now. He's so
Attacker
happy to
हो
see
ये, हो
Foxy
कुछ
9 really find his stride in this new team. Coming over from DRX.
Binks, मुझे एक
And
बात
even
बता,
then, perhaps
थाईलैंड
not
में
really
But
being
again, Genji
given the
is
chance that a
losing.
lot of people
वो लोग
hope
को
to see.
याद है
कंट्रोल करके
अपने
मिला
Now he
ना
says, all right,
याद
bring
है?
the fight
वो
to
लोग
me.
अपने
Set
पेस पे
me
नहीं खेल
up.
पा रहे
I'll be able to
क्या क्या
collect.
क्या
So
थाईलैंड में हम एक
beautiful
दोस्त
how
को
he
मिले
does
थे, मेरी याद है?
तेरी दोस्त को
भाई, जब हम गए थे साथ में.
नाइट क्लब में
अरे नहीं बाबा, मॉल में साथ में मिले थे, याद है? मनमित बोल के.
हाँ हाँ हाँ
तो कौन है, तेरे को याद है वो?
हाँ हाँ हाँ
वही जो मेरी शादी में आया था गनमैन लेके.
ओ हाँ क्या
हाँ वही था.
ओ जिसने हम लोग को वो दिया था कार्ड खाना खाने का वो
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
हाँ
डॉग.
तू ऐसा क्यों है लेकिन फ्लैट
भाई क्या मैं भी डॉन बन जाऊं? डॉन.
No joy. And now we've seen all the different combinations alongside the poison cloud and the toxic screen. So you still have a raise. You're still able to delete all of this. You don't have to take as many risks as if it was a sheer wall with that vice. So RQ should have some ideas, but the real question is what's the timing there? And also, do you want to invest the paint shells? Because you don't want to do it every time, because then you can't fight Rubble. So it's going to be a very careful choice of macro. And right now, it's going to be Rubble for the Pistolist. Gen G, they're going to go for a classic push out of Mount.
भाई पता नहीं यार, AI
would give them a lot of information too, but we'll see how RQ responds quickly enough or not. Foxy9 is already prepared for that A hit.
Yeah, I mean, RQ, not wise to it just yet.
Oh, that's interesting.
They don't have anyone watching.
Foxy9 door tapped and instantly went back into A, so just does buy a bit more time for RQ, thinking that there could be a player up around the other sides.
Lots of time bought. It's also double shares for Karen and Foxy9.
Paranoia
at the ready, but they decide, okay, we're already through.
Attacking map, buddy. Attacking map, buddy.
Paranoia still saved up in that post plan. Good patience from RQ, but
attacking map,
still
buddy.
3 members flanking around. I mean, you might expect 1 or 2, but Estrella, does he expect this many?
It's all up to him. Oh, he doesn't see them by the jump.
He hasn't been checked. He's still suspected. It's too late. He catches sight of 2 crossing over. 1 now tapping the door.
फिर भी जीतेंगे लोग 4v5.
Going out through Xfero. There's the Paranoia as well.
फिर भी जीतेंगे
a little bit too
3v5.
far exposed. Towards the stairs area. And that's where Gen G strikes here. Texture able to get one for their own. Jemkin kind of fighting back a little bit, but just not quite enough off with the poison cloud as well. Gen G picks up the round. And now looking to equalize the score.
They should bring them up to 7 in theory. It's a good wraparound and just noticed a bit too late. And then the util really well placed by Gen G. RQ always on the back foot with some of their answers. Clean shots, Paranoia pushing them away.
A1 तक मेरे दोनों आँखें खुली रहेगी कि नहीं पता नहीं बस.
भाई लेकिन मेरे को एक अच्छा लगा भाई.
ये sunset हटा दिया. They had a little bit of time to hold on. Oh, that's what I was hearing. I was wondering who was cheering, but what is going on? Let's go. You know, he's no longer the youngest on the team. He starts to roar, really show his true colors.
6 बज गया ना 5:30 बजे था
Roaring like a tiger indeed.
Heck yeah, that just got me fired up.
Next, मेरे Discord है आना.
See if that energy continues here in the anti-eco.
अच्छा था
More rifles.
भाई क्या अच्छा था भाई इतनी गंदी जोक था.
He has support from Blue Room.
Still relatively reserved. Being able to control a lot of it as well. On the other side with Munchkin,
it's like my regular
Spectre to take down at least one player with a lucky spam.
Yeah, seemed like an overly aggressive jump peek.
Nice,
Obviously,
but I'm not
still
really
can be used against things like the kill join, try to spot whoever. And I like that you do it at least
कौन
on the
है
eco,
हर
try to get
राउंड के
information
बाद
about the
यो-यो
setup
बोलता है
is.
टीम में बताओ.
That's fine, but obviously not completely necessary just yet, given that it's not a
Guy
boss.
try
By
कर
the way,
रहे
if he gets taken down, Gen G, no
क्या
reason to
क्या
shift.
क्या बताओ
Texture will in fact push
Yo
towards
man,
Roman. This should be a pretty safe hold with the default.
Down to the minute mark, just spotting a lot of this out now.
एक और सवाल.
RQ kind of
Yo-yo
able to
है
with
एक
the
टीम में
blast
है.
pack,
कौन है
but
बताओ.
then the toxic screen comes up, so if
Yo,
you do
man.
walk through it a little bit lower as well. While Yo-Man holds
गंदी
off.
जोक में घिसना है क्या? बिग भाई मैं टॉप रह करूँ गंदी जोक से.
Karen able to find that slight sliver on towards Cushy. Texture swings out now, and that's the
T-Bone,
triple kill to end the round.
तेरी
in a
पहली
flawless
गर्लफ्रेंड का
fashion
नाम
for
क्या है
Gen G.
बता.
Texture's only one away from the showstopper.
तेरी पहली गर्लफ्रेंड का
That's the
नाम.
real big deal right now for Gen G. Yes, it's a flawless. That
तेरा
matters a
तेरा
lot.
तेरा पहला
You're able to
गर्लफ्रेंड का
carry
नाम
over
क्या
all
बता.
your weapons. That's huge.
Yo
One
man.
away from the showstopper. That could be what really helps you turn the bonus around
मैं
for
तुझे कुछ भी
yourself.
बताएगा तेरी गाड़ मारूंगा करके बताए तेरे तुझे. मैं तेरे को बेट कर रहा था
Keep your eyes on the books for
आदमी
our
का
next
नींद
round.
कंप्लीट नहीं होता ना ऐसा सब होता है. normal है.
Texture is a happy Gen G.
Now let's see if he's able to collect that last point.
एक तो मैं ग्रुप में सुबह 9:30 बजे गुड नाइट डांस पे गाली खाता हूँ.
Perfect. Manya lands right on top
हाँ
of it.
स्नैक्स. तो बंदे का गुड मॉर्निंग मैसेज आया है उधर रिटर्न में.
Showstopper online. Gen G already looking so happy. You've
तक
got
बाय
that
और
defensive
मॉडल
setup
गुड
once again
मॉर्निंग
on the
लिख दे
C
मेरे.
site.
कोल्डी बाय गुड मॉर्निंग लिख रहे.
Look at Texture's positioning as well. I mean, such a good spot to be in if he starts to hear more footsteps. Prowler to check tree, and no one's really found, so this calls
round
to Karen to
Gen G
get
का
ready
मेरे
for a
साथ.
potential turnaround.
फॉक्सी के घर में कितनी फॉक्स हो सकता
Paranoia
है
as
तुम्हारे
well. This is a
साथ?
setup.
Okay.
The moment they hear any sort of util, or maybe even this door being broken, does Showstopper come out? It's perfect! Only gets one kill, but Karen collects the other. And it's just an absolute trap play. RQ nowhere to go on their bye round. And I gotta imagine a
Pumpkin
timeout
का भाई
coming
कौन
out
है
here
बताओ?
because we've seen this time and time again. You don't hit that C site early enough from Gen G. You don't force
भाई
them
ये
to
तो
switch up
easy
that
सवाल होनी
defensive
चाहिए.
default, and then they just start
जेंजी
to run
किस
away in the
कारण
second
जीत
half.
रहे हैं बताओ?
It's just full on
Please, ये अच्छी है, please, ये
wreckage
दो.
from Gen
हर
G
टाइम
with
आउट में
Texture performing like
मंचकिन ने
this.
एक सवाल
So you
पूछा है, क्या
definitely
बताओ?
need some kind of a timeout to find some solution.
हर
At least for
टाइम
now,
आउट में
with a
हर
bit
टाइम
of
आउट
a
में पूरी टीम
slight
से
save, Estrella
एक
will be
सवाल
able to find
सबसे पूछा है.
Texture down.
Yo
You
man,
have to
how's
save your
you?
rifles.
ना
Now you're gonna be
किसी के पास
directly
मंच है
behind.
क्या?
7 to 8, one
It's
round, but of course the
me,
econ not
me.
in your favor. So
जी
you gotta
भाई.
imagine, we gotta accept the 7-9 2-round differential. How do we climb back from there?
Wings में any comment?
Australia, they're coming for him.
No comment.
Okay.
किसी के
Nice
पास
little
मंच
eye.
है क्या?
Just out from the reaches of that hunt.
लाओ ना
बाकी-
भाई, गंदी जोक्स चाहिए.
भाई मैं यही बोलना चाहता हूँ
We need to find a
कि लोग
solution
पूछते हैं इंडिया गेमिंग में पीछे
to
क्यों
that
पीछे क्यों है.
early pressure.
बाहर के वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर देखो बैंक ये टाइम पे एनालिसिस कर रहे रहेंगे.
अरे हमको
क्या
हेवन जाना है
सैंडविच
भाई.
हुआ, क्या ब्लाइंड है, क्या
हमको
आइट
हेवन
मारा.
जाना है, हेवन जाना है.
हाँ लेकिन हम लोग को
रिक्सी भी ज्वाइन कर लिया हमारी गैंग.
हम लोग को
कौन निकल जाएगा?
Listen, fighting
हम
for
लोग को
Rumble
पहला मैप का जो
always
दर्द
a
है
highlight of Lotus, sure, but
वो इतना है
you
कि
have to be
एनालिसिस
able to
छोड़
play
देता
full.
भाई
You have
दिन
to tell
एक्चुअली
Gen G
बराबर
that you
जा
are going
सकता
to
था
work the
लेकिन
entire
उन्होंने
map,
3
because otherwise
सेंटर लेने के
they'll just
बाद
wait, they'll counter you at
they
Rumble,
really
and then they'll
loved me
keep you
like
trapped.
crazy.
There's just no pressure on the other side of the
कौन
map.
सा थिएटर में वॉच पार्टी तो जरा एड्रेस निकालो.
You need to assert yourself
जाना है
somehow. But with that early paint shells and a possible movement play in towards Rumble, it's certainly not the
निशान भाई
easiest
करेंगे
thing.
करेंगे.
So I can imagine two things, but I feel that this next round, you still try to go for a variation on the Rumble fight. See if Gen G still goes for the C's combo with the paint
केवल भाई,
shells. and see
जब
what can
ह्यूमन
work
को
out,
तो
because
पहली बार
either
मिलेगा
way,
तो
it's
तू
gonna
क्या
be a
बोलेगा?
passive fight. It depends if they're
Yo
forcing
yo
up or
yo
not.
Hadi
But you do have 2 rifles, so that's another decision they'll have to make. But maybe the next round you start to
लेकिन वो
have
तो
that
मिलता ही नहीं है
C
फ्लैट
site
प्लेयर
going
को.
right away for some hard pressure onto C would be disastrous after a timeout. So indeed, it is going to be just a rematch over by the A side, and they're buying up.
गोल्ड खुलता तो कलेश हो जाता है.
All light shields.
You got to get ahead. The paint, the glass
खुशी
packs
इतना
have
अच्छा
to
क्यों
put
गिर रहा है?
Jemkin ahead
बताओ.
of Rubble, but look at the paint.
क्योंकि
They're
उसको
already
जीतने की खुशी है.
Okay. Oh, it's the arc rose and the TP.
Just saying हारा क्यों हार रहा है?
Gen G actually holds on to their utility for now.
हेवन
Notice
जाना
ही
है.
नहीं किया
जब
होगा.
से आरआर क्यों का हारआर क्यों वाला जोक मारा है.
Both sides kind of having the read on
जोक
each
मारना
other,
चालू
right?
किया
They
तब से
recognize
हार
the
रहा है.
जब से हारआर क्यों बोला है.
mental dump. We are on time.
Hold on to it for now. Trading prowlers. Nothing spotted too
इंग्लिश
far off.
चुपचाप चले गए. थर्ड मैच देख लो
Sparrow
गाइस तुम.
slowly starts to begin his creep up on the lurk.
देख के देंगे देख के देंगे.
तुम देख लो गाइस. अच्छी गेम है. देख लो.
Shown to be
Good night.
Gen G trying to get ahead of it, and Texture goes out, gets Jemkin and Manyan right into the crosshairs of Texture. It's gonna be a
man,
great game. Does he
आ
go
गया,
for
आ
the
गया.
classic
आ गया
4K?
अभी आ गया भाई आ गया.
He's on
शेर
for
जाग
it.
गया.
I mean, no reason to move
हो
from
गया.
C site. They'll just delay.
सीधा इवन चालू
We
करो
would
भाई.
joke about it, right, with his kill
Bro,
streaks
हो
and
गया.
whatnot,
अब
but
आगे ही नहीं
this
जाएंगे.
is a big advantage for Gen G. Paint shells refresh and everything. You know, it's another round that just as soon as it starts off, it's 2 players only left on RQ again.
Yeah, you have to save again, right? Because you forced up.
Ay, ay, ay.
Otherwise, the economy really starts to crumble. And Texture, yeah, he
भाई
smells
आरआर
it.
क्यों अगर एक
It's in
सेंटिनल
the
लेके हार
making.
सकते हैं.
got the
अपन 3
nades.
लेके तो हार ही सकते हैं. प्रॉब्लम नहीं.
We all know how this ends. We all know exactly how
पांच
this
ले
ends.
रहा
Oh,
था
yo,
कुछ
man,
नया
don't
दिखता
spoil
था.
us
3
just
में क्या
yet.
है?
Let Texture have the suspense.
We can't skip to
तो
the
जब भी
last
व्हाट्सएप आएगा ना तभी
Ah,
मेरा
okay.
नाम मत लेना
Yeah,
भाई.
yeah.
We'll give him a chance.
मैं तो full
Alright,
support
Texture,
कर रहा हूँ.
he's right nearby.
मैं भी यार.
Can he get
Throw
the
it.
ever elusive
Let's go.
ace?
Come on, Texture.
Texture
Oh.
gets 4. Can he get it? X-Sparrow, does he need
अरे
it?
यार.
Some things never
नहीं हो रहा है
change.
क्या?
Oh, Texture, you will continue to live down that curse.
I mean, this was all set up for him too.
Low HP. You got wall banged at the last second. I mean, like, low HP. God.
I mean, Texture, this is your destiny, man. Listen, I suggest that he now just tries to go for world's most 4Ks. How in the world? Why always the
क्योंकि
same?
लोग हैं भाई. भाई कितना मस्त वाइब लगता रहेगा ना ये लोग के साथ खेलने को.
Oh man.
I would
Well,
like to
you
play
feel
with
for him. So
these
yeah,
guys.
now there's some pressure onto that C site, something they haven't
इसलिए
done
मैं
yet.
स्नैक्स को
But
पूछा हाँ
Gen G,
स्नैक्स
I mean, listen, you got to
अभी हम रैंक पुश करके हाई लॉबी में जाएंगे ये लोग मिलेंगे हम लोग मजा आएगा ना
on Rubble, you're still
मजा आएगा,
waiting. The late setup,
दोनों
once you hear
मिल
that
के
noise.
प्लॉट करके आए हैं
ये लोग कौन सा सर्वर खेलते हैं बिंग्स
सिंगापुर
Texture is 2 points away
सिंगापुर
from
खेलते हैं लोग
results,
हाँ
so that's another thing. But right now,
मेरे को मिलेंगे शायद फ्यूचर
great
में
IGL.
मेरे को तो मिले यार बहुत सारे
On the other
प्रो
side.
प्लेयर्स मिले
The
और
setup
सेवन
for
और सेकंड
Foxy
मिला
9 as well. Munchkin kind of drawing their
मेरे को
attention
कोई नहीं
all
मिलता
the way
बिल्कुल,
to the
है?
back of elbow. But it was Foxy 9 holding close. Now the firepower not
कोरिया
there
जाना
from
पड़ेगा
RQ.
तुमको ऐसा वैलोरेंट में नहीं
Nice
मिले
attempt at a swing out from Estrella, but he won't quite
कोरिया
get
वाले
an upgrade.
Prowler check
एक
really
गेम
well,
खेल
so
के दूसरा
enough
गेम का
information
वॉच
for
पार्टी
Gen G
करने
to kind of
तीसरे
back
शहर
up
में
and
जाएगा
force both extremities of
तेरे
the
को
map.
प्रो प्लेयर
But
कहाँ
the
से
important thing
मिलेंगे
here is that RQ is trying to use the entire map.
क्या
They
क्या
are
वापस
trying to
बोलो
force Gen G to lack
एक गेम
information.
खेल
The
के
bigger problem being that
दूसरा
you
गेम
just
के लिए
haven't
तीसरा
tripped
शहर
any of
जाएगा तो
Killjoy's
तेरे को
util. So
कहाँ
there's
से
really
प्रो
no
प्लेयर्स
reason
मिलेंगे
to
अरे
switch up the positions. You can still stack A, you still have the turret on B,
वही
just
तो
to check for
लाइफ
information.
है
That's really
काम
risky.
ऐसा करो कि
So at
सबकी
least
वॉच
trying to
पार्टी
buy
में
a bit
जाओ
of presence back into A, but then the quick rotation into B, so maybe finding an open site through this, but they still lose a couple players in the process. A bit of a trade one-on-one.
भाई टेक्सचर का राउंड है
Texture.
मार दे भाई
Finds one. And to get the second, he does. Sight empty so far. He's going to push them out. He jumps right into the hands of Jemkin. That's a rifle.
Bhai,
it's
ult hai.
far out.
Ult hai.
Drops behind him. DPU's already going through. All the way back. Gets one.
Oh,
Here's a gun upgrade. 1v1. Foxy 9 versus Jemkin. But time on Jemkin's side. Health on Foxy 9. He baits him in. Jemkin jiggles back and forth.
Foxy ले गया
Once
भाई,
more.
भाई
Foxy 9
9
holds
HP
his
पे
ground.
Foxy 9
He
का 9
will
HP
not
क्यों
lose
था
a duel today.
नहीं होगा भाई
So ready
क्योंकि
to
now round पे
receive and hold. Time
Foxy
and
9
time
in
again, he
our
just
snacks.
makes it happen.
ah
Cannot lose it
Yeah,
whenever
big
he's
jokes.
holding the angle.
no
This time around was a bit of elevation that saved his life, but still being able
एक round
to
में
be
भी
so
है, उसके बाद
cool
से
and
वो।
calm and
भाई
taking
जाग
that
गए थे
burst down against Jemkin.
एक
You
राउंड नहीं
have
दिया
to
भाई
imagine how he even
एक
started
तो
as a
वो
duelist. I
X4
mean,
भाई
he's
खुद
just
की
fit for a
स्पाइक में
sentinel.
चाहिए
Let
चाहिए
them
हो रहा
come to
था
me. I
आवाज
win those duels no matter what. I mean, less pressure. He looks so much calmer when he's in these duels when they have to re-peek him.
Look at him.
कितने काम
Just
कम
say,
से
yeah, you just have to win for us. Yeah, there you go, there you go. Bring us around.
इंजर भाई टेक्सचर चिल्ला
Well,
रहा
10
है
to 7 is looking a lot better, but it is a buy up now for RQ. Texture does have the showstopper at hand as well, and look at him right
इवन
outside
भाई
of C.
एक एडवाइस है
बोलो भैया बोलो
That showstopper
मेरे को
again.
लगता है ना तुमको है
It's
ना
another trap
वो
play.
क्या अब तुम
No Killjoy
तुमको
setup
ना
this
फ्री
time.
फायर
The
खेलना चाहिए
moment they
भाई
hear util, it's going to be Munchkin, Snakebite spraying through the smoke. Showstopper
डीजे
comes
अलग
out.
पीछे
Karen and Yeoman right around the door as
ये
well.
सब
Oh,
जब
the
hate
trap
खेलता है ना
play.
तो
Jemkin
अंदर
gets
से
one,
वो
but the
आता है
showstopper
motivation
pushes
खेलने के लिए
everybody
और
back. RQ frantically trying to rotate to the other side. Gen G, they're
और
closing in.
hit दो
Texture's
ना
on the hunt.
Snacks
Anya
भाई डीजे
brought
में
down
लोग
very
साथ
low.
में
Kashi
ये लेगा
has control of
1v1
Rumble, but now the nano
Free
swarms. The
fire.
Killjoy setup. Why is it on A side? RQ, they can't look for the answers. They have to push through.
They have to. I mean, it's a good mid-round call trying to make it happen.
I
But
guess
when
he
against
lost
Foxy
the
9
first match
Lions,
because
holding
he got
again
GEELI.
the second
Arey
kill
bhai,
now
Foxy
out.
9 भी उड़
And
गया
on towards
भाई
the top is
Foxy
Munchkin
9
as
भी
well,
उड़
but
गया
Foxy
तो
9 manages to do it all by
उड़ गया
himself. Not the
बहुत
last
टाइम
one
से
though,
उड़ा था
Xfero. Able to strike back, goes for the desperate plant to maybe get onto the steel
clutch लग
guard,
रहा है,
but
पता
not
नहीं क्यों
quite
clutch लग
enough
रहा है
as
कौन सा
Gen G
next round
already
ना?
have the site surrounded.
नेक्स्ट राउंड नेक्स्ट
Well,
भाई एक राउंड
with
नहीं
last
जीते
year's Gen G
75
with Meteor was all about pushing out for the right timings by Meteor. This time it's all about letting them come to Foxy 9 because they are just not able to break through this guy when he's waiting on the site.
लाइक के लिए 3 लाइक चाहिए बस क्या बात है डब्ल्यू
None whatsoever. Everything set up outside of C. Perfect util with the reads and
उल्टा है
the
क्या
showstopper.
मेरा तो
The kills
10,000 हो
from
गया
Texture as well.
इबन भाई
Just to funnel them in towards Foxy 9.
I mean,
इबन भाई मेरा हो गया
paranoia,
10,000
just understanding that he has space at the back of the site. Confidence coming back up as well, starting to look a bit more relaxed. There's that second timeout from our RQ. Not wanting to let it get to map point. The nightmares of the past starting to loom over them. They've been here so many times before.
इबन आ जा यार ब्रेक लेके इधर यार मुंबई
Without a doubt, especially
मुंबई
on
पे
this
चिल
side.
करने
Not quite able to really find an answer or solution against Gen G's
मैं बैंगलोर जाऊंगा ना आऊंगा ना डन सी यार लव यू यार
बैंगलोर आता है सिर्फ फाटो को मिलता है मुझे नहीं मिला भाई
Not
देख
too
लो
bad
भाई
on the attacking
और
side.
बोलते हैं इनका
maybe
लफड़ा
on the
हुआ है
defensive side.
तेरे को बुलाया था कि नहीं बता दे चैट को
So so they can
लाइक करे जाए
not
इसने बुलाया लेकिन इसने बोला फाटू भी है
No, we got some Foxy 9
इमोस क्या बोलता मन में अरे बहुत दूर है यार 1.5 घंटा
or Jung Jaesung in Korean.
That shoot तक आपको पता है?
Comms, they're all calling first names. A lot of the fans just call Foxy 9 by his name. Jaesung, that's what they'll call him affectionately.
और दोनों को सेपरेट मिलना पड़ेगा क्योंकि दोनों का लपटा है.
11. Texture meanwhile 19.
इतनी मेहनत कौन करेगा?
Lockdown available for Foxy 9. RQ.
क्या होता है मैं आता ठीक है.
Nightfall and Seal guarded.
भी है, Binks भी है. क्या
Haven't
होता
really
है?
found an opportunity to use him just yet. Half armors across the
आधे
board.
घंटे इसके साथ आधे घंटे उसके साथ.
Well, now's the goodest time.
मींस अगली बार शूट है तो साथ में मिलेंगे क्या बोलते हो?
All right, just creeping forward. It's going to be an
ये राउंड आरआर की क्या लग रहा है?
push him back.
बोलती
Take that
बंद
space. There are the nano
आरआर
swarms.
का राउंड है लग रहा है. क्या गुस्सा देखा क्या?
Follows through with the shrouded step. Jemkin spots him. The trade's not quite there. A double
उसने
peek.
रिप्लाई दो ना.
But after all these previous runs,
भाई अल्टीमेट वेकेज का लग गए में लोग के.
strong in the back of sight.
मेरा माइक
They're
है क्या?
respecting him. He's got that lockdown as well, but now
His
Binks
strengths
out.
are you
Couple
there?
kills already going
Yeah,
through
I'm there,
in
I'm
favor
there.
of Genji, and there is that lockdown. Despite the steel garden used by Xfero, no opportunity found.
भाई लग गया मैच
Texture will
पॉइंट.
take the advantage out, and now getting a little bit more space for his team.
Spike has been retrieved, but they're stuck on the site. They notice that Estrella's there. Xfero trying to hold close. He can't get the first kill. Estrella all alone against the world. And Munchkin will wrap things up, bringing Genji to
एक राउंड नहीं जीते बे. एक और थोड़ा सेंटिनल हो जाता तो शायद जीते.
But still, to no avail, not
तब से
quite.
खुशी बोला ना.
A couple more on the side of
तब से एक
RQ,
राउंड नहीं
but
जीते.
12 and 7.
I mean, this was just good
Yo,
backing up as well, waiting for that lockdown, and then Texture coming in for the save since he wasn't
In a
affected
while.
by the steel garden.
इतनी बड़ी होगी तो in a
This
while.
round is important for Gen G because even future teams watching it will notice that it wasn't the Poison Orb setup that was delaying them. It was just Foxy 9 trying to delay, and then you had the C's ready from Yeoman. So they've got some variations on how to stop the spike from getting planted immediately, and they trust in Foxy 9 to repeat for that kill.
हाँ? बाहर का ओपन कर गया.
Need to find that time, but off to the next round. Another attempt at the C hit. Straight in.
Finally एक round
towards the
जीते
back of the
बे.
site. Prowler to check and clear. Nothing's
आ
found.
रहा है?
So
आ रही
maybe
है,
another
आ
round
रही
where
है.
they do get that spike, but how do they hold and deal with it? That's the question. The Viper's Pit does come up. So maybe, just maybe, the solution for
ये डेमन
RQ.
तेरा पीसी कितने का है रे?
Well, they got
But
to
6
hold
lakh
out
तो
this
नहीं है,
pit, but I would
Binks
love to see a couple more members maybe towards the
नहीं
back
एक ने
of the
पूछा
site.
ब्लैक
Now,
खोलने के लिए कितने का
barrel
पीसी
through
चाहिए
and you
रहता
start to
है?
lose the
6
Viper.
lakh
It's a little
का
dangerous.
PC.
They're trying to
6
make sure that
lakh की
people get first
party,
contact.
भाई,
Munchkin
ये होती है
closing
जिंदगी.
in with the shorty.
Allah.
He's trying to chase through. They know one person is close. There's the Prowler. They're still hiding away
आपने तो
Estrella. He
दो
gets
घर
one.
गाड़ी सब ली है.
Goes for the reposition
आपका
right
सुना है.
outside. Monyet.
रेंट वाले से पूछो क्या
Safe
होता है?
outside of the pit. Can he refresh it? He gets
मैं
another
कुछ
kill.
बोलूं, घर
Gets
के
back
बात
into
आ
the
रही है.
pit. They continue
Lovely
to keep it
item
up,
में.
and now it's just Munchkin left. And that's going to be Cushy cleaning things up. Now up to 8, but still 4 more rounds to push through.
Yeah,
They
4 rounds,
think
4
they will win
chances
this.
for Gen G to get across that finishing line, but still for RQ.
By next round है उनके पास 3 ulti है,
Viper's Pit
खत्म है
up to
game.
keep that spike in play. And truly, you know, even though they didn't have anyone towards the back of sight, it was just Cushy to continue to jiggle, hold, and check.
Hey, is
if
it
there
like
is
stuck
anyone
or
pushing out of
something?
spawn. Because there wasn't anyone truly coming out for that area, everyone just kind of hunkered down to protect Estrella, come in with those sprays and spams, and it kind of just connected into some of the Gen G players as they try to
टप्पा
make
मारा
their
ना
way
कुछ
through.
ने.
So, next round
रिबोन
coming
में
up now.
दोगला प्लस 1 है.
Back into A. This has been the problem.
Yeah, a successful hit onto C and now trying to push onto A, but RQ, they have to realize they have to go fast because they've given up on all information. You just have the sheer wall to get information on a flank. It's an all-in. Can you battle through? You know Yeoman's here. What's the double peek here? There's the C's, but he's way beyond it. He only gets one. Cushy for the trade. Paranoia will keep them at bay. Texture waiting on site. Finds Monyet. It's a duel, and Monyet wins out. Over Texture, Spike will get planted.
Wonder if there's a little
Next round
outburst
जीतेंगे ना,
there, but
next round
it does help
बहुत
out
ulti है.
nonetheless, and because of that, the spike in their favor.
ठीक है था.
We have the smoke on towards heaven as well, just trying to look and suss out
Gun
for
बड़ा है वो, gun बड़ा है
Heron. River running a little bit dry for Gen G. They will still be able to fight for now, so continuing to kind of keep that pressure on. 2 players from the back.
बड़ी इंडोनेशिया
Looking to
का
push
बंदा
up.
है क्या?
Estrella spots him
खुशी?
out. Tries to tuck behind for
पता
a bit of
नहीं.
an off angle now.
लगा रहा,
Singmite
लगा रहा,
will flush him out.
सिंगापुर
The door
इंडोनेशिया
peek
का
as
लगा
well though for Foxy 9. Takes down Xfero. That's a little bit more space. Estrella takes down Munchkin. So looking a little bit better for RQ now, but Karen doubles back. Foxy 9 sticks onto the spike and Monyet has the swing. Goes in for the swing transfer, but not quite connecting.
Oh,
What a clutch with another 3K on the site! almost said, how? How could you lose out on Meteor? But he says, I have my spot. I've earned my seat here at the table of Gen G.
So unbelievable with how he's able to create these moments again and again. Whether he's holding on a side or retaking at times even, Foxy9 does it all.
Tops the board in this map. 20 kills alongside Texture, combined 40 for the team. And Foxy9, I mean, we've been waiting for a performance like this from this guy. We knew he was mechanically capable, but could he make it happen in a team setting in Gen G? They figured it out. They set Foxy9 up for it. They're constantly pushing people into Foxy9, pushing them into his setups where he is comfy, waiting for those duels.
For RQ, trying to really crawl and claw their way back up, but not quite able to find too much. I mean, they did a little bit.
Yeah, final prediction बताओ. Gen G या RRQ?
Gen G. It was always Gen G.
Snacks को पूछा टिबोन भाई. Flat prediction नहीं थी. RRQ. मेरे हिसाब से Gen G. मेरे हिसाब से Gen G.
Gen G भाई.
अरे Snacks से बात कर रहा हूँ भाई. Gen G. मेरे हिसाब से Gen G. मेरे हिसाब से Gen G.
Let's see. पूछना है क्या फ्लैट प्लेयर से?
नहीं जरूरत नहीं है.
पूछना है तो बताओ, ये फ्लैट प्लेयर से भी पूछ लेते हैं.
जरूरत नहीं.
हवा कम हो रही है चैट. ट्रेलर निकालना पड़ेगा एक. Step aside Valorant. I'm coming for you.
भाई मैं सुना कि फ्लैट प्लेयर साइफर का कैमरा भी बेस में डालते गलती से. वही रैंक में है क्या तू?
Step aside Valorant. I'm coming for you guys. Binks भाई एक बार लेजेंड ने लिखा था स्टेप असाइड Valorant. Any comments on that?
कौन? मैं से एक के लेजेंड पता है भाई, खानदान वाला. सबसे लेटेस्ट आए ओनली
गेमिंग आपकी बेस्ट फ्रेंड.
On this, but especially when we swapped on that second half, Genji's defense was absolutely insane as well. Like, you can't talk about one without the other. This is
Why did you move from this?
किधर तो चला गया, किधर गया पता नहीं. टिबोन कुछ वो है इंटरनेट
Because I took Raka's
I
name.
mean, it's a difference of a centi, but really you're playing a mirror matchup against one of the best cores playing this map with this comp. There was no real doubt in my mind that they were going to be able
Next back बंदेश भाई की स्टोरी बतानी पड़ी.
And Foxy9 being the MVP there is kind of a cherry on top. He had so many defining moments in that
बंदेश भाई के सामने टिबोन भाई नंगेश भाई बन गया.
He did some great site anchoring as well on defense, which is where Gen G got the majority of their work done. So fantastic performance from him and RRQ. A great hot start, but that's where you're starting to go back into that same storyline of like, man, they played so good today, but couldn't quite get the dub.
Binks भाई वो कौन थी? बताओ क्या बिंग्स भाई?
बैंगलोर वाली?
नहीं, एक और.
हैं? दो
नाटक कर रहा है साला.
मैं बताओ, तुम जो बैंकॉक में बैग ढूंढने गए थे एक दिन.
हम तो जेन्युइन बैग ढूंढने के लिए गए थे.
स्नैक्स बोल स्नैक्स.
हाँ.
तू एक जगह पे गया जिधर एक मॉल है, बड़ा वाला मॉल.
बराबर.
ठीक है.
बराबर.
और एक ही एंट्रेंस से गया तो 4 दिन.
हाँ.
और वो एंट्रेंस से जाएगा ना, सामने को जो दुकान है एकदम सामने, वो है बैग की दुकान. और मॉल बहुत बड़ा है. अगर आखिरी दिन पे तेरे को बैग लेने जाना है, तो तू किधर जाएगा और कितना टाइम लगेगा?
बस पूरा एड्रेस मालूम है तो 1 मिनट का काम है.
टिबोन भाई को कितना टाइम लगा पता है क्या?
60 मिनट लगा क्या?
8 घंटा.
ओ ऐसा कौन सा मसाज भाई?
8 घंटा
भाई. 8 घंटे बाद टिबोन भाई बैग लेके आए. ठीक है. उसके बाद हम लोग वापस वो मॉल में गए. मैं जिससे कुछ सब मेरा बहुत सोड़े के यहाँ से बैग लिया तूने, तो 8 घंटा बैंकॉक में क्या कर रहा था ये बंदा?
वो राज बैंकॉक पे भी चले गए.
कौन सा मसाज टिबोन भाई?
नहीं यार, ये सब नहीं करते.
अरे
वो
ये
रास
बट्स में
बैंकॉक
काम
के में
नहीं
चला
करते।
गया, लेकिन बैंकॉक में किसी और की रास खुली थी।
किसका?
वो रास बैंकॉक में ही चले गया।
भाई सबसे अच्छा मेरे को तभी लगा जब मैंने 2 अंकल लोग का गाफ मारा।
क्यों?
अरे वो लोग को लगा मैं अकेले आया हूँ, ठीक है।
हाँ।
मेरे को पूछते हैं अरे यहाँ पे कुछ सीन है क्या भाई, लड़की वड़की लोग लेके क्या आया तो रूम में। ठीक है, उसको ये
भाई
नहीं मालूम
हमारी
मैं
स्ट्रीट
तो।
पता है कहाँ था?
हाँ
क्या
वो
था वो?
काउबॉय
काउबॉय के
स्ट्रीट के
सामने
बाजू में,
होटल भाई।
मतलब एक
वन
खतरनाक।
ऑफ द एडल्टिएस्ट
हाँ
स्ट्रीट है वो
स्ट्रीम
पूरा बैंकॉक
स्ट्रीट
का।
के बाजू में, ठीक है। तो उसको
तो इसी जगह
ये
होटल लिए क्यों?
होटल बाप है।
हमने थोड़ी बनाया है, हमने थोड़ी लिया है।
नहीं होटल एकदम बाप था, होटल एकदम बाप।
होटल अच्छा जी।
फिर
वो मेरे को पूछा ऐसा ऐसा सीन है क्या कर सकते करके।
हाँ, फिर
मैं बोला देख लिमिटेड नंबर है, एक बंदा अगर एक रूम लिया ना तो सिर्फ 3 या 4 को ही लेके आ सकते हैं। और वो लोग 2 बंदे थे। अभी उसके बाद क्या हुआ, किधर गए, कितना फाइन लगा मेरे को आइडिया नहीं। फुल गप्पे मार के बैठा था, उसको लगा मैं अकेला
अभी
आया
अभी
हूँ।
ऑन अराइवल वीजा है या फिर वो है? अभी फ्री ना, सीधा जा सकते हैं ना बैंकॉक?
सीधा नहीं जा
ऑन
सकते,
अराइवल ही है शायद, ऑन अराइवल
मेरे को प्लेन से जाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि सीधा जाएगा ना सामने तेरी दीवार आ सकती
नाइस नाइस, आई फॉरगॉट टू
नाइस
लाफ,
नाइस
फॉरगॉट टू लाफ, फॉरगॉट टू लाफ।
यार विंग का पूरा तुमने अभी तक जितने जोक मारे ना सब पे तुमने मुंह दिया है जोक
सबसे
मारे।
बेस्ट 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 थे।
हाँ बेस्ट 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 पूरा मुंह दिया, सारे जोक्स पे मुंह दिया।
है। ब्रेन तक ऑक्सीजन नहीं
बहुत
पहुंच
अच्छा
रहा
है रे,
है
नया फैंटम नया स्किन बहुत मस्त है यार।
भाई। लास्ट
तू
48
वापस रैंक पुश कर रहा है?
48 आवर्स में
ये
स्नैक्स
खेल
में
रहा
5 घंटे सोया भेड़।
बहुत ज्यादा हो
48
गया
आवर्स में।
ज्यादा है भाई,
ना
काफी
भाई,
है भाई,
इसके बाद
इतना
सो जा
नहीं।
भाई।
इसके बाद मैं पकड़ के सोऊंगा भाई सच्ची।
किसका?
क्या?
मोबाइल।
ना मान रे।
So key to
रुको
how
मैं आया पानी
Genji
लेके।
played this map. They've been running it for a very, very long time.
रुको मैं
Have a
पानी
lot
लेके
of
आया।
success with it. So I'm really
क्या आया
curious to
क्या
see if they
skin?
keep with it because it's
Ah,
very
yeah.
much in their style.
Cracked
It's very
एकदम
much in
cracked
their
skin,
wheelhouse.
जबरदस्त।
Wait, you can purchase jaw?
already done.
Not like same level, I would
Since
say.
like Loud and some of those guys were playing like Sky Viper, and then it was popular in NA, and you had some of the other NA teams running it as well. But in current era,
Wait, you
Valorant,
bought it the
who else is
entire
running Viper on this
bundle
map?
क्या?
I think
Yeah,
this is a
but,
big testament to
entire
how
bundle.
Genji like to kind of structure their ideas for composition. We saw in the last map. They
How
know
much the
what works
bundle?
for them and they stuck with it.
6,000
So I'm
something
expecting
like
to
that.
see this very similar comp come out. Maybe not the Neon, I'm not sure. I think
Yeah,
they might
cheap.
revert away from that a
You
little bit
know
now.
that.
The
But the
Phantom
core
is
ideas
cracked,
will be
Mata.
exactly the same if they're running that Viper.
Too
So
cracked.
that's what I hope they go with, and I think RRQ will be expecting this. So I want to see what answers they have for this Viper. I think, especially if that's what gets played, that will be the key to this matchup.
One other key to this
chamber le gaya
matchup,
re.
and we were discussing
Chamber
this
jeet gaya
earlier,
ba.
that Genji is not easily thwarted. Their mental isn't easily broken. But when I get really worried for the opponents of Genji is when you see Texture doing the war cry. When he starts screaming and laughing and like beating his chest and rubbing his belly, you know, things are going to be a little bit different. And not only that, we saw Karen do a war cry. We're talking about... Yeah, it was insane.
Yeah.
He did it before Texture, and I think that helped kind of remind the team what they were made of. And we were talking about this in the green room. Karen isn't the rookie anymore. He is now a very established, extremely experienced player now after 2024.
Inside of the server, it's so important for the core of the team to lead the way in terms of the vibes, in terms of the energy, especially for the newer players that might not have as much experience. And you could even hear it in the comms when Foxy9 was clutching, the other boys were G'ing him up. They were like, I have no idea what they were saying. You know, my Korean level is still 0, despite being here for like a week. I did no study, but I could tell from the tone of it they were really G'ing him up.
Good job, Foxy9.
Yeah.
That's what they were saying.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the translation. Appreciate that.
You have to have fun in the server.
Yeah.
You know, these are big, important matches, right? They matter a lot to these people, but if you only think about the pressure that it puts on you, it's easy.
Hey, Helix क्या होता है?
At the end of the day, you're still playing a video game. It's fun, you know? That's why we're all here. So being able to scream, have those fun, like the moments when Texture gets the 4K and he's mad about it, it's like, it's such nice little moments that will just keep the spirit going, keep the vibes up, like you say. And especially when you're trying to mount that comeback, it's massive.
Well, we're going to go on a very short break, and when we come back, we are going to see the results of the Gen G RQ matchup. So don't go away.
Let's fly.
फ्लेक्स के रेंज का स्किन ये लो फ्लेक्स किया देखो इनको ऐसी दिखती है नाइफ का फ्लेक्स ऐसा है फैंटम का फ्लेक्स ऐसा है अभी तक मैं
स्मूथ है फैंटम स्मूथ है सच्ची में स्मूथ है
जेन्युइन भी स्मूथ है मजा आ
खोल के सोऊंगा ठीक है
Stay tuned for some epic
खोल
games.
के सोऊंगा कुछ भी मत मांगा मेरे को उल्टी आ जाएगा मेरे पेट में अभी 3 कप चाय है 2 कप पानी है स्वीट है चिप्स है उनका भी पूरा खाना है क्या हो गया टेक पॉज है क्या इतना बड़ा ब्रेक
नो आईडिया मैं चालू नहीं हो रहा
फ्लेक्स मतलब क्या नाइफ जैसा डेडिकेटेड वो है क्या दूसरा
फ्लेक्स वही रे जो मोबाइल की जगह पे रखता तू
मोबाइल की जगह रखते ना वैसा वाला फ्लेक्स है मस्त है वो
नया कॉन्सेप्ट ला रहे हैं क्या
भाई वो मोबाइल में मिनी गेम्स रहता था मजा आता था
खेलने के लिए ना
हाँ बे
आएगा लगता है मेरे को लगता है आगे आएगा
गेम के बीच में बेंच सबवे सफर चल रहा है
लाएगा आगे कुछ ना कुछ लाएगा ये लोग
उसमें भी फिर वो आएगा हाईएस्ट स्कोर किसका बेस में बैठ के वही खेलते रहेंगे न्यूज स्किन मस्त मैं देखा नहीं क्या लगता है गाइस जेंजी वाला वाइब आ रहा है तुम लोग को प्राइम जेंजी वाइब है लेकिन
खेलेंगे
मीटर और लाके
कंप्लीटेड इट बडी
क्या
चालू ही नहीं किया क्या
तूने खेला ही नहीं स्नैक्स
नहीं ब्लैक में नहीं खेला यार
चालू कर
हाँ करना है यार वो करना है
Too much fun. There's no such thing.
माफ नहीं भैया आपने स्नेक का फ्लेक्स देखा ना ब्रो ये देखो बहुत प्यारा है ये वाला
EDG about to win China kickoff. EDG चाइना का जीत जाएंगे EDG या ट्रेस ये दो ही है और उधर वो ही नहीं कंपटीशन नहीं है भाई चाइना में कंपटीशन नहीं है ना दो ही है ना ट्रेस और EDG इधर कैसा जेनजी PRX वैसा सीन है
अर्पित बाला के साथ स्ट्रीम करेंगे हाँ जी दे दो माइक पे लाइट अब मैं बोलना बहुत कुछ तो बोलती सच है बंदी ऐसी इसकी माँ की इसकी बैंड की
मैच चीचा एक जमाने में कैसे थे देख रहा ना टिपुगन
गाना है भाई वो डेंजर गाना है
क्या बोल रहे हो भैया
गाना तो बोलना आंटी आओ क्या भी है उसका मतलब ये थोड़ी गा के बैठे
वो तो गंदा गाना है
क्या यार एक कुछ तो गांड फाड़ वाली सीरीज बताओ कोई गांड फाड़ होनी चाहिए एकदम
नार्कोस
एक काम कर पहले कैमरा में गांड दिखा दे तो उस हिसाब से हम सीरीज बता देंगे
भाई देखो ये सब लैंग्वेज अच्छी नहीं है बच्चे देखते हैं स्ट्रीम्स
तेरा गांड फाड़ चलता है
गांड फाड़
नापना पड़ेगा ना अगर छोटी गांड है तो छोटा सीरीज देंगे
गांड फाड़ इमोशन है ब्रो गांड दिखो इज बैड वर्ड
There was a moment where RQ would have a 2-0, but as you guys know, Gen G will absolutely roll over on a 2-0 in their debut match back in Pacific after their Now, they had a really good momentum going into this last map of Haven. We're just how much power it gives them when Texture is feeling great. They're 4K with an ace to 9. again.
मैं तो पतला हो गया दोस्त.
Genji without
GEELI वालों
denying
माफ
him
करो.
his ace, especially when they're playing
Sorry यार,
against
sorry
Mon Yet.
भाई Binks में
They
तो
lost
सोचो
the
यार,
last time they
Snacks की
faced off
family
against
friendly
each
है.
other in VC
ऐसा कुछ
Pacific.
नहीं.
It was in
खानदान
elimination
करीब है
playoffs, so I think this
उसके बाद
is
family off हो गई.
actually one of the revenge maps for RRQ
भाई
to win
सोचो भाई
against
Snacks team को मतलब
Genji.
it hit his heart
Crazy in
man.
here
अरे
right
भाई
now.
वो
There's
बंदा
like
मैचिंग करके आ
it's like
टीम
a
मेरी
party
टीम में
in
था,
here. I
उसको
don't
पता
know
था
if
जो
it's
मेरी
feeding
टीम
into
में
our mic.
गाली वाली दे रहा है, राउंड थ्रो कर रहा है भाई
Yeah,
जबरदस्ती.
it's like pretty
खेल बे तू,
gruesome.
लेकिन देखो एक हफ्ता खेलना पड़ेगा. एक हफ्ता मुंबई में चैलेंज कर, उसके बाद तेरा इम्यूनिटी सिस्टम देख कैसे बढ़ेगा.
बिंग्स भाई आपने उस टाइम जो नंबर निकाला था वो मुंबई सर्वर था या सिंगापुर था?
मुंबई सर्वर.
वो मुंबई था ना?
नहीं सिंगापुर सर्वर.
Maybe not on broadcast, but
we
पक्का?
want him to keep his job. Yeah. Or maybe not get
सिंगापुर
promoted
सर्वर था,
over- I
ब्रीज
don't
था
know, I
मैप.
haven't seen him dance. Is it like
It's amazing. It's unbelievable.
Oh, it's
मैं
incredible.
लिख रहा हूँ चैट में, मत कर.
I think it's so easy for this Korean audience to be throwing a bit of a party now. They've
इसलिए
just
याद
had
है?
this back
हाँ,
through
कर
in. I mean,
सकते हैं यार.
everybody's feeling good
बहुत
down there
mad.
now. They're all excited for that.
And now it's up to
It's,
RRQ to shut them
heat
up
of the
again, to
moment.
have another hot start, but
मैच
actually
गंदा है
follow
जल्दी.
through
अरे क्या
this
मैच
time.
तो चालू
They
नहीं हो
had
रहा.
some very good games of Haven.
जीत
playing
गए,
with
हो
the
गया
team.
भाई.
The match was fantastic to watch. Pushy's going to be back on the Sova as well. Every game
इतना
he's on
लंबा
the
pause क्यों हो
Sova,
गया?
man, it's just bopping everyone in the
पता नहीं.
head. You know, the crispiest name you've ever seen.
भाई पैसिफिक का प्रोडक्शन तो है इस
I
बार.
think that in combination with some of the off-season games you've seen from the boys on RRQ, even pushing Paper X and being
भाई
very
अगली
consistent
Watchparty
in
कहाँ
terms
होगा?
of
इनका
beating
theatre book कर रहे हैं
DFM,
क्या?
they should be quite confident on Haven as it a
ये गया
side
बे.
and Genji as
अरे
well.
पूछ
I
लो
think
ऐसे well-wished.
every Genji game so far has been
Is it
24
like
minimum
Mumbai
rounds,
match
and
चालू
as
होने
you
में
can
late
see
इसलिए
from
हो
the
रहा है, production
compositions
team
here,
team
both
Sentinel वाला
teams
match
are going
देंगे.
to back themselves. RRQ's
भाई
going back to the
सेंटिनल के
Killjoy though
टीम में
instead
इतना
of the
सेंटिनल
Cypher.
नहीं रहता.
And Texture's going to stick with the Neon.
Yeah, I think that
उसमें भी एक ही रहता है.
मेरे को जानना है पॉडकास्ट हो सकते हैं ऋषि भाई.
Yes.
For Genji's
I mean, the
competition,
Breach versus the Viper is just completely different comps, even if the
Why
other four
is
agents
this
are
a-
pretty much the same.
भाई
bundles.
बेस्ट बात है
with
उनके
them
पास
starting
भी
on
नहीं रहेगा
defense,
आंसर.
expect
उनको नहीं
Viper
पता
in the
रहेगा ना
middle of
क्या
the map,
फॉर्म खेलने
rotate
वाला है.
लेकिन टीम का
Stop
aim on
those
top है
initial
भाई,
hits.
झूठ
That's the
नहीं
most
बोल.
important.
टीम
Well,
really
the
है
music
भाई,
is
really.
so
Potential है इस
packed
बार.
right now. It's getting a lot more intense
है,
for the
सब
last
कुछ है,
and
but
final
Sentinel नहीं
match
चाहिए.
of today.
उड़ान
RRQ
है.
versus Genji. We're gonna go back to
ब्रो
our
मेरे हिसाब
captain
से प्लान
Chopra
क्या था
and
बिंग्स का पता है
Quack
कि
to
भाई
take it
जितना
away on
राउंड्स लेना है
Haven.
लेंगे 3 लगा के, वरना
Map number
पॉसिबल ही नहीं
3
है, ऐसे सोच ही नहीं
seems to always
सकते
come
3
down to
सेकंड.
this between these
मेरे
two
हिसाब से मेरे को
teams,
वो लग रहा है.
and it usually always goes one
जैसे
way.
स्प्लिट
अरे
में
मैच चालू हो गया क्या?
क्या लग रहा है प्लाट के हिसाब से मैं सुना नहीं.
Sixth time today as Genji
Where
continues
is the right
to stomp
speech?
down
Where is
against
the
RQ,
link?
or will this be a new beginning for the Indonesian squad?
New beginnings. I mean, definitely a lot of hope going for RQ
आजू आ गए
right
रे
now.
भाई
At
मैच
least
देखो
in
प्लाट
this
का
Korean
एजेंट भी नहीं लिया वो
stadium.
लोग ने.
A lot more support for the Genji side, but starting things off already. Quick contact, and
जिस दिन
Jemkin
immortal
alongside his
जाऊंगा,
teammates will be able to
खानदान
take
का
down
review में
Texture, back up into A long.
Yeah, no damage taken either, but Yeoman just
मेरे को
holding a
लगता
bit
है
of an angle, waiting for
नहीं,
the
नहीं,
more
नहीं,
peek out, but it looks like
नहीं,
it's just going to be a
नहीं,
setup and an immediate
नहीं,
jiggle.
नहीं,
Is he ready for
नहीं,
more? There's
नहीं,
util
वो
in
अन्ना
hand.
को तो
There's
नहीं
the
पटा है.
flash coming out, the flash point. Toxic screen just to keep them at bay.
Yep.
Yeoman decided to
आपको
drop
target
back out.
करना
It
है,
does a
अन्ना
lot of
आपको
damage to the
नहीं.
shock dart against Jemkin. Trying to utilize the
अन्ना
decay that
तुम्हारी
might have been
टीम में
left
रहना.
over.
बड़ा नहीं चलाना
Jemkin
है.
will survive with 56 HP.
Yeah, surely you can't quite just continue to stay in that spot. Backing off now. And RQ continuing to try to hold, especially
Ivan, कभी आ रहा है
from
announcement?
give them a little bit more value, finding Foxy 9.
इसका?
That's the only person that they spotted, so maybe kind of working around that toxic screen now
क्यों
gives
है रे तू
Munchkin a bit
ऐसा?
of an opportunity, but
Yeah.
since he's the only one,
इसका
cut down
भाई?
by Monyet.
Yeah,
तेरा
that's the Viper
और
down.
का
So
lineup
tough screen
था.
not working out in your favor. You
तेरा
know
और
he's weak, so
कितना
the
बड़ा हो
turret
गया?
working out for
तेरा
Xfero.
और बोलेगा
Estrella
भी?
also another cleanup against
नहीं है
Yeoman.
तेरा.
It's just going to be
इतना
carrying
बड़ा हो
all
गया
alone.
तू
Down
अभी
comes the
वेंट को
Hunt.
अपना और भी नहीं
Okay,
मानता
still
तू.
gets one, but
इतना
Kushi
बड़ा हो
will
गया
get
तू.
another kill. The Desk talked about it.
तेरी गलती थी
Kushi has
भाई.
been looking
हमारा
the
और
sharpest
बोलने
for
का
the
था
squad,
भाई.
even as the new addition.
हमारा अलग है मेरा
puts up
Max का.
Another one for himself, putting 2 ult
Yeah,
dwarves
they do.
after that plant.
Really comfortable. I mean, sharp with how he plays.
बोल ना,
but
कभी आ
at the
रहा
same
है?
time for the whole team
मुझे क्या
to
पता,
really
आरआरबी
just
जीत ली
pile
भाई.
drive their way through. into this A site. I mean, they've kind of read that Gen G often plays this way.
City
like what Big Time was saying as well back on the desk, that Munchkin will be this Viper playing along that toxic tree and rotating back and forth around from the B site.
एक दिन इसके TYFS फोटो का सच्ची में सब जगह शेयर करूंगा यार.
Oh, well, it's a 3-step here as well from RRQ, and Jenkins clean with the first shot, giving them the opportunity opportunity. Okay, Foxy Knight still left over. Not gonna get stunned. He gets 2 kills. This is another repeat. Okay, Estrella. Woo! Avoiding danger right there. Still keeping that full health, but it's already weapons dropped. Sparrow has to come back. Has to be in position to pick it up at the end of the round. Yeoman all alone. Against RRQ, and that would be a moderate success.
25 FPS तो सिंगर 8 तक होना वो 400 FPS लेके फ्लैट 2 है भाई
against Foxy 9 but down to the last one Yeoman don't imagine he should be able to do too much
मुझे पूरा मोटिवेशन मिला है भाई
for the weapon
तुम दोनों के
वजह से Sparrow marking with the sheriff so picks up the round a little bit lost but still not too bad as a
no radiant immortal for sure
and just a nice peek out here from Geng, ready for that free fire as well. And Foxy 9 continuing to prove that they're coming into my side. I will be good for a couple extra kills, showcasing that new Gen G classic. But Xfero picking one up for himself as well.
तेरे लिए लफड़ा क्या उसका कुछ नहीं.
Now, Toxic Screen still set up on that default position. It hasn't really been given
Gen G much value just yet. And RQ just chooses to ignore it. That C-site once again. गांडू सुमड़ी से साइड में निकल जाता है.
This time they see this
इसमें हो जाए शॉट करे ऑन स्ट्रीम 10 के बहुत अच्छी.
Go back off. Find something else.
मैं 2K पे कुछ.
So putting pressure on that, it looks like it's just going to be a step-by-step clear as their default, right? Putting some pressure on C main, putting some pressure over by Garage, clearing out any util over in B. Eventually that opens them up to maybe go for a hit, but right now it's going to be another Garage. There's some damage taken.
Quick enough from Foxy 9 texture. Kind of rotating back and forth across B as well, but now smoked off, doesn't see too much.
मेरी सारी खुशी चले जाएगी भाई.
शिबन चल तू कर इमॉर्टल कर.
Closer towards the side, and that's what that pressure does.
करते हैं अपन.
Yeah, you still haven't seen anyone push fully out from A main, so RQ
immortal बन गए तो
there's just going to be a reset on the default here. But the real question is Foxy 9 holding close on C main.
The drone.
देवांग भाई पहले गेम तो आन दो वालों मोबाइल उसके पहले.
Bit of a movement to try to force RQ
क्या
to
सुना है
think about Garage, but they actually just doubled down. More players being sent through, and that's going to be opening kills into the side. Foxy 9 this time not quite able to hold. Texture though, with a bit of a spray
है ना कि आएगा.
So not too bad still. A bit of an opportunity for Gen G.
Yeah, and just waiting to launch that as soon as the attack happens. Smoke going to clear. Still waiting. Comes online. There's a recon. It's a quick hit from Xfero. And that should be shutting down the retake. Xfero good for another. And that's going to be the save from Yeoman. A bit of an uncharacteristic death from Munchkin. Trying to cover for Texture, but he stays a bit too long. And gets sniped out by Jemkin on the swing out from backside. And that really spelled trouble for Gen G. Yeah, Texture, you know, he trades it through spam through the smoke, but already you've given up so much space.
भाई Gen G का भी attacking comp अच्छा है.
Ultimately, that's what gives RQ the win and the site. Starting things off on a map like this, you know, I was thinking that you looked pretty good RQ playing against TFM last week. Being able to shut down May that much. Now you're seeing Texture coming into the Neon, and so far, especially on the side, not really finding too much successes just yet. And converting that bonus as well definitely does make you think, or at least give you a lot of hope for RQ to maybe find a little bit more.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if RQ continues to just pressure the C site. Right? Not only is it where Foxy 9 is, and now you know kind of what his setup is, but traditionally RQ, both Coach Ewok and then Warburts when he was with Team Secret, the way they broke the Korean teams on Haven was always hitting the same site. Obviously, we all remember the 13 rounds, the 12 rounds of A site from Team Secret. So we'll see if they continue to do that right now, going for a bit of a switch up when they have the weapon advantage, but we'll keep our eye on the next round when it's buys on both sides yet again.
Always playing those mind games. But for now,
मेरा रेजर का यार मैं 4 मौस लेके रखा.
Now stacking up towards A. 4 players on his side, I should say.
It's a good stack.
A little bit. Thinking of peeking that long.
All right, waiting for it. It's going to be a multi-swing with Texture, and there he goes. He's trying to weave, and there's a good paranoia. The spray down, and support from Karen. An instant triple kill from Texture. The trap play works wonders for Gen G as they get their first round on the board.
It's ridiculous and amazing how he's able to swing out like that, even with RQ trying to set up some kind of high-low with the trajectory of the entire area, you know, up around the stairs. But it's that relay bolt, the slide back, the flash out from the other side from Karen as well. Just nothing that RQ could do when they were pelted with all of that utility in their face, and the war cry sound out. Karen once again really becoming
Just the bells and whistles here for Gen G to get
Big
them
guy,
riled up.
Sunday non-members के लिए Valor stream
trying to
please.
get ahead.
पता नहीं
Okay,
देखते
focus
हैं.
back onto the A site.
अभी Watchparty की वजह से
Switch
तो
up, trying to make sure that
कुछ
Gen
मैं
G has
promise
to
नहीं
be
कर
on their
सकता.
toes.
कि
No
Watchparty 7
attention
घंटे का
given
चलता है
to
उसके बाद
Garage or
shoot
B.
भी रहता है मेरे को.
Yeah, none whatsoever. So
मेरा
Fox
कल भी था,
9,
आज
you
भी
know,
है.
is looking pretty comfortable right now and also calling,
तो
relaying that information
इसलिए
to his
मैं
team as
commit
well.
नहीं कर सकता.
Right now it's just texture inside
लेकिन
of
अगर हो
short,
पाए
you
तो
know,
मैं
continuing to jiggle.
2 stream plus 1
Smoke's
member
coming
जोन
out
देता
in
हूँ.
towards heaven though.
और
Should
अगर
be a
कुछ भी
bit
नहीं
of
हो
a
सकता
tell
तो
for
एक
Gen G at
normal stream
least.
और एक
So 3
member.
players very ready to receive if they do push out. The talk screen already propped up.
Yeah, you know there's been no pings on C main from the turret, so that's why Gen G is so
Padre,
confident. There's a drone. Now
Ah,
Jemkin gets ahead of it with a nice little peek.
बहुत कितना ओपन किया था.
Lovely.
वो तो ड्रोन
Now
जैसे
the drone
तोड़ेगा
already
तभी
spent as
मारेगा
well.
करके
Yeah,
वो जा रहा
smokes
है.
out. Munchkin holding a close angle. If he can survive, it could be good. He's going to get one. Is he ready for another? There's the Rolling Thunder. Munchkin's in as well. He's trying to hide behind the toxic screen, but they can't get in just quite yet. Munchkin, he's still holding strong by a short. Monyet taken down. They have to clear out Munchkin, but they have to clear backside as well. It's just too many angles. It's just too many members of Gen G. As Yo Man holds strong on the site, and Gen G get a second on the board.
What a way to hold things down. Despite the Rolling Thunder, despite the attempt at a hit from RRQ, right? Jemkin getting that
ये आदमी से पंगा
opening
लिया था,
pick with a
माफ
peek out against the drone. It just wasn't quite enough because of how Munchkin is able to hold down
इसके
this,
साथ ही तो किया था अपन ने
this
पंगा.
portion of the site
That
and also effectively sectioning out everything else. You know, you got to think about backside. RRQ kind of comes in and tries to re-clear it, but they can't do it. Too many players already receiving all those hits in kind, and Munchkin just continuing to hold. And
तो
be a
अपने
thorn in their
इसमें इतना नहीं है.
side. So
पैसे
next round
में
coming
क्यों?
through now. And they've bought out the
ये में एने में
texture.
चालू हो
Here
गया
he
बे.
is
Heavy थियो.
in towards C.
Yeah, and you can tell that Gen G now knows that they've done enough work on the A side to scare RRQ off. So they're holding towards B and then a fast push out of C main as well. The only place to go right now for RRQ is going to be that B site. There's the paranoia, but Jemkin, he's ahead of it. He spots Omen. He gets one kill. He instantly gets traded by Foxy. Foxy9 is back on the site. No one gets through.
2 kills and 1 through the smoke. Nanostorm to continue to fend off and hold as well. RRQ, I mean, what can you truly do? Needing to kind of hang back. I mean, the spike is on the ground. They want to pick it up, but all the angles being held. Foxy9 on the other side. No way. Toxic screen comes back up, and they're looking for some kind of a lucky spam, but nothing's being found. 50 seconds left on the clock. They still have quite a bit to play through.
I mean, a save is something you have to consider here. Yeah, look at the positions, because you just don't know how far everyone else is pushed up. The spike is way too deep on the site. There's no real options. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was an early timeout, because I have to imagine, being on the attacking side, that you had quite a few plays in mind to get ahead of the game in the first half. And if that's not coming to fruition, the coaches may want to remind their players on what they prepared.
Yeah. What we saw in the pistol round definitely worked out wonders, but now...
Is it stuck?
Yeah, it's buffering. Network error.
हाँ बे, सबको?
नहीं, मेरा चल रहा है.
Let's see, but this time, you know, you're thinking about texture with that op, and it's still being
4-3.
So RQ, just a full save.
मेरा prediction 4-3.
Airtel का कुछ भरोसा नहीं है भाई.
And we'll see, obviously,
Hey,
partly
bro, I was
depends
also
on the
using
calls
Airtel,
as
man.
well
I'm also on
within
Airtel.
the player comms. The players
It's
are
on
starting to figure
Cielo
things out.
these
You have a little bit of
dude.
faith. It is quite
सब जगह
early in the
सीन है भाई,
map.
जियो का भी है.
The Foxy9, yeah, that confidence really starting to come back up, and there is the timeout from RRQ. And I have to imagine that maybe a bit of that macro, right, trying to force their way onto that A site twice in a row. And there was a mistiming there too, where they were trying to push out Munchkin, but the 2 members from short Cushy gets caught, but Monyet pushes out before the main force is able to get in and pressure back site. So lots of small things to retool, but the more important thing is you have 6 rounds left. What does the macro look like round to round? And what have we noticed so far in how we're not able to break through A or B side? The only success they've had is going to be on that C side.
Yeah. After the pistol as well, so that's when they had firepower. But right now,
But वो लोग इतना crazy नहीं दिख रहे थे last match.
Texture on the op, there's a lot that Gen G could do. You're also thinking about how you want to work against that Viper wall.
13-9, 13-10.
It's been so oppressive right now.
13-10 मेरे हिसाब से.
So that talks to screen. Kind of the key part of why they were having trouble getting in through both the A and B site. Which is the B site. I mean, maybe trusting a lot in Jemkin, but Foxy9 quick for the trade.
G2 was great.
So
G2.
now it is going to be pressure on the A side once again, but a bit of a default, waiting to see if they can catch Texture perhaps on that push out.
100 this
You
way अच्छा
imagine
खेला था
we
last
haven't
map.
seen him just yet. They had zero control over C main, and look at Monyet's position. He's waiting for something by the C side.
And Xfera with
कैसे
this
रे?
turn outside of garage as well, so
Caster बोला Mon is
bit more
waiting for
security
something
too.
something PRX में लेकिन.
there it is, right, straight down A long, looking for something. Texture peeking out though, so this is still information for Gen G.
Yeah, but they did this last round. Now RQ wasn't quite aware of it, but it seems like they made the call that this had to have happened given the positions and how they just didn't spot him. And Monyet doesn't quite spot him first. Texture wary of that angle after the timeout. Oh, that had to have been the big call in the timeout, and yet it falls. The Omen gone. No smokes for RQ on the attack.
Just fatal. Right now, I mean, how do you work your way around the mid rounds? You know the op is there. Coming back in to challenge it, maybe with the fault line, sure. But Texture just instantly backs off, quickly sprints away. Foxy9 coming back into relay and support the C side as well.
So you were able to push him away. At least you masked some of that information, but the turret is still there on C main. I think they heard it. So if you really want full control, you're going to have to break that, but they don't have much time. It just has to be a hit. Gen G, assuming that it's a full rotate because of the lack of information. Foxy9 once again alone on the site. Bit of a mishap there with the fault line. So they're slowed down just a bit. Foxy9 peeks out, but Xfera's ready for it. They shut down the Sentinel. And now sight opened up for RQ. Only 10 seconds. Time being bought. Texture peeks in, and he's going Munchkin able to spray down 3 to get the lead for Gen G.
Good attempt at the mid round, right? You know, kind of slowly creeping back through garage, taking out Foxy9, but ultimately the damage was done. The player that got eliminated right early on was Monyet. That means your smokes are gone. So even though they managed to get through to the C side to get the spike down, or at least an attempt to get the spike down, these early sight lines from the back of C lane from defender spawn were completely open for Texture to pretty much bounce and Goomba stop on them all throughout.
Casual तरीका tilt होना Texture का
C
casual.
site now held as well. RQ. I gotta imagine that in the server they're starting to feel that they're running out of options, trying to go for that default spam through the wall.
भाई मैं भी चालू करूँगा
Out of
neon off.
main, but afterwards, what do you do? It's going to be a re-clear with the drone, trying to set up Texture on an advantageous position.
There's that position.
So RQ's not quite sure if the op is here or not. I mean, that drone, it could just be the Sova re-clearing, it could be somebody else. They still don't know. Nobody's checking out C main either. So much mystery for RQ that they have to re-clear right now.
Hence, spending that owl drone. This costs quite a bit from RQ, but okay, majestic shot from Cushy out of nowhere.
I mean, you can't help but feel, but that's going to be a double tap from Foxy9! What in the world?
What is this round?
The 2 new pickups, I mean, they're just so clean with it.
Jemkin at least made it a trade, so we're kind of back to square one with 3-on-3.
Yeah, but no controllers for RQ. Still double controller for Gen G. And now Charon trying for it. Transfer! Gen G's pickups have always proven themselves.
Same चीज
करा तुम्हें हुआ? Is now stranded. Cushy all alone. Charon expects him. He gets the 3rd kill. And everybody coming online one by one for Gen G.
clear cut prediction दिया मैंने RRQ नहीं जीत सकते
correctly, but
से अपने RRQ बोले ना.
That was like 1 second.
जब से गंदा जोक मारा
and he
उधर से
got the
downfall
transfer. Yes, it was a micro flick, they're really close, but still so ridiculously impressive. And a bit of an unfortunate whiff for Gen G because the frame wasn't quite there.
Same ditto shot.
That is pretty much the round for Gen G. You know, pushes out from both sides. Cushy, impressive as well. But down to it at the end. Charon is fired.
7-3.
This is what we see a lot of teams struggle with against the Viper comp, is that you give it a lot of respect, especially once the op comes out. I mean, you don't really have an option, right? Because now you have to worry about the op, but then on top of that, the extra smokes as well. And once you start respecting that, you run out of time. You can't really push and pull across the map. RRQ struggling with that same idea. This time, full focus onto the C side, but they're not getting the information they want. They're not able to bait things out. And the op has repositioned itself onto B. This is Gen G being way ahead. What a call from Munchkin, trying to stay one step ahead.
Yeah, right. Just making sure that they are able to kind of anticipate some of the movements from RQ. RQ also trying to stay hidden, mostly. You know, this time, back to it all. It's Xfera on the classic lurk. with the rest of the team slowly creeping up.
लेकिन
They gotta
smokes
deal with
नहीं है
the
ना
smoke as
शायद?
well.
Yeah, they know that Foxy9 peeked out the previous round, so Xfero's ready for it, but he fires a little too early, and how quick is Foxy9?
Foxy पागल
That's
हो
a
गया
hit that
भाई.
does draw them over to
पागल हो
C
गया
site,
भाई.
but A was always going to be a retake, given the ultimates on both sides. Lockdown no longer available for Xfero, so RRQ, it's just a Hunter's Fury for Cushy in the post map. But meanwhile, look at the ult stack on Gen G. So many
किरजा
tools
अल्ट
for
मारेगा,
this retake.
सोवा
The
अल्ट,
updraft just to
किरजा
pick
अल्ट
them out. Cushy
मारेगा,
has been spotted. I
ओमेन
don't think
ग्रैंड
he
में सब लोग
realizes
घुस
just
जाएंगे
yet.
रिकॉन के साथ.
There's a blind op shot through the smoke. Jemkin waiting close. Lockdown available for Foxy9. Jemkin knows he has to get ahead of it. This is so much pressure on Jemkin, but he has to do it. They're going to try to push them out. Jemkin hiding in the smoke. Does he wait for it? No, he's going to back out. He's waiting for a timing. Okay, it's going to get destroyed with a util. So now he gets to hold close once again.
Flash just to hold as well, up to the other side of the fast lane, and there's Jemkin! A bit of a double kill, and Monyet swings back up to the top. Estrella added support as well, and that just is enough to put up a huge roadblock against Gen G, who are trying to break through with their ultimates.
All right. So the other util being used against that lockdown, Hunter's Fury saved over as well. RQ playing for the long game, making sure that they have extra tools for the future rounds, making sure that they don't get baited by the single lockdown. I thought maybe they would go for the high risk with Jemkin, but they actually just set him up perfectly for the same. Foxy9 is online though. Jemkin, of course, doing his own thing. Estrella still ready to trade for both of his teammates on either side.
Shows again things flowing pretty much smoothly
चार
for
ulti है भाई,
RRQ,
चार
even
ulti.
when
RRQ
they're
comeback
faced with
है.
adversity. That flashpoint from Estrella giving so much support up for Jemkin to set things up. Next round though, we are still looking at ultimates on both sides. RQ once again trying to assert a bit more presence across the
यार
map.
वैलो खेलने का मन
I
तो हो
like the
रहा है.
late turret from Xfero. Avoid that default spam and then just try to see if anyone's
खेलने का
peeking
तो
out once
ऐसे खेलने का,
again.
क्या बोलते हो?
Shock darts try to clear out Garage, trying to draw a lot of attention. It's going to be two members here, and Jemkin gets ahead of the operator. That's Garage opened up. Operator down for Gen G.
Big pickup for RQ. So then
मैंने
they're
ना
able
वो
to
जेट
kind of
मैंने हो.
spread a little bit more across the map. You know, minute left. Munchkin comes back in to refill that space that Texture kind of leaves.
Yeah, so this is how old Gen G would have played, is they would have pushed out from somewhere else and then regroup elsewhere. But the new Gen G working a little differently. Munchkin going to go for the re-clear, and they're still waiting for it. He tries to find a timing, but RRQ patient. Now going towards Foxy9 again. Foxy9, he gets one, he gets two! How many times will RRQ run into his open arms?
He's just here to kind of give them a good old hug. Unfortunately, it does squeeze them to their deaths, but now repositioning back into Garage. Oh,
Do they
this is
know
good.
about the flank?
Karen from the back.
It's very fast. There's no need to watch for it. Nobody's suspecting it. They line up for the double. And there's Foxy9 with another 3K. The two youngsters of Gen G clean things up.
Unstoppable. Foxy9 again, you gotta take a look at a replay because they're just kind of walking into him. A bit of an additional support smoke from Karen, and he kind of plays hiding inside of it. And although Jemkin kind of tries to get across, Foxy9 is able to react so darn well. Karen so quick to kind of come back in with that support.
The thing is just with the two members coming in from Garage, it's not that RQ necessarily played it so poorly, it's just that Foxy9 is so ahead of it. He lets the jet pass, and he says, I'll get the first guy first, and then I'll fight you close range, and he's just so quick, so confident.
Have to be, especially after all those performances all across the day.
But
right
4
now,
man
back
का
into
strat
it.
है, अगर ये लोग घुस गए तो लगता है.
Once again, trying to break across the defenses. This time it's in with a Blade Storm, so maybe setting up for the hit. And Karen on the other side, flash. Does get sent through.
There's the paranoia, but meanwhile you've already sent Texture down sewer, so you have another angle for the retake. Karen gonna get taken out backside, now taken over. It's a clean and clinical, but do they have any idea about Texture? Doesn't look like it. He could get a massive multi-kill. He waits, he panics, he's not able to get the double. But Spike's still planted for RRQ, and it's just going to be Foxy9.
निकाल सकता है. Well so far today, but now against the numbers.
Next round Gen G निकाल सकता है.
It's easily spotted out by Jemkin.
Texture could have had an incredible hit there, but I don't know if you can really blame him. It was going to be impossible no matter what, with so many members already on site. Meanwhile, credit where credit is due, going above the toxic screen for info, immediately striking backside as teammates ready to cover each other on the angles. RQ waking up. Is it too late? We'll have to see, but they'll want to get at least 6. round this out to a 6-6 half.
Making it close.
कॉम्स एकदम शांत हो गए ना मैच 3 में ये लोग के
Currently 15 and 9. More than 3 times the kills of anybody else on his team. Really tried to drag them across the finish line.
Ridiculous. Damn keen. Now back towards mid. Cushy though. Ooh, able to strike them.
हमारे मैच में भी 3 एजेंट डायरेक्ट लॉक इन हो
Thunder
गए
straight collapsing through, but Munchkin still able to shoot them down as it happens. Vanyan and Xfero finding those trades, and now a bit of an opportunity. A 2-on-1.
हमारे मैच में भी 3 एजेंट लॉक इन हो गया था.
Yeah, using the lockdown to make sure that Yeoman can't approach anytime soon. Yeoman, does he try to go and delete the lockdown? No, he's just going to hold back, sees if they push in, but he will just take his time. He'll go for the reset. At the very least, the lockdown was used before it was planted, so he still has some time. But it's just going to be a far and away. You can hold with that one way, so even with the pings being nerfed, you still have some sight lines. Trying to get rid of those nano swarms. One will be popped to deny the second clear.
Revealing area.
Okay, checking out Covey. But
Even तेरा favorite bulldog है Spectre है.
Knows where they are now.
Yeah.
By the flash.
Not sure if there was a reposition there. Yeoman, his sight lines are being bothered. He just hopes that they will peek. Yes, tight. Tap for another, and Xfero just swings out for that third kill.
Flat lobby में क्या Vandal Phantom तो चलाने नहीं आता
रहेगा. These two teams just can't get enough of each other.
You gotta love it. If anything, it is entertaining Valorant.
Love you यार. चलो तू ही last बंदा था.
Down to it, you just might think Gen.G starting to find that huge lead. Foxy9 being able to put up those big performances, incredible holds. Just as it starts to happen, Arcu comes in with some set plays of their own. First it was through the toxic screen, up and over. Then the next round, straight in with the Rolling Thunder down mid. Cushy finds a bit of a frag, and then an opportunity to deal against Munchkin. And once that's gone, all that's left, Yeoman.
याद रख क्या
इसलिए बुलाया था कि मेरे साथ लफड़े करे.
Perfectly played outside of C-Long.
6-6 है भाई क्या लग रहा है?
अबे वो क्या है पत्रोड़े खिलाया था तेरे को मैंने पत्रोड़े और बदले में तूने क्या दिया? तो है तो मेरी मम्मी ना बहुत ठीक है.
We imagine at the very least in the beginning of the half you'll go for that A lobby toxic screen all the way through A link, and now many teams have seen it, right? And I mean, Munchkin, he pilots it very, very well. One of the best on this map. But we started to see it slowly get broken apart last year as well. So we'll see what RQ has prepared.
It did look, again, pretty good against DFM.
Bro, there is no Patrode season now, right?
Was one of those players who were able to shut down those neons. Back then was Made, right now it's going to be Texture. Obviously a different team, but you're thinking about how that performance could really kind of carry forward.
Who won last match? मतलब map बोल रहे हैं match.
Up by what 13, maybe 14 kills right now.
Just
15.
Yeah, 15 and 10. Yeah,
6
following up at 8, but slowly everyone else on here will have to wake up. All right, showing off the Gen.G Classic with its trophies there. A little new addition of that feature. 2025 capsules. Ooh, okay. Big chip damage on Gen.G.
C-class.
नाम नहीं मालूम रे.
All right, that's a lot of members. Xfero gonna have to play it safe. It's gonna be down to Cushy. There's a crossfire. He gets 2, and they're all stuck there. Look at the full line, just keeping them tied up. Spike down.
Bro,
he can retrieve it, but it's starting to look very tough for Gen.G.
C-class ना?
Down low, he doesn't want to give up the alto either, so he's actually hiding back safe.
मेरे को मालूम नहीं रे मेरे पास
comes up
फोटो है.
just in time as well. I mean, look at
A-class सबसे सस्ता होता है. एक के बाद ये
RQ
फिर
the
C.
numbers game right now. Gen.G, you know, maybe double back or hang back, find another opportunity.
कौन सा लिया इसने?
I don't mind this from RQ, especially given how low Cushy was, and you just weren't sure if they would go for a fast flood in no matter what. But now that they've made up their mind, it does have to become a retake. And I mean, I would be a little scared, right? Just because Karon's still alive. And Yeoman, he's had his moments in the past as well. So with Cushy being so low, we'll see Gen.G. You can't completely write them off just yet. Karon's going to try to get ahead of things. He's going to allow Yeoman to just go for the plant himself. See if he can cut off that rotation.
Light Shield Frenzy for Karon too, so that actually is an added potential. But right now, at least with all 5, you know, they do have all that utility to work with. And Karon's kind of leaving Yeoman alone now, straight in towards spawn. He spots all of them out, but doesn't quite have the opportunity to spray through. No shots connected, and that's just a 1 HP Yeoman. Yep, stunned up.
I love how he just tries to hide right around the corner, like, surely they don't check. Surely.
I'm gonna go stealth mode.
Yeah, exactly. It's like those cartoons where you just hide around the corner, they all run by. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Honestly, if it was a ghost, I think Karon probably maybe gets a couple there, but with the frenzy, it's tough when you have so many targets. Just sprinkle here and there. Let's see what the buys are gonna be. You do get the spike plant, so I'm curious if Gen G tries to go for a force here.
Definitely would be an interesting prospect given how Gen G has come in with these performances thus far.
भाई नहीं है बे तेरा भाई नहीं है
Sheriffs, yeah, they don't traditionally go for it. They trust in their Sheriffs quite a bit. And this time it'll be the same thing. Meanwhile, Outlaw for Jemkin.
That's right. Still though, it's kind of being tossed aside because of that toxic screen from Munchkin.
Hey, तेरा गाड़ी का footage?
At least Munchkin has managed to slip onto the other parts of the map.
6 महीना बंद गाड़ी.
Chase through with the fault line support from B site. So you know the breach was somewhere closer to C Link. Ooh, a little bit of chip damage up against Cushy. Yeah, that's a lot actually. Chipping him all the way down. Regen armor comes back up.
अरे बासुंडी जल्दी बेचना इधर.
Is towards the back B as well, thanks to that fault line earlier on. So maybe looking for a quick way to slip on through. The nano storms and everything getting broken apart as well. Aftershock just to keep them at bay. So a bit of kill against Foxy 9. But that was not so bad.
Yeah, and look at the sub on A as well. Cushy prepared to provide support on B if needed, but you can still watch Jemkin's back if Munchkin comes back in. Meanwhile, 2 people still stacked up to hold on to B side. However, if the Neon is able to create distance, C side hit could be a bit dangerous. Monyet finds one. Counter paranoia goes out.
To be honest.
Estrella with the fault line as well. It is ready, so maybe setting up for it again. Oh, Munchkin actually just comes back in off of that early distraction. Straight into the A side he goes.
And that's a massive pickup. The Outlaw against RRQ. 2 members at 1 hit.
100%.
You go for the repeat. Cushy is the one who's he gets taken down. They're trying to push him before the reload. It's a good push. But are they trying to play for time? The spike still gets planted no matter what. Estrella's stuck. He doesn't have a way out from the snake bite. Texture, he's holding close. There's the relay bolt. He catches all of them. And Gen G will get their thrifty.
What an incredible round from Gen G. Just Munchkin being able to sneak through with a thorn in their sides, just continuing to prick and prod at them so many times with that ghost. Down to the final moments where he just buy a bit of tension and C-side, sneaks on through, gets that kill against Jemkin, and it's the Outlaw picked up and everything else. The snake bite at the end of it, just a cherry on top.
But this is something we knew about Gen G last year as well. They won't give up until the very last second. So Munchkin leaves that extra option open. We talked about it with Munchkin, Texture, Meteor, the ones who will always deep lurk until the very last second of a possibility of a rotate. And RQ, they just kind of slip up on that focus. Cushy leaves that window open, tries to rotate a little bit too soon.
Maybe had that experience.
क्या हो गया मोहित भाई यार? क्या हो गया?
Needing to find that out.
RP घरे जाना मोहित
As it goes through into the next round, we start things off.
नहीं करने वाले RP 2 साल तक नहीं करने वाले. शपथ ली है.
Really carefully.
I mean, tied up at 7-7. No, you don't
2 साल के अंदर अगर इसने RP किया तो तेरी लिल्ली छोटी हो जाएगी मोहित भाई.
Munchkin starting to sense that something is off here. A main completely left open.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Monyet just gonna hold for a cheeky little kill by C Long. So Munchkin's gonna make the call that it might be a stack over to C, but I wouldn't be surprised if they still suspect an A short trap as well. This team's so thorough. Moment of truth.
Oh.
Okay, trying to fake that out. I don't know if that was a bit too hard of a sell right there with the recon bolt.
Oh no. They still managed to make it through the backside from the long. Cushy now swings out. Oh, there's the kill from Jemkin. Stashes on through as well, but inside the smoke, the shorties will come out. That's going to be Gen G being able to find those 3 kills to capture the site.
So Gen G really slowing things down once they catch sight that it's more than 1 member. Monyet will get 1, but that should be the end of it. Estrella stuck up at heaven. Low health, Monyet gets taken out. And Estrella will just be looking for any picks he can get. That's gonna be none as Texture finds him through the wall, and Gen G leads 8-7.
So still, Gen G pretty much being able to keep themselves in control, despite RQ's best efforts to play some tricky games against them. Just being able to come in with the utility to play it safe enough. it's again just how a testament to how Gen G is able to stay ahead of the game at times.
Guys, तेरे को पता है ह्यूमन बॉटम फ्रैग करता है तो क्या बोलता है?
Yes.
भाई तू चालू कर दे वापस गंदी जो हारेंगे वो लोग।
क्या बोलता है? क्या बोलता है?
No man.
High-low setup on B side. Meanwhile, the killjoy constantly being focused on A to combat that toxic screen a bit with that passive info. Estrella, he's caught out, but no! It's going to be Gem who gets a double alongside Estrella's one. So 3-1 trade in favor of RRQ.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ
Side of B as well.
परचेड नेम में कुछ होगा क्या एंट्री हमारा?
नहीं उसमें वो रहता है ना वेट लिमिट रहता है
Might be able to retrieve the spike, but
उसमें
where
भी
else could
वेट
they
है?
truly
सच्ची में?
go? Karen trying to stay inside the smoke in case
fitness
anyone
वाला
does
रहता
kind
है
of get ahead of it by going inside of the cubby, but it's not quite going to
हर
happen. So
चीज
another
में
smoke
बॉडी
comes out.
अरे एक्शन में रहता है बैंक्स को पानी के बीच में रहना पड़ता है भाई
Over by the A side. Turret
क्या है
gets
भाई
taken out.
प्रोफेशनल
So
स्विमर
that's a call for Xfero to slowly go back towards A. You know there was no one aiming just yet because of that alarm bot. You don't know how far they pushed in from A short, so they'll leave that open as well.
And a deep smoke from Karen in towards closer towards A lane, just to block off spawn.
भाई ये मैच
This
अच्छा
alarm
जा रहा है
not
लेकिन
being
हां
cleared,
नेक्स्ट
that
टू
might be the trouble for the remaining two members of Gen G. I mean, it's a 2v4 as well, but we'll see. Do they try to identify it early enough? There's a smoke coming out, draws Xfero back, alarm bot. Is there a spray? There is, but he's not going to take his chances. You have the numbers advantage. RQ wants to keep that. Tries to deny the default plan. It's just out of range.
And maybe a chance for Karen, but no, gets
G
shut down
fighting है, हम
by
भी
Jem
fighting
really quick in. And just going to go through as well, despite Xfero jumping down. It's going to Jem can pick up the one kill to put themselves back up 8-8.
I mean, it seems like the writing's on the wall for how long this map is going to go, but both teams really trading blows back and forth. Looking at the economy, Gen G still okay for this next round. Obviously, that thrifty turnaround allows the bank to stack up. Was a good high-low setup from RRQ, but how many more reads can you get ahead of time at the start of the round? That's the big question right now for Australia.
Needing more rounds on the board because right now Gen G has quite a bit of variety at them. Next one coming up once again.
इवन तेरे लॉबी में होते हैं कितने सारे किल्स क्या होता है मैक्स किल
Judge from Xfero inside
मेरा तो always हर लॉबी
Working
में
with the
40
credits you have, but that causes a different setup as well. Turret and
40s.
alarm bot focused on B and garage. You still have Estrella there to try to buy time, but can he get ahead of the Neon? It's a big question. Here comes Texture. He can't. Oh, he
भाई
does
कैसे
get
हेडशॉट लगा भाई ये मटका था
Gets him on that flick over with the
ये
spray.
मटका था भाई
And then the aftershock denied the plant as well. Gen G right now caught within the B site. Munchkin knows he has to push ahead, try to gain a little bit more space. RQ respects it.
खुशी का राउंड है खुशी का राउंड है
Up with the ball line. He's not able to get it. The flash is late, but Estrella still gets the trade.
RRQ जीत रहा है भाई
Not too bad. Oh, towards the back, spotted out by the alarm bot as well. So Jemkin
अगर ये Foxy को मार दिया तो जीत गया ना
Foxy 9.
भाई मेरे हिसाब से उसको मारना ही नहीं था बे
but not quite enough.
स्मोक डाल
The
देता
flash does come out for a bit of an opportunity for Australia to kind of get to the side. Only good for the one.
जीत गया राउंड जीत
That
गया
still is enough with the numbers being found
बोला
on the
मैं
other side as
वो
Jemkin
बंदा
takes down the
Nah,
back line
nah,
and into the site. The defuse for RRQ to come up with a lead.
भाई वो वाला
Getting back to the lead,
1v1
and I just
इंपॉर्टेंट
wanna
नहीं
say,
था बे इतना पता है
Foxy
क्यों
9 has clearly done enough damage that
क्योंकि ये लोग
Jemkin
5-5 के
fully
लिए ना
respected him in that duel. Right, they spot each other, and the moment Jemkin doesn't get the first shot, he resets with the cloudburst and tries to create another angle. Eventually, he wins out. But, I mean, the way Jemkin was playing last week, it looked like he was just ready to duel no matter who came in his crosshairs. But given how many rounds that Foxy 9 has gotten for Gen G, the respect's given over, and that safety secures the round here for RRQ.
Just trying to find more ways to come in with that retake.
टीबोन का उमर पूछो जीजा टीबोन भाई तुम्हारी एज
Rolling
कितनी
Thunder
है
online for Estrella.
Bro,
Huntress
I
here as
am
well.
just
Big
sweet.
ultimates for the
Binks
retake. You
जितना
do
ही
have
है।
Huntress free for Yeoman, who's
Wait,
3
Binks
and 10
92
by
है
the
ना?
way. Really not able to find that impact here on
बच्चे
Aiming.
बे
A fast hit. Hit
इनका 90
available as
है
well.
बाय बोल बाय
Ult's coming possibly out more online for Gen G as well, but Jemkin able to shut things down for the time being. Instant kill up against Texture. As it continues going through, the Hunter Sphere is moving. Cushy still able to find
But that's everybody down. While Yeoman was trying to scout out and do damage, the entire team gets shut down, and it starts with Texture just not being able to really expand space and create space on the site. Jemkin holding a high angle, ready to combat any sort of util coming through, because there's no breach. You're not in danger of a Rolling Thunder.
उसका गर्दन देख
Okay.
Oh my God.
No, don't see sights like that every day, but the judge
भाई
still doing
upset
something.
होने वाला है बे.
जीतेगा भाई. Read है
And
भाई.
Rolling Thunder Hunter Fury saved
buff
on
by
the side
Jim
of
Kimba.
RQ, so now you can use that to combat things like the lockdown coming out from Foxy9.
इसमें सोचो Monet नहीं मार रहा
There
अभी.
it is, that elevation. Even with the slide on through,
नहीं दे रहा भाई.
truly showing once
Jenkin
again
Jenkin.
that
बड़ी
Jenkin
मुझे
has put in
doubt
the
है
work
बड़ी.
in slaying down
बोलो.
Neon.
शायद ये हो
The
सकता
rest of the
है
team
को आज
there
दिखा रहा
ready
देता
and able to receive as
भाई
well.
उनके
Just
agent
a little bit
forms क्या है
unfortunate for
future
Yoman to be
games
the
के लिए
last
ऐसा हो
one
सकता है.
left alive.
Big brain, big brain.
हो सकता है.
Then
Big
next round
brain.
comes on through.
Big
cooked.
brain.
Genji
तेरे
starting
जैसे है ना
to
तू
run
भी
out of
अपना
money.
रियल आईडी का रैंक कैसे दिखाता नहीं.
You have 3 ultimates though.
ऑल्ट आईडी तेरा प्लैटिनम है
Just
बराबर है कि
waiting
नहीं.
for any type of push
Real
out.
ID
It's
guy,
gonna be a
yep,
full-on
yep.
send. The judge once
ID
again
mod.
in the hands of Xfero. I mean, they've seen the judge so
ये
many
आ रहा है,
rounds.
सब्जी हो रहा है.
Hey, they hear it. Yeah,
Bhai.
there's the spam.
Bhai,
They're not taking
गलत
any
मारा
chances.
से.
बे, गलत.
दिल से.
Next to one recon. And that's all it is.
That's a good
अरे
multi-peek.
नहीं.
He was
Jemkin
not
ready for the
locked in.
far
Radar
angle,
देखता
but it's
था,
just
100%.
too
Buff
many
again play
people for him to
करता है
drag
बे.
down in
पूछो
time. And now RQ starts to
Weekend
get
किस
curious.
चीज़ का याद आ रहा है क्या
Gen G,
आपको
I mean,
बीच
they've been doing this entire series. They
Weekend
say, all
pick
right,
हुए
you
थे
want
ना
info? Come out and
That
get it,
call तो
because
now
that's
double.
when RQ
All तो
oftentimes
था
falters.
भाई. जो turning point of my
Despite not
life.
having the numbers, can RQ stay
Hey
true?
guys,
They'll take out
एक
the
काम
drone,
करेंगे.
and
हाँ,
she will
बोलो ना
back
कल
off.
भाई. Pick and play करते हैं.
Yeah, a little bit restless,
Sure,
right? I mean,
same
still
here.
enough information to kind of double back in to hold out this A site. But Gen G are so comfortable now, being able to play in this fashion.
Kushi might look to use Hunter's Fury if they don't hear the tap until the
क्या लगता है?
30-second mark. We'll see
निकालेगा?
if the delay is going to be something they want to bank on. It could backfire.
30 seconds left.
We'll have to wait and see. Tap coming through. Not going to happen just yet. RQ holding on to their ultimates.
Oh. Still now, though,
Whoa.
Kushi from the sides, able to find a
Wait,
bit of
you
a
can
double.
see it.
Oh,
Whoa.
Rolling Thunder now connect with Karen, jumps ahead of
What?
it, takes down Estrella, and it's all up to Kushi. 1-on-2, he tries to go in for that stick, but a little bit spotted early. Half HP, half spike,
Baapre.
but Karen out from the
Nah, man,
other
this is
side.
mara
It's
be.
unfortunate for
Direct
Kushi.
उसके
Despite his
सर
best
पे
efforts,
कूदा वो.
it's Gen G
Ah, it's
striking
good.
back.
Dude, how
BGMI
much
का
more
jump shot
cosmetic
दे दिया
can this stun get? That was a ridiculous drop
But
shot from
अच्छा-
Karon.
भाई,
Oh, we gotta see it. That
वो
has to be
jet
part
को
of the
जो मारा
replay, man.
वो
We
थोड़ा
can't skip
crucial.
forward. We have to see it because. Okay, Cushies, that's great. Oh, we're gonna skip it. Oh, I mean, that was so ridiculous. He gets launched forward.
I
and he
know.
just instantly swivels. I mean, yes, it's close range, but still.
Ridiculous with how Karen's able to play in this way.
So wide.
Well, you still have the buys, but that's the Rolling Thunder, a big ultimate
There
use.
was a
And that's
breach.
relief
Breakfast
from
में
Gen G,
क्या
not
खाता
having
है?
to deal with that breach.
क्या कहते हैं?
Stun is just a stun, and he's able to
Nutella.
play outside of the box that way, despite the
भाई,
status
connection
effects.
भी
Now
नहीं है,
next round, and
गंदी है.
that's
उसके ऊपर कुछ है ही नहीं
through
जोक
and
में.
inside of
अरे
garage as well.
एस्टेला है ना,
Trying to
समझ
look
रहा है?
for some of these
Definition
players.
ही नहीं
तो
है जोक
And
में.
they're still sticking
Estrella
with
नाम है
that
ना,
judge.
Estrella.
Really just
तो
saying, hey,
Nutella
my
था.
job is to hold on to Garage no matter what.
W था.
Trying to draw them in, because he hasn't died just yet. It was the same setup, so Gen G suspects something is up, but they just don't have that information just yet. There's a drone. Instantly, the swing. Jemkin's somewhat ready for it, but the drone, I think, might have blocked one of the bullets as well. Meanwhile, there's Hunter's Fury. Doesn't get any kills.
Yeah, trying to fish for it, but unfortunately,
था.
Gen G
We can
quick
play,
to evade
we can
all of
play.
it. Now
That is
potentially
figure out
maybe looking to
59
have
is
the
not
score.
59.
खुशी
Five
की
more
वजह से
than
राउंड
group
जीना है.
back
खुशी
to
मारेगा
look
लेकिन.
भाई, हो जाएगा.
Not
Unexpected,
59.
expected.
There is that
Yeah,
kill.
yeah.
Texture instantly trades back. And that's the A side opened up as well. Estrella might be in position,
yeah,
but
10-10.
everything's smoked off.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, you are going to have the credits, so
Combo
I
had.
imagine you go for another attempt here. Also would expect another timeout, but Munchkin holding the flank. Xfero not suspecting it at all. Fault line will be used for an attempt, but Monyet, he just doesn't find any targets just yet. Waiting for Munchkin to re-peek onto Miggy,
Shot,
gets taken
babe.
out from below. And Texture, he's
तो
warming
नीचे वाला
back up.
एंगल थोड़ा स्ट्रांग है.
Slowly but
सर पहले
surely.
दिखता है.
It's always been good for those kills up on towards top of heaven. Down to the last one left, and that's going to be the save for RRQ. Gen G. Oh, Oh, he went for the hunt.
Oh my God.
Yeah, texture. I mean, he was the only one that really was close to his ultimate. That's not filled up yet. So now Tool, what do you
भाई
do
मत
right
ओटी
now?
नहीं यार,
This will be a
ओटी
big one.
जितना नहीं है मेरे में.
Wouldn't be surprised
भाई
with the
नहीं
timeout, but
ओटी
either
नहीं,
way, would love to see an operator come out from RQ as well. Not something they've been utilizing. I know Jemkin's been doing great with the rifle, but if you're able to just completely ignore Seaside with that operator, help set up the Killjoy util on A side once again, because that was working wonders for your passive information. That could be a turnaround for RRQ.
Or at least to try to get ahead of it, but
not going to see either of those just yet. RQ, but they are going to switch over the Killjoy to that A side.
Imia is now only.
maybe think of different ways to work against a potential Neon slide out, but right now, utility in, it's just texture all the way through. From the shadows towards the back of spawn as well. Monyet sniffs it, now she's looking out for Karen. But at the same time, gets the read that the spike is headed over onto him. Flashes out, and everything connects. She launches out the kill towards Foxy9. It's also Karen getting slayed down by RQ.
Really great call from Monyet to get prepared over by C-Main, reading that it was an entire fake by the Neon. This is just RQ reading exactly what the plan was off of from the shadows, then the sprint in from the Neon. Munchkin still gets a kill. There's still a chance. It's Gen G, 2v4 at full health. You have Pit available.
And a lot of time to work with as well.
Scanning ahead.
Several players on the other side, but at least with the recon, just retrieving more information that there are players out towards C.
So the turret is still watching A short, but not over to A main. No sound yet. This should be the Pit used. I would assume there's not really any better chance to use it on attack as a Viper. And I wonder if RQ is going to have an answer for it. They don't have the drone. They do have the recon.
And Jemkin alongside Monyet as well, so it still is a lot of numbers that can come out for trades. Munchkin still needing to do quite a bit of work despite the Viper's Pit. Has the shorty, but plays and hugs closer to the wall instead.
It's going to be a full drop. They recognize that the Pit is only for a link. The spike, yeah, if it's planted on default, it's going to be outside of it. Yo, man, they should have suspected the turret pinged him earlier on A short. Now they realize their mistake. Munchkin, does he find the timing? Jemkin gets one. Munchkin, he peeks out and Xfero's ready. Fishing for the Viper in the pit. And RQ will once again take the lead.
What an incredible round, an incredible read from RRQ. They had the numbers, they had the plays against, an attempt at a fake from Gen G. Early slides through to A side from Texture. Karen in with the front of the shadows towards the back as well, but Monyet just so quick, so ready to respond. Just able to counter that Pit by going up from the top of heaven. All four together as a team, the power of friendship truly shining right now in this moment.
Gen G still has the creds for rifles as well, trying to prevent match point from happening. For that counter spam, not going to find any targets. It's Killjoy set up once again on that A site. Lockdown available for Xferos, so we'll keep an eye on his position if he's able to pull back far enough to try to reclaim that site. There's no Huntress Fury on the other side, just lockdowns on both. So Gen G has the read, right? If the turret is here, that's really just hampering our ability to break these alerts with that toxic screen to mass that information. So now the question is thrown back to RRQ. Will you go for a re-clear? Will you come back out into our site? And Cushy answers with a drone first. Left a little bit open, but the alarm bot there to guard A main.
Okay, there it is. Nanoswarm as well, just to keep and hold them off. Lockdown getting deflected.
Variety beauty streamer.
Gen G presses on the offensive. Cushy inside the smoke set up by Monyet. At least able to land one kill. Straight up from the back as well. Cushy on for the next. On the Cushy just coming in to slay everyone of Gen G right down in the ground. Xfero plants the bait and rails him in. And Cushy is able to secure the kills.
I love you, Cushy.
I mean, anytime he's in these frantic fights, just look at how locked in he is. And that's the transfer. Match point for RRQ. Can they stay patient enough to finally get their long-earned revenge?
It's always been Gen G taking that win. 5 losses against the Korean Tigers, but right now, right at the precipice of crossing that finishing line,
Oh, you can tell, yo, man. I mean, we all saw the scoreboard. He's probably being really harsh on himself right now, but you don't have time for that. So hopefully the coaching staff, Munchkin, you know, the core team, they're able to bring everybody back together.
उसके पहले उसने मारा एक निकल के, उसने होल्ड किया,
barrel through. Meanwhile, Warburton and Ewok,
हेडशॉट मारा,
sure
भले
to go
डिटेन
through
था.
all the possibilities. The Killjoy setup, while noted, again, at the end of the day, wasn't successfully broken thanks to that lockdown. So presumably, they go for something similar. But the real question is Gen G, do they have an answer for the C side? They haven't really paid attention to it in the past several rounds.
अभी तो Gen G
bit of that fake play. But right now, he's still needing to deal with that early pressure again.
Half armors, regen armors, Judge, Guardians. I mean, the Guardians are where Gen G's at their scariest.
Nothing to do with looks.
But it will just be Fastcur onto the A side for now. You still have your lockdown, so if you can secure A short, try to get through.
At least looking for it, working alongside that toxic screen again.
छोटी बच्ची बोला होता रहता है.
Yeah, look at this setup. I mean, RQ, they just want to fight them here. They want to deny the lockdown at all costs. And Gen G, they want to fish for this information, but will they survive the scouting? Estrella gets ahead as well. High risk play.
अगर सी गए.
Oh, this is a fast reclear. You know that they're not set up anymore for it.
Straight up. All three reading the map right now. Some pings from Gen G as well, though. Trying to call for a quick mid-round in towards Garage and C.
Oh, I don't know if they're going to be ready for this fast wraparound, especially because the turret is watching mid.
Uh-oh.
There is nothing to signify that there is an absolute wraparound. Overdrive comes out. Monyet is going to stay outside. I imagine he would have to leave. It's at the smoke, though. Doesn't have much of a chance. He's getting sprayed down. Monyet down. No controller, but the fast wraparound. Can they get a kill? Munchkin gets taken down. Gen G now realizes they're trapped on the site. They have to push out in green space. They haven't planted just yet. Planting for backside.
And the lockdown, just to buy a bit more time, push them off. I mean, that was the only solution, was to go even faster than RQ, but the Hunter's Fury being pulled out in time now. RQ finding the numbers against them.
Caron with the read. He realized it's a full wraparound as they didn't even care about the lockdown. Can he hold on to that smoke? Holding close range, they have to suspect this. It's a pinch coming in from Garage. Jemkin ready for it. Caron gets traded by Xfero. Texture alone in the backside. Foxy 9 now refilling it. Two members of Gen G left up against the three. It's a crossfire. Estrella last alive as he Can he beat out Foxy 9? He cannot. Foxy 9 will breathe life back into Gen G.
Just dragging them back in from the depths. Just even with the spike taking away as well. Estrella was already running out of time. What a play by Gen G. You know, maybe they didn't quite have the read against the back, right? But still, going that quick into the C site, putting down that spike so far towards the back, in with the lockdown as well. Just keeping things ahead of RRQ as they tried to set up that flank.
Monyet looking for a cheeky kill in that smoke, but Texture had the read on the timing. Oh, and that's gonna go for the timeout. I mean, this always feels like a bit of a gamble, but so close to being able to actually be ahead of Gen G, not them down. It's not about the match win anymore, it's about can we stay in the upper bracket, can we stay in the running as we push Gen G close to the cliff. One round left, one last chance before overtime where everything goes back to square one.
That's what it all comes down to, at least. Time on the defensive side, not too bad.
Today only, without Sentinel. Any comments?
Some of the decisions and how Gen G might play out the next round.
We will play another streamer showdown with the same team without Sentinel. Any comments?
We'll see what the discussion is, 'cause I feel like a full switch up on the setups of Killjoy is a bit of a gamble. You still trust in that default? Yeah, they do. It's going to be the Killjoy setup, but it's the op in that last round. But this could come back to bite them if they have to give up A site. So right now, the plan should be that they have to use everything they can to delay on A, to push them back to C, just like they did last round, into Jemkin's crosshairs. That's really the only option, because if you lose any members, if you give up too much space and then you have to retake with that operator, it's gonna spell trouble for RRQ.
Gen G Or it's further in, straight in they go. McCushy's there, ready to receive. Oh, full flash, but Texture able to slide on through. Estrella,
he's trapped. Which has to watch too many angles. There's backup now with
Smoke
Manye. But it's a
BT
3v4. Smoke will dissipate soon. Look at the positioning of Gen G. They're spread out. They're ready for it. And they're going to gun him down. Down to 2 members. Manye tries to re-clear. But now it's just Chemkin with an operator.
मैं बोला कि नहीं double OT.
2 members.
अरे वो blind में मार दिया नियॉन कुछ भी
standing in the cubby. One of them has to enter outside. Meanwhile, Spike still being held in hell.
अब Gen G जीत रहा है अगर
patience
OT
from
गया तो
Gen
OT
G
चला गया ना
waiting.
अब Gen G जीत रहा है
And Chemkin also waiting himself.
Spike planted.
Did he spot him? Yo man seems to have. Waiting for it, waiting for a timing on the arrow.
Doesn't know
just yet. Munchkin spots him, they know it's 7. Chemkin, there's so few options. Can you pick up a rifle here right at the entrance? They're ready for it. They realize that he doesn't have much of an option. Munchkin swings out! And it's overtime. We go again!
Easy.
क्या गेम है जल्दी खत्म हो सकता है
नहीं भाई
Just when the op was pulled out for them,
खत्म है
they managed to go in that full commit, plant themselves firmly inside of the smoke, continuously strafing just to throw off a
भाई इसने
straight
कैसे मारा भाई
Even Cushy being able to gun down
Texture ने
these
कैसे
1
मारा?
or 2 still wasn't quite enough against this
कैसे मारा
Gen
Texture
G.
ने full blind
Able to stay on top.
full blind में
No
जाके
timeouts
slide
for
करके
either
मारा है
coaches. We go straight back
Shimmy,
in.
Talon, 40 and 100 and जान के
26 kills.
डोले
Munchkin slowly catching up with 20 on the board. And now it's an operator for Texture. Going glass cannon, looking to shut them down.
देखते भाई अब क्या होगा
He'll meet him. It's going to be an A hit.
इंटेंस मैच है भाई
Oh, the blind
my
shot!
God.
And it has to be
GG.
Manye! The smokes are down.
No
ORQ
smoke,
already
GG,
out of
bhai.
options.
मानिया को ही मारो पहले
Just fate is signaling
No
once
smokes.
again. Can RRQ
No
take
smoke,
their
no
destinies into
win.
their own hands?
गया
On
खुशी
yet
भैया
being
भैया
downed
गया खुशी
I
गया
mean, this is
hurts
such...
him so much.
Oh, he hides away. Drone hasn't spotted him
Spot
yet.
नहीं किया क्या?
Will now,
क्या?
and he gets pushed out. That's the site opened up. But they have no smokes to delay
इतना
the
भाई बिना
retake.
स्मोक के
So they
क्लीन
will
है
have to fight.
Spike planted.
ब्रो
That
हाइड
is
कर
what they
लेता
do
है
best.
Chemkin holding that angle on the boxes. Ready for the recons as well. Drone
Recon
comes out
भी आ
first.
गया,
Who's
blind
ready
भी
to
आ गया है।
eliminate that information?
टन भी आ गया
Chemkin
है।
will get spotted. Nano Swarm gets popped. Second one cleared.
Time continuing
डिफॉल्ट
to tick. The rest of
स्टन
the team
ब्लाइंड
going up the
रिकॉन
short, just mark
स्लाइड
that
मार के
heaven
घुसेगा
angle.
ये और अंजुम मारेगा
Chemkin's going to be the real answer, but he doesn't have much health. He's spotted. He gets one off the drop. He gets 2. But immediately, Gen G will absolutely clean the site and get ahead with 13
देखा ना
rounds.
दो ही जन कूदते पे पहले
Unfortunate through that smoke with the op kill. No more smokes available for
अरे
the
तो बाहर
post
लोअर
plant.
ब्रेक
Just made things that much more difficult
रिलीज
on the
वन चाइना की
delay.
को पता पता
The Nanoswan bought
I
a bit
heard.
of time, but
देखा
down
नहीं
to it
लेकिन
all
पता
at the end. Chemkin was only able to get a couple. Too many players from Gen G, and they all had the
मारा
same
बे।
game plan in mind, working together to break down the post plant from RRQ.
This is just a hard read. Recognizing that it's going to be a hit because you saw
Like,
that he
कितना
uses the
बुरा
slide
लगता है
just
ना?
to get ahead. It was always
बराबर।
meant to be a blind shot in
भाई
because
इतना
of that
क्लोज
choke point.
जाके नहीं
Now
हारना
a
चाहिए
switch
भाई
up
ऐसा
from
2-3
RQ on the
सेंटी लेके
defensive
आ रहा है
positions.
प्रॉब्लम नहीं है
Turret used on B side. Alarm bot just to check for information in garage.
Oh भाई गलत
Straight
पड़ी
in towards the A.
4 दिन बाद भी ये सपना आएगा मुझे
Dangerous position if he drones here. There's no backup, but there's no one to follow up from Gen G just yet. Under drone being used, they recognize the elevation. Chemkin
गांड में
gonna have
आती
to
का
show that
लेंट
he's
को
dropped. Oh, look at the fast clears. Gen G, they've picked things up. They struggled a lot with that macro, but now both
भाई
sides
सोचो अगर ये
pressured
वर्ल्ड
already.
रिकॉर्ड
RQ
हिस्ट्री
doesn't
का
have much of an option but to
हाईएस्ट
hold the
ओटी वाला गेम हो
default.
गया तो
10 साल हो गए ओटी
Those
जल्दी चल
players
रहा है
there.
क्या था ये
'cause if
वैसे
not,
17-15
potential
नहीं
leaks.
26
इससे ऊपर गया भाई
Does
ये
afford
VCT
for
में,
Gen
VCT
G to
हाँ,
set
VCT
up
में।
this C split.
But look at his
VCT
straight.
है।
He's already ready with a fault line all the way into C site.
25 26
It's meant to
26
delay
27 ऐसा कुछ
any sort of execute, any sort of plan. Where's the snake bite?
Smokes
Seen it.
as well.
सीन है
क्या था आयुष?
Sparrow waiting for the peek
Lag gaya
out.
Guru.
Still no information. Estrella still holding,
RR
but
के
Genji,
होल्ड
they're
नहीं
all
कर
here. It's
सकते
going to be an absolute
नहीं,
flood
नहीं
in
कर
if they
सकते,
choose to
possible
go.
ही नहीं है.
There's a paranoia.
Recon blind
They're
stun
jumping
सब
jumping
आ
to
गया.
the back of site. Charon gets
Bro.
one. Charon gets two. He opens
नहीं
up the
कर
site.
सकता, अरे
The
होल्ड
ball
नहीं
line
कर
finds no value. Estrella trying to get ahead of things, but it's going to be Charon with three.
चलो भाई.
भाई नहीं होल्ड कर
Back,
सकते मैं
no
ब्लाइंड
longer
स्टन
rookie.
रिकॉन सब आया है.
Experience under his belt,
दिल से
already
बहुत
an
अच्छा खेला,
international
अच्छा
trophy, and he holds
दिल से
close.
अच्छा खेला, सच्ची
Could it be the ace to close
Ace
things
मारेगा
out?
नहीं.
He gets the spray, eventually falls, but Texture will finish it. And
यार अच्छा
Gen G
खेला बे
reigns
आरआर के बाद
supreme
बहुत अच्छा
once
खेला.
more in 2025.
Closing things out 14 to 12, just staying so ahead.
Foxy
Even
भाई,
in
Foxy और
overtime,
Geng का danger
they
था.
dragged themselves across it all.
Foxy भाई
but
उठा
out
बे,
at the
वरना
very
लग गए
end of
थे.
it, everything.
Foxy
It's all
और खुशी.
Charon. Such an incredible player playing
आज
inside of
टेक्सचर
those
इतना दिखा दे
smokes.
लेकिन फॉक्सी और खुशी दिखे.
Taking those fights head on with the
Love you
flash.
यार खुशी,
Clear
love
out
you
the
यार.
backside against RRQ.
It almost, the way that last round plays out,
guys,
it
bye-bye.
almost felt
Chalo,
like Gen G just
bye-bye.
dragged out this map.
भाई रिप्ले देखे बिंग्स में वापस.
Bye Timon, love you.
चटको.
चटको.
Fuck off. सारे fuck off.
फ्लैट के ऊपर है बहुत सुड़ी. चलो guys, that is it for today. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Make sure to like, share and subscribe. See you at night. Whenever, whatever, we'll do some members only. And for the normal stream, tomorrow afternoon Pacific. ठीक है? Bye. Adios, adios, take care. See ya. Love you guys. Bye.
When there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you.